We've taken our microphones backstage at the beautiful Drury Lane Theater for a chat with one of Hollywood's greatest names. Our guest this afternoon is one of the superstars of the silver screen, a man whose acting career was literally born in a trunk on the New York stage in the comedy Getting Gertie's Garter, and who stepped with ease from the stage to the screen when he was summoned to Hollywood to star in The Front Page. Pat O'Brien, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Thank you very much. We better correct one thing, and that is that it wasn't on the New York stage Getting Gertie's Garter, but it was in the pre-days of stock companies that were the stepping stone of the springboard for Broadway. It was in a stock company in Plainfield, New Jersey. The name of the play, however, was Getting Gertie's Garter, and in that stock company with me, or should I say I was with him, was Percy Kilbride, who years later appeared with me on Broadway in a play called The Up and Up, along with Sam Levine.
Percy Kilbride.
Yeah. You remember that series they had?
Amon Parkettle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what about this trunk episode from Getting Gertie's Garter?
Well, what do you mean?
How
it happened?
How did it happen? You were locked in the trunk, weren't you?
Well, the particular situation is where Billy, that was the name of the character, gets in the trunk and to hide from the leading lady. And then when she gets on, he opens the trunk and says, "Here I am." I said, well, unfortunately, the lock slipped, and the trunk locked itself. And here we are with a packed house. There were always packed houses in those days, like it is now here at the Drury Lane. Well, I started knocking at the door. You get a little panicky, you know. And because it wasn't her entrance for some time, because I had a lot of business of looking around and, casing the joint and everything. So I was rapping on the thing, and the trunk was jumping all around the stage. And finally, she realized, I'll never forget her name, Louisita Valentine was the leading lady. And she knew something was wrong, this wasn't part of the plot. So she walked on, and she said, "Billy, are you a ghost?" Which was the line in the play. And with that, I was to open the trunk and say, "No, here I am." But I couldn't open the trunk, so she said, "Billy, are you a ghost?" And I screamed, "No, but it's only a question of time when I will be."
And how did you get out of the trunk?
Property man walked on stage, and took a hammer and smashed the lock, and by this time they knew that it wasn't part of the play, and of course they all applauded, and that's a lot of fun. It happens frequently in the round, they become a participant in the affairs, and things so often happen. I remember Conrad Nagel telling us, and he was in, I don't mean to digress, but
Go ahead.
This is part of the story anyway.
Sure.
He was telling my wife Eloise and myself, he was playing right near Hershey, Pennsylvania, in the round, and had this very high comedic scene in the drawing room, and he was being very Chesterfieldian, lighting the cigarette for the leading lady, and he pressed it once and it didn't work, and again, and he's trying to be very savoir-faire, and nothing happens. About the fifth time, the fellow stood up in the front row and reached over and lit the cigarette, and the play went on. He didn't do it to be an extrovert or anything. He was helping the play, and when it sat down again, the play went on.
That's the warmth of being so close to the stage, as audiences are right here at Drury Lane.
Yes, and as I said to you before the show, or before your show, recording, it's radio will sustain itself through the years just for that reason. It might outlive all the media, because it still has great access to the imaginative powers of a human being, and it's great for the human mind to hear and then to expand on your own values, and this is what happens in the theater and around. When you go up that ramp, it's not like in the proscenium, you open the door and you go into the kitchen. You go up that ramp, and it's the audience got to believe, and they do believe, that you're in the kitchen, in the garden, or up in the bedroom. So there, as the years go on and you're playing around, you realize that some of its potential values, and you automatically, to repeat what I say, expand them as you go along, And it's wonderful to see how the people, you can almost read their minds, but their concentration in the round sometimes is amazing, because in the theater in proscenium, you almost expect it. It's a sort of shall we say, a dynasty through the years that you come to the theater, and that's it. When they're around, it has such intimacy that you wonder if people are going to concentrate that long because they have such proximity with the actors. But they do, and I think it proves that the people, as an audience, are becoming educated to the theater of the round. Well, after all, the theater round was first. Came along before Christ.
Oh, certainly, years ago.
All the Greek plays have been around.
Do you? We do want to talk about your movie career, but let's talk about the stage. You were a rather established performer on the stage long before you went into films.
Oh yeah, the theater has been my love ever. Excuse me, since I went on the stage, which was in 1920. I'm going into my 52nd year in show business, and I was very excited and honored. 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, the Lambs Club in New York gave me a testimonial on my 50th year in show business. But
the Lambs is one of your great loves, isn't it?
The Lambs and the Players.
Uh-huh.
Players is down in Gramercy Park. The Lambs probably more so because I went into the Lambs in 1926. I went in with Bert Wheeler and Charles Lindbergh, which was pretty good company.
You didn't fly in, did you?
Sometimes I had to fly out because I couldn't pay my dues.
What about the time you crawled into the Lambs?
Oh, that was when Winchell printed that article. Well, I'd been suspended in the Lambs for something that was completely, I was faultless, but I had a guest in there who had an overabundance of the sauce, and on returning to the club, he was living at the club as my guest, he got violently ill right in the lobby of the Lambs Club. I wasn't even there, but because I had sponsored him, and he wasn't the Lambs, so somebody had to be the rat man. So they suspended me, and I think it was for 90 days. And this is while I was in Hollywood. I was there to do a radio show, I think, at the time, the Theater Guild or something. So you feel, a little chagrined by it all. So I never mentioned it at home. And so anyway, after about a week, I was living at the Astor Hotel, which was right down the street from the Lambs on 44th Street in New York. And I would walk by on the other side of the street and look with the lonely glances at my alma mater, the Lambs. And, members would see me, and of course they finally prevailed upon the shepherd of the club. I forget who it was at that time. William Gaxton, I believe. So they said, well, after all, it wasn't really his fault, so they lifted the suspension. And they notified me by phone. It was just a block away the next day. So when I came in, I started at the door of the Lambs, the entrance, and through the lobby, and through the grill room, and right into the bar, on my hands and knees, I crawled. So Winchell heard about it, and he printed when he had this column, and he said the greatest example of humility was Pat O'Brien crawling on his hands and knees from the door of the Lambs Club through the grill room right to the bar. It was his destination. Well, it appears all over the country, and Mommy, my wife, Eloise, read it, and she says, why didn't you tell me about this, Well, I said, I guess I felt a little ashamed and everything, but didn't even want to tell you that I'd been suspended. And then, of course, through the years, you realize you're never a real lamb unless you've been suspended. Like we used to say at Warner Brothers, you were never at Warner's unless you'd been suspended at least once. So I belong to both of those leagues. But the denouement had to come from Winchell, and it was amazing. And she said, well, you should have told me. She said, probably if I were there, I'd have crawled in with you.
Well, you would have made a nice twosome down there crawling over to the bar. Pat O'Brien, you met your wife, Eloise, right here in the Chicago area, didn't you?
Right here in Chicago. The theater is now called, I always want to say the Pilly Rose Theater. It's called right next to the Harris. It used to be the Selwyn.
The Mike Todd.
Mike Todd Theater.
Yes.
Why I correlate those names, I have no idea, but I keep saying that all the time.
You were in a play called Broadway.
Broadway, that's right, and I was in the one-night stand company in the South, and I got word in Atlanta. And when we got to Atlanta, Jed Harris, the producer, said that this, because of its size, and we've been playing all the tiny urban cities of the South, so there were one-nighters or three-nighters. In Atlanta, we played for 2 weeks, and where else did we play for? Anyway, I got word that they were taking Joe King, who was in the play Broadway in the Chicago company, transferring him to New York to play in the Royal Family. So the same role that I was playing in the South, I replaced him in Chicago. And as I walked through the stage door, which was the latter part of 1927, early part of 28, I don't exactly recall, this gal walked through the stage door at the same time. She'd been also sent out, but from the New York company, to replace a girl in the Chicago company who had gotten a better engagement or something. So I took one look at her, especially as I say in the book, I took one look at those beautiful gams, and that was for me, and that's all those years ago, and it took me nearly 4 years to catch her. We were married, and after Howard Hughes brought me to California, we're married 40 years. We'll be married 41 years next January.
41 years.
And strangely enough, in this play that we're doing now, there's a line in it, and it's a repetitive line. It's we have one of those domestic quarrels apropos of not going to Paris. And that's the significance of the title, and I say, trying to make up with her. I say, I play this as an Irishman, strangely enough.
Pat O'Brien as an Irishman?
Well, I'm going to explain that to you later. Why? I mean, because obviously with the brogue, and I say, I see you wearing my favorite bathrobe. And she said, I guess you didn't hear me. I'm not going, Daniel. I'm not going to you. And besides, it isn't a bathrobe. It's a hostess gown. Well, whatever it is, I like it. There's only one thing, it does cover up those gorgeous legs of yours. And we're going back over 40 years. Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Still have those gorgeous gams. So, strangely enough, in the play Broadway, I fell in love with my wife. I'm sorry. To clarify what I said in the beginning, the connotation of this play in its entirety and how we approached it. We were playing in New England on that summer circuit last summer. We're doing the same play we'd done here, Me and Thee. So we're playing in Skowhegan, and a playwright came by, and he had a play. And he asked me to read it, and asked if we would do it the following year, which is now the lesson year. So I read it, and then I said, well, you're in New York, we're going to have to, we close here, we go to Nyack. Well, he said, I'll come up, and he'd seen the play in Skowhegan and wanted to know if we wouldn't do it. Came to Nyack, asked if I'd read the play, and I said, yes. And I said, I loved it for us, because it's very suitable to my wife and daughter, but I said, it would be quite impossible to play it as you've written it, because it has a very definite Semitic connotation. It's a Jewish play. Sam Levine and Molly Picon played it on Broadway.
Oh. And
I said, if you wouldn't mind, if I would change your character to an Irishman and let the rest of the characters, play it straight and hatty, it's without utilizing any dialect or anything, is obviously a Jewish gal and is my wife's closest friend in the play. Which is pretty true to life anyway, because the closest friend at home was a Jewish gal. So he said, well, I don't care. And he said, so all we did, with his permission, we didn't change one iota. Changed the rhythm, some of the Jewish idioms, the cadence. But in context, not one thing, he could play it in Chinese. So he came last week, a week ago Saturday. He came up from New York to see it, and he was so happy.
This is the author, Richard Seff.
That's right. Richard Seff.
And the play is Paris is Out.
Paris is Out. And it works, the change in the and the racial connotation doesn't mean one thing. It's of course, the Jewish people and the Irish people, or the Catholics particularly, have so much in common, even ecclesiastically. You know, we took a lot of the Jewish ritual, incorporated the Catholicism into the Mass and everything. So the whole thing works beautifully, and as a consequence, it's become a great word-of-mouth production, which definitely actuates, or is a great impetus for business, more so than the advertising. Because the greatest advertising in the world, nobody knows better than yourself, is when it's locally expounded by people who've seen it.
Word of mouth, best kind of... well, people can get up and out to Drury Lane and see Pat and Eloise and Bridget O'Brien in a Jewish play with Irish accents all through it. I think that'll be fun.
No, you must qualify that. No, mine is the only Irish accent.
Oh, everyone else is
straight. Completely straight. Oh, no, I wasn't trying to emulate O'Casey. You're saying Yeats. In other words, I wasn't trying to bring the Abbey from Dublin to Chicago.
Let's go back to those early days of acting on the stage. You're a good friend of yours, according to your great book, The Wind at My Back, was a fellow by the name of Spencer Tracy, and you went to acting school together.
Went to parochial school together.
Parochial?
12 years old. In Milwaukee, where we were both born and raised, and we enlisted together in 1917, the First World War. And when the war was over, we came back and finished high school in our uniforms. And then he went to Ripon College in Wisconsin, and I went to Marquette University, Jesuit. And we didn't finish because there was a law passed, I guess you'd call it the first GI Bill, but it was each state passed their own particular law within the state itself. Wisconsin would give you $10 for every month you'd served, or $30 a month in a college of your choice. Well, we set forth to prove that there wasn't any college or university in Wisconsin that had any course at that time, which was in 1919, after the war, that taught that exclusively taught drama. None of them. They might have had maybe one class or something where you studied dramatics or phonetics or something like that. So we chose to go to New York, and the legislature or whatever agreed, and we both went to the American Academy of Dramatic Art. And when we left there, and we set forth, and our first job, that was while we were going to school in New York, was in RUR. It was a drama written by Kapek. I believe he was Hungarian or Czech, I don't know, a great playwright. And he also wrote the Insect Story, I think it was called. And we both played Rubbits in it. RUR's translation is as Rossum's Universal Rubbits. And after a few weeks, he got one line to read, and we started at $15 a week, and I quit at $15 too. But he got a one line, and they raised his salary to $25. But I stayed at $15 because I never did get a line. So we stayed, and then until the play closed, and of course school was over, then we set forth on our individual paths for hopes of the pot of gold, and played in all the various stock companies around the country. And finally you achieve, what you set forth to accomplish, and that's Broadway. And he was the first to come to Hollywood of our group. No, Cagney was. Cagney was doing a play with Joan Blondell by George Kelly, Grace Kelly's uncle, called Maggie the Magnificent. He was one of the great playwrights of his day. He wrote The Show Off, which Helen Hayes played here just a couple of years ago. Cagney was the first to go. Well, Gleason, actually, he'd come.
James Gleason.
Yeah, he came out during the silent pictures. See, none of us had ever done a silent picture, Spence or Jimmy or myself, or Bellamy or Oberman or Morgan. Oberman, I think, and Morgan did, Frank. Yeah, they'd done several. They had it on us a little in mileage, too, age-wise. Well, anyway, Spence did a wonderful play, and I went to the opening. I'll never forget it. Sat up in the gallery because I was broke. He took 16 curtain calls, the last mile. And John Ford brought him out to in my book, The Greatest Director. He and Capra and who else would I say? I'll get into that later. Great directors. Brought him to Hollywood to play in a picture. I don't recall it, but the juvenile in it was Bogart, Humphrey Bogart, and that was Spence's first picture. And he came back, and the last mile continued with Alan Jenkins, I think, who was in the cast and was an understudy, played it while Spence was doing the picture. Mm-hmm. Then when I went to Chicago, Tommy Mitchell played the role. So he only did that one picture, and he came back and finished it, but he had a contract with Fox to return because even though the picture wasn't a big hit, and then he was under contract with Fox, I don't know, 3 years, and Thalberg saw this great exciting talent that this man had, who could do anything from light comedy to farce to drama, low comedy. You do pratfalls if you asked anything. Mm-hmm. So Thalberg bought his contract, and I was the third of the group. Frank McHugh had preceded all of us, as I say, with the others. And I came when I was rehearsing in a play with Herbert Marshall and Zita Johann, and Tomorrow and Tomorrow by Philip Barry. Quote Shakespeare, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. And strangely enough, the man who replaced me was Tony Perkins' father, Osgood Perkins.
Osgood Perkins.
Yeah. Howard Hughes bought my contract from Gilbert Miller for $10,000, of which naturally I didn't get any, and brought me to California. It was my first trip to California, my first trip anywhere, I guess, outside of Milwaukee. And, you know, on the road, I mean, contractually.
Well, how did Howard Hughes operate this? Did he call you up, or did he talk to you directly?
His man in New York called me and said that what had happened was I was doing a play called The Up and Up at the Biltmore Theater, in which Sam Levine, Percy Kilbride, and Dorothy Stickney playing, Howard Lindsay's wife, who was co-author of many great plays, including State of the Union, Sound of Music. And Hearst, who used to take a group of Hollywoodians to Europe every year for a vacation, and didn't cost them a quarter, and they would spend a week in New York and go to all the theaters. And they had purchased a block of tickets for the play across the street, which was Connolly's play, you know, the all-Negro play at the Mansfield. Oh, they made a picture of it. Sensational play. Won the Pulitzer Prize.
I can't think either.
All-Negro play about heaven and all the biblical characters, and they were all Negroes. Oh, it's a beautiful play, and the picture was beautiful.
Green
Pastures.
Green Pastures.
Yeah. Green Pastures. I'll always remember the wonderful telegram that Ring Lardner sent Mark Connolly. The theater had been closed for a long time, and of course, in the parlance of the theater, you know, it's equivalent. When I tell you, he sent him a telegram. The opening, the reviews were wonderful, and he said, "Here's hoping the Mansfield stays dark for a year."
The reverse all the time.
Well, we always say the theater's closed, it's dark, you know. Mm-hmm. And because of its black connotation, it was a pretty brilliant telegram. And it could have played as long as, you know, it wanted to. And, brilliant acting, everybody in the play. And some, you wonder why they didn't go on, probably today, when they're, you know, getting breaks that they deserved in the arts. Probably everybody in that cast would have gone on. Because I'm talking now, this is over 40 years ago. So, I'm getting away from my story. So they didn't have enough tickets to go around. They weren't short. So Milestone, who's the director in Hollywood, said, place is sold out, forget it. I'll go across the street and see what's over there, and we'll all meet after the show. And he looked up at the marquee and didn't know anybody on it. I probably knew Dorothy Stickney, but didn't know who Pat O'Brien was. And so anyway, I went across the street. He said, you got a ticket for the matinee? And the guy said, yeah. And well, in the play, the character I played was a bookmaker who talked with a great rapidity and accelerated dialogue and all right, you can lay this horse off, then we're going to go and play in Belmont, and somebody going me out with that aqueduct. You know, it's like an auctioneer. Well, the character in front page, which Hughes had just purchased, the character of Hildy Johnson, had a great similarity because he talked on two phones simultaneously, which I did in the play, only in the bookmaking contest. So Millie called Howard Hughes, because he was the direct front page, and said, I saw some young fellow in this play, and I didn't even make a test.
No screen test at all?
Nothing. Bought me just, it was a pig in a poke. And away I went. And, of course, it was really a case of mistaken identity, because in the meantime he'd called them, and then they called me at the Lambs Club, Howard Hughes' representative. And I was rehearsing by that time that, months. They didn't call me for months. I didn't know he was at the play. He didn't come back and congratulate me or anything. And I got this call because Up and Up had closed, and I went on into rehearsal for Gilbert Miller in this other play, Tomorrow. And all of a sudden, one evening in the Lambs Club, about dinner time, I got a call and said, Howard Hughes producing front page, and you played front page, didn't you? And I said, yes. And that's all they want to know. Now, they didn't ask me whether I'd played it on Broadway, and they didn't ask me what role I'd played. Well, the contracts were drawn up within 24 hours after Miller agreed to sell my contract if he got Oscar Perkins for the role that was up in New England. Everything worked out beautifully. So I had them put into the contract that Houston, he didn't care. As a matter of fact, I could have gotten $100,000 if I wanted that, but I didn't know Howard Hughes from Chief Justice Hughes. I didn't really, because this is, again, as I say, it's over 40 years ago. And so I had him put in the contract, and there was no beef at all that I was engaged to a girl and that she should be brought to Hollywood, because so they did. They put it in there. She came to Hollywood, and we were married. And so Millie wanted to rehearse the picture like you do in the theater, because he had a lot of people from the theater in it. Walter Catlett, Frank McHugh, Edward Everett Horton, Louis Walheim, who started out and died on the picture. And then Monroe took over. Died during rehearsal.
Adolphe Monroe.
No, Walheim died during the rehearsal.
And then Adolphe Monroe took over, right.
So we rehearsed about a week, and he said, Patty, what did you do when you went to the desk? And those within the sound of my voice who know front page realize about what I'm speaking. When you carried the murderer over to the desk, I said, I didn't carry him over there because I never played this part. Well, he said, they told me that they called you in New York. I said, they did. Well, he said, you told me. I said, no. Millie, all they asked me was, did you play in front page? I said, I did. I said, I happened to have played it in a stock company in Cleveland, Ohio, and I didn't play Hildy Johnson. I played the managing editor. And he blew his stack, and he went, well, I said, I'm sorry, Millie, I got a contract, and that was it. And he said, well, maybe the picture will work out. It worked out, and how lucky can you get? Your first picture? It was a smash.
It was great. It was a smash. And we'd like to keep talking about your great movie career, and we'll continue this.
One thing before I forget it, because while we're on the subject, Columbia bought the rights to it, remade the picture, called it My Girl Friday, and you know who played my part? Rosalind Russell.
Roz Russell. Pat O'Brien was replaced by Roz Russell in the remake. And we'll be back after this word. We're back at the Drury Lane Theater with our guest today on Those Were the Days, Pat O'Brien. Pat O'Brien, when you went to Hollywood for the role of Hildy Johnson in the front page, that was a pretty interesting thing to get a starring role immediately And zing, your film career was right off the ground. No, none of this apprenticeship, I guess, as in the B films and things like that. You had your training on Broadway.
That's right. And in those, excuse me, I guess the only way to make a comparison of values, if that's the way to phrase it, in all those years that I've been out there, no matter what I've done, my name has never been off the marquee, which is pretty fair for a kid that started as a young man of 31, and now here I am, 71.
Just the same as the year.
Yeah, I'm always the age of the year. I was born in 1899, and my boyhood friend, pal, was born in 1900. He was 6 months younger than I am, Spence.
Well, you must have been operating on daylight saving time all these years, because you don't look like you're 71.
Thank you. Bogey was born the same year I was. Cagney was born. We're strange. We were all born within a year or so of each other. The only baby of our group, and I think he was maybe 4 years or 3 years younger, and that's Bellamy.
Mm-hmm.
And Gargan.
Well, you all came together in New York then.
That's right. We all met.
Well, what did you when you weren't working on the stage, or you weren't, well, maybe when you were meeting at the Lambs Club or the Players, what did you guys do? What did young fellas, Pat O'Brien and Humphrey Bogart, James Cagney and Ralph Bellamy,
kept looking for work, and we didn't wait for the phone to ring, do anything. Go to any stock company. There weren't any commercials in those days, Mostly sit around like a lot of old broads, I guess, talking and gossiping, And with high hopes, we all thought that someday we'd make it.
Did you ever dream that you would all be somewhere involved? I guess every one of you was Warner Brothers, weren't you?
It was quite
one time or another.
All except Overman and Morgan, Frank Morgan.
He was with MGM.
And Bellamy. Morgan was with MGM. Overman was with Paramount. Bellamy was with Columbia for a while, but I think mostly a freelancer. Bill Frawley, he'd never been under contract, but he was for years in with Desi. He played the brother-in-law.
Oh, yeah. Fred Mertz.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a part of the group. And as a matter of fact, Capra mentions in the book the Irish Mafia with Spence Tracy, Overman, Cagney, Pat O'Brien. Bogey was never a member of that group. Bogey was a little different than all of us. He wasn't the easiest guy to know, but if you did know him, you always had a deep affection for him and a great respect for his artistry and achievements. But, in the club, and we weren't all members. Jimmy was never a joiner, so we didn't spend that much time in the Lambs. It'd probably be at some inexpensive restaurant like the Blue Ribbon or something, where you could go in and order a glass of beer and eat a lot of bread. Until they got on, they didn't put any bread on the table. But they were wonderful days, and of course I never go on the wonderful days. They were great to talk about, but hell, it's going to be great days tomorrow. It's great today, just sitting here talking with you. What can be greater? Let's put it in one sentence that Eddie Robinson had in a play years ago. It's great to be alive.
Absolutely. And I'll answer the question. Nothing could be greater than being here chatting with you today.
Well, thank you. No, you look around and you've got to count your blessings when you see the people that are immersed in suffering and everything. And I was in Vietnam just a year and a half ago. I have a son over there. We have a son. Second tour of duty. And I spent a lot of time when I wasn't entertaining going around the hospitals. And I remember up in right out of Saigon and going into this hospital. They brought a kid in from Birmingham, colored boy, about 19. He'd stepped on a mine. Both legs had been blown off and part of his face gone. The guy looked at me. They'd given him a couple of injections. And he said, and they said, this is Pat O'Brien. I said, hey, man, you come all the way over here to say hello to us? And he passed out again. And I often wondered whether he ever lived through it. I didn't get his name, but it was, it was a shocker. And this dear little fellow, that was what he was thinking of, that somebody else had made a sacrifice. And he's the guy that had made the sacrifice. And I miss seeing my son over there because he was flying in some other. But he's over there now.
Well, you did a lot of entertaining overseas and even at home, too, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
During,
we were over in the
World War
CPI, China, Burma, India, Africa, Persia.
Flying the hump.
Yes, which very few actors did. That's one thing I've got on Bob Hope. He never flew the hump. With all the entertaining he's done, it was probably the greatest of them all as far as expending his time. See, the actors that flew the hump, I think the first to fly it was Joey Brown. And then Paulette Goddard, Ann Sheridan, Bill Gargan, Keenan Wynn.
Uh-huh.
And then we had a group of 6, Jinx Falkenberg, and Jimmy Dodd and his wife, Terry Brown, and Betty Eaton and myself.
Isn't there a story about where you were really in there only, 25 miles from where the fighting was, and it was a blackout, and they had the GIs on the floor holding candles or something?
Yeah, they were the human footlights. They held the candles, and the booming and the Japanese were advancing all the time. They were, I don't know how many kilometers away, but not too far. And General Chenault flew us out the next day into Chungking, and then the demolition squad stayed over and blew up the field, which was an $80 million airfield, ours. Oh, we had some very exciting experiences over there, and looking back, in retrospect, you say, you wonder, you're in the first war, and what the hell you were doing over there, and then you look around those kids, wondering. Some of them been over there for 3-4 years, and it was even worse than Vietnam from a standpoint of loneliness, because it was the filth that they had to endure over there, and of course loneliness is something that there's no medicine for it, and of course Vietnam is worse because of its continuation. It's like the 100-Year War or something. But it was wonderful, and we did a lot of entertaining over here, and then of course I went into the Caribbean the first year of the war, and the French Guiana, British Guiana, and Dutch Guiana. Played within 30 miles of Devil's Island, which was exciting, all through that cannibal country. I was playing there in Lent. They weren't eating anybody.
Say, in the early days of your screen career, Pat O'Brien, you had a role in a film at MGM, a film called Flying High. It was a Bert Lahr picture. And
that was his first picture.
His first picture. And it was about your third, I guess, or third picture, something like that. Irving Thalberg was the wonder boy, I guess, of
nobody's
MGM.
ever touched him since. Great genius of all time. Young man. Oh, you mean about going into...
How did you get your role in that picture?
Well,
your agent was negotiating?
Joyce Selznick, Myron Selznick, and he sent his partner in with me, and he said, no matter what happens with Frank, do whatever he tells you. So we rolled up there in his Rolls Royce, Frank's Rolls Royce, to MGM. And he said, now remember, no matter what he says. Now in the front page, my salary to start was $750 a week, which was a lot of money in those days, 1931. And I'd been receiving $350 on Broadway, which is a lot of money on Broadway. So when we went in there, and with the great God Thalberg, although he never acted that role, he was a very humble and charming guy. I just loved him. So I just sat there, and he asked for $1,750 a week for me to play, and he didn't tell me what he was going to ask for. And I went into shock sitting in Thalberg's office. I'm sitting like over there, and Thalberg is where you are, and Joyce is where I am. And Thalberg went into shock, too. Well, he said, there's no secret about, we know all their salaries, their dues. He said, maybe if you ask for, by that time my salary had gone to $1,500. I'd been there, 6 months or something for Howard. And he said, but it hadn't gone to $1,500 yet. It was maybe in 2 months. So I'm still on the $750 payroll. Thalberg said, you're out of your mind, you don't even double it. You go $250 over that. Well, that's our asking price. We want a 3-week guarantee at $1,750. Well, if they'd said 1,000, it'd been kind of shivery with a 3-week year. It'd have been fine for me, $3,000 because it's always a lot of money in those days. It's a lot of money today, let's face it, with taxes. So I just sat there, and I'm developing a penitentiary pallor all along the way. So I said, that was it. And he went on, he said, oh, no, that's so. Get up, I'm sorry. We walked out, and we got halfway down the corridor, and Eddie Mannix, God have mercy on him, he's gone now too, rushed out, and he says, you crazy Irish so-and-so. He said, you realize you're in a job to work at that? I said, well, talk to my guy here. Frank said, that's it. And then we got just to the door going out of the corridor. Mannix had his instructions, let him go as far. All right, come back. We got in. Thalberg just shook his wisdom and genius, Jewish crown, and said, so he capitulated or succumbed to the offer. And I signed for 3 weeks of $1,750, and it ran 11 weeks.
11 weeks. You really hit him good for that one.
Yeah, they didn't know that in those days. See, well, Guy Kibbe was in that picture. And I can't remember, Charlie Wininger was in it. I don't remember the girl. The girl wasn't too important a role because Burt was the one that was truly starting, and he was one of the all-time great comedians.
After Flying High in 1931, you were over at Universal from MGM and freelancing. You filmed a movie called Airmail, and didn't an incident during the filming of that picture appear in Ripley's Believe It or Not?
It sure did. It was in the early days of, not early days of flying, but 31, it wasn't as highly developed as it is now, but standpoint of aircraft, and of course the picture was directed by my guy I think is the greatest director of all time, John Ford. So we had a scene where Ralph Bellamy was lost in the mountains, and I, as a compatriot flyer, was going to look for him. They said it was impossible, that he was lost, and what's the use? And so I walked to the microphone with all the newspaper people and put a bird into the microphone and jump in my plane and take off. So Ford, who chews handkerchiefs when he's, the tension is high and everything, and he said, geez, it'd be great if you could take this off the ground yourself. And I looked at him like, I was going to, like he was a madman, I said, what are you, daft or something? I said, I'd never been in a plane, which I hadn't. This is in 31. You can take it off the ground. So the trick flyer in those days was Paul Mance. He flew a lot of the trick flying for the pictures that Jimmy and I did in Devil Dogs of the Air, and then Here Comes the Navy, and other pictures, Ceiling Zero. So he comes over and he says to John Ford, he said, this could, we could create this illusion very easily. He said, let Pat jump into the plane as the camera is grinding, and it was a 2-cockpit plane. That's one of those chicken coops. And he said, I will be lying face down, and I will give it while I'm on my face in the front cockpit. We'll give it the gun, and it looks from your camera lens, Pat is sitting up as we take off, like Pat will simulate the action like he took the plane off. Then we get airborne, I come up and take the plane, and we'll fly around Alhambra Airfield where we did it, and then come back. Well, you're young, and you're not only that, there's a lot of people there, and you want to show off. You want to be a hero. So I said, all right. I was scared stiff, but I did it. And once I was airborne, it was a huge adventure for me. And Paul Mance turned around and smiled, and we circled the field a couple of times, and Zoom came in, and there was a long silence, a lot of applause, and because I think it had gotten around that I'd never been in a plane.
From the crew
and a lot of extras, hundreds of them, and people who'd, spectators. So Ford chews the handkerchief a while, and he says, we've got to do one for protection. I don't know whether this... by this time I didn't care, It's like a paratrooper says, hell with the first jump, it's the second one. But it was worked in reverse with me. I gotta get in there. I had a young colored fellow working for us at the time. Eddie, his name was. Nicest little guy. Willie, I'm sorry. He's passed away. He was like one of the family. He knew that I'd never been in a plane. And this is I heard later, of course. And as the plane takes off, the first time, he looks up at the plane and looks at me getting into the plane and turns to some guy next to him. He says, "Uh-oh, there goes my job."
Well, you did a good job with that.
So Ripley had in his column, you remember he used to have a Believe It or Not?
Sure.
Believe it or not, Pat O'Brien took a plane off the ground and had never been in an airship in his life. And then in the caption he explained what had happened.
And you're just happy that the backup pilot there
didn't
have a heart attack while you were up in the air.
And then when I found Bellamy, as I recall, he had, I think he burned to death in the crash or something. He just got there and I had to shoot him or something. I forget. It was really weird.
In the story.
But it was a good picture. It was one of and the girl in it, never heard from her since. She's an English actress, Lillian Bond. But Slim Somerville was in it, and he's gone. Frankie Albertson was in it. He's gone. And but it's the only test I ever made in my life, and I was infuriated. I made big man. I made 3 pictures. Now I don't want to make a test. But Myron Selznick says, "Well, don't be an idiot. You're working for the greatest director in the business." So I made the test for him, only because it was, the Jack Ford image. And he told me later, he said, "You didn't have to make a test." But I just wanted to hear what your reaction was, and I figured you'd say that, so I said, "Let me make the test anyway." But he said, "You'd have gotten the role anyway."
When did you join the Warner Brothers
32.
Right after this, right at this time, I guess.
Well, no, I made a picture with Betty Davis, a independent picture, to which she refers in her book as one of the worst things she's ever done, which she was right. One of the worst things I've ever done, so we're making a dead heat. And then, strangely enough, the first picture I made at Warner's was with Betty Davis. It was called Bureau of Missing Persons. She didn't like that too much either. But I didn't care because it was my first picture, and she's with Betty. Then I made another independent picture with Louis Calhern and Mary Bryan, who had been my leading lady in Front Page. Oh, and then I did a picture with Carol Lombard at Columbia, Virtue. And then I did a picture with Genevieve Tobin called Hollywood Speaks. And then I think I went to Warner's. It's a long time.
Warner Brothers, you played all different kinds of characters there, from priests to lawmen to gangsters, I guess.
Don't forget, football coach.
Football coach. Oh, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that.
Yeah, just played a diversified group of people.
Warner's really had a reputation for turning out the the gangster films in the 30s. They really did a lot of them, and
they were the best too.
They sure were. They sure
rough,
were.
tough pictures, and of course, Jimmy's first great picture, Public Enemy, which incidentally Gene Harlow was in, and then of course Eddie Robinson's Wonderful Little Caesar, and then Paul Muni's The Chain Gang, and there were so many of them.
Warner Brothers had their own arsenal of weapons, I think, didn't they?
Well, they did.
A whole business.
A regular warehouse.
In your book, The Wind at My Back, you mentioned something about a military man being on the set one day and wondering why the Warner Brothers machine guns didn't jam.
Yeah. See, that book was for... That's true. It was a picture we were doing with Armstrong and I called G-Men and his... It was the G-Men. And Warner came down and explained that. What was it? You just read the book. I read it, and I wrote it, but it was...
Well, he said something about he couldn't understand why the Warner Brothers Tommy guns didn't jam, and Jack Warner, I guess, came down and explained that they modified the machine gun because they couldn't think of having a machine gun jam in a Warner Brothers picture, and this fella from the service took one of these things, and the government adopted that modification so that...
Yeah, that's right, and I think he went to work for Warner's in particular special effects, and they were always searching for some new gadgets. not to benefit society as much as to benefit Brothers Warner. And sometimes it worked, and this was one of the times.
They even had a man who spent 50 years in and out of jail as a technical advisor on some.
So I got him that job.
You got him the job?
Yeah, it was on San Quentin with Humphrey Bogart and Ann Sheridan. His real name was Kelly. He was a professional pickpocket, or a dip, or cannon, which is the name for them, actually. C-double-N-O-N is a pickpocket. Doc Stone. And there was an amazing thing happened. And those days, some of those guys were on the hop pretty good too, on the junk. And a lot of them were cocaine sniffers. They used to call it nose candy. So I got him a job. We got $300 a week. I said, he just gotten out of the Bastille. San Quentin, I forget. Another pickpocket rap. He didn't have to serve too much, He was a steady customer. He was a boarder, of the state. And I guess, so I was in the Brown Derby one day, and I was telling Bob Cobb, who owned the Derby, God have mercy on him, he's gone now too. I said, I got a great spot for some guy. And of course the director says, why don't you get one of your ex-con friends? I said, what do you mean my ex-con friends? They go, all my pals are convicts. Well, I knew a few guys that had served, some of them right here in Chicago. Which is about them in my book. Mm-hmm. So I was telling Bob, he said, what about Doc Stone? He says, he'll be in here in a while. He comes in, steals some cigars here every once in a while. Well, he didn't come in that day, so I tried the next day, and sure enough, there's Doc. I met him, and I told him, I said, it's a job, I have your name on the chair, and all you got to do is give us, the director, ostensibly, and tell him what happens in Stir, in the prison. Well, he leaped at it like a trout up a stream. Uh-huh. So they engaged him, and he got $300 a week for just sitting there, and he was there for 2 weeks as technical director, pictures. And one day, didn't show up on time, and the noon went by, and so Bacon turns to me and says, they're your friends. I said, listen, you're the one that asked for him. And I said, I'm not too concerned about it. He'll be here. Well, he came in around 3 o'clock. And as I say, we're doing a prison picture, San Quentin. So I came on and said, what the hell? They said, Doc, you crazy? I said, Bacon is raising the studio roof. You're late. And he says, first time I was late. And I said, yeah, but... He says, what's the matter? Was there a beef? Well, I said, Bacon's pretty stormy right about now. So what he says, I can't repeat on the air. Prefacing what he said. And he said, so-and-so, he said, if they say anything, I'll go over the wall.
Over the wall at Warner Brothers. Yeah. Even the technical advisors.
So that query and answer I've told all around the world. Some places on the continent they don't know about Over the Wall, but I think most people do. I've read enough gangster books.
How many times did you play a priest?
Well, let me see. The first time I played was Father Duffy in the Fighting 69th. Then I played the Fighting Father Dunn. And then I played the priest with Mickey Rooney in Fireball, which was just here on the screen in Chicago last week. And then in several TV productions. Mm-hmm. So I would say, let me see, that's 4. I'd say about 8 times.
About 8 times altogether.
Enough to qualify me to hear confession.
Well, maybe we'll hear a confession after we take a break for this word from one of our sponsors. Back with our guest Pat O'Brien this afternoon on Those Were the Days, reminiscing about some great days in Hollywood and a magnificent career. Pat O'Brien, the late 30s and the early 40s, brought some wonderful films for you and for everyone who went to the movies. In the late 30s, you did The Fighting 69th, starring as Father Duffy with George Brent and James Cagney. And then 1940 was a great film, a film which has become one of the greatest football stories of all time. You starred as Knute Rockne, All-American. How did you get the role as Knute Rockne? Were you selected for the part, or did you try to get it, or just how did you become Knute Rockne?
No, I didn't try to get it. I think the first one who was a producer at the time at Warner's who suggested it to Warner, that casting, was Mark Hellinger. And the knowing of my great affinity for the sporting world and every sport there is, I guess, except polo, which I can never afford to play. And, well, I guess Jack was a pretty good listener where Mark Hellinger was concerned. And it was no contest, except that I had to get the okay of Mrs. Rockney.
Mm-hmm.
So we made, not tests, but photographic tests in various wigs and makeup, which took 3 hours every morning. And she came on from South Bend to discuss the picture, and we met her, and she okayed the pictures without any comment, she definitely. And went back to South Bend, came back a week later, and lived with us as our house guest. And then she left, and then before the picture, Eloise, my wife, and I went to South Bend and lived with the Rockneys in order that I might assimilate as best I could or absorb his various, through their media and for the family telling me, his gestures, his voice intonations, his idiosyncrasies, and all of the various things that you could conjure up. You didn't have to care. They were there, but their veracity being emphasized by his own family. And I will say to my dying day that were it not for the immeasurable aid of his beloved widow Bonnie, I never would have dared attempt the characterization.
And was she satisfied with your portrayal?
So much so that the first scene that I played, she was on the set. And we didn't shoot in continuity.
Mm-hmm.
The first scene we shot was an interior, and it was a scene where... Have you seen the picture?
Yes, sure.
It's a scene in the president's office where Rock says that he is not going to continue his schooling. He could have been a great chemist, you know, and he was the one that was one of the first discoverers of synthetic rubber. And he said no, that he had decided to make his life football. And we had this old wonderful German actor with us, and who said, football, colute, football, and you could be one of the great teachers and professors of the world, football, huh? And ridiculed the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And excuse me, the completion of his little argument against it, I said, well, more than that, I'm in love with the girl. And I proceeded to tell how much I adored this girl, and she was also in my line of thinking. I believe that's what I should follow as my career, vocation, avocation, whatever terminology you want to utilize. So she watched the scene and said, cut, and I came over and knelt beside her chair and looked up at her with, you know, hopes of approbation, whatever you want to say. And she looked at me and patted me on the head, and she said, Patty, I could have closed my eyes and thought you were making love to me. And I knew I had it made. It was a wonderful, exciting experience of sentiment and genuine response from Miss Willow.
Well, your love for the role certainly came through on the screen. No question about it. As a matter of fact, didn't you? You didn't use a double for.
No, I was 40 years old, and I did everything from the blocking, tackling, and passing, and receiving. And I have a couple of pictures. Well, one's in my book where I'm 3 feet off the ground punting. This illustration is in the book, and of course the extras and the young fellows were people who later went on to. One of them was Mike Kragovich. One of them was Rosenberg, who produced great pictures like the remaking of Mutiny on the Bounty, which I don't think he's too proud of, but I mean he made a lot of others. And all these college kids, and I was in there at 40 years of age, racing up and down the field with them, and it wasn't, of course, I'd played football at Marquette University, and so even after 20 years, I'd still, played it along with my kids at home in the yard, and I hadn't done much blocking or tackling in the play, but now I did, and there it is for man and boy to view on the screen, even as we're sitting here, because they run it every football season, sometimes out of season.
Did Ronald Reagan, who played George Gipp in the film Didn't you have something to do with his getting that role in the picture?
Oh, I guess everything. He had done one picture I remember that we were together, and it was Cowboy from Brooklyn, one of the wild farces. He played a reporter in it with a lot of other fellas, but he was under contract, and he knew that Rockney had been cast. It'd be months before they shot the picture, publicity-wise, it had gone around the country, the world probably, because Rockney was world-renowned. And he said to me, "Mr. Bryan, who's going to play the part of the Gipper?" Which was such a great figure in the picture. Well, I said, "I don't know. I don't think it's been cast. The picture hasn't been cast at all, honey." And he said, "Sure would like to play it." So we got talking about his background, and I went to Warner. And I told him, I said, there's a kid who got under contract here. And I said, it's more than a lot of actors. This kid knows his way around. I've watched him at noontime. He throws the football around and I said he'd be why don't you give him a test? Play the game. He said he's a radio announcer we got from Des Moines, Iowa. I said, well, you signed him. You must have great hopes for his potential. I said, give him a whack at this and I'll read the lines for him. I'll do the same with the back of the camera. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't have to be reading his lines to a gobo or to an offstage electrician or something, or a script girl. So anyway, Jack did, or Hal Wallace was then the production manager. And that was it. He got the role, and as I said one night on Carson's show, the ironic part of it is he played the Gipper, and eventually became the governor of California. I played the title role, and I became the president of the Holy Name Society. I saw him a few weeks ago. I was up to Sacramento, and we had a nice visit. Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us quickly about I say quickly because I know you have to go. There was a good film with Ann Sheridan and James Cagney called Torrid Zone.
You know what they used to call it? Front page in the tropics.
You had a white suit.
You remember that? Yeah, a lot of rapid dialogue in it.
Sure.
Yeah, I love that picture. Anne was my leading lady. In so many pictures. And I just adored her. She was what a grand girl. Well, she was in Indianapolis Speedway. She was in San Quentin. She was in, these were pictures together. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The Making of O'Malley, The Great O'Malley. She said we better change that title, The Making of O'Malley. We'll have a little, which we laughed about many times. And Angels with Dirty Faces, she wasn't quite my leading lady because I played a priest in it, but she was in it. And Torrid Zone. Mm. And several pictures. Who else was in Torrid Zone? Wasn't Andy Devine in that?
Yeah, I think he was.
Yeah, Andy Devine was in it. And, a fellow who's been in semi-retirement, Jewish actor. Oh, he's great. Tobias.
George Tobias?
George Tobias. He was in it. And Jerome Cowan. Used to play great character roles. He was in it. And who directed? Bacon directed that too, I believe.
You hardly ever went on location with a Warner Brothers film, didn't you? Most of that stuff was done right out there in
one picture we did.
Burbank.
A couple that Oil for the Lamps of China, which was one of my favorite pictures. Mervyn Leroy directed. Oh yes, we went on location way up north in California for that. And then, we had some other... the picture with Henry Fonda and myself, Slim. We were way up northern California, the telephone picture over here, telephone workers. Fighting 69 was out on the ranch. G-Men was out on the ranch. That's one with Bob Armstrong. But most of them, you build them right on the stage, which has always been one of the amazing illusions of Hollywood, of course. Unless they do some rebuilding or something, Hollywood is a thing of the past. I mean, as far as the original. It's a jungle now that is made up mostly taken over by the new media, and it's rather a sad commentary on a place that gloried in such wonderful tinsel and carousel of joy and romance and abandon and happiness and camaraderie that was great in the 30s and 40s. That'll never come back. That's gone because you can't resurrect that kind of thing. And I do think that the pendulum is swinging back, and it's inevitable that we will make the type of pictures that a lot of people don't agree with me. I was on the Cup show the other night, and I think everybody on the show didn't like Love Story. And I don't necessarily have to agree with other people, and so I loved it. Loved every bit of it. Sure, it was a lot of Golden Bantam. It was scorn. It probably a soap opera, but it was done beautifully, and I liked it. I liked every bit of it. I didn't necessarily have to agree with a lot of people who should be nameless. But Frank Capra liked it, too. But I think it's coming back, and I think the obvious now is the sign. When you go in to see these pictures that are so, now, and to have all the nudity and the four-letter words, I don't object to nudity at all if it's pertinent to the context, you know, if it serves its purpose. But if you're doing it just to make a fast buck, if it becomes lascivious in its impact, what good is it? Of course, nudity was the greatest thing in the world at the Louvre or the Metropolitan. What is greater than the nudity? When those guys started to undress on the stage and on the screen, I said, forget it. Forget it. But I do think that it's coming back because a lot of the producers could have taken a couple of leaves out of Walt Disney's book, who made some great, wonderful pictures. And what's wrong with Gone with the Wind, which will never be, doesn't seem, it's like Babe Ruth's record. Records are made to be broken. Probably someday a picture will top it. But it's not going to be these pictures, which will be nameless, because I'm not going to hurt any producer or actor. They'll never top it. And Sound of Music won't be topped. And all you have to do is go back through the archives of the past and look at some of the greats. But I think they saw what was happening, that it was crumbling, the industry, the great dynasty. And here guys are going to rush in for a fast buck, and somebody who doesn't care about disrobing and who doesn't care about using, the four-letter word department. But what I started to say was when they start laughing, the audience, when that becomes ludicrous, and they laugh at the screen when it's supposed to be an obvious plot in a degree of a serious note. You know, it's like when they laughed at Khrushchev hitting the table with his shoe, who was supposed to be a great statesman.
Yeah.
Once you become ludicrous in the eyes of the public, that's the beginning of the end. And I think, as I said, to be repetitive, it's inevitable that it's going to come back, and we'll see some of the great pictures made again. And look at some of the wonderful pictures like Snake Pit. Madame Curie, the great picture that Muni won the award for, Pasteur,
Zola, he was in.
Zola, on down Yankee Doodle Dandy. I mean, the millions of dollars, plus the great beauty and the great adornment of artistry that was within their context. Olivia de Havilland winning the award for Snake Pit, which was a great demand on her prolific dramatic talent, and there's so many, you can go on and on. But they saw that here comes this enemy of their arch enemy coming in and taking over the TV media, which they better watch it too, or they'll go down the drain because everything has become so repetitious. Once a good plot comes out, then they're going to make 3, 4, 5 Doctor series. They're going to make 10 Bonanzas. And they're going to make 12 psychiatrist pictures. And that's the beginning of the end. So I think the smart picture people, Frank points this out in his book, I don't know when, but I think by the time when they'll finally come sneaking through and you'll see again the great panorama of wonderment of the celluloid.
You know, it is rare...
You sound like John Daly or something.
No, you sound like Pat O'Brien. It is rare that an actor has one great role that he is proud of and always will be remembered for. And yet, Pat O'Brien, you've had 3 great roles just to start. Father Duffy and Knute Rockne and Hildy Johnson. right through your career.
And also the Iron Major, which was a great football picture.
Yes, of
Frank
course.
Cavanaugh. And, well, outside of that, and without trying to be brash or saccharine, two pretty good roles in my life have been husband and father, which are pretty tough to top. Being married for 40 years to the same gal and having 4 wonderful children, 6 grandchildren. As I said in the beginning, there's no price tag on memories, and there's no price tag on a good family life.
And you're here in the Chicago area at Drury Lane with 2 members of your family.
That's right.
Your wife and daughter.
The youngest child.
Out here at Drury Lane in the comedy Paris is Out.
Paris is Out.
You're
my
going to
16th time working for Tony DeSantis, who is not one of the most visionary men in show business, but he saw the great potential in the round, along with what he's done for people who don't have to spend. A kid wants to take his gal out. He's dead today if he wants to go in the loop. See, the day go to dinner, $50 is gone right now, right?
Sure.
But Tony saw this great potential, and he's been, obviously and definitely been the greatest guy that I've ever worked for in the world of entertainment. The proof of it is, here I am for the 16th time, and that's something of not something, but it is a record for returning.
Well, I've seen you here on the stage at least 8 or 10 of those 16 times, and when I look around, I see so many of the same people that I may have seen at a Pat O'Brien show here years before. It's great. People love you, and they come to see you, and they're new faces and old faces, and you're just a great draw for the Drury Lane Theater. And actually what it is that Pat O'Brien is drawing his fans from, 52 years of show business.
Oh, I suppose, and it's a great joy because it's an ethnic group. They have all types come here, and it's wonderful. And if Chicago, of course, it's like old home week. Before I ever went to Hollywood, I played theaters here in Chicago, like I mentioned in the beginning, which is now a movie house, and then I played 3 theaters that are torn down. The Court Theater, which was Sport Herman's Theater, the Adelphi Theater, and the George M. Cohan Theater, and I played the Chicago Theater. I did a personal appearance there for a week back in 41. So Chicago, I have, I suppose, through the years built up a following, I hope, and I have so many friends here in Chicago from Mary Daly on down, because that annual parade is part of my...
That's right, you're always part of the St.
I had to miss it
Patrick's.
last year. I was in St. Paul. I was playing a nightclub there, Diamond Jim's, and there wasn't any way I could get here.
Pat O'Brien, a highlight of our career has been this chance to talk with you about so many highlights of your career. Before you go, would you be kind enough to recite that wonderful old Irish benediction, the one you use to open your book, and the one you usually use to close your performance here at Drury Lane every evening?
Well, Chuck, it's a translation from the Gaelic, and I was aided and abetted by Maureen O'Hara, who speaks beautiful Gaelic. Her name, incidentally, is Fitzsimon, is her real name. I met her parents in Dublin. So I took various notes of little toasts of blessings along the way, and she translated them for me, and then I put them all into one. And in its completeness is, may God sleep on your pillow. May he hold you in the hollow of his hand. May the roads rise up to meet you. Fair weather to your heels. May the wind be ever at your back. And may you all be a long time in heaven before the devil knows you're gone. God bless all of you, and you, Chuck.
Thank you, Pat O'Brien, and thanks for sharing your memories with us today on Those Were the Days.
Thank you.
Our subject today is movies and movie stars. And who can tell us more about the great golden age of Hollywood than our special guest this afternoon? He's a man who has spent most of his life in and around the glamour capital of the world. A man whose career began in vaudeville and continued and flourished on the Broadway stage, in motion pictures, where he appeared on the screen, and produced films for the screen, too, and for his own enjoyment. He's a man who starred on television and who is now starring between the covers of a brand new Doubleday book. We're speaking, of course, of Ken Murray, Movieland's great historian, keeper of the archives, and author of a beautiful new book about an amazing chapter in the legend of Hollywood. Ken Murray, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Chuck. I'm glad you invited me.
See, I spent a delightful time this week reading your book, The Golden Days of San Simeon. It's a great book. It's really terrific.
Thank you. Coming from a young man in his early 30s, I consider that a great compliment.
Oh, it's really a marvelous thing. And I know you've taken thousands of feet of film about that great spot, but of course this is radio now. So how would you like to give our listeners a word picture of the castle, the San Simeon, and the man who built it?
Well, probably the best way I could describe it, I'm sure the best way I could describe it, is to tell you that it is the most magnificent private dwelling ever imagined by any uncrowned mortal on the North American continent. I think probably that's the only way that I could describe it. It has, first of all, I'll tell you about what it contains, so that may give you a little bit. It has 38 bedrooms, 14 living rooms, sitting rooms, and 35 bathrooms. A total, and with the 3 guest houses, a total of 146 rooms in all. That's besides 2 swimming pools, 1 outdoors, 1 indoors, and a library and a refectory and an assembly hall and a movie theater, where incidentally some of my home movies that you mentioned are playing for the tourists. I put them in, gave them to Governor Reagan a year ago, Washington's birthday, and they've been playing in the theater for the tourists. They're on the regular tour for the last year and a half. We've placed over close to 700,000 people a year.
Wow! Now this was the private home, so to speak, of William Randolph Hearst.
It was a dream. He was a dreamer, you know. He was a dreamer. You know, Chuck, interviewer the other day on the coast of Vancouver or somebody said something to me, and it made things a lot easier, and I'm going to mention it to you. And he said, Ken, he said, you're the first biographer of Mr. Hearst that ever said anything nice about him. How come? You know, and I want to explain that why. You see, Mr. Hearst was one of the 10 most powerful Americans in the last 100 years, and a man has got to be many faceted to be one of the 10 most powerful men. Going to make a lot of enemies, going to make a lot of ruthless things to some people, it'll seem. But he also must have other sides to him. And nobody ever took the trouble, though they have mentioned it at times, but nobody ever took the trouble to really delve down. In the beginning of the book, if you remember, I said, I hope Mr. Hearst emerges from these pages as a human being.
He does.
That's the thing. I said, as having accepted his hospitality, you see. So what I did is I took Hearst the Host, and I did the story. It's the first book, you know, that's ever been done on the castle. Many books, about 200 books written on Mr. Hearst. But no one ever did it on the castle from the beginning. See, by putting the film in the castle, the state appointed me on a board called the California State Foundation, and I got access to pictures of the castle being built, which have never been printed before.
Which had become the property of the state.
Well, it is the property of the state. You see, yes, and they had, and you notice in the book we've got it the mountain before there was anything on it, and then slowly shows you building it, and the story of Julia Morgan, who would have been quite a woman's liberation figure at this time if she were alive. But here was a woman that started when she was 47 years old.
The architect.
The architect. She was the one architect, and also the interior decorator. See, that's what some people don't realize. I never heard that. She did both. I contacted her niece, who was still alive, and nephew in Berkeley, and they told me, and she did both. But what I did is I did the whole story, but the emphasis on it comes out, I think you'll agree, the man had a dream, and he never fulfilled it, as probably most dreams, I guess, are never fulfilled. I don't know. I feel some of mine is when I met my wife and I married her and been married 22 years and 2 kids. I certainly think a great portion of my dreams have been fulfilled of having a happy wedded life, with a family. But most dreams weren't. And he had what Mr. Hearst had, what J.P. Markin called an edifice complex, had a compulsion to build. You see, he had many other dwellings, He had a place in Wintoon, a beautiful place nestled in near the Rogue River. I think the Rogue River ran right through, almost through the living room. And Pogani did all these different houses, the Bear House, and with the cartoons and things. And then he had a castle in Scotland called St. Donat's. He never spent much time there. But San Simeon was the fulfillment, really. He was carrying on the tradition of beauty and culture that his mother had instilled in him from the time he was 11 years old, when she took him to Europe for the first time. Where incidentally he tried to buy Westminster Abbey.
He tried to buy it?
He tried to buy. He said to his mother, can't we buy that? I'd like to have it here. That's where he first got his idea to. And he was a very big man in every way, 6'4". I had a very amusing experience when I met him the first time. I'll never forget. I was never so embarrassed in my life. I didn't even put it in the book. Arthur Lake, a friend of mine, got to know the Hearst boys and ultimately married Marion Davies' niece, Pat Lake, and is still married, have a family. And he was a friend of mine. He said, and he knew that I liked to take home movies from the early 20s. And he said, Kenny, you got to come up and meet the chief. He's a wonderful man. And well, the name of William Randolph Hearst in the late 20s and early 30s put chills in down your spine. Why, I can't tell you, but there's no one like that now. But he was a powerful man, very, very frightening. So anyway, I that wasn't the main reason I went up. But when he told me there were movie stars there that I could take and send home to my folks, like I was sending them home, I left the projector at home. So we got up there. We went to a California Stanford football game. We were all going, and on the way up, he arranged through the castle and Mr. Hearst for us to be allowed in the gate. It's a 5-mile drive from the road, up to the castle. Had to go past the animals and all that. And we got there just about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and upstairs in the cloister suite, they had where they put the. He had a suite of a set of suites right on the second floor where most single men were put. And they were put double, If it was a double room, double baths. I mean, everything went first class. So at 7:30 we came downstairs to meet him. That was the only must at San Simeon, that you must be at 7:30, or he requests you to have that. And he'd come down from his Gothic suite in an elevator, in his private elevator, which I showed you in the book.
Yes.
I wrote in it, by the way, finally. Then we have a little social hour, and then you go into the refectory and have a wonderful, wonderful meal, just anything. Fantastic. No restaurant could be better if it's good. And very few is good. And then go into the theater and see a movie. See. But anyway, when we got there at 7:30, the place was filled with people. It was a weekend. See, the football games on every Saturday, and the place was filled. And this beautiful room, this refectory, is 84 feet long. It's 30 feet wide, 32 feet wide, and 20 feet high, and it has all these priceless paintings and silverware, statues, and.
We don't dare call it a dining room.
No, this is the assembly room.
The assembly.
This is where you met.
Oh, I see.
So I'm just telling you, that's where I met him.
Right,
then you go into the dining room.
I see.
That was the
refectory.
Yeah. So anyway, he had me by the arm like a little kid, and we're winding our way. I remember Irving Cobb was there. The Shah of Iran was there. Gable and Grant and Cooper, and I'm mentioning people that you would know, and then a lot of faces not quite identified because they were executives of Mr. Hearst. So anyway, this place was jammed, and he pulls me up, and finally I'm standing in front of this big man, this tall man. Now, you try to imagine that during the 30s, I don't know whether I just got to know all smaller people, but I've always been 6'1", I didn't meet many people that were taller than me.
Uh-huh.
I really didn't. It was an oddity if I met a person taller than me, because I even played basketball. I was a center, and fine. Now, where would I be now? I mean, a water boy or something, you know. I mean, a 6'1". It's ridiculous. So anyway, he got me over, and finally we're in front of Mr. Hearst. Now, here, if you can imagine, this luscious place, this grand, magnificent room. And he said, Mr. Hearst, I'd like you to meet my friend, Mr. Ken Murray. And Mr. Hearst said something, I don't remember what he said, but I said the stupidest thing. I said, Mr. Hearst, you sure got a nice place here. But I'll say one thing. He was very, very gracious, and he said, well, I'm glad you like it, and we're going to have a little tour a little bit later, and if you'd like to come along with us, I'd show you. So he took us he loved to show off the place. And it wasn't any ego trip or anything. He was just proud of San Simeon and wanted his guests to enjoy it to the full.
He wanted to share what he had.
He certainly
built,
did.
yeah.
And I'll tell you, that's a very interesting point. When I was putting the film in that day, there were some young people there, 19, 20, 18, a group of them. And after the film, you see, they were so impressed. They came over to me and said, you know, this is the only castle in the world. So we've been to Europe. And this is the only castle in the world where you can go in and see actual movies of the man who built the place, living there and entertaining his friends, you see. And I said to him, I said, you know, I'm quite surprised. Two things surprised me. First of all, that you're here, and second, that you like it. Because I thought, if one thing is certainly going to be gross establishment if I ever saw. So he said, no, we've been discussing, we were talking about it, and we don't feel that way at all. He said, many millionaires have more money than Hearst, but most of them, in fact, practically all of them, hand their fortunes down from generation to generation to their ancestors. And he said, but Mr. Hearst enjoyed his wealth, shared it with his friends, and then left it for future generations to enjoy as he did.
That reminds me of a line in your book. In the introduction to the book, you say that this is the story of a man and his money, not how he made it, but how he spent it.
And shared it with his friends.
And that's really great. That
That's
is wonderful. And what did George Bernard Shaw say when he saw the castle?
Well, I wasn't there. Cary Grant told me this. I mean, the first time that George Bernard Shaw saw San Simeon, he said that this is probably the way God would have done it if he'd had the money. And a wonderful line.
Beautiful, beautiful. We're going to talk more about the castle at San Simeon and the golden days of San Simeon and the golden days of Hollywood with Ken Murray, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Our guest today on Those Were the Days is Ken Murray, author of a beautiful new book about the golden days of San Simeon. And Hollywood and movie stars are the topic of conversation today on our weekly Saturday afternoon get-together. Ken Murray, what about William Randolph Hearst and his early days in the movies? He was a pioneer early in the game, wasn't he?
He certainly was. He had a great... Well, one of the things I liked about him, I'm sure that attracted me, is, you see, next year will be my 50th year in show business. My father was a comedian. And the fact that Mr. Hearst liked show business and show people so much, I think made me have an affection for him even more so than probably the average person, because he really did. He loved even home movies, you know. He loved to take home movies, and he loved to work in them, and he'd pose for you. Well, you know, in the book there, you got him kidding with, and also in the theater up there, the film, he's kidding with Marie Dressler, and they're, you know, they're having a ball. But he started, he was always interested in photography, I guess, since the first box camera he got. And in the early days, he had the money to buy, and he got the newest lenses and everything. And he was interested. And then when the talkies came in, he got interested in that, as he was in everything new and exciting. And he actually, the things he did, for one thing, he had the first newsreel that was ever made. He made, and it was Woodrow Wilson's inauguration in 1913. And that was the beginning of the Hearst Selig newsreel. They brought it and put it in a theater in New York, and it was such a sensation that they sent it around the country. And that was the beginning of the as I say, the Hearst Selig newsreel. And then he gained immortality of a sort by being the producer of The Perils of Pauline, which was
Pearl
Pearl white, yes.
Vaughn.
And he produced that. Now, of course, there was a method in this madness. He had a great feeling for the masses. And incidentally, it might be nice here to mention that Mr. Hearst got credit for being a yellow journalist and all that. But as you look, which I did a great deal of research about his papers, he was for the common man. No matter how you look at it, he was. No one could ever accuse him of using his papers as an instrument to further solidify the big business. That's one thing that he never was accused of. I mean, he tried. Now, probably there was an ulterior motive or another motive, the fact that he wanted a successful paper. But nevertheless, the end result was for the masses. He wrote for the masses. He tried to. He had his finger on the mass mind. Well, he was one of the great journalists of all time. You see. But anyway, the Perils of Pauline, he produced that as a serial. But you see, again, simultaneously, he released the episodes in his newspaper every week, the same ones that you were going to see Saturday night. You see.
How many? Do you recall how many different serials there were of Pauline? Was it just one package, or did she have a?
Well, now, what do you mean about one package?
Well, let's say 15 chapters made a complete story. Did he have 3 15-chapter sets, or was it just the one?
In my recollection, it was 15 or 16, whatever it was.
And that was
chapters,
it?
Or maybe 20 chapters. That's right. Yes. And then, of course, he went in very seriously with Adolf Zucker into feature pictures, built his own studio, Cosmopolitan, and he had it from 1919 to about 1937, 38, 39, so about 20 years, I guess he had it.
And he produced a lot of films.
You bet he did. He produced, but they never were. The overall, the end result was that he lost millions of dollars because his flair for lavishness made it so that he never had any thought of an adequate return for what he was laying out. The other men took budgets and things like that, but he didn't. If he say, go ahead, let's do it, let's shoot the whole boat, let's shoot the fleet or whatever it was. And they were very lavish and got good notices, a great many of them, you know. But the end result was that he lost, $7 million in 20 years or whatever it was, which was a lot of money in those days. And there's an interesting thing, too, that I mentioned in the book about this English financier up at San Simeon once asking him, he said, Mr. Hearst, he said, is there any money in motion pictures? And Mr. Hearst said, well, there's a lot of mine in there. So at least he had a sense of humor about it.
Well, he had a lot of money, and he was willing to put it in these things, and I think he enjoyed seeing it spent. Back to San Simeon for a second, the story in your book, The Golden Days of San Simeon, you mentioned about this gigantic swimming pool. He had it all finished, and then he said it wasn't big enough.
For San Simeon, that's right. He changed it twice. Changed it twice, and enlarged it to the way it is today.
Is that the part where I love the line? It was great. It talks about how he was willing to spend his money for this thing. Somebody said, "You realize what that'll cost?" And he said, "Well, it'll put some people to work." Or
yes,
something.
he did. He actually said that. He said to Nigel Keith, his gardener, he said, "Do you realize it's going to cost another couple of $1 million?" And he said, "Good." It was during Depression, and he said it'll give a lot of unemployed people work. And you're speaking about it while you're on the subject of the money and spending. You see, many, as we said before, many millionaires had more money than Hearst, and most of them exercised more wisdom in using it. But none of them enjoyed their wealth as much as Mr. Hearst. And that was because he had a great philosophy about money. He considered it merely something to spend. Now, considering that the temptation to spend money for things we want and don't really need, and considering the brevity of life itself, maybe Mr. Hearst exercised a certain kind of wisdom in enjoying his wealth.
Well, he had the wealth to enjoy. That was
he did.
That was
but by the same token, he really had a feeling, something unchangeably democratic about him, and it wasn't opposed. You see, when that land, for instance, was bought by his father, it started with 40,000 acres, 70 cents an acre. His father bought. And his father used it to go up there to take his son, an only son, which was William Randolph, and a wife, Phoebe, who he adored. It was a wonderful woman. Three of them go to camping. And then when Mr. Hearst got a family of his own, he took his sons up there. And it started to take on the same feeling of San Simeon. Of course, all tents. But there was one big tent, there was three little tents around the side, and there were tents for the thing. And he ran, that's where he first ran movies on a sheet, early Chaplin movies and stuff that he got a projector and he'd run these movies. It was sort of an extension of his love of those picnicking days, that the one thing that everybody mentions, and I have it in the book, a picture of it, as a matter of fact, on Christmas Eve you can see it, that with the blue willow china and the Sheffield silver and the priceless dainty chairs and this old oaken table and all that cost all this money, yet all condiments were in their original containers.
Ketchup and mustard and piccalilli.
And that was kind of a carryover from the days. I think he was trying to hold on to those.
Well, he actually called it the ranch, didn't he?
He always called it ranch. He never called it the castle. He called it the ranch. Yeah.
And around that table we'd find Cary Grant and Clark Gable and Ken Murray.
George Bernard Shaw and President Coolidge and his wife and the great names of that period from all over the world, and it was an exciting time. And I remember sitting across the table, which I was privileged to do. Now, don't get the idea, Chuck, that I was his bunk buddy and I was there all the time, but I was there and I visited there many times, but not as much as I would have liked to, because I had blackouts during the thing, and that ran every night. You see, 3 shows on Sunday, 2 on Saturday, 3,844 performances, 7.5 years. So I didn't get a chance to really go as much. In those days, I went down to the beach house, which he had down there, and I occasionally went down there. But it was like Hedda Hopper said, never Neverland. Never has there been such a place, and never will we see its likes again. And I'm so glad that younger people, and I'm not just throwing a bone to the younger or trying to ingratiate myself to the younger set, but I'm so glad that he made contact with him, because it would have pleased him, I'm sure. It would have pleased him, because he always liked young people around him. He always liked not only starlets, but young men and actors, and many of them. And he didn't invite, I'll tell you another thing, you know the fact that Ken Murray was there, that he did not invite him for just their current success or their fame, but he wanted, and I hope I'll put myself in that category, but I don't mean it that way, but he liked people that were likable and diverting. He liked to have fun. He liked the place to be gay. And he liked people to laugh, and he liked them to get outdoors, and he liked them to play tennis, and he fixed picnics, and a sort of living that in this fast, nervous age we just don't take much time out for. Otherwise, of course, that isn't really so, because when you look at the amount of people who do take time off and go all over the country or all over the world today, I guess traveling is the biggest hobby that anyone has outside of amateur photography. I know that the castle is doing tremendous. There are 100,000 people more this year than last year, and they're very nice about giving me credit for the film, probably making some of the being responsible for some of the increase, but there's an awful lot of people traveling these days, and another thing that Mr. Hearst would like, because he liked to travel.
Yeah. Exactly where is the castle located?
Well, it's just about halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco. It's 248 miles from Los Angeles, and you drive up the Coast Highway. It's a beautiful drive, and then at San Luis Obispo you follow route number 1, which was the original route. And it's about 40 miles from San Luis Obispo. And it's an exciting place that even today, because you look up and you can see the castle. You see in the golden days of San Simeon, the people, the visitors could only see the castle from a coin in the slot telescope 5 miles away. But now they of course are much more fortunate, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But not only can you go on go into San Simeon and go up on one of the balconies up on the second floor, for instance, and any way that you look, Mr. Hearst owned all in every direction, including 50 miles of ocean shoreline of the Pacific Ocean.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great. Can you spend a day up there? If you
You
get out
bet
there, can you spend
You
a whole
can
day
spend
in
much
there?
more than one day. They have about 3 tours,
Uh-huh.
and you have to make reservations, and you have to be sure that ahead of time. You see, most people drive up and they stay overnight. Have to stay overnight, and they make their reservations the day before, and then they go. But if it's the busy season, which is, well, obviously from about May till October, there's 5,000 people a day going through there.
Wow.
5,000 people a day. But Chuck, if you ever come up there, you mention it to me. You be sure and get in touch with me. I'll give you the home before I leave. No, and I'll fix it so you'll be able to go through, because after all, we're all Hollywood buffs, and I mean we got to stick together, don't we?
Right. Ken Murray, can we talk a little bit about the golden age of Ken Murray's Hollywood?
Well,
have a couple of minutes yet?
Oh, you bet.
All
We've got plenty of time.
We'll take a break, and we'll be back with Ken Murray, author of a beautiful new book called The Golden Days of San Simeon, and we're gonna talk a little bit about the great days of Hollywood. We're back again with our guest Ken Murray, author of a great new book called The Golden Days of San Simeon, and we're going to talk now with Ken Murray about the golden days of Ken Murray's Hollywood. Ken, you came to Hollywood after being a success in vaudeville and on the Broadway stage. Didn't you? You were telling me before that you worked with Bob Hope.
Bob
vaudeville.
Hope. As a matter of fact, he used to be my understudy in vaudeville. Bob wouldn't mind because I kid him about it all the time. But he was a master of ceremonies in Newark when I was a headliner at the Palace. And we're both the same age, by the way. We don't let him get away. Because every time he has a birthday, I send him a letter and I say, boy, or a wire or something. I say, boy, I tell you, I just hope I look as good as you when I get to be your age. And he says, oh, come on, you're Sophie Tucker's father. Yes, the vaudeville was the first thing. That's what brought me to the coast the first time, and it was that vaudeville trip that made possible, gave me the idea to take the movies to send home to the folks, you know.
You didn't want to
send postcards and snapshot. I hate to write.
Boy, that was the best decision you ever made, I think, to preserve some.
And Chuck, I'll tell you something very interesting about that, though. That you, there was no thought of any commercial value at that time. There couldn't be. There couldn't be, because you see, in those days, up until the 50s, every studio that had a star under contract, they had the exclusive use of their voice and face, and no one, even if the star wanted to give it to you, no one could use it commercially. And it wasn't until the star system, the studios disbanded, that I was able to go to each one of the people that I had taken pictures of, 248 of them. Everybody, and they were so wonderful. One girl, a big star, she refused, and that's all out of 248. And the reason she refused is that I used to go around with her. She's a very big star you'd recognize, but I'm not going to mention her name for only one reason, is that I don't want her to feel, or I don't want anybody to feel, that when I'm asking somebody to let me use their film for nothing, you understand? That I'm angry because they don't do it, because why should they do it? However, it isn't exactly for nothing, because every time I do one of these shows, I always give the Motion Picture Relief Fund. I gave them $10,000 when I did the first special in the name of all those people, you know. But this girl, I called her and I said, I've got that stuff that we took in the backyard. Do you mind? And this is a big star. This is one of the biggest stars of the 40s. And so she said, that's all right, I understand that, sure, you go ahead and use it, Ken. So I said, well, look, I'm going to New York, I'm going on a Como show, and the lawyers want actual in writing, and so I'm getting it in writing from everybody. So I said, would you send me a wire? And so the next morning I got the wire, and she said, dear Ken, She said, I thought it over, and I wish you wouldn't use it because my husband is angry, gets angry and upset for every time that I mention anybody that I ever went around with or anything, you know. And her husband was a big star, but he yeah, I guess, I don't know why it was. But anyway, I said, oh, well, forget about it. Listen, forget. And I never did use it. I got some great pictures and some beautiful pictures in bathing suits. And so you'll have to use your own imagination.
Well, we'll come over to your house sometime and watch your own
I'll
unreleased home movies. That ought to be gay. Your first film was in 1929, your first role on the screen.
Yeah.
Am I right? Half Marriage?
Half Marriage. I had a row of biggies in those days. Oh, I tell you, Marriage with Olive Borden. Does that shake you up?
Olive Borden.
Olive Borden, Ladies of the Jury with Edna May Oliver. However, Leathernecking, I did make a picture, which was Irene Dunn's first picture.
1930.
1930. And the funny part of it all is that at that time I was singing on the stage and making records, as a matter of fact. And Irene Dunn came from Showboat as a singer. And when the picture was released, she had a song in it, and I had a song, and they left mine in and took hers out, you know. And I never always forget her coming out of San Bernardino, out of the preview, with this big hat at that time, one of these floppy hats, you know, crying, you know. It was her first picture, you know. She'd just come out from Showboat here in Chicago. That's where they got her. She was playing the lead in Showboat. But she went ahead, she overcame it.
She did a pretty decent job.
Yes, sir, she did a mighty fine, stylish job.
We had a chance to chat with her one afternoon on Those Were the Days, too.
And you know what she always says to me? Don't you mention that first picture. She always said, so I had a book a couple of years ago, about 10 years ago, and I put the picture in. She said, oh, she wants to forget that one.
Before you mentioned your tremendous hit Blackouts, which ran for 7 years or something.
7.5 years.
Was that at the El Capitan Theater?
El Capitan, yeah.
I can often remember a lot of the big-time radio programs were broadcast from there, too. Because Bob Hope, as a matter of fact, I've heard a show where he said, broadcasting from the El Capitan Theater.
Well, I was there at the time.
Were you?
Home of Ken Murray's Blackout.
Ken Murray's Blackout?
Yeah, well, I was there at the time. Yeah, I did a lot of shows with him at that time. Yeah, yeah. That wasn't the main one. Before that, you see, we were in the 40s. The radio was starting to show its age at that time. But in the 30s, we had two other places. One was a Lux Theater, which was opposite the Brown Derby on Vine Street, and the other one was a Guild Theater down the street. And as a matter of fact, I was very fortunate. My wife, that's where I met her in Blackout. She came in to do a dramatic scene with me, and she worked in those other radio theaters a lot. She worked with Orson Welles. And she also worked
another
with
interview going.
Frank Sinatra, too. But in the early days not the early days of radio, but in the last days of radio.
You said the Guild Theater and the Lux Theater. Those weren't the actual names of the theaters that the programs were on. You know, the Lux Radio Theater and the
Lux
Guild.
Radio
They actually
Theater.
had their own theater?
Yes. No. But the Guild Theater was the name of a movie house.
Oh, I see.
But the Lux Theater, I guess they didn't call it the Lux Theater, really. What was it, honey?
I think it was just CBS Playhouse or something.
Got to be the CBS Playhouse, but there was something before that, too. Just like the El Capitan was something before I moved in Blackouts.
Then besides discovering your wife in Blackouts, you discovered Marie Wilson?
Yeah, well, I didn't discover Marie Wilson. She had made a picture in 35 called Boy Meets Girl. And on one of the radio shows that I had that I told you about, where I had the stooge that went, Oswald. We had many guests on there, and one of them was Marie Wilson. And I always remembered that my idea, I've got a very strong feeling about comedians, and I don't care if the rest of them are listening. But there are certain people that I can't stand. I don't like comedians as a rule. There's something that repels inside of me. There's something almost revolting about a woman when she becomes mannish. I hate it. So the only kind of comedian that I like is somebody that I can laugh at and still want to have a date with. That's my motto. If I can look, Lucille Ball all through the years, yes, I knew her and I could understand. I went out with her, but I could understand. But the minute they get to the point of where they get mannish, or where they get broad, or where they get hokey, then something happens. I just feel that they're losing part of it.
You don't want them to lose their femininity, then?
Not at all. Not at all. So Marie, anyway, worked with me, and I remembered that this funny girl, and yet very attractive. So when I opened Black House, I contacted her, and she wasn't doing anything then. She had picture thing was sagging a little bit, and so but she went into Black House, and she got rejuvenated and got Irma, and she was off to the races for a few years again.
Did she stay with Blackouts for almost the entire
Yeah,
run?
she stayed for the pretty near to the end, but Cy Howard, the guy that produced My Friend Irma, you know, boy, it was contemptible. I was really angry. We're friends now, but I was really angry about that. They came in for 6 months. He admitted it with his writers. And the character that, let us say, we had created for Marie, we had created. I mean, you can't make a girl like that unless she is, but you can give her the opportunity to do it. They adapted it to Irma. That's all it was. Same thing that I did. So, and we're going along, and we're doing capacity business, you know. We did close to $1 million a year. And she was the leading lady, and we did $6 million we grossed, over 5.5 million people. So we're in about the 5th year or the 6th year, and she came over and said to me, I've got a chance for a radio show. I said, well, good luck, you know. And she gets on the show, and that hits, Irma hits. And then this guy, which I really still feel very strongly about, gives it out to the paper that she's leaving. She's leaving Black House. Well, I had a 7-year contract, and I had lived up to every inch of it. As a matter of fact, more so by giving bonuses every year. Not tremendous, you know, but bonuses. I'll let you know, pat on the head like a dog, like a dog does a trick. You pat him on the head, you know, or a child. You let him know. Well, anyway, he gives a story out. Well, I went to Jerry Giesler, and I said, I want to make trouble for this man. I want to make trouble. This is the contemptible, because I helped him in every way. I was encouraged and everything, and I hated it. I hated it. So the point is that he felt, you see, that the fact she was in Irma was helping the show now, you see, and that's why we were continuing on into the 5th and 6th and 7th year, you see. And it made me mad, because that wasn't the truth, because when Marie went out finally, I put an understudy in, and we still did capacity business. Didn't make any difference, because the momentum was so great. But boy, it made me mad. So anyway, we slapped the suit, you see, right away. And our basis of the suit was that we had got some calls and some cancellations, 1 or 2, you know, that said, I understand Marie Wilson's not in the show anymore. Now, we needed that like we needed a hole in the head. Why should we be subjected to that at all? Didn't do anything. I'm living up to my contract. So anyway, we sued him, and we sued Lever Brothers. Well, I tell you, such excitement you never saw. Lever Brothers got on the phone. The guys came with the pinstripe suits, with the briefcases. I said for every penny that Lever Brothers has got, he said, now let's work it out. Let's work it out. We can work it out some way. I said, you have damaged them, you know. Well, of course, you see, actually, I couldn't do a thing, because we still did capacity business, and we still went along. So all they did is sit back for about 3 or 4 months and said, well, now look, Ken, you haven't lost anything. There's no momentum, and she's not going to do. And they put a retraction in the paper, and it just made me angry. That's all. And I'm angry as I think of it now. I guess you get that.
Well, I didn't mean to get you all excited today.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up,
great.
Chuck. I haven't been angry like that for a while.
Did anyone else emerge from Blackouts as a star that we would recognize?
Well, sure. For one thing, I had a fellow in it. Billy Gilbert was in it when it opened for a few weeks. I don't mean that he was discovered, but then he went out. He had a picture to make, and they brought a fellow in with a drum. Babaloo, Desi Ahmed.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and he was in it for a long time. And then we had a lot of other kinds of people. For instance, we had a chorus girl that I gave some bits to. Very attractive. You could understand why. She was very good. Rhonda Fleming. She was a chorus girl in Blackouts when it opened. Then there was a little Western group, you know, with a guitar, and Dinky Stewart, I think her name was, and in there was a girl playing the guitar. It was Mary Ford, Les Paul and Mary Ford. Yeah. And it went on, and of course I discovered my wife, which was the most important discovery in the world, Betty Lou.
John Gary.
Who?
John Gary.
Oh, yes, I forgot that too. We had a boy that had a hopper call me up and said, you got to hear this boy. He's fine. So I put this boy in, and he was great. He had a tenor voice. And one night, his voice changed on the stage. He was singing, when I'm behind the smile, and the women, early. And I fired him, and it was John Gary. And he still tells
John
the story.
Gary.
John Gary, yeah. Yeah.
My goodness. Well, you really you discovered a lot of people. You produced some interesting things too in Hollywood. Back to the screen business now. You produced and narrated an exciting animated feature about.
Not animated, real.
That's right.
birds.
It wasn't animated.
Did you ever see it?
I'm correct. Of course.
You
Sure.
did?
Harry Davenport had a role in that, didn't he? The elderly screen actor. He was.
No.
Phase.
This was all birds. The thing is, this was all birds. This was the first animal picture ever made.
Bill and Coo. We're talking
Bill and
about.
Coo. This was made before Disney made any of his animal pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, Disney saw this at Edgar Bergen's house and just kidded about it. He said, well, why draw them when you can shoot them live? Just kidding about it. But he did, and no way copied it, because he went into the educational type of, left the animals in their own habitat, where I did a fictional story. What I tried to do, listen, the birds were in the show, 14 birds, they were parakeets, each one an inch and a half high. They have a teaspoonful of blood in them, and every night I would watch them, and they became little people. They do these fantastic tricks, and he talked to them, and that's the way he trained them. He talked to them, and I thought, if it's little people, you can write a story about them. So I wrote the story of Bill and Coo. Now, what I did is I wrote a story that people could play. God forbid nobody would do the picture with this lighter story, but people could play it. There was a boy that was a taxi driver, and his mother took in washing. She was poor, and he was in love with a girl who her father owned the biggest hotel in town. And then we had a heavy that was a raven, a crow, and he flew over the town, and I simulated that with bombing, with the aeroplanes, you see. And then they had a big circus, and they all do the tricks, and then the crow catches all the town in the tent, and so Bill sneaks out, draws them away, and they capture them. Now, this is a story of a fella and a girl, you know. So I thought, wouldn't it be funny, write a regular story and have birds play it? So that's it. So we got a Special Academy Award for it.
Yeah, 1947.
1947, yeah.
I remember one thing about the movie. It was in color, yet it wasn't the color we were used to seeing on the screen.
Well, see, what happened was another wild idea of make a picture with birds. I'll never forget when I went into we were doing $1 million a year, and we had very good credit in the banks, blackouts. So I went into the Bank of America on Ivar and Wilcox, rather, and Hollywood Boulevard. And I went in and I thought, got to get some money for this thing. It's going to cost, it ultimately cost about I would say $700,000 on account of shooting all day, and you never knew the birds would do the trick. They'd fly up on a ceiling, and it cost money. So anyway, I went in to get the money for it, finally went to get the finance. So I walked into the bank, and I'll never forget. Walked into the bank, and I said, I'd like to get some money for a picture. He said, Joe, can you come out right here? I said, right there, you got to make a picture. You and Marie, huh? You got to do blackouts? Oh, man, I got to see that. I said, no, this is a different kind of picture. It's a picture about birds. He said, birds? A bird? He says, who's in it? Well, who plays the lead? I said, well, a bird plays the lead, and then there's a female bird, and then a crow. He said, what's the heavy? I said, a crow. He said, a crow. He said, how many birds? I said, 300. He said, 300 birds. And he said, yeah. He said, that's and you're not in it? I said, no, I'm going to narrate it. He said, Marie's not in it? I said, no. He said, yeah. Well, I said, how much money you need? I said, well, I guess you're going to have at least 500,000. I said, he said, I see. He said, yes, indeed. He said, yeah, that's fine. He said, and he got up. Did you ever have anybody usher you out, and you felt you were being ushered out, but they don't touch you? He just got up, and I got up, and he put his arm around me, and we walked out, and he says, Ken, you know something? You've been working hard, you know that? He said, you ought to take a little rest. You really should take a little rest, a little vacation. He said, life is not worth the thing. So I said, yeah. I said, when I look at, what about this thing? He said, yeah, well, I got to take it up with the board. He said, birds, huh? 300 birds. He said, yeah. Well, I'll get back to you, you know. Well, up to this moment, he never got back to it. And, of course, it was a terribly hard thing to shoot because we had all the birds and you take a bird and put it down, you see. And did you ever see Bill and Coo, either one of you ever see? Well, these are some friends of ours sitting here. But the point is that here's a picture that was a feature picture. And literally every move was a trick. If you want the bird to walk into a tent and sit down up on a seat, it was a trick, a separate trick. So therefore, it took 8 months to shoot. And while you didn't have to pay any actors, you had to pay the crews. And sometimes you start at 9 o'clock in the morning, and at 3 and 5 the next morning, you still were not maybe a half a minute of the picture because the bird doesn't work. And what do you say to them? Come on, kids, let's go. We're behind. You know, they didn't care. They flew up in the ceiling.
Has the film been released for television?
Oh, sure. Listen, that is the most interesting thing. It's 24 years old. Metro Media bought it. It played in Chicago here not too long ago, I think. Metro Media bought it for 6 stations for 7 years. Paramount took it for the rest of the country and foreign. And that's in 26 foreign countries now. And right now, when I get back to the coast, I'm just concluding a deal where they're going to run it on Saturday and Sunday in the theaters for those kid matinees.
Oh, great.
Yeah, they're going to run it on Saturday and Sunday here in the United States. And then they took it for foreign again. It was very big foreign. It was very big, like South America and Africa and India. Very big. And it's understandable because the birds were on the trees there. The birds are on the trees, like our sparrows. They have parakeets, and they take them home and they teach them tricks. See, and when they saw these fantastic tricks, oh, you never saw anything like it. We got one trick in a circus where 2 rings, and the bird gets on and grabs the 2 rings with the 2, and then does it constantly a flip like this by themselves.
No kidding.
By themselves. I mean, never wired them on. Nothing tricky in the whole picture. You know. I put a big orchestra. I got the whole Fox thing, the Newman Bunch, Dave Butoff, and did a whole 50-piece orchestra, 30 voices. Because I was afraid, you see, when you did a bird picture, I was afraid, you know, brand new, nobody ever done that. I was afraid that a fair bird picture, we might be in trouble. You know, so it had to be even a good one we might get in trouble with, you know. So I went first class all the way. But anyway, I couldn't get a release. Technicolor said, "Look, I'll give you a release. I'll give you the
print?
No, the prints. Yeah, the Technicolor prints, the canvas." He said, "But you've got to get a release through one of these companies," and it was 5 companies, the major ones, and they all said that they couldn't see that you could make a feature out of it. So I went to Republic, who had his own color, Yates, and he gave me a release. You see, if I use his color. But I also shot it at the same time with another camera. That's why it cost so much. Every shot with the same camera, 16, and that's the one we're using on television today.
And that is
Kodachrome. That's Kodachrome. That's 3. Because I figured at the time the other was a 2-color process, and Technicolor was in, and I figured, well, it's not going to go back to 2 colors, so I better for some future time have it, because I knew it was going to last. And I purposely didn't go to RKO because Disney was there, and I figured that they're not going to push it for an award, and I thought it had a chance. Just like I feel, I know people think I'm crazy. I think that the golden days of San Simeon. I think this book is going to be, and I'll go on record, and even though it'll be a jerk in 5 years, it'll be one of the all-time steady sellers. All-time steady sellers in the book business. Because, and gosh, it's not even a guess. You got 700,000 people every year that take the trouble to drive their car, go up and stay overnight, and pay money to see the tour, to walk through a building. Now, you're going to have a certain percentage of 700,000, and say you only get 5%. That'll be only 35,000 books a year, which is, I don't want to get into it because it's frightening.
Well, I suggest that anybody who is even remotely interested in this, go to one of the major bookstores in the Chicago area, get a copy of it, and spend 2 minutes flipping through the pages, and you'll be hooked on it. It's great. Everything you've described about San Simeon today is in the book. That fantastic dining area there with the giant fireplace. You could walk into that fireplace, couldn't you?
3 people could walk in.
Yeah.
They had to ultimately close that because it was so hot. The fire, Mr. Hearst loved the fireplace. He had them all. He got 47 of them in the castle. but it was so hot that the people would be burned on one side, roasted on one side, so they had to put glass around.
They had roast guest for dinner.
The roast guest. But you see, that's true, and I also have a very good publisher, which I'm very happy. Very good distribution. They got them all around. They never run out of the books. Like some of the smaller publishers, they have trouble that they don't get the books in the stores. But this one here, Doubleday, I tell you, it is just great. And they have the books are in all the stores, and Christmas time for a Christmas gift, don't you think?
Great, absolutely. Yeah.
And you see, the book tells the building of it and how it was as a guest. I even described from the time I got my invitation and getting on the train and going up there, and the parties, over 110 pictures of movie stars, and then a tour as it is today, So
I went with you. When I read the book, I went with you on your visit to San Simeon.
Now tell the truth, Chuck. Did the book make you want to see San Simeon?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Sure.
Well,
no question
I'll
about
tell the Doubleday about it. They won't believe me because we got some very rough people there. But Wally and Ellie and Ken McCall.
One last thing. We didn't even get a chance to talk about television and the wide open spaces and Anheuser-Busch and all of that stuff, but maybe we'll do that another time. But Ken Murray, you said something about taking all the movies and sending them home in lieu of postcards back home, but what about the people you were photographing? Charlie Chaplin and Clark Gable and William Randolph Hearst. They were willing subjects for you, weren't they?
Yeah, well, I explained to you. They were. They you see, actually, Chuck, this is something that just nobody has to discover. The most flattering thing you can say to anyone is, "May I take your picture?" I don't care whether it's a movie star or what it is. Now, a woman might not have her hair fixed. I remember Gregg Garson came out of a pool once, and I was there at Palm Springs. I said, "Greer, I'm not going to take a picture of you because your hair." And she said, "Thank you." And or Fred Astaire is on a golf course without his toupee, or Bing without his. No, I don't do that. You understand? But otherwise, the most flattering thing, "May I take your picture?" Now, you see, when you say, "Well, yeah, but were they satisfied to do it commercially?" But there was no thought of that.
Nothing at that.
There was
time,
no thought, and even if they did think of it, it was a usual thing for newsreels to come and take pictures, informal shots. So you the same thing, only I didn't have a newsreel badge on.
Well, we're glad that you took all those films and preserved a lot of those memories, and we're glad to have you share them with all of us who delight in those golden days of Hollywood.
Chuck, may I say something? I'd like to say a couple of words on Hollywood before I go.
Be my guest.
That I am terrible, because this being this kind of a show, I am terribly distressed with the attitude of Hollywood about pictures today. Now, this is permeating all over the town. The big studios are gone. And we now look back on account of the age of permissiveness, which I think is actually witnessing a decline in good taste, all in the name of realism. And people forget that beauty is realistic too. They discover it once in a while, like in Sound of Music, or a modern-day version of one of the pictures that would have been made before, a love story, with some language that makes it modern. But Hollywood has a tendency today to look back at its pre-message pictures, like a reformed convict looks back on his crimes. Something like Crazy Otto up in the attic, we shouldn't talk about him, and don't let anybody see him. I think that's sad. Because 90 million people a week went to the movies. 20 years ago, 25 years ago from that time, or 20 years ago, but everybody was a movie fan. 90 people a week went to the movies. And you went to the movies then to be entertained. I go to be entertained. I don't go to learn anything. Now, maybe that sounds terrible. Maybe I say, well, that's the trouble. You don't want to learn, But I don't go there. I learn on the news. And if I want to have problems, I look at my income tax. I don't, no, it's true. I mean, I don't go to the movies to wallow in somebody's problems, with their problems. I don't do that. And as far as the permissiveness is concerned, I think they're going to find, and they are finding out slowly, that sex is not a spectator sport.
Mm-hmm.
They found out Myra Breckenridge, they found out Valley of the Dolls, and there are very good things done. Now, don't misunderstand me. Very good pictures made. Fine. But now the average new filmmaker makes fun of the pictures, the musicals, and all the things, the trash and the pap, you know. Now, he's not right. He's not right when he does it, and we wouldn't be right if we said that none of these pictures should be made. I'm not for that. I'm not for taking them, having none of them. But I think there's room and need for both, and I think that everything points to that. I think that the success of Love Story and Sound of Music and those kind of things.
I think that we are going through one of these changes again now, and pretty soon we'll come back to the era of good old-fashioned entertainment.
Yeah, well, I don't think it'll go back to that era, but I mean, I think Love Story is not going back to that era, but retaining a certain, I don't know, that graceful living or
an entertaining movie.
That's right. Go back to entertainment.
Something that
right.
tears your sweatshirt while you're sitting in the show, right?
Right.
Ken Murray, we hope all our listeners will share your memories of the golden days of San Simeon, and they will in great abundance when they get a copy of your new book. And thank you very much for being with us today on Those Were the Days.
It was a pleasure, Chuck. And I'm going to send you some things, and be sure that you give me credit on the air for the transcriptions that I sent you.
You're letting in on a secret, but I'll give you credit on the air. I'll play one of them.
Okay.
Maybe. Thank you. Our subject today is television, and for a chat with a man whose talents have been brightening the TV tube for more than 20 years, we've taken our microphones out to the beautiful Drury Lane Theater, where the current production is the Neil Simon comedy hit Plaza Suite. And the current Drury Lane star is our guest. He's a fine actor, a brilliant writer, and a great comedian. Sid Caesar, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Thank you very much.
I can recall a United Nations sketch you did once on the old Show of Shows program, and every one of your talents were used. I'm sure you probably had a good hand in writing it, Sid. And in that sketch, you played not one but four foreign dignitaries in a luncheonette. You played the proprietor, the jukebox, the cash register, a sizzling grill, and a wisecracking waitress. Can you recall that sketch?
Well, I don't think you said in the right order or the right thing, but it's something on an order. In fact, that was one of the sketches I did in my first Broadway show. It was called Make My Manhattan. And yes, I did a sketch with the late David Burns, who was a great comedian himself. And I did, I think, an Arabian and an Englishman, I think, and a Frenchman and a Russian.
And the cash register, too.
And I played the cash. The whole thing, yeah. Well, that was all in the same show.
These fantastic imitations, if they would be that, or recreations of
inanimate
machinery,
objects?
Inanimate objects. How did you ever decide to do something like that? What gave you the idea to
Well, I always thought
something?
that, like I have a story that I used to do about a white wall tire, and he comes off, the factory, and he's the left white wall tire in the rear, and boy, he goes everywhere. He's on a limousine, and he travels everywhere. And his friend becomes the right rear tire, and they become great friends. And they go to only the best places, and he's always washed every day, and he's taken very good care of. He's never backed into a curb or anything. And all of a sudden, a little while goes by, and something changes in his life, And he's starting to go on farther trips, and he's getting heavy with a lot of luggage, and he's getting his friend. It's very hot, and they're on a hot road, and his friend, the right rear tire, is starting to go. And he said, "Gee, don't go. Just hold on. Once we get over this hill, we'll be okay." And his friend goes, and he sees him, and they take him up, and they throw him on the side of the road, and they put on the spare. Now he doesn't even know the spare. And he says, "You don't know what it's like, Boy, in the old days when we used to go around, we used to have good times, and now we have to do this. I don't know what we're doing. We carry a lot of people up to mountains and things. I don't know what we're doing." And all of a sudden he starts to go. And then he does go, and they throw him on the side of the road. And then some kids come along, they pick him up and they roll him along, and they tie him up to a tree, and he becomes a swing. So it has a happy ending. So it's just, you know, a little thing like that, just to make a story out, because you can take anything that's inanimate. There are atoms in it. They're moving. No one knows what kind of life there is in the table or in that microphone or whatever it is. So that was my imagination. Even as a child, I always used to say, I wonder what the clock is thinking about right now. If it can think or if it can't think or what it is.
You just wondered what something could think when they couldn't express themselves, or it couldn't express itself.
That's
I remember
right.
a routine you did once about a little baby.
That's right, what the baby thought.
Yeah, it's great. It's good stuff, good stuff. You got your start, well, you were playing the saxophone, and you were playing with a few big-name bands, weren't you?
Yes, I was 16. I was playing with Claude Thornhill, Charlie Spivak, Shep Fields.
And then?
And then I went to the Coast Guard.
And someone saw you in the Coast Guard when you were doing you were in the Coast Guard show, I think, weren't you?
Well, I was in the Coast Guard show only because of Vernon Duke. I happened to be stationed with him. And he was commissioned with, along with Howard Dietz, to write the Coast Guard, the official Coast Guard show. And I was in a band with Vernon Duke. Not an official band. It was a band that we got some fellas together on a bass, and we just started it. And when he wrote this, I used to kid around in between sets. And I don't know, from nowhere, I mean, from watching these pictures, you know, especially the airplane number which came out, that was originally peacetime airplane pictures and then wartime airplane pictures. And then I met Max Liebman down at Palm Beach. And he was directing the show. And we rewrote it and just made it the airplane number. And from there, I went around the country, and then they saw me. They wanted me in the picture, and that's how I got my break right there.
That was the big thing. But actually, that was probably the only memorable scene in the movie. We're talking about the film Tires and Spars.
That's right.
And that was the Coast Guard show was called Tires and Spars too. For some of our younger listeners who hadn't had the chance yet to see Tires and Spars, and I don't think it's been on television.
Oh, yes.
Has it been around? Oh, great. We'll have to look for it again. But what was that scene when you were in the on board a ship, weren't you?
I was on board a ship, and they said, let's go, let's see a movie tonight, on the ship. I said, I saw this one, and I said, this is what it's all about. And so I said, and I did the movie for them.
You recreated
I recreated the sound and the whole thing.
Boy, that was really fun.
It was fun. It almost wasn't in the picture because it ran 8.5 minutes. But after the preview, they left it in.
Oh, they did leave it in.
Oh, yeah.
Did you kind of go into a Hollywood limbo for a little while after that picture was released? As far as other pictures were concerned, before
I
they
did another
found
picture.
you on...
I was still in the Coast Guard when I made that picture.
Oh, you were in the Coast Guard at the time you made the film?
Yeah, I made $6 a day. That was my salary.
For the film.
That was it. I made $6 a day, and that was for the film. Then when I got out of the Coast Guard, they put me in another picture, which I didn't want to do. So I ran away from Hollywood, and I went to the Copacabana, which I had never been in I had never been in a nightclub as a guest, let alone as a performer. And I had 4 numbers, and that was it. That was my entire repertoire.
The whole bit right there.
Right.
When did Max Liebman and you meet?
Down in Palm Beach.
And
he directed Tires and Spars.
He directed Tires and Spars.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I wasn't aware that he had directed that. And then when he was forming the idea for the television thing back in about 49, wasn't it?
Well, in 49. See, Make My Manhattan, they were having trouble with the show, and they wanted some help with the writing, so I said, okay, I'll write, but I want Max to be in it. So I got Max in to help with the sketches, and from there, Max used to have his thing up at Tenements.
Mm-hmm.
And then they said they wanted to do a show, the Admiral Broadway Review, and he wanted me in it. So I said, fine. And I went right from Make My Man Manhattan into the Admiral Broadway Review, which went right into Show of Shows, which went right into Caesar's, which went right into all the other shows.
Everything you've done. Was that the first exposure you had on television at that time, the Admiral Broadway Review? Had you done anything before that at all?
Oh, I did one thing in 1946, I think, just a small little thing on Hollywood, just experimenting with it.
And, of course, that was the first time you had met Imogene Coca.
I met Imogene, yes, the first time we got together for the Show of Shows, or for the Admiral Broadway Review. And as soon as we hit it off very well.
Now, had you you hadn't worked exactly as a team throughout the whole thing. You were teamed up for many sketches on the show, but you each did single comedy sketches too. Because I can remember many things that you had.
She did a single, and I did a single.
Yeah.
An hour and a half show, you can't be together all the time.
And you've
got to let go once in a while. Just take a breath.
If only for that. Now, you wrote quite a bit of that material.
Yes, I did.
And some of your companions in the writing end of the television were some people who have become pretty well known since then too. Yeah. Mel Brooks and Neil Simon, who wrote the play that you're starring in out here at the Drury Lane Theater. I read a story one time that said that Mel Brooks was describing the writers' conference for the Show of Shows, and he said that you and he and a couple of the other writers, I guess Carl Reiner and Howie Morris were writing some of these things.
No,
too.
Howie never wrote.
Howie did. Carl did.
Carl helped a little in writing.
At any rate, you got together and you would start kicking an idea around, and before long everybody would be on the floor laughing about one of these things, and then eventually it worked its way into a sketch for the show.
Sometimes it worked like that, yes.
Is it more serious business than that?
That's much more serious than that, because when you walk in there Monday morning, you have no idea what you're going to do. So you're actually in the dark, and you have to start.
Out of the 90 minutes from the Show of Shows, about how much of that time was devoted to comedy?
I would say about 65, 70%.
And you knocked out a complete review every week?
That was live with no cue cards, no teleprompters, no nothing.
How were you able to maintain the quality? Because you certainly did.
Yeah, but you have to remember, I would say we had a good average. Every show wasn't great. Some shows were much better than other shows. Some shows were average. Some shows just didn't come off. But we had a pretty good batting average. But we took a lot of pain and a lot of time to do these things. And that's, my whole life was that. I spent 17, 18, 20 hours a day. Right, because when we came in on Monday morning, the back of the show had to be broken, writing-wise, by Wednesday afternoon. That had to be it, because it had to be up on its feet Thursday morning. So Wednesday it had to be broken by writing, and Thursday the whole show had to be broken, up on its feet and blocked, because Friday was we had the engineering staff would come in and they'd see the show, get a look at it. Just the key men, the top cameraman, the top the audio man, all the props and everything else. And the scenic men would come in, and the costume men would come in, and they'd get a look at what was going to be, because that all had to be put together in the space of 48 hours, because Saturday was the show.
And there was no turning back, no videotape at that time.
No, if you made a mistake, that was it.
Did you think it was better?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Videotape?
Well, right now you don't expect to see any mistakes, because they can do it over again. But that time, it was more or less like when you watch football. You don't know if the guy's going to catch the pass, or if he's going to make the run, or if there's a penalty, or if there's this, or if there's that. You're looking at it, something that's really going on. That's what television was all about until it became a dopey box, and now it's pablum, They dish it out a little bit at a time.
Do you think television was better 18 or 20 years ago than it is today?
Much better, yes. I think it was much better because today it doesn't make any difference what program. You can pick any program up in the middle, at the end, or in the beginning. Doesn't matter. It's the same.
Is it a lack of creativity, or is it because things cost
everything.
too much?
No, it was a lack of... They destroyed themselves because of their own economics and their own greed and their own just wanting power and they destroyed themselves. Television today is not 1/10, 1/1,000,000th of what it used to be. It has no following whatsoever. I don't think many people on the... and I'm not being bitter in any case. I mean, there are good shows on the air. Don't take my... I'm not saying... I'm not putting all television down. But most of television is, to me, I don't watch too much of it. I watch a lot of documentaries. I watch a lot of news. I watch a lot of sports. There are a few things coming on. I watch a lot of the things that are coming out of England from BBC. Masterpiece Theatre had that series, Forsyth. I think it was very, very good. The Churchills, and then this thing that I think CBS has a series now, Henry VIII.
Henry VIII, yeah.
Now that to me is that's something that's worthwhile. Now that's at least quality.
But I don't see any good original comedy on television today. Original comedy like this Sid Caesar style.
They've killed it. It's too much. They don't want it because you see, if you give a person a steak, that's meat. Now meat is expensive. See, and you have to nurse the steer as it's coming along, and you got to take care of it, But if you just want plastic lamb chop, we could give you that all the time. It looks like lamb chop, but it's really dog food. Chopped up and nice little cake, and you don't have to put it in a can no more. Just put it in cellophane, and just rip it with your finger, and that's it. You got it. And that's the whole thing. That's what they've done. They've packaged it, put it in a can, and that's it. It's an old saying now. It's out in Hollywood. You want it good, or do you want it Tuesday? That's it.
Yeah, but you gave it to him good, and you gave it to him Saturday.
Well, we gave it to him the best we can, and we had to give it to him Saturday. But we gave him the best we... I mean, we actually went, turned ourselves upside down and inside out to give it to him. But there isn't that much in it anymore because people say, so what? Doesn't make any... It's who you follow and what's your time slot. And who's your backer and who's your sponsor. And that's it. And forget everything. And how much is it? And how many weeks have we got? And how much is that? And how much is this? And that's it. And the agency comes in and says, well, that we take our cut and goodbye.
What's to become of television then?
I don't care.
What do you think?
I really don't care.
You don't. Do you think that if a Max Liebman were to try to produce a show of shows today, let's not discuss the dollars and cents end of it. Do you think that it could live today? Do you think it would go? You think the public would be there waiting for Sid Caesar and Imogene Coca and the others?
I really don't know. I couldn't tell you. I mean, the mood of the American people now is so polarized. I couldn't give you an answer on that. I wouldn't know.
I think I could give you an answer. I think that they would be there.
I would hope so.
I think they'd be there waiting for some good original comedy.
Well, this is the whole thing. See, original, there is no such a thing as original. It's always taken from something and put with something else, and then you make a new mixture. And this is what's, as you say, is I think is lacking. They're making attempts at it. I mean, there are some good attempts being made. But as I said before, they won't let it live. They can't let it live. Because if you put something good on, what is the other stuff going to look like? If they got a laugh machine going all the time with some of these shows, but it's some, with all these shows, if you have a laugh machine going, no, I take that back, not with all of them. There are some shows that don't have a laugh track, and more power to them. And let the audience, let the audience make up their mind if they're going to laugh or not. So I say that, yes, give it a chance to breathe, but you can't breathe. They won't let you breathe. Because they want a surefire thing, immediately sold, pre-sold, paid for $2.5 million up front, And if you do that, then it's got to be solid, and you sign this kind. And by the time the lawyers get through, you have no time to write a show because you're too busy signing papers and releases and signs and more clauses. And you cannot stand. You must stand here, salute, and stand at attention in my head and watch your fingernails, or else you don't.
All right. So now we know what you think about television today. What are you doing about comedy today?
Well, what can I do? What can I do about comedy?
I read in the program at the Drury Lane Theater here that says that you're interested in fostering good comedy again, and I want to know what you're doing about it.
Well, what we're going to do? We're going to.
You're the right guy to do it.
Yes, we're going to try and. In fact, we have several offers now to syndicate the old shows and Caesar's Hour.
You mean the kinescopes, the tapes, or what have you?
No, there were no tapes. There was just kinescopes.
No.
And we were in the process of making these deals. And I think if the people want to see it, they can see the originals.
The 90-minute show of shows and the 60 minutes Caesar's Hour?
Don't have to be 60 minutes. You can cut them down to half hours.
Would you like to see that, though? Would you like to see them chop up a 90-minute show of shows?
There was a lot of production numbers there. They went on for 18 courses that I thought could be cut down to about 2.
But what would you feel about your... well, I suppose you wouldn't care if they cut the production numbers, but as long as they left
well,
the
if you want to leave the
intact.
production numbers, it's all right with me. If you want to cut out the comedy, I think it would be then you'd have a nice dance. You want to see a nice dance for 90 minutes? And a jump and a twirl.
Some of the greatest comedy things that you've ever done were in the form of satire.
I always had satire.
Parodies. Everything is satire, sure. The takeoffs on the movies.
Of course.
What was the takeoff that you and Imogene did on From Here to Eternity? It was called...
From here to... what was it?
Obscurity.
Yeah,
From Here to Obscurity.
We were sued on that. Columbia Pictures sued us. They lost.
They lost.
They lost. Lost the case. Columbia Pictures lost.
Right into the...
LOST. Lost case. CBS.
Why did they sue you? What was it? Because
we took their idea. And I said, look, you're going to make a lot of money by us doing satire. And they said, no. And they made a lot of money. And they lost the case. Lost. LOST. Lost the case.
Now, what was the name of the... I can't think of the name of the character. He was kind of a Nazi professor that you used to do. He was...
no, he wasn't Nazi.
Well, he was...
No, he was kidding around.
Well, Ludwig.
Ludwig von Know-It-All.
Von Know-It-All. Oh, some of those characters that you had were great. The Somerset Winterset.
Somerset Winterset. I did a takeoff of Somerset Maugham. We used to sit there, and he would take... It was a half-hour show, and 23 minutes of it was him explaining the show that was coming up. And I said, I got to do a takeoff of this guy because he's fair game.
And then there was another character that I guess you used your saxophone quite a bit on
Cool
the show.
Seas, yeah.
Cool Seas, yeah. That was a parody. Progress Hornsby. And then the three fellas, the singing group that you and
the Haircuts.
The Haircuts.
Yeah.
And they didn't have any. But you were way ahead they didn't have haircuts. They had long
hair. No, we
hair.
had long hair with them, but we didn't know. We just, we said, well, let's do something crazy.
That would stand up well today.
What, the haircuts? That's a mild thing.
No, well, all of this sort of thing. Well, how did you develop these dialects? Well, you don't really speak these languages,
no,
do you?
I don't. Let's say my father had a restaurant in Yonkers, New York, and I used to listen to all these men that would come in, and they would, be from every ethnic group, German, Italian, or French, whatever, Polish, Russian, and I would listen to them, and I'd just pick it up.
And that was your home base, was your training ground. You didn't think at that point that you would be using these
no, I had
dialects.
no idea.
But you did a great job with them.
Lucky.
And you still do. We really enjoyed your performance in Plaza Suite here.
Thank you.
The Sid Caesar we know and love is right on stage, as close as you can be.
Well, that's there. You see, there again is contact with an audience.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. because when I did my shows, there was always a live audience. If something didn't go, it didn't go. And there were different audiences. And again, you have that contact with the audience and you feel them. And you know if something is going, if something is not going. And if you see it going, you play it. And if it's not going, you don't lay on it too much. You know, you go through it a little bit, which gives you a different pacing for each show. Again, you're seeing it live. Something can go wrong. Somebody can forget a line, or somebody can forget a prop, or something's out of place. Even this show that you saw, the opening act, there was a chair out of place, and Marion had to get it back into place, and she did. But nobody knew about it, but she did.
Did you have that kind of freedom when you were doing the show of shows or Caesar's Hours? Were you?
There was a lot of stuff, you know, when you're doing it live. I mean, nothing is perfect. You can't do it. It's that slick. And something goes wrong, or she went to a place, or I went to a place that wasn't right, or a camera went out, and all of a sudden, instead of having 4 cameras, you had 3, and sometimes 2 cameras went out, and you only had 2. You had to change your blocking right there. So that was it. Right on the program.
Yeah. What about the continuity of the sketch, though? If you felt that it wasn't going over as well as you had hoped in the other earlier sessions, did you ever modify that? Did you ever change it?
Oh, sure. And there was also the time element. You had a lot of factors going. You had a lot of elements. Aside from the mechanical, you had the if you thought a sketch was going to go very well, or a monologue was going to go very well, you'd say, okay, I'll hurry this up. You know, we'll shoot through this a little bit because it's not going too well. So, all right, we'll hurry through this because I think the next one may be it, and we can take our time on that. So what we may pick up, say, 20, 30 seconds, which is an awful lot. You'd be surprised what it takes to pick it up in production or anything like that. But you have 20 or 30 seconds to spend on the next piece. That's a lot when you're doing, you know, just 7 or 8 minute pieces. So all this you have to take into consideration. And this is live on your feet in front of 20, 30, maybe 40 million people.
Did a good job with it.
Sometimes, not all the time.
Every program that I remember, you did a good job with.
I tried anyway.
I speak for a lot of people, too. Now, the Sid Caesar today, you're playing 3 different characters in Plaza Suite at the Drury Lane Theater, and it gives you a good chance to show off your versatility and your comedy timing. And you did something kind of close to this when you starred in Little Me.
There I only did 8.
Only 8 characters.
That's all. I talk to myself coming in and going out.
I remember I brought up before the United Nations sketch where you played the 4 foreign dignitaries. Do you remember doing a skit about an international road race, and you portrayed an Italian, a French, an American, a Greek, and a Brazilian driver, plus you were a tire blowing out, the loudspeaker system, and the beautiful actress who ripped a vital seam in her dress as she bent over to kiss the winner.
Me? No, I think that's somebody
It couldn't have been anybody but Sid Caesar.
No, I think that was Peter Houston.
Well, somebody remembers it, and we fondly remember those things. How long are you going to be here at the Drury Lane Theater?
Oh, we'll be here for 6.5 more weeks.
Almost till about the 19th or so
19th
of
September, yes.
Well, we wish you
and Miss Marion Walters, who was playing opposite, was my co-star, she's doing a fantastic,
She's beautiful. She's marvelous.
She really does.
It's almost a two-man show.
Well, it's a 2-person show.
It's a without putting down Marion Walters. Sid Caesar, we're going to look for hopefully reruns of some of the shows.
Well, these have never been shown before. I mean, they've only been seen once. And if I think there's a very good chance of them coming through. My manager, Mr. Green, is in the throes of it. We're having calls back and forth from New York and from California about the syndication, setting it up.
Where do you go from the Drury Lane?
We go right back to Hollywood. I do 2 shows there, and then I go into a syndication.
With this...
Yeah, and then I do other shows.
Well, we wish you good luck. and we thank you very much for this chance to chat about television and about Sid Caesar, and those were the days.
I just want to say one thing. I mean, I may have sounded a little bitter or rough in the beginning about television, but what has happened is a terrible thing. They've taken a medium, which is it's like moving pictures. It's a great art, and they've just torn it to pieces. There are no more studios. I mean, no big studios.
Mm-hmm.
And the networks are going only... It took Hollywood 50 years or 60 years to come to this point. Almost 70 years. To where it just, they just swallowed themselves up. But television has telescoped that into a period of 20, 25, 23 years.
Short time.
A very short time. Look what they've done. When they didn't learn any lessons from the movies. In fact, they're based... If they didn't have movies now, they couldn't be on. So they really didn't build anything. They didn't actually build. You understand what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You see, in a studio in the old days... I'm not talking... Not only... do you have time? Like in the movie... in movies, when they built a star, they built a star. They had time. And when they... What is it?
Nothing. I don't know how long you're going to talk.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hopefully, go ahead.
The movies reinvested in themselves.
You see, what they did was, when they built the star made, I'd say he made $250 a week, $250 a week. But they built this star. And this star salary maybe we went up to $2,000-$3,000 a week. But this star, the whole studio was behind him. If this star went to London or a star went to Paris, there was public relations people from the studio. They protected their stars. They made them feel comfortable. They made them relaxed. They didn't have to worry about the economics of everything, or where you're gonna, who's gonna get my room, or who's gonna. That was all taken care of, so they could be stars. Television never had that. Television was strictly money from the beginning, but they didn't know how to make money out of it in the beginning. But when they learned, and they learned very fast, and as soon as lawyers and accountants get in, kiss it goodbye, because that's when the artist has to leave. Because when the accountants come in, artistry goes right out the window.
They take the creativity out of it.
Absolutely.
Well, I hope no one takes the creativity from you, Sid Caesar.
I hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Central. This is Chuck Schaden on Those Were the Days, calling Rudy Vallee in Hollywood. Are you there, Mr. Vallee?
Yes, I'm right here ready to talk with you.
How are you today?
Fairly well, thank you.
Great. I'm calling for a great many of your fans in the Chicago area who are looking forward to seeing you in person here next October.
You mean both of them?
Both of them? No, several thousand of them out here in the Chicago area. You're going to be at the Erie Crown Theater at McCormick Place, is that right?
I am on the night of October 9th.
October 9th. Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing you there.
I'm also making a TV appearance the night before.
Are you? Where can we see you then?
What is your TV man that has a night show there in town?
Howard Miller.
I think that's it, yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's on Channel 7.
I think I'm on that show on the night of the 8th.
Well, great. We'll look forward to seeing you there, too.
Right.
But better yet, we'd be out at the McCormick Place to see you in person.
Yes, I'll probably MC the show and do my own little spot as I did last week at the St. Louis Muni Opera.
Aha. Have you been doing this sort of thing regularly lately?
No, but last week we opened up August 30th at the St. Louis Muni. They have an audience out, and we opened up some 12,000 persons with Dennis Day, Donna Michi, Dorothy Lamour, and Betty Grable. And, of course, a tremendous company of real fine singers and a lot of kids. The dancing and the singing is quite a week.
I can imagine it was.
Yeah.
Say, can we ask a little bit about your fantastic career? When was it when you organized the Connecticut Yankees?
I put the little band together in New York on the night of January 8th, 1928.
Aha. Was that at the Hi-Ho Club?
That is exactly where it was. There were two boys from New Haven. They were not Yale men. They were just New Haven boys.
Uh-huh.
Janis and a tenor sax. The other boys were New Yorkers. There were seven and myself, making 8 total.
And you were the leader and the main singer with the band.
The saxophonist.
And the saxophonist.
And lacking brass, we could not play the stock arrangements of the day, so all we played was choruses. which was very different from the average band who always played the stock arrangement. And here, for the first time, the jaded radio listener tunes in and hears an orchestra playing nothing but very soft music, since there was no brass and only choruses. And choruses of songs they'd ever heard before, songs I'd found in England in 1924 and 25.
Had you been, had the Hi-Ho Club been doing many remote broadcasts before Rudy Vallee got there?
Didn't do any at all. It only opened on January 1st, 1928.
Oh.
And they didn't like the band that opened it, so they fired them, and that's where I came into the picture. Happened to bump into a guy that knew about the job, and I said I'd take the job only if I could lead the band. He said, "You've got it." And I led it for, as I say, from January 8th and on, and about the middle of February, I think, somebody talked to WABC, which was then the Atlantic Broadcasting Company, setting Greeby radios, and it later on ABC became the flagship of the Columbia Broadcasting System. Paley maintains that it was even in 1927 the flagship of CBS, but it wasn't. I know that when I went on it, it was called the Atlantic Broadcasting Company in Steinway Hall, offices in Steinway Hall, selling Greeby radios, which is a radio of that day.
I see. When did you leave the Hi-Ho Club for your first radio broadcast?
The Hi-Ho Club in the fall of 1929.
Was that when you went on the air with Villa Vallee?
1928.
Was that when you went on the air with Villa Vallee?
No, it didn't go on the air with Villa Vallee. We were thrown out of the Hi-Ho Club in an effort. It is a little bit of strategy on the part of the maitre d' and the man who owned the band for whom I worked to get me out of there and sell us to another place where we could get more money. I was not a part of the deal. I didn't know what was going on. I only knew that suddenly the band and I were asked, and we were packing the place. So we had nowhere to go, and I had heard that the room at 10E60, which is today the Copacabana, the famed Copacabana,
yes,
was then called Versailles, not to be confused with the Versailles of 50th Street that Nick Prunis opened later on, over near Lexington Avenue and 3rd, Park Avenue, rather. That Versailles didn't come into being until much later on in the late 40s, but in 1928 and 29, 10E60 downstairs was known as Versailles. They had hollowed out all the rock of this basement and made it into a very lovely room owned by a scoundrel named Bellac, B-E-L-L-A-K. And I knew that they were having maybe 3 or 4 persons a night. There's a very fine little band, small five-piece band, Eddie Davis. And Walter Gross, who was playing piano for Eddie Davis, told me that the place was empty. So I talked to this Bellac, and I said, let me come into my band and show you what I can do. And so we were doing some little broadcasts for a jewelry firm on Sunday afternoon, Herbert's Blue White Diamonds, which we each received $15 for our broadcast. And on that broadcast, I announced that we were going to open at a place called Versailles, 10E60th. And, of course, a couple of weeks later when we opened, we jammed it because they all knew that we were going to be there by radio. And after we'd been there a few weeks, we opened at the 81st Street Theater, where I showed Broadway what we could do in the theater. And, of course, we were just such a sense, I sort of say, of course, we've been broadcasting from the Hi-Ho Club and building up a tremendous backlog of probably 2 or 3 million radio listeners that wanted to see what the hell we looked like. And when they heard that we were going to play at the theater and they had a chance to see us in the flesh, in person, it was a very simple thing to pack the theater. And the opening night at the 81st Street Key Theater, the booker of all the Key Theaters immediately said, Mr. Vallee, will you play all of our Key Theaters? And like a nitwit, I only asked for $1,500 when I could have got $10,000 or $12,000, but of course I didn't know any better.
Did you use the megaphone, your trademark, at that time? At
that time, there was no amplification of any kind as far as the only electrical speakers I ever heard used were in the IBM, the subway trains in New York had little speakers, and some of the cars would say, watch the door, watch the door. And that was the only time I heard a voice being amplified through a speaker. And, of course, in all the broadcasting studios, outside the studio, there were big sort of radios in the hallways where you could hear the program is going on inside the glass-enclosed radio studio. And I said, well, why can't they have a speaker right in the same room with you? They said, because you'll get a feedback. The sound will come out of the speaker and go back into the microphone with your own live voice, and it just won't work out. Because they didn't know that it could work out if you place the speakers in the correct position. And at that time, we had no way of sending the voice forward except to either cup your hands around your mouth or roll up a newspaper or pick up what the cheerleaders have been using for years of football games to send their voices up into the stands and to use the big cheerleader megaphone.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the way that developed then. That's very interesting.
Well, it's very obvious. What the hell else could you do?
When did you start the Fleischmann's Hour on radio?
The Fleischmann Hour started in October of 1929 and finished in October 1939, 10 years.
It was a long-running show for an early radio program, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, 52 weeks a year.
No vacation, no rest at all?
No, we didn't need any. It's only once a week. Very easy.
And you had, was your announcer Graham McNamee? I've read that.
He was the first announcer. So he was with us about first 4 or 5 years, and then he died. And then we had several other announcers.
You were really an innovator as far as...
Actually, I did the announcing for the show, that is the program of the songs and the guests, if we had any guests when we first started. We had one guest when we first started. And then McNamee did the commercials.
Oh, I see.
Did not do the announcing of the show from the standpoint of telling about the songs or the artists who were going to be on the show. That was my job. I
see. You were instrumental in giving radio breaks to a great many people, I understand.
I did not only a great thing for the program more than I, but we did a great deal to introduce a lot of personalities for their first coast-to-coast radio broadcast, Eddie Cantor and all the rest. But also, I think I probably saved the radio itself from going downhill almost into oblivion because it was becoming so damn monotonous with the boring type of programs they were offering, which were pretty bad, that the president of NBC said to me, Mr. Vallee, you have demonstrated how powerful radio can be. We're deeply indebted to you. We feel that you have, in a way, saved the National Broadcasting Company.
My goodness, that's quite a tribute.
And then 10 years later, when I sat at a banquet at the Waldorf Astoria with Amos and Andy, Graham McNamee, Floyd Gibbons, Fibber McGee and Molly, and all of the great personalities that become great through radio. On my right was the president of NBC, Mr. Sarnoff, who didn't speak to me the entire evening.
He didn't?
Didn't say hello, didn't say anything.
Well, why was that?
I don't know. He's a very peculiar man. Sat on my right next to me, and didn't say hello the entire evening.
No kidding. Didn't the Aldrich family start their broadcasting on your show? Is that right?
That's correct.
And We the People got started on that program, too.
That I wouldn't remember. I'm not sure they started with us at Kate Smith. Kate Smith came along about 1936 with a program to rival ours. All she wanted to do was get 1 point higher than we did, and then she quit. And she introduced William Eugene Howard, the two comics...
Abbott and Costello.
First, Abbott and Costello. And I'm not sure, but what she took the Aldrich family after we had launched it and then made it a part of her show.
Well, you talk about the people she introduced. You were involved with introducing Milton Berle and Olson and Johnson, Edgar Bergen, too, right?
That is correct.
Well, you said that you were on the air once a week with radio. What was Rudy Vallee doing the other days of the week in the 30s?
The Brooklyn Paramount doing 4, 5, and 6 shows a day, 5 and 6 on weekends, 4 shows the normal days of the week. That's including Sunday for a year and a half steadily, the New York or the Brooklyn Paramount theaters, and also playing what is now the Copacabana, which became the Villa Valley after we changed it from Versailles to Villa Valley from 12 o'clock until 3 in the morning.
My goodness. Weren't you in the and George White scandals and the Vanities, too?
In 2 scandals. No, never in the Vanities. 2 scandals, 31 and 36.
36. Well, you started doing some things on film then, too, didn't you?
Yes, I made a very bad picture in 1929 at RKO called Vagabond Lover. Picture that was so bad that it almost finished my career.
Really? Why was it, why do you say that?
It was just a badly written story, a very bad story, and the director, Marshall Nealon, who had directed some very fine pictures before that, but had never directed anything with a band in it, anything in the nature of a musical. His mother died about halfway through the picture, and he went off on a binge and didn't show up for 2 or 3 weeks. The assistant took over, and the assistant didn't know his rear end from his elbow, and it was just a very bad picture.
Did you was that movie made more or less to capitalize on the tag, the vagabond lover that you had?
It was made to show us to rate to the public persons who wanted to see it throughout the country. We'd never seen it.
How did you get that tag, the vagabond lover?
I ran across this song when I heard it played in Indianapolis in the fall of 1927, on the summer of 1927, when the Yale Collegians played the Circle Theater in Indianapolis. On a Saturday night, we went to the, there was a room at the top of a hotel there, and we listened to Charlie Davis and his Indiana band, his Hoosier band. It was a marvelous orchestra, all young college boys, and they played beautifully. And one of their boys sang this song, and I found out later that it was more or less considered a song from one of the universities in Indiana, LaSalle, or one of the universities there in Indiana, had used the song. It had been sung around the campus. It originally came from Chicago, from your city.
It did.
It turned out later it was written by a lawyer from Chicago, but a young fellow named Leon Zimmerman copyrighted it in 1926 or 27 and said that he wrote it, and after it became quite famous through our record and recordings and broadcasting of it, we were sued by a lawyer named Brown from Chicago, who sued the Victor Company, me, Zimmerman, and everyone else, Arcaro included, and we had to pay for lawyers to go to Chicago to convince Brown that we were not the offenders, that the person who had presented he had written it was Zimmerman. If anyone was fault, he was the person at fault, and to leave us alone to let the song make as much money as it could make for whoever was to receive it. And Brown acceded to that, and eventually it was proven that Brown had really written it, that Zimmerman had not written it.
Well, that's very interesting. Did you appear on, you did, I know, appear on recordings. I want to know how many recordings Rudy Vallee sold.
My records never sold very well, and that's why I become a little annoyed today when persons try to tell me what to do when I work in a nightclub or in a spot, and when they insist that I do more singing. It's very embarrassing to me to have to tell them that my singing never really meant very much.
It was the
It wasn't my singing that was the main portion of success in 1920 and 29. It was the way the band played as I asked them to play, what we played, the way I talked about the songs, and the odd name and the picturization, what I must look like physically. And although I did sing fairly simply and pleasantly, with a very thin voice, somewhat nasal, it was not really comparable to the recording quality that Crosby had. And when I heard Crosby's first recordings, I knew that he was just going to kick me so far out of the picture that it wasn't even funny, which of course he did, because his record sold into the millions, whereas mine very rarely sold. And as a matter of fact, in the last 8 or 10 years, all attempts at LPs of recordings of songs, old and new, have met with dismal failure. And so I just have to tell my very eager friends that unfortunately they're in a very tiny minority, as both of your listeners are.
Well, that's my two listeners, and you and I enjoy your music, I'll tell you that. Mr. Vallee, after you more or less closed on the Fleischmann's Hour, you moved right into the Seal Test Hour on radio.
Not much later, 1940, March of 1940, yes.
And didn't you do that program with John Barrymore?
It didn't start with Barrymore. It started with a format that was written by Paul Henning, who created the Beverly Hillbillies, Green Acres, and Petticoat Junction. Henning at that time conceived the idea of taking historical figures such as Christopher Columbus, Captain John Smith, and so forth, and in 27 minutes doing a little operetta with 2 or 3 songs to be sung by me or the King's Men, a group of 4 male singers, and using Mary Boland as Queen Isabella for me to portray Christopher Columbus. And the way this was done was to somehow get into a dream sequence in which I would dream the operetta. Having been reading a book on Christopher Columbus up to the time that Slapsy Maxey, who was a steady feature in the show, somehow I would either fall from a ladder or Slapsy would sock me in the jaw accidentally in training or sparring, And the book that I'd been reading would be the mainstream of the little 26 minutes of the story, the operetta. And it started off with a rating of 17, which is a fairly good rating, in March of 1940, and went down to a summer of 4, rating of 4. As we went east for the summer, so that I could go to my lodge in Maine, they threw Slapsy out the window, threw Vic Knight, who was directing it, out the window. They kept Paul Henning on, and then said to me, will you pick from the list of 6 or 7 directors we've given you a man you think can pull this show out of the abyss in which it has gone? I picked Ed Gardner, who later on became Archie of Duffy's Tavern, because I'd worked with Gardner on my Fleischmann when he substituted for several weeks in 1936 and 35. I knew that although he was a very difficult person, he was a very gifted and a very talented person in writing and in direction. He took the show from a low of 4, and it is his idea, not mine, to use Barrymore, whom he has used on the Texaco show when he directed the Texaco show before I did the Seal Test show. And as a result of the use of Barrymore, the show rose from September 1940 from a low of 4 to a rating of 25.
It's amazing.
He was really a blessing. He was just a tremendous shot in the arm and made the show truly great.
How long did that show last?
Writers for $250 each that you couldn't buy today for $5,000 and $10,000 for a script. Yeah. We had not only Ed Gardner supervising all the writers, because he was essentially a writer more than he was a director. Under him, he got Abe Burroughs for $350 a week. Henning was still only getting $250 a week. We had Panama and Frank, $250 each. We had Jess Oppenheimer, who created I Love Lucy, for $250. We had Chuck Isaacs, who used to do the Skeleton Show up until a year or so ago, for $250 a week. Keith Fowler, and we had some of the greatest writers that ever wrote for radio.
Well, that's amazing. That must have been one of the key reasons why that show was so...
That's why those scripts are so great.
Yeah. Do you have any of those scripts yet?
I have every one of those scripts, and I have all the out-of-state discs of them.
Have you?
I have all of them.
How can we get a copy of those from you?
No problem.
No problem?
No.
Good. I'm going to write you.
No.
Rudy Vallee, you were in the Coast Guard during World War II.
In the Navy in World War I at the age of 15. And they discovered I'd lied about my age and sent me back to school, for which I'm very, very grateful. And then in 1942, I enlisted in the Coast Guard as a Chief Petty Officer Bandmaster with an orchestra of 18 men that I built to 47, one of the finest musical outfits out on the coast. And I came out of the war as a lieutenant senior grade.
You were a bandmaster at one time?
Yes, all my experience in the Coast Guard was as a bandmaster.
They couldn't have gotten a more perfect bandmaster for the Coast Guard.
Well, there was an 18-piece outfit down at Long Beach. Had been put together by a yachtsman named Max Sturges, who had played with Benny Pollock's orchestra, played saxophone with Benny Pollock's orchestra, and he was one of my great admirers. He was a great fan of Rudy Vallee, and he told the girl who was my secretary that he would like me to lead this 18-piece band, which was exactly what I wanted to do, because I couldn't get a commission in the Navy. I couldn't get a commission in the Air Force, and I was damned if I was going in as a private with my college education and my experience in the world and show business. I felt I was entitled to at least a first lieutenant in something. And so he said, I'd like you to lead this 18-piece band, and I would have gone in as a commissioned officer, but that little dido that Tony Martin pulled in San Francisco, where he gave a lieutenant commander an automobile to get a commission of ensign, sort of made it tough for anybody in show business to be commissioned. So the smartest thing for all of us, I said to all these officers that I was at a banquet one night when they discussed the idea of my becoming the band leader, I said, gentlemen, I know how embarrassed you are, because if you give me a commission, everyone's going to ask you, what the hell did Vallee give you for it? The way Tony Martin did it, and I said, gentlemen, to save you that embarrassment, I'll go in as a non-commissioned man, the chief petty officer, and after a year or so, you can jump me to gold braid, which they did.
Well, it worked out fine for you then.
Very nicely.
After the war, was there any radio programs that you hosted or starred upon?
On to the Dream program for Procter & Gamble. 2 years with them, the most money I ever made in radio. Couldn't keep any of it, but I at least went on with them for 2 years, and we were on at a rather bad time at 10 o'clock in the East, and we got a rating of, I think, no more than 11. They were paying me $13.5 and $14.5, out of which I paid the other guests in the band. And you're supposed to get $1,000 per point, and 11 rating didn't give me the didn't justify their expense. They offered me the third year if I would let Carlton Alsop direct it, would I come on and stay on for $5,000? And I said, gentlemen, you can have it, because I had no respect for Carlton Alsop, who took the show over with Don Amici to replace me, and each week they were to present a famous film actress in one of the best scenes for one of her best pictures. And they also brought Jim Backus from Chicago to be the voice of Hubert, what
Updike.
is his name? Hubert something?
Hubert Updike.
Updike, that's right. And that's where he began out here in radio on that program that I turned down for the third year. And they also took Pinky Lee, whom I had developed in the second year of the Dream program to $1,000 a week, from 100 to 1,000, and had also given him practically the entire show. And instead of his sticking with me in the hopes that we would get a show and we could continue to work together, because we were very good together, I was very good as a straight man, feeding man for him, because I subordinated myself to him, and I was the contrast between my quality and class and diction and his way of doing comedy was a perfect welding of two personalities. And if he'd been smart, he'd have stayed with me. And I said, you little Jew boy, they're wanting to dine you simply because they think you're going to be good in the show. But Amici said, I won't work with that little burlesque comic. He said, to hell with him. And so after about 8 or 10 shows, they dropped Pinky, and they paid him off for 40 full weeks. But he was dropped, and I said, Pinky, you loused me up because I couldn't get the program I wanted because I didn't have a good running mate. And they dropped Pinky, and the show never got above, I think it stayed about where it was with me, about 11, and they dropped it at the end of the third year.
You've always had to be concerned with ratings on radio, just as television is today.
I can remember the first time, which was in 1931, that I was on a tour of Paramount Public Theaters, starting first in Boston, where they threw the Grapefruit, then down to Miami, where I played the Olympia Theater, then to New Orleans, where I played the Sanger Theater during the Mardi Gras. And it was there at that theater that I noticed this fellow always seated in the audience, particularly in the balcony. And he came backstage one day to talk to me, and I said, what are you doing? He said, J. Walter Thompson has asked me to watch the reaction of the audiences here in the theater and to get an idea of what your popularity on radio has done for you in the theater, etc. In other words, he was the first to sort of get a finger on the pulse of what I was doing in a way of reaching human beings. And up to that time, there had been no such thing as a rating. Suddenly, there it was. You had the first thing, of course, was Crosley.
Yes.
Before the Hooper came in. And before the Nielsen came in. First it was Crosley, then Hooper, then Nielsen.
Did you, you appeared in a few films after the war, too. I mean, Bachelor and the Bobby Soxer, and
yes,
Gentleman Married.
The best thing I ever made was made just at the beginning of the war in 42 at Paramount, the Palm Beach Story for Preston Sturges. Which I think is not only a damn good film, but the best thing I ever did.
You had a dramatic role in that.
No, it's more of a humorous role.
Well, I mean, as opposed to being just cast as a singer.
Oh, well, there was no except for one little song at the end, which is supposed to bring Colbert to me, but only pushed her in the back in the arms of her husband. With the exception of that one little song, I was not, in any sense of the word, I was the world's wealthiest man. As the John D. Hackensack III. In other words, John D. Rockefeller III. And in no sense of the word was I cast as anything to do with show business or a singer.
Well, most recently, I think, in films, we saw you in How to Succeed in Business, recreating your stage role.
Yes, the film wasn't as good as the stage show. The stage show in New York was much better. Much better.
If you didn't get to see Rudy Vallee on the stage, though, the
Rudy... He was a very dear man, and a man to whom I'm deeply indebted. I would not have been in the picture had not David Swift been producer and director. But he wanted me for a previous Columbia picture, Good Neighbor Sam, and I knew that when David Swift was nominated or given the role of director and producer of How to Succeed film for United Artists, I had a pretty good chance of getting it. And if he hadn't been producer director, I never would have gotten it. I think they would have given it to Milton Berle or Crosby or somebody like that.
Well, Rudy Vallee, I really appreciate your taking the time this afternoon to talk with us and
You're welcome.
to reminisce a little bit about your career. And we're looking forward to seeing you out at the Vaudeville Follies of 1971 at the Erie Crown Theater on October 9th.
Well, I imagine I'll be a bit of a shock to some persons. I simply say to those who are coming that night, who have any desire to see me, don't come with any preconceived notions of what I will do or what I should do, because I'm going to do what I want to do, and it probably won't be what you expect me to do, and you may not like it, so I'll say screw.
Well, we think that you have a fantastic following out here, and the same two people who are listening to us today are going to be watching you on the Howard Miller show on the night before.
If one of the two comes, at least we'll have one person in the audience.
Thank you, Rudy Vallee, for reminiscing with us today on Those Were the Days.
Very welcome.
In 1943, not so long ago, a Hollywood trade publication called Motion Picture Herald, or Fame, conducted a poll of movie theater owners across the country. The poll was to determine the outstanding young movie personality whom those exhibitors felt most certainly would be the star of tomorrow. When the results were in, the name that led the list is the name of our guest today, Van Johnson. Welcome to Those Were the Days.
These are the days, Chuck. These are the good old days, baby.
These are the good days.
Yeah, but they were fun where we went through them. It was fun, the Tiffany era, the golden era, the whatever. But I wouldn't want one day of it again, Chuck. Not one day. No, that was somebody else that did all those pictures. I'm happy today. For the first time in my life, I didn't know what happiness was till I got out of that long-term contract. And I'm not knocking studios or anything. But, you couldn't go to the bathroom without asking permission. It sounded glamorous and wonderful, but we worked hard. 5 pictures a year. We used to work Saturdays in those days and Saturday nights.
You had a long day, too.
Yes. I don't remember ever seeing the sunshine except on Sunday. We drove to the studio in the morning in the dark, and we didn't get out till dark at night. But I was young then.
You're young yet.
I feel that I'm younger today than I am. Yes, you're right. I'm glad to scratch that. Okay.
You like what you're doing today?
I love what I'm doing today. I love soup. I love There's a Girl in My. And I love being out here at Arlington Heights. They're terribly nice people to work for, and it's a beautiful new theater. And I just hope that the people of Illinois will come and support it. No, I live very happily in New York, Chuck. I have a lovely penthouse in the East River on Sutton Place. When I'm there, but I've got one foot in Europe and one foot on the coast. I just did the Doris Day show. And then I did a picture in Rome just before I started this tour, which I have to go back when we close here and dub, loop.
And you're doing a lot of television commercials, aren't you?
Thank God. Mr. Mayor wouldn't let me do those in those days.
Now that's nostalgic. You're recreating some of the great MGM pictures from the past. You're in a lifeboat in one, and in the
B-25,
plane,
yeah,
B-25.
30 seconds over Tokyo. For post-fortified oat flakes, yes. Thank God for Mrs. Post. I'm going to marry her.
Do you remember the poll that I mentioned earlier?
No.
I bet you were the subject of many polls.
I guess so, Chuck, but I never kept scrapbooks. The only thing I saved was money. I never read publicity about myself, and I never read notices, and I still don't to this day. But I was so busy learning lines and just keeping up my strength. It takes the cream of vitality, Chuck.
When did you start with MGM?
I graduated in 34, in 35, 36, about 35 or 36. I went out for Warner Brothers first, but they didn't know what to do with me. They still don't.
I found some conflicting reports about Van Johnson's #1 movie, the first picture that you made. I've read that Too Many Girls and Murder in the Big House
with Faye Emerson was Warner Brothers, but Too Many Girls was George Abbott, Lucille Ball, Desi, RKO, and George Abbott took about 5 of his favorites out from the Broadway show, and thank God I was one among. And that's when I got bitten and hooked on California. California was lovely and lush in those days. There was no smog in there. But I would walk around the sets at RKO and look at Carol Lombard shooting with Charlie Lawton in They Knew What They Wanted, and Lupe Velez was doing the Spitfire. Since you like nostalgia, I'm dropping all these names.
Good.
And Irene Dunn was shooting something with Randy Scott. And Orson Welles was doing Magnificent Ambersons, and Michelle Morgan was doing Joan of Paris. It was
an exciting industry in those days. But I don't like to go out there now. When I do, I just go right from the airport to the studio and do my work and get out fast.
Well, it's good.
We had the best of it, Chuck. What?
I think so. I was going to say, it's good to have those nice memories of,
yes,
of
I'm
Van
rich.
Johnson
I'm
in
rich.
awe at
I still am,
Hollywood.
Chuck.
Are
I
you?
never grew up. Yes, I'm thrilled to meet talent. You know, I did the Cup show, God bless him, the other day, Saturday. You know, my biggest thrill was to meet Lawrence Welk. He was on the show with me, and he gave me an autographed copy. I think he's one of the nicest gentlemen in the business.
Uh-huh.
And thank God another network picked up his wonderful show. There's not enough for those nice people on the tube today. But I was genuinely thrilled, and I thought, gee, I'm 55 last month. I'm still excited about meeting nice, celebrated, talented people.
Well, we're thrilled, too. And you're one of those, and you're one of our favorite talented
Thank
people.
you, Chuck.
I want to ask you about MGM. I told you I was going to zero in on MGM because you were really the... No, I'm not going to cut in on MGM.
No,
you were... you made a lot of money for MGM.
And they
you
for
were
me.
And, all right. You were in a great many pictures.
100, I just finished.
I saw a series of MGM trailers about a week ago. You know, these previews of coming attractions. And you were in about 4 of them. And there was one beautiful one with Esther Williams, and Easy to Wed, I think.
Yes.
And you were dancing around in a kind of a short, not a bikini, kind of a shortcut dress suit.
It was an Eton jacket.
That's right.
Eton jacket with a sash, and the thing is, it was a Mexican thing, I think, Fiesta with Mama's nodding, so she remembers.
Ethel Smith.
Ethel Smith with that Tico, yes.
And Richard Red Skelton was in the movie.
He was?
That's what they said. Richard Red Skelton is how he was billed at those days, and he was doing an inebriated politician falling.
I thought you meant a little boy. I thought you meant
a young actor. You know.
Yeah, I see. Yes.
How long were you with MGM?
15 years.
15 years. Seems like just yesterday.
It was a sentence. Well, actually, I have a terrible claustrophobic problem, Chuck. When I drive through the gates of a studio in the morning, I think, oh, God, I can't get out of here till 6 o'clock tonight, and I get a terrible claustrophobic thing. That's what I think I like about shooting TV things, is everything's fast. I just did the Doris Day thing 2 weeks ago, show, and her hours are better. She starts at noon, like Paris and Madrid, and she works until 6:30 or 7. No break for lunch, and there's a big buffet on the side of the set that the crew and everybody takes when they want to. And I found that I like those hours, I think, better. Didn't seem so claustrophobic, and it's a sweet little studio, and she's a dream to work with and work for. But I don't think I would ever want any of that again, no. That's what I like about doing the theater. You're only here for 2 hours, and it's that instant audience response. Yeah.
That's right. Do you enjoy meeting the public? I'm
yes,
sure there are
I like
autograph hunters waiting for you afterward.
Thank God that they still care to come back, because now all those Bobby Soxers are grown up in their my era, and they bring their own little children to come and meet me, and they say, "Oh, this is what Mommy goes up in the attic on a rainy day and looks at those old scrapbooks." Your fat old man.
Face was on the cover of a lot of movie magazines in the 40s.
They were nice magazines in those days. I don't know what kind of junk they
were. Were they pretty realistic? Did they report true stories?
Oh yes, I never fibbed. If the people interview me, I never lied.
No, but did the writers distort the interviews?
Oh no, MGM I think had the best force of squad of PR people, and they sat in on all the interviews, and they sort of guided them in the right direction. And we were never allowed, asked not to have a photograph taken with a glass in our hand or a cigarette. And even today, Chuck, if a photographer comes around, like in the pump room, I automatically push the glass out of the way. I don't smoke, thank God, anymore. I got hypnotized out of that, but I've gained 10 pounds. Now I can't stop eating. I got to call that Pat Collins and tell her to unhip me and hypnotize me about from eating.
See, out there in Radio Land, you're not the only one with a problem.
Terrible. Oh, I just came from the supermarket in that sweet little Plum Village. What a nice little locality that is. I'm going to move here. The air is so good and the people are so nice. And I notice on every shelf, Diet Pepsi, Diet this, Diet, everything's diet, low calorie, no cal, no whatever. It's a weight-conscious age that we're living in, I think.
Did you ever have to watch your age through the years?
My age and my weight.
Your weight, I mean?
See, Mama watches you like a hawk. See her take that hand down? I never watched my age. But I never thought I had a weight problem. But when I was smashed up in this accident years ago, I came out of it all right in the middle of a guy named Joe, and I went right into Two Girls and a Sailor, since you want to reminisce. Haven't heard those names in years. I started to pick up because that accident jarred all my metabolism and my glands, and I guess, and from then on I noticed I had to watch it. I watch it, but I don't watch it enough. There's one scene in the third act where little Vicky Kaywood puts a sailor cap on me and the thing. And I heard a little lady, a gal, the other night in the front row say, "Oh, he looks just like Two Girls and a Sailor." I wanted to kiss her. I was so touched.
Oh, well, how about that? They screened a human comedy on television here a couple of weeks ago, and that was a good movie.
Saroyan, yes. They don't make them like that anymore, Chuck.
Clarence Brown was the
one of my
director.
favorite directors.
What about your directors? Which one of the directors that you've had would you say provided the guidance necessary to make a substantial actor out of Van Johnson?
You're going to say Heflin?
No, I said Van Monroe.
Van Monroe. Vaughn Monroe.
Racing with the Moon.
I'm a fan of his, too. That song was predictable, wasn't it? I think Richard Brooks, when I did The Last Time I Saw Paris with Liz Taylor. Mervyn LeRoy in 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. Billy Wellman for Battleground. Stanley Kramer, Eddie Dimitrik for Caine Mutiny. I have to really give them all a little bit of garlic because everybody pushes you along the way. I think all the good ones do, that is. Because you have to make a lot of small canvases in between, like Remains to Be Seen with June Allison, but which I never saw. I haven't seen maybe 15 of the pictures I've made I haven't seen.
Any reason why? You didn't like them while you were doing it?
No, Chuck, it's when you're on a picture for weeks and weeks and weeks, and you think, oh, thank God, that one's over. It's in the can, and either you go off to Acapulco fishing, or we went to our house in Palm Springs, or I was in London, you're doing another one. And by the time it came out, I had lost interest, and no. I don't even watch them on the Late Late Show. I don't know why. I just have no interest in it. I always want to go back and do it all over again. You can get back to that canvas once too often.
What's ahead on the movie screen?
I'm not going to work until next year. I'm very lucky and I'm very grateful. I'm very rich with friends and health. I mean, that other monetary thing doesn't matter. But I haven't had a week off in like 20 years. I am really a basket case. I think I'm going to go to Europe first, to London, and then I have to dub this picture I did last, and then go to the Caribbean and just sit on the beach and contemplate my navel.
Well, that sounds...
soak up the sunshine.
A lot of lady listeners out there would like to help you do that.
Well, there's nothing to do in Camille Bay. I go to the Rockefeller plantation down in the Virgin Islands. But I take the paint box, I paint, and I take the books, and I told you before, I read 5 books a week. But I think when you go away, the best thing to do is nothing, and not to plan anything. People say, what did you do? What do you do down there? I said, nothing. It's almost boring, which is the time to unwind. Because I'm asleep at 9:30 at night. I'm not a night man. I'm not night people.
That means you fall asleep during the second act out here at the Arlington Park Theater?
Now, Tom, that's an awful answer I could give you, but the boys wouldn't like that. I couldn't say no, the audience does, but they don't. They don't. It's a very fast, breezy show, and there's no message to it. We leave that to Western Union. It's a happy show, and I have a wonderful company around me.
And I know you're about to get ready to get your makeup on for another performance, but
before
we do for a second, leave those freckles right there. Before we do, I want to back up just a little bit and ask what Van Johnson was doing before he got to Hollywood.
I was on the stage in New York for George Abbott. I did Too Many Girls and Pal Joey.
You were in New Faces, weren't you?
New Faces. He knows everything. You can't fool him. New Faces. And my first job, Chuck, was at the Cherry Lane Theater before Off-Broadway was chic. And I was told to the agent that was my first job in showbiz, and I went down there, and there was a show just closing, and there's 2 kids, the leading man and the lady, were just leaving the stage door, and her name was Phyllis Isley, and he was Robert Walker, and she became Jennifer Jones. And they were young and married and happy then, and we've often talked about it and mentioned it, coming events cast as shadows. But I love the stage and I love the theater. I'd had no intention of going into films. I think it's the most boring job in the world to sit and do those take after take after take. Sitting talking with Doris Day last week, and I thought, how did we ever do 100 pictures, Doris? The long shot, the master shot, the medium, the close up, the over the shoulders. Then you're going to go in and loop it and dub it afterwards. So that when it does come out, you really have lost interest.
Well, you may have lost interest in some of them, but your fans did not.
I'm very
they're
lucky.
happy to see you again on the television screen,
Yeah.
on the Doris Day Show, out here at the Arlington Park Theater, and on the Late Late movie, too. And those aren't so old. They're not so long ago.
It seems like it. It seems like another era.
Well, it was another era, but it wasn't so long ago.
It was the beautiful era, all the beautiful people.
Van Johnson, I appreciate the chance to chat with you today on Those Were the Days, and we'll see you again out at Arlington Park.
I hope so, Chuck. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you for coming by.
Hello, Central. This is Chuck Schaden on Those Were the Days, calling Ralph Edwards in Hollywood. Are you there, Ralph?
I'm here, Chuck, and it's mighty happy I am to talk with you and your WLTD FM group.
Thank you very much. We're calling to say hello from all your fans in the Chicago area who watch you on This Is Your Life every Sunday night at 6:30 on Channel 7, WLS-TV.
Well, may I return my felicitations to them and thank them for watching. Chicago has always been a very strong area for us, even back through the days of Truth or Consequences when I did it. And This Is Your Life, and all the area around whole northwestern Illinois and all around in there.
Well, great. We'd like to turn the tables, if we can, on you just this once, Ralph, and through the magic of the long-distance telephone, present This Is Your Life, Ralph Edwards.
Okay, it is liable to be your dullest show, Chuck.
I'm sure it won't be. We have our own special leather-covered scrapbook here, but it needs the master's touch to make it complete, so perhaps you'll fill in all the empty pages as we chat.
Well, I don't know about being the master, but I'll sure try to be a good researcher for you.
All right. Remember one thing, Ralph. If you don't tell the truth, you'll have to pay the consequences.
I like that kind of talk, too, Chuck.
You were a Colorado farm boy, right, who studied to be an English teacher?
Well, that's right. I was born on a farm 13 miles east of Sterling, Colorado, the county seat of Logan County, and nearer to a town called Merino, M-E-R-I-N-O, named after the Merino sheep that used to be there. It used to be called Fort Buffalo because of the buffalo that were there. And we had a little farm near the South Platte River on which I was born, my middle brother and I. My oldest brother was not born there. And then we got a homestead another 2.5 miles out into the dry lands of northeastern Colorado, and we lived on that for 5 years. You had to live on it 5 years until you proved it up. Then it became yours, you know. I think we sold it for about $500 when we all left to go to California.
When you did get to California, I think you got started at quite an early age, didn't you, in your script writing?
That's very true. I had always been interested in writing, even on the farm. I used to make up plays. We'd go around to the neighboring farms, little pals of mine, and we'd put on shows. And then when I got in the first grade there, Miss Effie, who was my teacher in Merino, I still correspond with her and see her from time to time. She's living near Denver now, but until last year she was in Merino, and I'd always go down to see her and my Aunt Della until they passed away. But at any rate, Miss Effie would put me in charge of making up the plays for the mothers when they'd come to visit us in first grade, and this whetted my enthusiasm. When I got to California, when I was 12 years of age, I continued this and even wrote the school play for the grammar school for, successive years after I'd gone on to high school and then into the University of California. I worked my way through the University of California, writing various series for local radio there.
My little leather-covered book here says there's a reference to a 15-minute dramatic show called Alvin and Betty.
Yes, I was still in Oakland High School when I wrote that. It was a 15-minute show a day. The premise of it was married life. It was a treatise on married life. Now, what's a 15-year-old guy going to know about married life? But at any rate, I wrote it, and Alvin and Betty were played by two other people. Al Bottino was Alvin, Carl Bottino, I should say, and he gave me my first paycheck of $1 a script. And I was announcer and wrote it and did all the sound effects. We even had a contest on there to name a goat. I had a goat, you know, I even did the sound effects. And so I asked the listeners if they would write in and tell us what they thought the It was a black goat, and what it should be named. And Colleen Moore, who was playing in the Church Mouse at the Fulton Theater, was the judge, and she chose the name Anthracite. So that's where you might say the genesis of the Hush contest and the Walking Man contest and Miss Hush and all those great contests that raised so much money for charity came from.
Colleen Moore, you may know, is a Chicago gal now.
Do indeed. I saw her in our church the other, month, I should say, about 2 months ago. We had I go to the Beverly Hills Community Presbyterian Church over here. Matter of fact, I'm going to a committee meeting tonight there. We're having our 50th anniversary of the church. We're trying to get some things together. Anyhow, they had, as a part of this 50th anniversary, they had the Tuesday nights in May, and King Vidor, the director-producer of films, was there, and showed some of his great past movies, and Colleen Moore was seated in the front, and I went up afterwards and said, "Do you remember me?" And one thing I bet you don't remember is my coming up to you as a young high school student in Oakland and asking you to judge a contest. She's a lovely girl. She was on one of our This Is Your Life.
Yeah. So let's back up again to continue our version of This Is Your Life, Ralph Edwards. After you earned all you could in California, especially at $1 a week for a script there, $1 a script, you tried to get a job on the stage in New York, didn't you?
Yes. When I graduated from the University of California, I went from the station in which I'd worked all during my days at the University of California in Berkeley, KROW, and KTAB, which later became the call letters KSFO. I went from there over to KFRC in San Francisco, which was a CBS outlet at that time. And, I heard those guys say, "This is the Columbia Broadcasting System," and then I'd have to open the microphone and give the call letters. And I said, "Well, I can do what they're doing back there." And maybe I'll get up enough nerve to go back there sometime. About that time, I got a card from Sam Taylor, who was the editor of our humor magazine at Cal, a thing called The Pelican. And he had seen me in Little Theater. I was knee-deep in Little Theater work on the stage there at Cal. And he had seen me, and when he went back to New York, he wrote this note saying, "If you can get back here, I'll get you a walk-on in a Broadway play." Well, I got the ride back, 2 or 3 rides back, and the last of which was from Philadelphia on in, and to that big city of New York. But when I got back there, of course, the show, it didn't run even. It died of boarding. But I was in New York, and then I lined up with the boys at the stage entrance and the girls there, and I thought, well, this is going a little slow, so I'll go to what I know, which is radio. And I went over and auditioned all around, and I finally got on as an announcer at CBS.
I understand that within 2 years from that time, you were one of the highest-paid radio announcers in the country.
Well, here's the way it worked. It took 2 years. I had more shows than any commercial announcer in radio. I don't know if anybody's come up to that number yet. There were 45 shows a week, but I was getting $45 a week as just my sustaining salary at the CBS station. So the radio announcers and producers formed a union called AGRAP, the American Guild of Radio Announcers and Producers, and they cited me as a case. Look, this kid's got all these shows, and look what he's getting paid. And I said, now look, leave me alone. I starved in this city. I know what it is. I'm happy as I am. I don't want to get mixed up in any union thing. And they said, no, go ahead and do it. Well, then AGRAP went on for a while, and I actually lost money because, sure, they would pay me for the number of hours that I worked on a show, but they would take that out of my sustaining salary. So I'd end up with about $43 or $42 at the end of a week. So when AFRA, not AFTRA, but AFRA came in, then they had this big thing that you got X amount of dollars. I've forgotten what it was. And, of course, a show with my 45 shows by, wow, bonanza, you know?
Yeah, I'll say. Must have been great. You were doing, some of the programs that you were doing or checking our This Is Your Life leather-covered book on Ralph Edwards.
Plug Bonanza. It's not on the ABC station. I mean, End of the Rainbow.
Right.
There's one that was mine that flunked, so I can say that.
Well, you did Life Can Be Beautiful, didn't you?
Right. I announced Life Can Be Beautiful for, I guess, until I gave up all my shows I had Life Can Be Beautiful, Against the Storm, Road of Life, the O'Neills, Vic and Sade, the Emily Post show, the Tony Wan show. There's a bit of memorabilia. And I gave them all up, and an announcer by the name of Art Stark inherited them all. They made these announcers listen to all these things that I said, and they copied the way of doing it. I had a kind of a throwaway thing. Now, look, girls, you don't have to listen if you don't want to. If you don't want to have the smoothest, most beautiful hands in town, what the heck with it? Turn me off, will you? But, in other words, I just chatted with them and developed a kind of a style. This was when Godfrey was just starting to come out of Washington. And so the style hit, and I got a lot of shows off of it, but they made these poor guys try to imitate me when I went off. Art Stark came the closest to it, and so he took over. But I did Life Can Be Beautiful for a great many years. I enjoyed it with Alice Reinhardt and Ralph Locke and many other wonderful people. Oh, and Vic and Sade came out of Chicago. I announced them in New York, Chuck.
No kidding.
I never, to this day, and I never will now, of course, have seen Vic and Sade. I met Rush, the boy, but
Idelson. Billy Idelson?
Billy Idelson. I met him at a restaurant out here one time during the war, and I walked up to him, and I said, I'm Ralph Edwards, and he says, I'm Billy Idelson. I said, I know, and can you imagine? We were on the show together 2 years and never saw each other because you were in Chicago. I announced from New York because I was doing most of the Procter & Gamble shows.
Did you have anything to do with the Major Bowes Original Amateur Hour as an announcer?
Yes. I was the announcer of that for 4 years. I think Jimmy Wallington started. Could have been Graham McNamee, but I think it was Jimmy Wallington. And then Dan Seymour took it over. Dan, is a great head of a big agency now. And then John Allen Wolfe took it over. And then when I came in, I suddenly, just things hit. I got that show. A lot of funny things happened to me on that show. I had the hiccups one time, the very first show that I was on, and I was living up in a one-room room up overlooking Grant's tomb on 125th Street, Riverside Drive in New York. I had a towel in the window, the broken window. I'd just come off Poverty Row there, and so by the time I got down to the show, I was excited and hiccuping, and I said, does anybody know how to stop hiccups? And the guy said, well, go around to the soda fountain just around the corner and get yourself a glass of water. I said, okay, now I'll be right back. I promise you. So I went on. I said, listen, if you give me a glass of water. So the fellow, instead of putting the water, put the fizz water. He turned it the other way, like he was making an ice cream soda. So I drank this thing. Now I've really got a tornado going. And now you're killing me, So I go back, and I say to the producer, Paul Laporte, I said, okay, I'm all set. He says, you can't go on with the hiccups. I said, you just go ahead. So I walked up on the stage. All the people used to sit in the front row who were connected with the show, the producer, the director, and so on. I sat there, too. And the Major sat up at his table with the gong and the hammer that he hit it with. Okay, the producer gives the signal from the control booth, and I'm thinking, how am I going to get over these hiccups? The Major hits the gong, and I say, 4 great cars, Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, and Chrysler, bring you Major Bowes and his original amateur hour. Went right on, Chuck. I never had a hiccup the rest of the show.
Beautiful. You couldn't have dreamed up a deal like that.
Well, nerves will sometimes get you, but I don't know. I've been in the business so long, I go to sleep on pianos. During Life Can Be Beautiful, can you believe? I had so many shows, because at night I would do the Ben Burney show, the Hit Parade, the Phil Baker show, 99 Men and a Girl, just a whole mess of them there, with repeats, if you please. We would do 2 shows then, because there was no such thing as tape or recording. Yeah. And I was pooped out, so during my daytime shows, I would go to sleep, and I'd tell Bill Meter, the organist, after I got through with my announcing and his playing the theme, I said, now, if I'm not awake a minute before Chi-Chi and Papa David have stopped hitting each other, well, you wake me up. And I would go to sleep on that piano, and I still can control myself pretty much that way. You have to in this business. No more hiccups.
Well, that's great. If you care to hiccup during this program, we're happy to have you.
Thank you, Chuck. You're very hospitable.
Didn't you do a show, a local show in New York for the Automat?
Yes, the Horn and Hardart Automat cafeterias are where you put the nickel in at that time. Now you put more money in, of course, and you get the pie or the whatnot, sandwiches and everything else. They had a children's hour, the Horn and Hardart Children's Hour. And Paul Douglas, the actor, then an announcer, had done the show for 6 years. I took over from him. And when I gave it up after I sold Truth or Consequences, started out with that, I gave it up, and Ed Herlihy took it over. He announces for Kraft, and all that. And Lever Brothers, I think, too, has it. And the result was that, Ed had the show for 20 years, I think.
The whole program lasted, I think, for some 29 years.
Yes, a lot of the kids off of that are now grown men. Some of them, I think, are senators and presidents and Rajas and everything else.
Well, you mentioned Truth or Consequences, and of course we'd certainly like to talk about that program, that great brainchild of yours. How did you, it was a new concept in radio quiz programs, and how did you get the idea for it?
Well, the idea sprang from some of the games we used to, or a game we used to play on the farm in Colorado called Heavy, Heavy Hangs Over Thy Head, or Fine or Super Fine. You take an object from one of the people playing, and you'd hold it over the person's head who was it. You'd be behind them. They couldn't see what it was. If they guessed it were super fine, a girl's object, okay, they wouldn't have to pay the consequences. But if it were in reality, in fact, a male object, like a jackknife or a slingshot or whatever you'd have on the farm, and they hadn't said fine, then they had not told the truth, so they'd have to pay the consequences, which was usually to kiss the girl or do some crazy little thing. And you couldn't say shine her shoes or put her shoes on because we were all barefooted, But when I got to having so many shows that I really, as I started to say, I got seeing box tops in front of my eyes. And, well, if I can think of a show where I only had to work once a week instead of all that time, okay. So I got to thinking quiz shows were the trend of the time, but I thought, well, one quiz show is enough. Can you imagine that? There must be 50,000 now.
Yeah.
But let's get a different slant. Let's do the old penalty angle of the consequences. And so I just jazzed it up more and made it more adaptable to pranks and stunts and that sort of thing. Of course, as time went on, we put the nostalgia or the heart into it, and there's your life sprung from that.
Can you? I've recalled a few of the silly questions you used to ask, and then never gave enough time to the contestant to answer it.
Right.
Do you think you might pull a memory out of there with an answer if I try to quiz you with one of these?
Some of them. Now, the reason they were crazy and unanswerable is because the audience didn't like it when the people answered the questions, because they'd never get to see them do the consequences.
Yeah.
Then you see. Well, let's see. One of them is what famous band leader made over $30,000 in one night's work? And they all think around. You say Jesse James. He was a famous band leader. Bank there and got all the money.
Why is life insurance like car polish?
What?
Why is life insurance like car polish?
Like car polish.
That's Beulah. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tiny. Yeah, why?
Because it protects your finish.
Oh, come on. Will you, Chuck? Those are cornier than mine.
That was from yours.
Chuck, that's one of the most brilliant questions I've ever seen. I'm going to give that to Bob Barker and let him and Ed Bailey put it on. A hole in the carpet to see the floor show. How many wives does the Bible allow? 16. 4 richer, 4 poorer, 4 better, 4 worse.
Oh.
You're picking up, huh?
Oh, boy. What about the stunts? It's amazing how you had so many visual stunts in the days of radio.
Yes. I remember the first review from Variety, our show business Bible, that said, when television comes, Truth or Consequences has to be the #1 show because it is so visual. Well, there's a thing about that. 2 things. One is, if you honestly do the things, if you say, all right, we're going to blindfold you, Mr. Jones, or Mr. Schaden, whatever. We're going to take you all around New York, and you're going to have to guess where you end up. We'll tune you in where you end up. And then you do just that. And you put a lot of sound effects to it. And he's on his way, and you hear river boats and all that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh.
And then he ends up on the stage of the Winter Garden Theater where, say, Olson and Johnson were playing in Hellzapoppen.
Uh-huh.
And he's still blindfolded. He guessed that he was on the Normandy, or one of the big liners, because of the sound effects. And we took off the blindfold, and there he is in front of 1,500 people. And, of course, they blast out and laugh. Or you have you're at the amphitheater in Chicago playing a food show down there with the stockyards. And you send a guy out with a baby buggy, and his friend dressed as a little baby, and the guy starts to talk, and the passerby says, "How cute is the baby?" And the guy takes a cigar out and says, "Yeah, you want a whiff of my cigar?" You know. Now, actually doing that is the license to do it, although it is visual. I mean, you really, radio really came alive with that. The second thing is that your imagination built it even beyond what it might have been sometimes. We might have said, all right, it's George Washington's birthday. Now, Mr. Jones, we want you to climb this tree, and we want you to sing Old MacDonald Had a Farm with these 4 choruses. Now, if you can finish those 4 choruses before Mr. Smith over here chops down this cherry tree, you'll win $100. If you don't, you'll fall right into this tub of water. Okay, now the audience has a picture of a tree, a tub of water, a guy chopping, and you hear the chop chop. Even though the tree weren't the biggest tree in the world, or the tub of water, the deepest tub, or the man, the greatest singer, or the axe, the biggest axe, your imagination, whatever you wanted to make of that act, was okay, you see. We would give it all we could give it. But people, it was successful, I think, because you could take it beyond the realm of reality and put it into your creative thoughts and make of it whatever you wanted to.
Once again, the imagination of the listener helped to build the magic of radio, didn't it?
You know it, Chuck. This is what, in a way, is lacking in television, unless you have a supernatural or some kind of foggy scrim to your project on television, whatever play you're doing. There is no great imagination. It's spelled out. It's like the movies. It's a different type of storytelling. You are right. Radio made you think.
Absolutely. Let's think a little more about radio and some of those great memorable Truth or Consequences events, Ralph Edwards. You changed the name of a town on your 10th anniversary on radio, didn't you?
Yes, Truth or Consequences, New Mexico now exists. The former Hot Springs, New Mexico, a county seat of Sierra County, halfway between Albuquerque and El Paso on Highway 85. Nice big 4-lane freeway now all the way. And Elephant Butte Lake is there, the second largest body of impounded water in the United States of America. How's that for selling the city? I don't get a cent of it, so don't think it's of the people down there. It's our adopted city, and we just got finished last May with our 22nd annual fiesta. Barbara and I, my mother of my 3 little consequences, and I go down annually with a group of Hollywood stars and have a good time, and the townspeople turn out, and they come from all over the various states of Southwest and from Chicago, from New York, from all over.
Well, what was the background? Why did Hot Springs, New Mexico, agree to change their name to Truth or Consequences, New Mexico?
Our 10th anniversary of Truth or Consequences, and we were trying to think of something that would shake the people up in America, something that would make them aware of the fact that Truth or Consequences was still going strong. And so I had the writers and I bring in thoughts on what we might do. Al Simon, who is the head of Filmways out here now, was an idea for me then, an idea man for me then, and he came up with the idea of changing the name of some town or city to Truth or Consequences. So we sent out feelers to chambers of commerce, and we heard from 3 different cities who agreed to do it. And one, the most promising, was this county seat of Sierra County, Hot Springs, New Mexico. So I sent Ed Bailey, my producer, down to talk to them, and the result was that we did just that. The city voted to change the name. They voted 3 times since then to maintain it, to retain it, and now it is permanently Truth or Consequences, New Mexico.
So Truth or Consequences will always be on the map of the United States.
Yes, it has been for 20 years. Rand McNally put it on. The post office, the letterheads are Truth or Consequences. The newspapers, the Truth or Consequences Herald, and so on down the line.
Great. What about some of the great contests from the Truth or Consequences shows, the Walking Man and so forth?
Well, it may be interesting to you, Chuck, and your listeners there over WLTD-FM to know that the reason these contests started was my building a backfire to something that I started and was sorry I had started. Way back in 41, I brought a young lady out of the audience, chose her in the warm-up, as we do select our contestants, and she was a struggling secretary, and we said, you're going to be Cinderella and go to the ball, and we gave her a gown and a mink coat and shoes and hairdo, and I said, this is from I.J. Fox mink coat, this is Saks Fifth Avenue dress, these are I. Miller shoes, this is Charles L. Ritz hairdo, and I didn't get them free for doing that. I just wanted the audience to know these were quality goods. And then we brought her back at the end of the show. She looked beautiful, and I said, here's your Prince Charming. It was before the war, but the armory was aboard up there. A National Guardsman took her up, a lieutenant, to the ball. And she went out. I said, oh, by the way, all the dress and the mink coat and everything else, the handbag and the money are yours to keep. Well, the listeners thought that was real great, and the other packagers of shows and producers thought it was great too. But you see, they didn't take the heart. They just stole the bones or something. I don't know what they did, but they got to the point finally around 1945 and 46, and they said, right, Grant is buried in Grant's tomb. You have won the Cadillac sedan. So it was just terrible. The giveaway craze, as you remember, got to be nonsense. So I thought, well, yes, inadvertently we started this. How will we stop it? So one night on Truth or Consequences, in 1945, I think it was, out here, 46, I said, well, I'm sorry, you haven't told the truth, but if you can tell me who Mr. Hush is, you will win. And it was a big satire. I thought I was satirizing this whole giveaway thing. You will win a Cadillac sedan, a house and lot, and a mink coat. And, man, that shook them up. Next week I added 3 more fantastic things. A yacht, a year's supply of nylon hose, which post-war was very difficult to get, and things like that. They started flying in from Boston, New Orleans, and they'd raise their greedy little hands, and I thought, now what have I done? I've got all these people here and they're getting this loot for nothing. When they guess off Mr. Hush, I'll make it work for some good, which has been the theme of Truth or Consequences all through its 32 years of existence, Chuck, to turn the big things into something good. At any rate, they guessed Mr. Hush off as Jack Dempsey. Then we started Mrs. Hush, and that was Clara Bow. I said, okay, I didn't tell them who it was, but I said, now you folks who didn't get a chance, you listeners, with Mr. Hush, you have a chance with Miss Hush. Just send in 25 words or less, why we should all support the March of Dimes and try to end the polio epidemic. Include, if you please, a donation. Well, in those contests, we raised over $3 million for the March of Dimes. In the Miss Hush contest, who was Martha Graham, the dancer, we raised $1,639,000 and put the American Heart Association in business, coast to coast, as a volunteer agency. It was a scientific agency made up of doctors in a few cities. But this made it a cohesive, coast-to-coast thing. About every 10 years, they give me a great big testimonial dinner. They did it in Chicago right there at the Hilton one time with former President Hoover, giving me the Gold Heart. Out here, President Eisenhower gave me an award just before he died. And now at Disneyland, they have been so rewarding to me in their expression of the start of the American Heart Association, Coast to Coast, I tell them, look, you've done it, that's fine. If it'll help raise more money for heart, okay. But it was the most powerful thing in rating getter, attention getting, next to the FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt fireside speech, and the Joe Louis heavyweight fights. The Hush contest, the Walking Man, and Miss Hush, and all those commanded next to those two types of broadcasts, the highest rating ever rung up in radio in those days, Chuck.
It's amazing, and people still talk about it. They remember Mr. and Mrs. Hush. And
listen, I got a call from Howard Eaton of Ogilvy and Mather the other day, and saying, gee, you know, in the spirit of the old contest, do you suppose, would you ever? I said, no, not on This Is Your Life. Now, that's a different type of show. Truth or Consequences, maybe, but... and two, it's very difficult to repeat a pure thing like that.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it was made for the times and all, and now, of course, there are great rules. The NAB has great rules about contributing. We have a tremendous show coming up on This Is Your Life that I would have loved to have done, an appeal, as we call. The young kid who is in South Vietnam, and he's taking the kids off the street, the wanderers of the street, the 9 to 15-year-olds, gets them out of jail, and if he saves them one day, he figures he's ahead of the game. He's building hospitals and all. It's one of those great stories in the spirit of the little professor of Piney Woods for whom we raised $1 million.
Yeah.
Or Dr. Kate McFarland, the angel on snowshoes, for whom we built the big wing there in the hospital of Woodruff, Wisconsin, or the Jimmy Fund in Boston, through which the wing on the Children's Hospital appeared there. You know, it's that same type of saintly man almost, who is so endowed with God's spirit of sharing oneself with others and giving oneself that it comes across and people want to help. You know, $1 a whack and 1 million people, you've got $1 million.
Sure. You know, Ralph Edwards, if we had a real authentic version of This Is Your Life, Ralph Edwards, we might surprise you with an appearance by Mrs. Florence Hubbard of Chicago.
Yes, of Carson Peary Scott.
You know who she is.
She won the Walking Man contest, which, yes, the Walking Man contest was the one for the American Heart. I said Miss Hush, who was Martha Graham. It was Jack Benny. Jack was number one when that started with his program. By the end of the contest, 6-7 weeks later, we were number one. He said, "What did I do?" Oh, I'm, you know, the famous quote. That's what he did to himself. And anyhow, he had Mrs. Hubbard on his show and determined that she was a widow. And he says, lonely but loaded. All those prizes, you know. And her house, I am told that she took the rewards from the house, from the prizes, and built a house in Florida and called it on the door is a sign. This is the house that Ralph built.
Oh, great!
She's a love. Oh my, we adored her.
How many of the Truth or Consequences shows incorporated the This Is Your Life type feature?
Well, of course, This Is Your Life, the original, was done on Truth or Consequences, 1946. There was one before that, in 1945, that had the flavor of This Is Your Life, and really was the seed that sprung into This Is Your Life. We, instead of having the subject on stage, we tuned him in by remote control and in Hawaii and took him to his hometown in North Dakota or somewhere like that, and went into the drugstore, talked to the druggist, went into the church, talked to the minister, went into the school, talked to the teacher, and here they talked two-way communication from his sick bed in the Naval Hospital somewhere.
Did you...
I would guess maybe we have done 100 acts that are on the This Is Your Life theme, Chuck. On Truth or Consequences.
This Is Your Life then made it as a program on its own in 1948 on radio.
That's right. That's right. I did. I had Harry Von Zell in at first, trying to sell the show with him in it, but they were so. Truth or Consequences was so hot and strong a show then, and they wanted me in it. And finally, I sold it. I said, "Okay, I'll do it," but it became increasingly difficult to be a devil on Saturday night and an angel on Wednesday night, you see. So I turned Truth or Consequences, the Master of Ceremonies chores, over to Jack Bailey first, and then of course I found Bob Barker, which was the greatest thing that has come along. Truth or Consequences, he's just fantastic.
Well, you did about 2 years on radio before you translated This Is Your Life to television then.
Yes, I did. We did some marvelous shows, some marvelous radio This Is Your Life shows. People still talk about it.
Then on television, it was really a live television program, and the element of surprise was quite an exciting thing.
Yes, well, it still is an exciting thing. In those days, there was no tomorrow. I mean, this was it. This is your life, and we're live. Lowell Thomas, when he said this is a sinister conspiracy, we were on tape then. I don't know if we'd ever continued. Oh, I would have. But he made a shambles out of the show, and our rating went way up, by just sitting around. He's a dear friend of mine, by the way. We belong to the same club together, and we correspond all the time. A lot of people thought that they didn't know what was wrong with him, but I know. He said, that's Lowell. He hates to have anybody talk about him. He likes to talk about other people, and that was what he was doing.
Did you have much trouble keeping the subjects from knowing that they were going to be honored?
No, that's the easiest angle of the whole show. The selection is the most difficult. There's so many to choose from, and you only have one a week. Who's it going to be?
I know when you in the first series, of course, This Is Your Life has a second life now, and it's probably the biggest syndicated program on television today.
There's a big story in Variety that they mailed to me when I was up fishing. Barbara and I went up to Colorado, I think I told you, to our fishing ranch up there, and the story was, a big one in Variety, saying that This Is Your Life is #1 and Truth or Consequences #2 in syndication.
Still going strong after, more than 30 years, I think.
Amazing. I guess you're just going to have to take their livers out and beat them to death. But I hope they go on forever.
Did you have some, I read someplace that you used a code name for the subject so someone wouldn't inadvertently spill the beans.
Yes, that's very true. Joe Frazier coming up, we called him Braun. We just, I can't think of too many of them. Now, you put it in your mind, it's like the FBI. It's your mind says don't say it. But of course it's over now. I could say it, but...
You have a June Allison coming up, I think.
Yes, it has played out here already. I don't know if it's played in Chicago. Maybe it plays this week. But if it hasn't played there, see it. She is delightful. She looks beautiful. She looks exactly as she did when she stepped onto the screen a few years back.
Well, Ralph Edwards, your life has been one of making people happy, and for over 30 years your efforts in bringing fun and sentiment to millions and millions of radio, TV listeners has been a great reward for viewers and listeners, and what greater reward can you have than to continue to do what you do so well?
Thank you, Chuck Schaden, very much. I'm honored to have this spot on your show. I believe in tomorrow, but I also believe in yesterday, and that's kind of what your show's all about. I think blending the two is a good idea.
Well, thank you. We'll be watching Channel 7 here in the Chicago area every Sunday night for more of This Is Your Life, and we thank you for sharing your memories with us today on Those Were the Days.
Thank you, Chuck.
The magic of radio has taken us behind the scenes at a meeting of the Sons of the Desert, the Laurel and Hardy fan club, and our guests are the exhausted ruler and the grand sheik of the bacon grabber's tent. Charles Huck is the exhausted ruler, and Tony DeGaudio is the grand sheik. Welcome, fellas, to Those Were the Days.
Well, it's nice that you could show up at one of our meetings, Chuck. And
we're glad to be here, and we're going to talk about the Sons of the Desert and your bacon grabber's tent. Chuck, where did the bacon grabber's tent, how did it get its name?
Well, Bacon Grabbers gets its name from the 1929 Laurel and Hardy two-reeler by that name. And we get the names of these tents by from the movies that Laurel and Hardy made over the years. And the main tent, of course, is Sons of the Desert. So
that, of course, is from the...
That's the Right, that's
The
the
feature.
national.
Feature film,
Yeah.
right? The feature film.
That's the national tent, and all the tents around the country take other names of movies for the names of their tents. So after I checked around, I found out that Bacon Grabbers was free, so we took that one.
Well, what are some of the names of the other tents across the country?
There's a Blockheads tent in Daytona Beach, Florida, and there's a
Way out west,
Way Out West tent in
California.
Los Angeles. And there's a new one called the Pardon Us tent out in Massachusetts, and it is composed of a group of prisoners.
Oh, I'm surprised that wouldn't be the Blockheads tent, huh?
No.
Or what was
This
it?
was
Wasn't that the
Pardon Us.
movie? What was
Pardon
it?
Us.
Pardon Us.
Pardon
Oh,
Us
the Pardon
is the
Us is
feature,
the feature with the prisoners.
Or
Oh,
the,
great.
Or the
yeah.
Hoosgal, which was a two-reeler, right?
The Pardon Us tent was formed. This was brought out at the annual banquet, which was held last June, and was rather humorous the way it was presented. A fellow named Hal Stanton, who has a TV show out in Massachusetts. There, I can't remember the town. He got up and spoke before the group and explained how this got started and so forth. And he actually got a letter from these prisoners, and they said, "We'd like to form a Laurel and Hardy tent in the prison." And he said, "That's tremendous." So he went out and he bought a projector and films, and they set this thing up, and they meet once a month. And one of the stories he tells, just briefly, he got his projector set up, and the bulb burned out. So one of the prisoners said, "Well, the warden is not here tonight, but he has a bulb in his office. If we could get that, but his office door is locked." So they had a contest of who could open the door. So nobody would say anything, so he had to go out and get a new projector. But anyhow,
and he was a bulb snatcher too at the same time.
Yeah.
Tony, what about the? How did this whole thing come about? Can you tell us what prompted the formation of a Laurel and Hardy fan club? Was it formed before Stan and Ollie passed away?
Yes, it was formed after Ollie had passed away, but before Stan had passed away. And John McCabe, the author of the book Mr. Laurel, Mr. Hardy by Grosset and Dunlap, if you're familiar with it.
That's standard reading for every
yes,
member of the
sure
Bible.
the
is,
desert,
Bible.
right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's done a lot of research, and I guess he's followed Stan and Ollie around for years, trying to just gather enough information for his own. I guess he's kind of a teacher in what do you call
he's
it?
an instructor up in Michigan.
Yes, in Michigan, in fine arts, and so forth, and he came up with the idea, and he drew up the original charter, and he had Stan approve it, which of course Stan did, and of course after he passed away, why the thing blossomed. I guess it really got its big start in New York, where people like Orson Bean and Jackie Gleason and some of our other members there, Al Kilgore.
These people are all members
yes,
of the
they're
Sons
all,
of the Desert?
They're all charter members, right. Of
When
the,
did
Mother Tents, yeah.
When did Stan Laurel pass away? When did he die?
He died August 7th, 1965.
And he was what, about 70?
He was 70 years old, yeah.
And Ollie?
And
He was
Ollie died in 1957. What was that date, Chuck? Remember? I think it was in February. Was
February.
it
February.
Yeah.
57
Yeah.
anyway.
February
He was how old?
1957.
How old
He
was
was
he?
65
About
years
65.
old, yeah.
How long did the boys, how long was their association in films? It dates way back, doesn't it, to the early 20s? Didn't they
To
start?
about 1926 is when they started making their first film. You'll get some debate as to when they actually what their first film was as a Laurel and Hardy team. And a lot of films were made, say, in 1926, but not released until 1927. And you'd had some made in 1927 that weren't released until 28, and so forth. So there's a little bit of confusion there, and even William K. Everson, who authored the book, the films of Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah.
Even he has been taken to task, and he is one of the so-called film historians, and some people will argue with him. So I'm not going to get into I'm not going to get in trouble and say that this was definitely the first film that Laurel and Hardy made.
Well, we think, from what we hear, that the Putting Pants on Philip was actually the first, as a team, that Laurel and Hardy, as a team, made. This was the first film, although it was not the first film released. It was released after a couple of other films had been made, next.
Would it be likely that a member of the Bacon Grabbers tent of the Sons of the Desert fan club would get to see Putting Pants on Philip, that Laurel and Hardy picture? Is it available? Is it around?
Yes, I have it, as a matter of fact.
You have it. You both are avid film collectors, right? And you have a large library of Laurel and Hardy films, as well as other movies, too.
I have a collection of about 65 of their films myself, and I know Chuck has quite a few.
I've got about 20.
And you just, when you get together like once a month for your meetings,
once a month we
take a great stack of films. I remember I was at one of the meetings here about a month or so ago, and it was an interesting short that you had. I can't remember the name, Chuck. You would remember it better. The one showing Oliver Hardy in a picture by himself, where he may have had some of the aspects of the character that he developed.
That was called The Paper Hanger's Helper with Bobby Ray, 1925, I believe. That was a two-reeler. Yes, that was one of the Laurel and Hardy, or it was one of the early comedies with Babe Hardy alone.
These were all Hal Roach films, too.
Right.
They both worked for Hal Roach for a number of years before they were put together as a team, you see. In fact, their getting together as a team was an accident. That they had been featured in, they had both been featured in the same pictures, but not as a team, And gradually they come closer and closer together, whereas finally they decided that, that Hal Roach decided that maybe it would be a good idea if they would be, billed as a team, and they would, go on that way, and which they did, and of course very successfully,
Yeah, they were really the greatest. They were the best.
1927, 28 were very good years for them. They made quite a few pictures, and when sound came in, they made the transition beautifully because their voices fit in perfectly with their character.
That's right, Stanley. I think one of the
Go ahead.
One of the interesting things, if you went back and saw their films from the early days when, say, Stan Laurel went into films and when Babe Hardy went into films, you sat down and you ran through, say, some Stan Laurel films in the early 20s, 22, 23, and then you started off in about 28, 29, 30, and you watched some Laurel and Hardy films, you would hardly recognize Stan Laurel. His comedy routine was entirely different. I've picked up some Stan Laurel films, for example, and ran these off, and I didn't find them funny at all. But to watch Laurel and Hardy work as a team, this is the ultimate. To me, it's the ultimate in comedy.
You fellas are both obviously great fans of Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy.
Oh yeah. Well, I think we're more than fans. I think
buffs. I think
we're
buffs.
Well, yes. And a buff actually is a perfectionist, where a fan is just a person that likes certain films.
Well, there are millions of fans, and how many buffs are there? How many Sons of the Desert are there?
What's our national
across the country? How many?
It's really hard to say. I know that some tents around the country have members coming and going. So should we say that these are not truly buffs? Maybe they are. Maybe they were buffs and they lost interest or something. But I know that the Way Out West tent in Los Angeles has about 100 members. We have about
20
members, something like that, 22 maybe.
Now these are dedicated religious members who are with you every month, right?
Sure.
They keep showing up.
Now, of course, the 20 members are wives, so we try to encourage, husband and wife.
Generally, your membership is made up of people of virtually all ages, generally adults, I would guess, and really look forward to, I guess you mean about the fourth Saturday of the month?
We have been meeting about the last Saturday of the month, but when you get close to the holidays, for example, with Thanksgiving coming up at the end of November, then it's a different story. You have to boost up the date a little bit.
Well, I know because I've been at a couple of these meetings, and it's great fun to sit back and watch Laurel and Hardy movies without a commercial in them. And
well, we're glad you could make it, and I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, we're happy to be a part of the Laurel and Hardy routine here. Speaking of commercials, we're going to take a break for one, and then we'll listen to a little slice of Laurel and Hardy, and then we'll be back with our guest Charles Huck, the Exhausted Ruler, and Tony DiGaudio, the Grand Sheik.
Oh, my exhausted...
Bacon Gratter's tent of the Son of the Desert.
Thank you.
We're back with our guest Charles Huck, the Exhausted Ruler, and Tony DiGaudio, the Grand Sheik of the Bacon Grabber's tent of the Sons of the Desert Laurel and Hardy fan club. Chuck and Tony, I know you guys are super fans, buffs, if you will, of Laurel and Hardy, but are you blind to any of their faults? Do these fellows do no wrong for you, or do they have any faults? Or have they made bad films together? Are you willing to admit that Laurel and Hardy made a bad film or
Definitely,
two or three?
Sure, they made.
What's your outlook on Laurel and Hardy?
In the 40s, and the last film, which was made in 1952, Atoll K,
Atoll K, yeah.
Was terrible, horrendous. They were old and they were sick.
Yeah.
They were working for someone other than Hal Roach.
Mm-hmm.
They were terrible. They worked for 20th Century. They couldn't do what they wanted to do. Hal Roach gave them pretty much a free rein. This was after a little bit of bickering, but not too much. So they made their best films at the Hal Roach Studios. And later, when they went to 20th Century, and what else did they work for?
MGM,
yeah.
Right.
MGM released
and MGM, they couldn't. They were under the direction of people who wanted things done their way, and Stan and Ollie wanted to do something. Why this was kind of shoved aside. Look, you'll do it my way.
Mm-hmm.
It's business after all. Yeah. But at the Roach Studios, they made their best films.
What would you fellows say, Tony? What would you say was their best film?
Well, I think people will differ on this, and of course, as far as their feature films go, I think people will agree that Way Out West was probably one of their...
Way Out West.
Yeah, that was one of their best features, and of course, they did win an Academy Award for a two-reeler, which is a short subject, and that was the Music Box.
Is that the one with the long stairway up where they're pushing the piano all the way up to the top?
1932.
Yeah, that's a three-reeler.
Who was in that? Was
Billy Gilbert?
Billy Gilbert was in that. Yeah.
Billy Gilbert, right? He did a very nice job there.
He was the antagonist.
Yeah. There was a woman in that too, wasn't there?
Yes, but I
minor
can't
role, I guess.
I don't recall.
The whole.
Well, she was a nurse.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Taking care of the little baby coming down the stairs.
Yeah.
She was the one who was always laughing at, or she was the one who laughed at Stanley because he dropped the piano or something, and then he kicked her, you know where, and then she went to get the cop, and he came back and so forth. Very, very funny.
You know, we just talk about it. Just think about it a little bit, and you can enjoy it. And it's great to see that picture too.
Yeah, right.
So,
but what I was going to say was that at the Hal Roach studio, Stan did all the editing and directing and some of the comedy writing with H.M. Walker, and Hal kind of sat back and just let these two fellas operate, you know, and come up with whatever they could or whatever they did, and of course the results of it showed that it was good. And naturally, when they got into the more modern times, when they got into big studios like MGM, why things were done a little differently, you know, and the scripts had to be written and followed to the letter, you know, where they would, I think Stan mentioned a couple of times that he would come up with an idea as they were shooting the scenes. He'd come up with the comedy lines, you know, and they would do very little rehearsing. They'd get a basic story line, you know, and they would go from there. They would just start shooting, and they would, as things went on, ideas came up, and they interjected them, you know, into the subject there, and
it made for some great comedy.
Yes,
great comedy, which has stood the test of time.
In these later days, when Laurel and Hardy went with MGM and Fox, Stan was kind of frustrated because he just couldn't do what he wanted to do, and I think this really hurt the films that they made.
You can tell as you watch these things. You can tell. Yeah.
Stan admitted himself that those films were, in fact, the last one he said was deplorable. He says should have never been shown, you know, and Atoll K I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But you see, Stan would, in them days, they would shoot everything in chronological order. In other words, if they had to go from the front room into the kitchen, they would take the whole crew into the kitchen, you know. And if they had to come back into the front room and go back out into the kitchen again, they would follow through. Where in today's doings, filmmaking, you shoot all your scenes in the kitchen at once and all your scenes outside at another time, you know. And the actors themselves have no idea what the storyline is unless they've written unless they've read the thing beforehand, you know.
Well, Stan and Ollie developed many of their own stories right on the spot,
that's
about
right,
too.
That's right.
They weren't exactly like the old Senate days, I guess, when they'd be doing something in the studio and they hear a fire engine race by, you know, and they'd grab the equipment and run out and put a doll into a woman's hand and say, "Go in there and come running out like you're saving the baby from the fire," or something like that.
Sure.
Now, as Laurel and Hardy super fans and buffs, you fellows are also interested in everything that has to do with Laurel and Hardy. You're interested in all of the players from their movies, for example, and you have quite a bit of information up there in your brains and in documentation too.
Two minds without a single thought.
Right. On people like Edgar Kennedy and Billy Gilbert and Mae Bush. And who would you say was the greatest foil for Laurel and Hardy? Was it Edgar Kennedy?
No, I would.
Well, Edgar
it
Kennedy.
It might differ, but I would say Charlie Hall.
Edgar
Kennedy was one of them.
James Finlayson, you know.
Finlayson was one.
Yeah.
In many of their sound, in most of the sound pictures, it was either Charlie Hall or James Finlayson. But in the silent pictures, it was mostly Edgar Kennedy. Yeah.
Now, who was known as the slow burn? Was that Edgar Kennedy?
No, that was Jim
Finlayson.
Yeah.
Now, what was Kennedy's? He was just a blustering type of character most of the time, wasn't he?
Well, he sort of did a slow burn too. Although, when you speak of who was the one who does the slow burn, it's usually Finlayson. He also was great for the double take.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, he knocked himself out one time. He hit his head on the wall. He did such a double take, he collapsed.
Yeah, on the film
hurt himself.
Big Business, where the pair is selling Christmas trees in the summertime in California. They're going from door to door. The picture originally was supposed to be made where they were going to go from door to door, and selling Christmas trees. And of course, as the picture turned out, they went to the second door, to the second house, Finlayson's house, and there was enough laughs there for the entire 2 reels, you know. And Finlayson did a double take there where he would squint one eye and raise his eyebrow and pull his head back, you know. This one time he hit it against the wall and he knocked himself cold, you know.
Big Business, by the way, with the holidays coming up, I suppose.
Yeah.
But Big Business was considered one of their all-time classics, made in 29, I think.
Well, that had the flavor. Now, I remember another one called, I can't think of the name offhand, but it's where they're in a row of cars all piled up.
Two tires,
and they're pulling, they systematically destruct the whole situation.
That is also considered one of their...
Yeah. Now, which came first, Two Tires or Big Business?
Two Tires was a silent film, and there was some debate on that, on which would be the greater of their films, and of course... at the time that the Academy Award was given for the music box, there's still arguments today as which is the best film, you know. But Two Tires is definitely a terrific film, you know.
Does it matter to you fellas which is their best film? I mean, you say this person, they differ, or someone else would say it would be this?
I think when you start out in something like this, in a hobby like this, you try to pick up the films that you like best, or that maybe someone else has told you are pretty good pictures. But eventually, I think the goal is to get them all.
Get them all.
Right.
How many are there? How many Laurel and Hardy films are there?
About 99.
99, I suppose. And not all of those 99 that Everson lists in his book were actually the Laurel and Hardy team. Some of those were before the teaming, you know. But it's where they came close together, they're close to being a team, you know. And all things like Do Detectives Think and the Double Whoopee, and there's some debate as to whether those were really Laurel and Hardy featured as Laurel and Hardy pictures.
Do all of the members of the Bacon Grabbers tent and any of these other tents, are they all film collectors of Laurel and Hardy films?
No, a few of us are. I think in our group of about, say, 20, how many would you say have films?
Well, 3 or 4, I think.
4 or something like that.
Standard equipment, though, they have some film, Laurel and Hardy film collector as a tent member, so you've got some films to see, right?
Well, so
far, we take things along. I take my projectors and films to many meetings, and it isn't absolutely necessary, What we try to do now, we have a vice sheik by the name of Jim Sof, and he's doing a lot of research.
He's in charge of Vice.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of research in things that nobody has answered over the years. It's like the cuckoo song. Where did they come from? Where can we get some of these recordings that the Boston Symphony made and the Columbia Symphony made, and of these things, and what was the actual recording of that, and who made it?
And these are unanswered questions.
That's right. Yeah. And some of the background music in their films we're trying to also define, A little
incidental background music that we're playing all the
time. Which was tremendous music, actually.
Sure.
Yeah. I was asking about if you have to be a film collector to be a member. No, you don't. So you have to be just an interested
very, very interested, seriously interested, buff.
See, we're afraid we don't want to. I don't know if we want to get like California or not with their tent over there, because we have a group now where we're small enough where we can meet in each other's homes, each other's homes every month or so. But if we get too big, then we have to get into a hall, and it may create problems,
Well, anyone
find a meeting place and.
If someone is interested in serious membership in the Sons of the Desert and the Bacon Grabbers tent, they should get in touch with one of you fellas, right?
Right.
They can get a hold of me, and I'll see that they get your names and addresses. And you're always interested in another serious Laurel and Hardy authority, right?
Sure.
Or non-authority, someone who'd like to become an authority.
Certainly, we're always. You don't have to be a film collector to join. Just the only thing we ask is to have a very serious interest in this. For example, there are a lot of things that I come up with as a passing interest, and a week later I forget about it. But, and we have run into some members who come in and spend a few hours with us at our monthly meetings, but then you never see them again. Although they express the desire to become real, true blue members at the time, it's rather short-lived, which is unfortunate, but...
Well, you find out, though, whether or not people
Certainly.
really do have
Certainly.
the interest,
Certainly.
And you're happy to welcome anyone
Certainly.
who has
definitely.
interest in Laurel and Hardy.
Sure.
Well, we're glad to welcome you to our program today, fellas. Charles Huck, the Exhausted Ruler, and Tony DeGaudio, the Grand Sheik of the Bacon Grabbers tent of the Sons of the Desert.
I may mention before there might be some confusion. I'm the Exhausted Ruler of the Bacon Grabbers tent. The Exhausted Ruler of the Sons of the Desert is Jack McCabe.
Jack McCabe, the author of the book.
Started the whole ball rolling, right.
Oh, Laurel and Hardy are our subject today on Those Were the Days, and we know Laurel and Hardy are in your hearts all the time and at your meetings, too. Thanks, fellas, for being with us today.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure being here.
We've taken our good old radio microphones out to the bright new Hyatt Regency O'Hare in the Blue Max for a chat with one of the most popular musicians of our time. Vaughn Monroe, hello!
How are you, Chuck?
I'm just fine. Hello, how are you from all your friends out in Chicagoland?
Well, we've been coming to Chicago for so long that I feel that we are not strangers to a lot of people out here after having played the Oriental for many years and then moving over to Chicago when the Oriental changed their policy. And the Aragon Ballroom and what was the old Sherman, what'd they call it, Marion?
The Boulevard Room?
Panther, College Inn. That's something like that, yes. And that was I think that was our first trip to Chicago when the band was brand new. But we've been coming here for many, many years.
When did you play the Oriental and the Chicago?
Our first job at the Oriental was 1942.
42.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that was You were half of the top half of a bill with a movie, I bet, at the time, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, those were great days. I remember going to the Oriental and to the Chicago and waiting at the stage door, to get the autographs. And
the stage door at the Oriental was in the alley. Remember the dark alley behind the theater?
Uh-huh.
And we used to stand out there in the cold, sign autographs for some time.
Well, it was a great treat to get an autograph from a big star like Vaughn Monroe. It's great fun. Everyone knows of your great success as a vocalist and band leader. But just how did you get started in the music business?
Well, I picked up an old cornet from a friend of mine when I was 11 years old in Kent, Ohio, and I was going to learn bugle calls on it so I could play in this drum and bugle corps that he was going to organize. We were all about 11 years old. And, of course, it wasn't a bugle. It was actually a cornet with 3 valves on it. Of course, I started fooling around with this particular thing and making horrible noises down in the basement. So my father said, if you're going to really get interested in this thing, I'm going to have you take lessons so at least you won't sound so bad. And I started taking lessons then, and by the time I was 15, I'd won the state championship for Wisconsin, where we'd moved. In the meantime, my second year in high school at Cuddy, Wisconsin, and I'd won the state championship for Wisconsin as a trumpet soloist. And from there on, it was just one of those things. We moved to Jeanette, Pennsylvania when I was in my before my junior year in high school, and got in the high school band and in the glee club. And while I was there, I used to play solos in church for our choir director, and she heard me humming one day back in the choir room before we went on to the into the church. And she said, I need a bass singer. Why don't you join the choir and sing bass for me? I said, all right, fine, Well, before I knew it, she and her husband were both voice teachers. As a matter of fact, they were originally from Chicago here and had moved to Jeanette, Pennsylvania. And Mr. and Mrs. Smith gave me vocal lessons for nothing, free. Matter of fact, I couldn't afford them at that time. And by the time I got ready to go to college, I became very much interested in voice, and they encouraged me to carry on with a vocal career. So I majored in voice at Carnegie Tech for 2 years until I had to leave school. Then I studied whenever I had a chance with the good teachers around the country that I'd come in contact with. And finally in 1937, after knocking around the country with bands, territory bands as we call them, Larry Funk and the Band of 1,000 Melodies and Austin Wiley, I decided that we'd spend some time in Boston playing prior to that, year 35, and I decided to go back to Boston. I'd been offered a job there playing trumpet in a society band, Jack Machard's society band. So I decided that I'd go back to school, so I enrolled at New England Conservatory in Boston and played nights for about 4 years there, back and forth between Cape Cod and a spot in Boston, and then a winters in Miami Beach. And finally, in the spring of, actually January of 1940, the boy I played for, Jack Machard, came to Florida and he said, let's start a big band. He said, I just feel the time is ripe for a big band, and they don't have any really singing band leaders. They have Harry James on a trumpet and Charlie Spivak and Jimmy and Tommy Dorsey, all instrumentalists. He said, I think it might just be about the right time for a vocal leader. So we organized the band in April of 1940, and just 8 days before that I married the girl I'd gone to high school with, my junior and senior year, was from Jeanette, Pennsylvania. And in 1940 we decided to get married after having known each other for 12 years. Finally decided that we liked each other, Marion Monroe. And we were married, and 8 days later we started a big band in a little spot outside of Boston. And we were lucky to get a network wire for broadcasting out of this place.
Was this from a place called 10 Acres?
Siler's 10 Acres,
Siler's
yes.
10 Acres.
And we broadcast that whole summer about 3 times a week. And, of course, we were brand new, and people said, well, where'd this thing come from? But we had a very fine arranger who had been with Jan Sabat. And, of course, with our band, he had a free rein, and he wrote his style, and it gave the band some character, And all that summer, then in May, my partner decided that he'd go to New York and try to get us a record contract. So, through many manipulations, he got us a test pressing for RCA Victor. So we went and did 2 sides and sent them around, as we did at that time, to the disc jockeys and things. Although there weren't so many disc jockeys in 1940, there were 3 or 4 big ones. Eddie, out of Chicago here. Well, anyway, and Martin Block out of New York, WNEW. And
Eddie Hubbard, or you
Eddie
thinking?
Hubbard, yes. And Martin took a shine to one of our records and started playing it on his make-believe ballroom in New York. And all of a sudden, the following June, we're in the Paramount Theater in New York. And followed that with Frank Daly's Meadowbrook, which were the 2 important spots for a new band.
Let's back up to the Paramount Theater in New York. I read something about a pretty exciting experience that you had at the Paramount Theater. Were you nearly trampled to death there?
Well, do you know the Paramount Theater at all? It had a rising stage. It came from way down in a pit, about 20 feet below the level of the audience. And you started your theme song, and the band came up on this rising platform. And when you were just level with the first row, you could step over it and go into the theater yourself, or vice versa. You could step over the first row and get on the stage. And this one particular Saturday morning, we had a terrific crowd of youngsters, and they were screaming and yelling, and we were playing the theme song going down, and we're waving, a bit. And all of a sudden, a wave of youngsters came over that stage just as we hit the right level, and they were grabbing music and cymbals and drumsticks, and I had a knit tie, I remember. And one girl had one side of it and pulling, and the other one had the other side, and they're pulling against me. And in the meantime, I'm getting red in the face and choking to death, practically. Well, the stagehands finally got them away from me, and we loosed my tie. And my shirt was torn, and they had pieces of my shirt. It was real fun. But it wasn't fun for a while. It was really scary.
I bet you were pretty frightened, yeah.
And we had to take the kids, there must have been 30 of them on the stage or the platform. We took them out through the stage door, which they got a bigger kick out of that than anything, I think.
Is it true you lost a pair of cufflinks in that?
Oh, yes, they took my cufflinks. Never did get those back. And one of the drummers lost one of his very fine Zildjian cymbals that cost probably about $50. They never did find the boy that took that. And the boys are grabbing their horns and protecting their instruments, and of course the saxophone player has about 3 horns that he has to pick up and hold. So it was real hairy for a while.
Yeah, but that's kind of a great experience to look back on, I think.
Yes, it is.
If they didn't care, they wouldn't do it either, I guess. So
that's very true, and of course we were thrilled to death after it all happened, but we were scared.
Yeah, I can imagine. All right, then from the Paramount you went to the Commodore Theater?
Well,
not
no,
the
we went
Commodore
to Frank
Theater.
Daly's Meadowbrook, which is on the Pompton Turnpike in New Jersey, and that was one of the top spots for bands. And out of the Meadowbrook, we must have had 12 national broadcasts a week, CBS, NBC, and ABC.
A dozen a week?
Yeah.
My goodness, every
We
night?
never got off the air. We didn't get paid much, but we got a lot of airtime, which was the thing we wanted for the one-nighter tour, which we were coming up with following that. We didn't win the Commodore until that fall of 1941, and we stayed through until after New Year's that year. And then for 7 consecutive years, we did the same thing. We'd come in the beginning of football season and wind up probably the week after New Year's.
It was more or less your base
It was our base,
operation.
yes.
I read in a July 1941 issue of Metronome magazine a review of your performance at the Meadowbrook by critic George T. Simon.
George Simon,
right.
yes.
And he said that Vaughn Monroe was the Rudy Vallee of the new generation. Did you feel like the Rudy Vallee of the new generation?
Well, at that time, I didn't know how I felt. We were awfully busy and working very hard, and I remember George Simon's review. As a matter of fact, I think George had part of it in that big band book that he wrote
Simon
later
Says,
on.
right.
Yes. And I think he quoted that same phrase in his book. So, well, we had many different comments about my singing during those days from the critics and the commentators, because I had studied legitimate voice so long that I still retained a certain timbre or approach to a pop song that they thought was pretty corny. And so my manager decided to do something about it, so we hired a coach. And for one summer, every day he coached me and tried to take that particular style away from me, and I guess he did partly, but not completely.
Well, I'm glad that he didn't, because we think your style is tremendous. That's Vaughn Monroe. What about all those people who impersonated you over the years? That was a standard part of business for anyone who was doing impersonations.
In the beginning, I used to get pretty mad about it, quite angry about it. I thought they were really poking fun at me, and true for true. But as time went on, and more and more people began to do it, I got a big kick out of it. I still do.
That's what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. What was the first record you cut?
The first one was If You See Margie. That was the title. Tell Her I'm Coming Home. And on the back side of that was A Gentleman Needs a Shave.
I beg your pardon. Was that on? See, you recorded.
That was on Bluebird label. That was the orchestral label that R.C. Victor pressed Glenn Miller and all the bands on, Sammy Kaye, and it was at that time it was the whole sum of 39 cents for the Bluebird label, and Victor cost about 55, I think.
It was way up there. Yes. Yeah. How did you develop the Racing with the Moon as your theme song?
Well, my arranger was quite a writer, Johnny Watson, and he had written a lot of things that had been published and played by Jan Sabat. One was It's a Wonderful World, remember that? And 720 in the Books. And they were quite popular on the air with the Jan Sabat band. So Johnny had the title in mind, and we sat down one Sunday and decided we wanted the theme song of our own, and he said, well, how about Racing with the Moon? So we fooled around a little bit, and pretty soon we had the first 8 bars, and that became our theme song. And then, as time went on, people wanted to hear more of it, so we had to finish out the whole chorus and put lyrics to it. And that's how it came to be.
Boy, it's been a permanent personal property of Vaughn Monroe all these years.
Yes, I don't think anybody else has ever done it.
No. Well, that's great. You did lots of radio work all along the line as you were doing your one-nighters and from wherever you were based at the Commodore or the Meadowbrook or whatever.
Well, in 1941, for about 39 weeks, we had a radio show for Camel Cigarettes. It was the old Bob Hawke show called Limac.
Oh, yeah.
And we were on for about 39 weeks, and then during the war they didn't use the band at all for the shows. Then in 46 they called us back, and we were on the air on our own. And we broadcast from Army bases and air bases, and every week on Saturday night at 7:30. And that went on until from 46. Then we switched over after a while to college campuses, and we hit practically every major and minor college in the country. We did a broadcast from there on Saturday nights. And that went on until 1954.
That was about the end of the so-called big band sound
Yes,
era,
that's right.
What about this motorcycle business in Vaughn Monroe? I guess you're kind of interested in motorcycles, aren't you?
Well, we went out in 1943 to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer to make a picture, and the only house we could get at the time, rent, was up in a canyon about 20 miles from the studio. And, of course, gas was rationed and very short, and we had we needed one car for Marion and the children, the girls, to, well, matter of fact, Christy wasn't even born then. Candy was about 3 years old, our oldest daughter. So she needed a car, but she drove me to the studio the first day, and when I got to the parking lot, the yard was filled with motorcycles, the MGM parking lot. So when I came out that night, I said to the gate man, I said, who do all those motorcycles belong to? He said, well, that one's Clark Gable's, and that one's Robert Taylor's, and this is Keenan Wynn's, and he went on with all because they had to conserve gas too, so they all rode motorcycles to the studio. So that weekend I went out and I bought an old clunker and rode back and forth to the studio for 6 weeks while we did the picture. And I liked it so well I sent it back to New York. And I used to ride from our home up in Park Avenue to the Strand Theater and go home for dinner. And everybody said, oh, you're crazy, because, everybody considered motorcycles a real nut thing. And I eventually took it to Boston and rode it up there, and now it's in the later one. The fourth one I had is now in the museum in Stuart, Florida, vehicular museum.
Uh-huh.
It was the last one of the Indians made in this country, so I gave it to the museum.
Do you ever feel like you'd like to get on a cycle again and take a
I
ride?
can go over and take a ride on any time I want.
Uh-huh.
It's still in working condition.
Maybe someone on their way out to the Blue Max here will look down the Kennedy Expressway and see Vaughn Monroe racing with the moon again.
You won't see me on the Kennedy Expressway with it. Although one time we recorded a song called Black Leather Jacket and Motorcycle Boots. And for a publicity stunt, Life magazine asked me to do this thing for them out on the West Coast, and we were going up and down the freeways with a car with the top down and the cameraman in there taking pictures of me going along the freeway. And it appeared in Life. And the finale of it was, the last picture was a pair of boots and a leather jacket and a hat lying in the highway by themselves.
That's showbiz.
Yeah.
Well, you made a very easy transition from radio to television with the talents of Vaughn Monroe. You were one of the very early television regulars, and didn't I read someplace that you were on one of the first color television programs, or one of the really early color
We did
things?
the first actual band show on CBS in 1950 and 51. We were the first band that ever did anything live on television. Then later on, when I became the representative for Radio Corporation of America for color TV, I did all the color commercials, and I'm very proud to say that I did the first color commercial that was ever done out of the color studio at Burbank for RCA. And I would say we're a pioneer. We haven't had a regular show for quite some time, but we get an occasional guest shot.
Oh, sure. Well, you had...
Marion and I, my wife, who was my manager, my actual honest-to-goodness manager, and I travel together, and we have a lot of fun just traipsing around the country. When we come back to Chicago, we have friends here. We have friends most everywhere we go. And she takes care of all my business and leaves me to do the singing.
And you do it so well. And
she says, go out there, get out there and sing. Leave everything else to me, you know.
She does a good job on that, too, then, I guess. What's next for Vaughn Monroe? Where do you go from the Blue Max?
We are going, in just the week after we leave here, we are going to Virginia Beach, the Cavalier Hotel, for 2 weeks. And then we have a couple of days off, and then we go to Disneyland out at... in California for 10 days. And then we take off for the summer, we hope.
Well, good. We're glad that you've found a place to find a couple of weeks in the Chicago area, and we just enjoyed the show. We saw before we had a chance to chat with you. It's great. Well,
just before we came in here, we were 3 weeks at the Regency Hyatt in Atlanta, which was the first one of this type of hotel, you know, the spectacular lobbies and the new concept in hotels. And we just came up from there, and now we have these 2 weeks here. They're building a new one in Houston, and we'll probably be down there too. But we take quite a bit of time off. We take a lot of cruises. We went to the North Cape, on the North Cape cruise, which took in all of the Scandinavian countries and Russia and Germany last year. And this September we're going on the Gripsholm to Spain, Portugal, North Africa, and that trip back through Bermuda. So even though we work hard when we work, we have a lot of fun when we're off. And we have a beautiful home in Florida, which is right on the St. Lucie River. And we have our boat, and we have saltwater fishing and freshwater fishing, and we just think it's great.
Sounds like you're a man who has just about everything you could want. The chance to sing when you want to, and to relax when you want to.
Well, when you stop and think that how many years I've been doing this, it's about time there were years, you know, when we had the band when we didn't take more than a week off a year, and that's pretty grueling. So now I don't have the band to worry about as far as any responsibility to a band, and it's just Mary and myself. Both girls are married. And we just more or less do what we want to.
Well, keep doing it, and include Chicago in your agenda again next time
I said, I just told somebody today that I take off when Marion wants to. When she decides it's time to take off, then we take off.
Well, we'll shout the praises of Vaughn Monroe at the Blue Max and get everybody from Chicagoland who is a fan of yours, and boy, that'll pack the joint.
Thank you very much.
Pack the joint. Thank you, Vaughn Monroe.
My pleasure.
You're tuned to WLTD in Evanston. My name is Chuck Schaden. The program is Those Were the Days, and today we're talking about radio Chicago style. In our studio right now is a man whose voice is very, very familiar to Chicago radio listeners. And if you ever listen to the Tom Mix program on the air, you might have certainly heard the voice of this gentleman. And I don't know if we ought to ask him to give us that opening. I think we ought to. How about it, Don? Would you like to give us that opening?
You better not do it without a rehearsal.
Go ahead.
Like, the Tom Mix Ralston Straight Shooters are on the air. And here comes Tom Mix, America's favorite cowboy.
Gee, if we had Curly Bradley here now, he could sing.
And Harold Turner.
Harold Turner, right. Yeah. Don Gordon, welcome to Those Were the Days.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hear so many nice things about your show that I'm flattered to have an opportunity to be here with your wonderful audience.
Well, thank you very much. We're glad to have you with us. Tell us about the Tom Mix Ralston Straight Shooters.
Well, gee whiz, there's so many things to tell that, you just... You better get me up a little closer, right? Well, I don't know what you want to know about Tom Mix.
Well, let's talk about Don Gordon first. When did you first join the Tom Mix Ralston Straight Shooters?
Well, I started with Tom Mix. I was with Tom Mix from, I'll have to take it in reverse. We finished up in 1962, I believe. So it goes back to 1942.
20 years?
No, not
52.
52 we finished, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So 1942, that's right. And we started over on, when NBC was split in two. It was two networks, the blue and the red. And I believe we were on the red network, or the blue, I don't know which. And we were over there for several years and then came over to the Mutual Network, WGN. And it was just great. I lived through 4 directors and I don't know how many, 3 different Tom Mixes.
Who were the 3 Tom Mixes?
Well, the last one, of course, the one that ended up the show, was Curly Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife was kind enough to write these things down,
Russ Thorson.
Russ Thorson, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Russ Thorson. And, I can't think of that other joker's name. Well,
wasn't really Tom Mix, huh?
Wasn't Tom Mix, no. Never met him either.
Well, you had a long run with the show. Did the show start back in 1942?
No, it started long before that. I think several years, as a matter of fact. And at that time, I was doing another, as we called them, kid shows, Captain Midnight, which I worked with for the first 2 years of its life on radio. And those were good old days. We had, on Tom Mix, we had...
Mrs. Don Gordon is in our studio with us, too, and she's got the Don's cue cards here.
You're not kidding. I wish I could read them. I can't read her writing. Well, Fritz Blocky was the director of Tom Mix, Captain Midnight, and Bill Boucher, who I'm sure you've seen in 1,000 motion pictures, and Ed Prentice, who was...
he was the first. Ed Prentice was the first Captain Midnight.
He was the first Captain Midnight, that's right. And then the second year, Bill Boucher did it. The second year was recorded. Later on, it came to other people.
Don, when you were doing these the kid show programs, did they? We've heard that the soap operas that were on from Chicago, and I'm sure you must have been involved in soap operas.
A lot of them. Yeah. And my good wife have made a list of them. And gee, where is it, honey? I said, you don't need to write this stuff down. I'll remember it all. And I don't. Well, Ma Perkins.
Were you announcing these, or were you acting?
Yeah, that's right. I was announcing them. The Right to Happiness which was really a New York show, but I did the commercials from Chicago. And Road of Life, that was a show, one of the Erna Phillips shows. And
well, Chicago was the home of radio back up until about the I guess the early 1940s.
well, at the very height of the success of daytime radio in Chicago, we figured it out one time. We were doing feeding to the network 57 shows a day from Chicago.
A day?
57 shows.
From all the different
They were all
stations.
5-a-week shows, daily shows. But 57 shows went to the network from Chicago. And that was a lot of...
What's the most number of programs that you were on in a given day? Can you recall?
Well, I think about 6. And you had to move pretty fast sometimes. We had one very successful announcer here. Well, he was an announcer and an actor and very aggressive. And he was, I think, on about a dozen a day, and that was kid from St. Louis. Went to California. Marvin Miller. And he would actually be on 2 at the same time. He would be the announcer on a show and slip out the door of the studio into another studio and play a part on the show. He was very, very good and very aggressive.
Were you ever a member of the infamous Bridge Up Club? I guess that's the club that you were a member of whenever you were trying to get from BBM to the Merchandise Mart, and then the bridge was up, you know.
Yeah, that's right. It was a thrilling thing.
You did staff work at almost all of the major stations, right?
Yes,
here.
I was on staff at NBC and at CBS and later at WGN.
Mm-hmm. When you did Tom Mix or even Captain Midnight, were you involved in doing repeat broadcasts for the West Coast, or did you have to do the same show more than once?
Yes, we did it. We always did it in the earlier days. We always did it twice. Once for the East Coast, that was the early period, then for the Middle West, on the Middle West time. And I had a very funny experience. Well, it wasn't funny, it was almost tragic because I almost died of a heart attack. We had always done this. This was the only way it was done. And one day, between the repeats, I had an errand to do someplace else. We usually just sat around and played cards. It was a 45-minute wait. And I had an errand to do, go get my car or something, and I came back, and this was over at WGN, and Mary Affleck was the director, and the second show started, and just after we started, she broke in and using some rather profane language, told us that we had done it wrong. Well, I thought the end of the world had come, that this woman had gone crazy. So we started again, and the same thing happened. And then it developed that she was playing a record, and it wasn't going out, wasn't going to the network. But in the meantime, they just about lost me and several other people because the rest of the boys didn't know it either.
Well, that's
Maury Copeland. Now, you know Maury Copeland. He's an actor, a successful actor here in town.
Right now he's out at the Forum Theater.
That's right.
Appearing in the National Health, I think.
Oh, is that it? I didn't know the name of the show. Maury actually was ill. Made him ill.
It did? Well, you know, it's a funny thing. We've heard stories from, and I've chatted with people who talk about these things, and then there's always it seems to me the one thing that always is a common denominator between everyone who worked in Chicago radio, or any radio, I guess, was that they wanted to do as much as they can because it was the only way that they had of making a living, and so that's why they did the doubling up. But in every case, they all have taken their work seriously. They were not flippant with their broadcast work. They might have been flippant the minute the on-the-air sign went off, you know, but they all took their job seriously, and what you've said points that up. I mean, your reaction to this joke and Maury Copeland's
It was the end of the world. That's all there was to it.
What was, can you remember any really pretty bad flubs that really did get out on the air that we can talk about today?
They usually are a little profane, so I'll skip it. But we had some dandies.
What kind of reaction, talking about Tom Mix again for a second, what kind of reaction did the program get from its very large listening audience?
Well, it was a practice of the sponsor, which was the Ralston Purina Company in St. Louis, to take us out on the road on occasion and book us into other cities like Denver or St. Louis, and the audience response was just fantastic. Sometimes we'd have 15,000 to 18,000 people come just to watch a broadcast. And usually what they tried to do was to book this in conjunction with some other appearance in the city, and a rodeo or something like that. And it was people took it so seriously, and kids especially. Of course, we were beaming the show to kids.
Yeah, but there are a lot more than kids in the audience, I think. I think that there
no
were
doubt
a lot of the moms listened in, and more than just a few fathers were tuning in,
I
too,
presume
I think.
so, sure.
Well, the kids used to listen to the soap operas, you know. We'd be home from school sick or something like that.
You know how things have, pardon me, how things have changed. Prior to World War II, and even after that, all through the war, there was never anyone shot on the Tom Mix, fatally shot on the Tom Mix show.
I didn't realize
people were wounded, but no one was ever killed by gunshot. This was absolutely forbidden on any of the kids' shows, as we call them. You just didn't kill anybody. They were wounded. They'd shoot Tom would shoot the gun out of the other guy's hand, but never shoot him fatally.
Is that why the Lone Ranger always just winged people with
That's
his
right.
silver
Nobody
bullet?
ever got. And it was a pretty good idea, I think.
Well, the stories ran. Was the program on these 13-week cycles, or did they run for a longer?
Not just exactly 13 weeks. Sometimes the sequence would run maybe 3 or 4 weeks. Rarely 13 weeks. Not that long.
The sequence, the story sequence.
That's right.
Yeah. But when the program was, well, I guess Ralston sponsored that show for the whole 10 years, didn't they?
Well, it was on longer than that, because Tom Mix was on.
Yeah.
Yes, they always sponsored it, and as a matter of fact, we had Charlie Claggett was the man at the agency in St. Louis, and a wonderful, wonderful man he was. And we were, I think, one of the few shows of all time that was paid for a summer when we weren't on the air. They paid the actors so that we'd be around for the fall. They apologized for only being able to pay us half of our salary for the summer. And it was really a wonderful thing. Naturally, we were all back in the fall. They wanted to be sure that we'd be there, but they went off for one summer. Otherwise, we were on 32 right straight through.
The whole time, huh?
Yeah.
No kidding. Did you ever miss a show because of, not necessarily because of illness, but because of circumstances beyond?
No, I was always pretty good at getting there.
How about anybody else in the show? Did Curly Bradley or any of the other actors ever run into a problem like that?
I had a very bad experience once at NBC on another show. This was not the Tom Mix show. It was during the opening of Congress, and I believe that the president was making a speech that NBC was picking up. Was some speech from Washington, and it had been agreed that if this speech ran past 5 minutes after the hour, if we were to start on the hour, if it ran past 5 minutes, we weren't to do our show. But if it was under 5 minutes, we had a substitute. This was one of the soap operas. We had a substitute script. And so the 5 minutes came, and the thing was still coming from Washington, so the cast was dismissed. I happened to be stay in the studio for some reason, and about 30 seconds later, we got the word that we were on. The actors are all gone, so I gave the a review of yesterday's show and what we might expect to hear tomorrow and what we were going to hear today while they're rounding up the actors, and they found them in all places, men's and ladies' restroom and every place else, and they had to get them back in there after I stalled for about 5 minutes.
But no one would ever have known the difference anyway on those soap operas, because that was their run-of-the-mill routine anyway, wasn't it?
Well, some of them did take quite a long time to...
We had Eloise Kummer on the show with us last Saturday afternoon, and we played a Right to Happiness broadcast. And it was amazing. It was a 2-character episode with Eloise and one of the men in her life, you know. And it just went on, I guess, straight 8 minutes there, and they really didn't accomplish a great deal.
No, just talk slow.
And just really slow and all of that. And it's funny to listen to it today, because we're really not very well oriented to that kind of drama, because we've been so used to seeing everything laid out in front of our eyes on the television, you know.
Well, Erna Phillips, who wrote so many of those shows so successfully and really had most of them, the slower the better. That's the way she wanted it. And she was right. She knew what she was doing. Most certainly she was very, very successful, and still has some of the daytime television shows.
Oh, I think they just called her out to the coast in the last week or so to use a hypodermic needle into one of the...
but she can do it. She really knew the business.
One thing really great about radio, I feel, was the fact that while the programs they weren't, we talked about 13 weeks or 10 years or longer running of a show, but they lasted for years and years and years, and they lasted with the same sponsors. They had instant sponsor identification. Now, Tom Mix has been off the air for 20 years, I think, and yet there isn't a person who ever heard Tom Mix on the radio who wouldn't say that the sponsor was Ralston.
I believe that's right.
You know, and the same thing with, well, I'll quiz you. You would remember, Captain Midnight was sponsored by...
well...
Gas.
Skelly Gas was the original sponsor.
Skelly was that's when I worked with it.
But then there was a... so you were working, you weren't listening.
Well, they were on...
Ovaltine, of course.
Ovaltine, that's right, yeah.
But so many of them had long-running... Well, Jack Armstrong was sponsored by...
General Mills.
Wheaties, the Breakfast of Champions.
Yeah, General Mills.
Yeah. And that was really the thing you could identify with that. And I don't think... Television, you can't hardly remember who sponsored a program last night, let alone for 10 years. You might remember in the early days of TV, because Texaco sponsored Milton Berle for a long time, and Godfrey was on for Lipton and so forth. But most of the time now, it's just, you can't...
excuse me, speaking of Jack Armstrong, Charlie Flynn, who was the original Jack Armstrong, his mother was Bess Flynn, who wrote Bachelor's Children, which was a long-time radio success out of Chicago. So I think about almost 20 years, and I announced that the last few years it was on the air. Charlie Flynn has been living down in South America. He was with General Motors, I believe. He was a practicing attorney and a very successful businessman, and has just moved back to the United States. And his mother, who is close to 90, is now living over in Detroit with her daughter. And a dear, wonderful, sweet woman, a nicer one never lived, that had anything to do with radio than Bess Flynn. God bless her.
There's so many people from the Chicago area who stayed close to Chicago, even when radio kind of deserted us here in the Midwest. And I've been fortunate enough to meet a lot of them, and I include you too. And everybody that I've ever met with regards who has ties to Chicago-style radio have been the greatest type people that I've ever met.
Well, you know, there was a spirit about radio. Everything is competitive, of course, but the people were different, because everybody was trying to help everyone else. Frequently, people would say, gee, they're having an audition over at such and such a place, and you ought to be just right for it. Even though they might have auditioned for the part, they suggest that you go over and try to get in on it.
It was a different kind of...
It's never been anything like that.
I've heard people say similar things, and they said that in the East, it was a totally different picture.
It was. I worked in New York for a year, and it was quite different, yes. And you thought it was going to be like it was in Chicago, but it wasn't. This was during World War II, and
It was different.
Rita Ascot
Oh, sure,
Boyd,
Rita
who
Ascot.
played Faye on Ma Perkins, has said that they pulled all the shows from Chicago to originate them in New York, see, and then they'd go to New York and they'd audition actors and actresses, and they'd say, no, you won't do, you have too much of an Eastern accent, we need someone with a Midwestern accent. And she was always frustrated at the fact that here they moved everything from the Midwest, where there was an abundance of people from this community who would be perfect for these roles, and yet they had to draw them from the Midwest out to the west, to the East Coast. Don, do you think you could take a very large helping of nostalgia now as we listen to a Tom Mix program?
I'd love it.
Think you could transport yourself? Let's see, this is a program from May 8th of 1945. So
This is a recent one.
yeah, it's only 27 years old. See, this would be, the scene would be WGN then in 45, right?
That's right. And I want you to know that I started on Tom Mix as a boy actor.
As a boy actor.
Yeah, child actor.
Why, certainly we understand that too. All right, let's go back to May 8th of 1945. This is the famous VE Day episode, and it's the end of the war in Europe. And listen carefully through the 15 minutes that follows, because you'll find how they must have adapted the script to suit the occasion, even in the dialogue of the artists, and also in Tom Mix's message in there. And of course, the first voice you hear will be that of Don Gordon. Let's tune in. Yes, sir. Don Gordon speaking. Don Gordon was the announcer on Tom Mix. And Don Gordon is our guest in our studio today. Don, did that little 15-minute clip bring back some memories?
Was that only 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, it must have been a half hour.
No, 15 minutes.
We did a lot in the short time.
Did everything.
I think it was just terrific. Really it was. I think it was just terrific.
I'm glad that you could hear it again, and we're glad to be able to share these memories with our listeners every Saturday.
Forey Lewis and Forey Lewis. Forey Lewis only played 2 parts in that one, but he always played 2 parts. And
you had there was Mike Shaw. We heard Mike Shaw on that show. Leo, you said?
Leo Curley.
Leo Curley was Mike Shaw.
Well, Leo's no longer with us.
Boy, I don't think anyone who ever listened to the Tom Mix Ralston Straight Shooters will ever forget those Suffering Sourdough and what was the other one he said there?
Thunderation.
Boy, those were good. And you know the sincerity of the people on the program. You know, we really believed as listeners to the show. I mean, there was no question about it. You know, we were into this show just 1 minute, I think, and the whole stage was set again. It was as though nothing had happened since yesterday.
Well, you know, one of the things that struck me during the playing of that thing was Curly Bradley, or Tom Mix, doing the commercial at the end, and his waving the flag, as we would put it today, and how severely this thing would be criticized by parts of our society today, that anybody could have the effrontery to be as patriotic as this company that sponsored this show was at that time. They were just simply patriotic. That was the United States of America, and they were supporting it all the way.
Well, those days are gone, maybe, but I think still today people support the United States of America, and maybe they do it in different ways. And but it really is refreshing to, you know, I think there was only one commercial on this show at the beginning. In other words, what they did was
well, this was a very
eliminate-
special day, of course, and they were cooperating, I think, with the tone of the time.
It's a great thing. And you know, we often play random episodes of the kids shows like this. Later on today, as a matter of fact, we're going to have Jack Armstrong, and we're going to listen to a Captain Midnight episode.
Well, now, in all fairness, I must say that some of the times when we had a special offer on the Tom Mix show, the commercials ran for 6 minutes, and they had an announcer talking as fast and as hard as he could for about 6 minutes. That's how I held my job.
Well, sometimes, though, weren't some of those premiums, they were woven right into the story.
Always on Tom Mix, yes. This was a part of the gig.
I remember that, I can remember one Tom Mix show. I can't remember whether I actually remember it from hearing it back in 1943 or if I remember listening it from a tape, but Sheriff Mike Shaw had a whistling sheriff's badge, and he actually used that during the course of the story to get help,
yes.
you know. And Captain Midnight always had new decoders, and they'd make a big pitch about the fact that the 1943 decoder now was here, and so the 42 decoder was obsolete.
Oh, yeah.
So if you've got the 42 decoder, forget it, you know.
Buy more breakfast.
Right. Don, do you have many of the Tom Mix premiums of your own?
Well, I wouldn't have had, but my dear wife, Margaret, has saved a lot of them, and she's an antique buff, and she reads the antique magazines and antique books, and some of these things are worth $40 or $50. These little gimmicks that were worth a dime, you know, at that time.
And I don't think we even had to send anything in for them.
A box top. You always send a box top. Yes, and maybe 10 cents in the box
for
top.
Postage and handling.
Yes.
They used to say,
yes.
right?
Postage was cheaper then.
Yeah, well, that's right. You could get, well, I remember, of course, sending a penny postcard, you know, or something. You never...
well, now if it was postage and handling, you'd say enclose $1.
Yeah, that's right. Those were the days, weren't they?
Well, I don't know. They were, and all the days are good days.
But it's fun. It's fun to remember fondly those the good days from the past, and I think I'm always in a good position because I have a chance to bridge the sound gap between yesterday and today with the type of things that we do, and I want you to know that right now I'm speaking on behalf of all of those people who are tuned in this afternoon who remember the many, many hours and weeks and months and years of listening excitement that they had from people like yourself who helped get us through those exciting afternoons.
Well,
and I want to thank you for your part in it.
That's very gracious of you to say that, but I assure you that the motive of most of us was more mercenary because we were well paid and the work was easy. It was better than working for a living. That's where we used to put it. And really, the simplicity of radio, we rehearsed one of these shows for about an hour and a half, or if that. And that was just standing there in casual clothes, reading the thing from a script. And it was a very simple thing to do. It was easy work, and the pay was good.
But you see, I really shouldn't call this a lack of preparation. Maybe that was all the preparation you needed. But what you could do with that hour's worth of rehearsal, what you and the sound man and all of the other actors could do, I mean, you really transported the listener from wherever they were out into Tom Mix's territory, and or Captain Midnight's secret squadron, or whatever it was, and. Whether it took 5 minutes, you know, it didn't make any difference to us as a part of the listening audience, what it took or why you were doing it. The most important point was that what you were doing, you did very well. And what came across on the radio was a quarter hour of excitement. You said it seemed like a half an hour. I don't know if you meant that because it seemed tedious or if we got so much into it. But those 15 minutes, they just went by like a flash. And, you know, we had Tom Mix and Captain Midnight and Superman and boom, 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 one right after another in the afternoons. And the whole afternoon, that was our reason for coming home from school.
Sure.
And that's our reason for inviting you to spend some time with us today.
Well, it's been very nice, and I've enjoyed it, and enjoyed hearing. Unfortunately, on Saturday, we're generally up in Wisconsin, and I haven't been able to listen to you, but I'm going to get a different kind of a radio where we can get you at that time.
Well, we'll be happy to do that. In the meantime, we're going to give you the not even a reasonable facsimile of this. I'm going to give you a copy of the Tom Mix show we just played, so you can put that along the shelf with your
generous
whistling rings and sheriff's badges and all of that. Don Gordon, thank you very much for spending some time with us today. And Mrs. Gordon, too, thanks for prompting in the background. We appreciate your being here. And we'll be right back. Well, a big name on the Chicago radio scene for a long, long time belonged to a big man by the name of Dick Baker. You know Dick Two-Ton Baker, the music maker. Well, we have Dick on the line. Hello, Two-Ton.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing today?
Oh, pretty good for an elderly man.
Oh, there's that great laugh.
Oh, gee, it's good to hear from you.
Well, it's great to hear from you. All along the line, as we do our Those Were the Days broadcast, Dick, we've had people say, gee, don't forget to do something about Two-Ton Baker. We'd like to hear some of his great programs.
Well, bless your heart. It certainly is good.
Oh, you have a lot of fans out there in Radioland. And where can they see you?
Well, at present, I'm appearing at Mangum Chateau in Lyons, which is just west of Harlem Avenue on Ogden.
Uh-huh.
And I'm there every night except Sunday and Monday, and we clown around and play the piano and sing some songs and sign a few autographs and enjoy life in general.
Oh, you are enjoying life then, aren't you?
Oh, yes, very definitely.
Good. Dick, when was the first time you made a broadcast in Chicago?
In Chicago, let me see, about 1938 in the good old summertime. It was around June or July, somewhere along there, in 1938. I was appearing at a place called the 1111 Club on Bryn Mawr Avenue, right alongside the L station.
Uh-huh.
And some of the people came down. Oh, Jack Dries was one of them. Ed Humphrey, who just passed away recently. He was in the advertising agency business, but at that time he was an announcer at WJJD.
Uh-huh. Was it on
it was on WJJD.
Uh-huh.
See, WJJD and WIND used to be run by the same people. WIND was in Gary, WJJD was in Chicago.
Uh-huh.
And we'd go on both stations at the same time sometimes. And I started working at WJJD on Sundays. I did something called the Sunday morning party very early in the morning. As a matter of fact, I used to leave the 1111 and go down there and go on the air.
No kidding. Well, how early was that then?
Oh, it was around 8 o'clock in the morning. It was going around from 8 to 10.
Wow.
And then we'd fade into Dr. Preston Bradley.
Nice segue, huh?
Yeah. No, he came on at 11. We had an hour in between there.
I see. Well, you have spent a lot of time here. Where did you go from there then?
Well, I worked for WJJD and WIND until about 1943.
Mm-hmm.
And then I spent about 5 months at, we call it the Donut Shop. It was one of the early Helsing restaurants on State Street. It's still there, but I don't think Helsing has anything to do with it any longer.
Uh-huh.
It's just south of the State and Lake Theater. It's called the, Michelob Inn, I think it's called, or something like that. Anyway, I spent about 5 months there, and then I went over with WGN.
Uh-huh.
I spent quite a few lovely years with WGN. Oh, I worked there at that one period from 44 to 52, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the early morning 8:15 show, and then I did one to the network at 1:30 or 1:45, and then sometimes they'd switch it to 3:15, and then I did one called the Baker Spotlight at 4:30.
Mm.
And then 2 or 3 times a week I did one for Sealy Mattress at 7:30 in the evening.
That was that Mr. and Mrs.?
Well, Mr. and Mrs. was on Sunday afternoons. I did Sunday afternoon shows for them for quite some time.
Uh-huh.
And that was the half-hour extravaganza out of the big audience studio in the Tribune Building.
Uh-huh. That's where they did
Avenue, huh?
That's where they did Chicago Theater of the Air and
yes, the Chicago Theater of the Air. Well, many times the Chicago Theater of the Air came from the Medina Temple.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, a couple of times that I appeared on that program, it was over in the Medina Temple.
Well, what did you do on the Chicago Theater of the Air?
Well, once in a while they'd have a little lighthearted affair, and I'd sing and sometimes play a little. But many times I just appeared on the warm-up before the actual broadcast.
Oh, I see.
I'd do a few little things, and they always had a guest artist of some sort.
Uh-huh.
And sometimes I was the guest artist, but most of the time I'd just do the warm-up.
Uh-huh. I remember particularly a program that you did, one of your 15-minute shows from WGN. You did it, I guess, generally with Holland Engel.
Well, Holly was on for a while. The one that I did work with the most was Hal Lansing.
Uh-huh.
Hal stayed with me for quite a number of years on the early morning show.
Uh-huh.
We just kind of hit it off together. He and I were real good friends, and he was one of the great guys of the entertainment and radio business. He just was a fine fellow.
I can remember you used to have usually a studio audience for those shows, and
well, I tell you, we didn't have a regular audience, but many times people would come in and ask to be shown the studios. You know, people were always coming in off the street saying, "Please, can I see your studio? Can I see this? Can I see that?" And we'd set up a few chairs, and we'd usually have. I tell you where we used to get a lot of an audience. Do you remember the boats that used to dock at the Michigan Avenue Bridge?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Particularly during the summer. These excursion boats that would go out around, I guess, Mackinac Island and back. And,
oh, yeah.
And they'd dock at the bridge and stay there for several hours. And we got lots of audience right from there.
You Shanghai them or something?
Well, no, they just walk in and they want to see the studios. And actually, they never had too many regulated tours. They did have tours of the Tribune plant, and they'd show them the station then. But many times they'd just come right in and sit in on Studio 2 right off the Nathan Hale Court. And I either had a program coming up or was in the middle of one.
Well, I remember getting in to GN a few times when I was much younger, and we would see your program.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember one thing really very vividly. You had a little tag to commercials once in a while, and a little musical thing that you would do. And you were on one of those announcements in the show was Sal Hepatica.
Oh, yes.
And you used to do this, and my friend and I came to see you one time. We did this little tag jingle while the commercial was on, and you got a kick out of it, and you put us on the air. Maybe it was my radio debut, you know.
Oh, it could have been. What was it? Let's hear it.
It was, we called her Frivolous Sal Hepatica. Do you remember that nonsense?
That's like the tagline, the lonely little petunia. I'll switch to arid.
Yeah, you had a lot of goodies as far as the recordings were concerned.
I got quite lucky with Mercury in the years, 1946 through about the middle 50s. I had quite a few what they considered hits, starting out with Near You and Lonely Little Petunia and the Rickety Rickshaw Man, and we had the original recording of Zippity Doo Dah. Remember Zippity Doo Dah?
Oh, sure.
And let's see what else. We had one called Civilization, Dancers in Love, The Two Fat Polka. Of course, Arthur Godfrey was first on that, but I was very fortunate to get on quite a lot of the sales with that. The record sold quite well.
See, we just handed a note here that a listener of ours by the name of Larry Barnes, who is now 70 years old, he says, he called to say hello to you.
Well, hello, Larry.
You know the name?
Larry Barnes.
Yeah?
Sure.
Who was he?
I don't know.
Larry Barnes was the bartender at the 1111 Club.
Larry?
When you were there.
I remember Swanson.
Well?
And I remember Morton.
Well, maybe Larry had a different name, but anyway, he's
funny.
He said he was the bartender at the 1111.
He probably was.
Oh, sure.
Isn't that wonderful?
Hey, you were at the Ivanhoe for a while, too, weren't you?
I spent about 5 years there, from 1965 through 1970. I started there and worked in the catacombs, deep down under the ground. They used to say it was 300 feet under, but they didn't say under what.
I want to find out. I want to see if I can dispel a legend that I have heard over the years about Two-Ton Baker.
Oh, tell us all about it.
I have heard that you frequently attended the Ravenswood Theater.
Ravenswood?
The Ravenswood Theater. Is that a fact?
I don't believe so. Where is it?
It's on, I think it was on Montrose Avenue near the L.
Well, I guess I had been there because when we were first married, we used to live up in that area. But I don't recall going there with any regularity.
Oh, well, the story goes is that they had to, because for obvious reasons, for Two-Ton Baker, they had to remove one of the arms between two chairs, and you sat...
Oh, no, that was the Little Roseland Theater at 113th Place in Michigan Avenue.
Oh, the story is right, but the
story is right, but the locality is wrong. This is about 1948. My son, Jughead, and I... He's older than I am now. He'd hit me if I called him Jughead now. But Jughead and I used to go. They had cowboy movies every Friday night.
Uh-huh.
And just like we went to church on Sunday, Friday evening, we'd go to the cowboy movies at the Little Roseland Theater. We used to call it the Little Roseland Theater because there was a big Roseland State and the Parkway, and they're all gone. And the Little Roseland is still operating, but I think they show horror movies or something now.
Oh, boy.
But... at 113th Place in Michigan was this little theater, and on Friday evening they'd have Hoot Gibson, Sutset Carson, and Tom Mix. They had all the old. This would be great for your nostalgia club, you know.
Yeah.
They had all the old cowboy movies going on there every Friday night. And we used to go and see them. So one time the manager stopped me in the lobby. He said, "You have trouble sitting in those seats, don't you?" I said, "Well, no more here than anywhere else, you know." So he said, "Why don't I make up a special seat for you? Put your name on it." I said, "Gee, that'll be great because we can get a little publicity out of it." You know, I'm ham enough to like things like that. So he did. He made one, well, I guess it wasn't quite 2 seats wide, but it was about a seat and a half. He made an actual seat. He didn't cut the arm out of one. He just made a regular seat with a regular back and everything. And it was over a little bit to the side, and it said reserved for 2-ton Baker, and then the next seat to the left said reserved for Jughead. So we had the Tribune photographer come out, and he took pictures, and it made quite a few of the newspapers at that time, because this was about, I think it was 1948, 49, somewhere along in there.
Boy. Dick, you did some things on television, too, didn't you, in the early days?
No, I did the first performance on WGN when it went to television in about April 1st of 1948, right around in there, but it was the night before. The night before they actually went on the air, they had a preview, and I was the first act to perform.
Gee, that's really interesting. A milestone.
On the TV at that time. And I did quite a little with WGN later on. I had a kid show called Wonder House, which went for quite a little while. And let's see, what else did we do? I did a quiz show called Movie Quick Quiz. We showed movies and then called people and tried to get them to guess certain questions. I'd give them a question and they'd have to give me the answer by looking at the movie. Of course, legally, they didn't have to be watching the movie if you could pick the answer out of thin air.
Yeah.
That's the way those things work, you know.
Often people will say, "Dick 2-Ton Baker, yeah, the Riverview commercials."
Oh, yes, come out the Riverview. It's very good for you. That's the song I made up. Everybody says, even now, they'll say, "Sing the Riverview song." You know, there never was actually a Riverview song. It was mostly a mess of screams and yells and hollers and go to Riverview and laugh your troubles away and then scream and wave my arms. So I wrote this little ditty, and when they ask for the Riverview song, that's what I sing. Come out to Riverview. It's very good for you to laugh your troubles away. Like that.
You have a constant, infectious humor about you. Are you always really as happy as you sound?
Well, within myself I am, I believe. I think that I'm a very lucky guy. I've been fortunate. All this so-called talent I have is strictly God-given. I never studied a minute for it. I woke up one day playing the piano, and I wasn't quite 3 years old. I was sitting in the living room. I have just a very vague recollection of me sitting at the piano and my granddad coming in, and I was playing Yankee Doodle. He thought my mother was playing because she did play, and she was at work. She wasn't even home, and there the old kid was sitting there pounding away Yankee Doodle.
Where was this?
This was at 714 West Van Buren Street. That's where I was born.
Oh, right. Well, then you've been in Chicago all your life.
Up from nothing to extreme poverty.
Well, Dick...
We lived right across the street from a brewery.
You did?
And we had these huge bay windows. It was... the apartment was so... I used to call them flats in those days. The apartment was so large that I could ride a 3-wheel bicycle between the living room and the dining room and get up a fair good amount of speed. And of course, we didn't play too much outside. I was the only child, but I did run around that apartment like crazy. And as I say, we were right across the street from a brewery, and this, of course, was during Prohibition. But there was a saloon on the corner. This is kind of a cute story. My uncle lived with us at the time. He was a semi-pro baseball pitcher, among other things. He pitched for some team around that neighborhood, and lots of people knew him. And we'd sit up there in the bay window, my grandmother and I, which was our nightly fun, I guess, and we'd watch people hold guys up while they were standing there in front of the saloon waiting for the streetcar. So one night, my uncle is standing there waiting for the streetcar. A guy comes along and sticks a gun in his ribs, and just as he does, the streetcar comes by. The light from the streetcar fell on Claude's face, and the gunman says, "Oh, Claude, I'm so sorry," and he handed him back his wallet and got on the streetcar.
Oh, my goodness.
He wasn't going to take Uncle Claude's money. He belonged.
Gee whiz. Hey, that's a great story.
It is cute because it's true, you know.
Yeah, good. Tooton, I can't thank you enough for spending a little bit of your Memorial Day weekend with us.
Well, doggone it. I wish we could do this more often. I think this is lots and lots of fun. It's great to be with you. And I've heard of your program so many, many times, but of course, you know, things happen. I never get to hear things that I really want to hear. And I'm going to make it a point to listen to. What's the title of it?
It's called Those Were the Days.
Those were the days, my friend. Dee-dee-dee-do-dee-do. Listen to Chuck Schaden at WLTD. Boom, 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 boom.
Hey, that's great.
Sponsored by Northwest Federal Savings.
Man, you're on the payroll now.
Hey, commercials now, you know.
That's right. Come on to Riverview. Thanks, Dick. Have a good weekend. Thanks for sharing some memories with us today.
Thank you very, very
and we'll
much.
get out to Mangum Chateau and say hello in person, too.
That's the place.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. That was Dick Tooton Baker, the music maker, and what a great guy he is. Isn't he nice to chat with? We're going to have to talk with him again. Our WLTD microphones are backstage at the Blue Max at the Hyatt Regency O'Hare, and our guest is none other than singer Johnny Ray. From all of us who are your fans in the Chicago area, welcome, and hello, Johnny Ray.
Thank you very much, Chuck. It's a pleasure to be back. I have a funny feeling I've just been away too long, because when I got that warm reception night when I walked on stage, I had the funny feeling that I better not stay away this long again.
No, we won't let you this time. We won't let you this time. I want to take you back down memory lane for a couple of minutes if we can. And let's see, where was it? By the side of a lake, a stream, a river that you wrote a song when you were 17?
Oh, you're talking about the Little White Cloud That Cried. Yeah, I wrote that, but I never really dreamed at the time when I wrote it that I would ever make a record out of, or that it would ever become the hit that it became. I get kind of amused, though that now everybody's on this nostalgic kick, because I don't feel nostalgic. It doesn't seem to me like it was over, that it was 20 years ago, even though it was. But I get the reason why nostalgia amuses me is because I don't think that way, because I never look back, because I always think the good old days are right now. These are the good old days.
These are the good days.
And the older I get, the more I really feel that. And it's a strange sensation, because it makes me feel sometimes like I'm the one that's out of step.
No, not at all. I'll tell you what. Now, you were working in a club in Detroit, was it?
Mm-hmm, the Flame Shoe Bar.
The Flame Shoe Bar. Now, that was the last stop before you made Cry and the Little White...
No, wrong. I came to Chicago.
Between?
Yeah, between that. I worked downtown next to the Chicago Theater in a place called the Capitol Lounge, which no longer exists. And I was working on the bill with a black man and a lady singer named Herman Chittison. And it was from there that two records I made while in Detroit called Whiskey and Gin and Tell the Lady I Said Goodbye had hit the charts in a lot of record towns, as we call them at that time. And they were number 1 and number 2 in towns like Cleveland and Cincinnati, Ohio, and Boston, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Buffalo. And it was after that I was brought to the attention of Mitch Miller, who introduced me to Cry and recorded... well, at the same session we did Cry. They all got gold records out of that. One of them was called Please Mr. Sun, and another one was called Broken Hearted. And we just did Little White Cloud That Cried as an afterthought.
And that was on the back of Cry, wasn't it?
It depends on your point of view. Some people say Cry was on the back of Little White Cloud That Cried.
Would you have liked the two of them to have been separate records?
No. I know a lot of people say they don't quite realize that it was a very fortunate thing to have two records at that time simultaneously, because it meant that all of the disc jockeying had to get an additional airplay was just turn the record over. And there was that much demand for it. Whereas if I'd had to wait 6 months or something between releases, what guarantee would I have had that either one of them might have been hits?
How many records were sold?
I've been told around 7 million. But it'd be very hard to prove that or dispute it if it was more.
They're still selling.
Yeah, I still see these commercials on television peddling my old records, and I keep getting the royalties still, so I know that people are still buying them.
That's kind of nice nostalgia there to have the royalties rolling in.
It's a financial nostalgic pleasure.
Okay, see?
But there was an awful lot of good songs written in those days. But remember that Tony Bennett had Because of You, and that was a very pretty tune. And there was a lot of very good songs.
Well, you had some great ones along the line. Walking My Baby Back Home, and I remember Glad Rag Doll. Was that in there someplace?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was. But it got to the point where there were so many of them that were hits at the same time that it got to be almost an embarrassment of riches, because I just couldn't do them all in the show. They were you just can't do a waltz down memory lane with all of your old hits. That's why there's enough of the old hits in the act now to keep it evergreen enough so the people who want to hear those old songs can still hear them and still enjoy doing them. But they're going to hear a lot of contemporary things too.
Well, your act, which we enjoyed thoroughly this evening, was a mixture of contemporary songs and some of the great standards and the great Johnny Ray hits too. And the audience responded very favorably.
I thought they were a beautiful audience. I was very pleased, very proud.
Audiences are great when the performance is great, and I think that
no, somebody just can get kind of rough. The hardy, sometimes you have to really buckle down and work.
Now, you were in Hollywood for No Business Like Show Business. It was a couple of years after the big record.
Yes, that film was shot in 1954, and I was under contract to 20th Century Fox for a 7-year contract. But the kind of pictures they wanted me to do, the people that ran my career didn't think they were right for me, and I really wasn't essentially interested in becoming a movie star, as they say. The Hollywood community as a whole, more or less, even though I lived there, I don't circulate what you call a Hollywood society type set. Very few of my friends are in show business at all. I might be on the fringe of it, like writers or managers or agents or things like that, but most of the people that... Well, I'm very friendly with a lot of performers, but then in our business... like my buddy Van Johnson is in town. But just because we're in town doesn't mean we're able to get together for dinner, because he's got a curtain time, I got a show time, and then it makes it impossible to see each other. Sometimes like Patty Page is a very good friend of mine, but we see each other maybe once a year, every year and a half. We just happen to follow each other someplace. And it works that way with performers themselves.
I want to back up a second. What kind of movies did they want you to make that you didn't think were right for you?
I don't really remember. I remember what they did. They sent two writers. And when I say they, I specifically, the 20th Century Fox sent two writers on the road. I don't want to mention their names because they have since then become very, very, very successful in film and television. Because what they did and what they were assigned to do, they did well. But 20th Century Fox wanted to film my life story, and they used to travel with me on the road, cameras, and they visited all my old home where I was born and raised, and took pictures where I was baptized in church, and took pictures of all the family and everything. But it was kind of redundant to start doing the life story of somebody who's 25 years old. What can you have done at 25 years that requires? Even now, I don't feel that either my past victories or conquests or whatever you might want to call them or successes, I don't think they are important enough to be made into the life of Johnny Ray. First of all, I would think that'd be probably one of the dullest subjects you'd ever want to sit through a film anyway.
You worked recently on nightclub stage, and you even did a play some time ago, or not too long ago, I guess, didn't you? Bus stop, weren't you in?
Yes, well, that's something I wanted to do because I wanted to branch out and do different things, and so I arranged to be produced and to be presented in Bucks County Playhouse in Pennsylvania, Bucks County, because Bucks County is probably one of the best summer stock theaters, and if I'm going to learn anything, I'm going to learn it there. And so I did that, and then they wanted me to do Guys and Dolls, which was a singing role in Dallas State Fair, so I agreed to do that, and I learned a lot there. And I learned a great deal about stage technique as we're working with other people opposed to learning my craft working alone. Because I'm on stage at the Blue Max, it's all me. I mean, I don't have to depend on anybody, and nobody has to depend on me. Just the conductor and myself for tempos and segues and things like that, but I don't have to play off of anybody except the audience. And on stage, and in films, which is sort of a lazy man's way of life, but I'm just really not that ambitious in that department. I would like to do is more of what we were just talking about. I'd like to do more television, which I think is essential at this particular stage of my life, because I've spent too much time out of the country, and in the last 20 years there's done a whole new generation who's, as far as they're concerned, a Johnny Ray is something out of Star Trek or something. And you've got to get to them, but the only way you can do it is television, films, and records.
Yeah. You have to be seen. Well, you've been seen around lately. Where are you going from the Blue Max? Where does the next stop?
Well, from the Blue Max, I'm here for 2 weeks.
You'll be here through the 27th of January, I think.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what the notes say.
Well, we close here, and then I have a day off, and then I open in either Dayton or Columbus. I don't know which sequence it is, but it's either one of them. Then I do a week in each of those cities, and then I have to return to the coast and probably start recording or doing research on material, which is being done now in my absence. And if they want to send things to me while I'm on the road between shows and during the daytime, I can go over material.
Well, we hope that your next swing around or across the country will include a stop in Chicago, because you'll always be welcome here. There's so many people who enjoy the talents of Johnny Ray that they're always glad to see you in person. And on behalf of them, I thank you for spending some time with us today.
My pleasure, Chuck, and I hope I see you again soon.
Thank you, Johnny Ray. We've taken a walk down Radio's Main Street past 79 Wistful Vista and into the Beverly Hills home of Jim Jordan. Fibber McGee. Jim Jordan, I can't believe I'm really in the McGee living room today.
Well, you are, and welcome.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're here, and especially since you came from Chicago, and especially since you came from Evanston, too.
Well, thank you. I'd go a lot further from Evanston to Beverly Hills to say hello to you. There's so many things I'd like to ask you about, I hardly know where to begin, but, where did things begin? You came from Peoria, didn't you?
That is right.
And is that where you met Marion Driscoll?
That's right. We met in Peoria, and we were married there in 1918. I started in the business in 1917 in vaudeville, and, of course, I went to Chicago to start. And then in 1918, after I came home, and I had to wait for the draft then in April of 1918. And we were married in August, and because the draft board, the head of the draft board lived next door, and he told us at the end of August that the war was winding down and I wouldn't be called. So we got married, and we got married on August 31st, and we went to St. Louis to spend a little honeymoon with a sister who lived there. And we were there about 5 days when I got the summons. Uncle Sam needed me then, and so I went right in the service.
And what did you do? Were you over in...
I went to France. I was in France inside of about 6 weeks. And the war did end then in November the 12th, or November the 11th, I mean. And I had been in a hospital with dysentery, and we started a show there, and I worked in the show for about 5 months, an Army show. And then we came home in July.
Now, did you and Marion first work together then after you were out of the service? Was that the first time you got together?
Not professionally. Well, we worked together, yes, but I stayed out of the business for about a year after that, trying to do other things in Peoria, and did about something new every month. And,
were you a postman at one time?
Well, that was before I went in the service.
Before you went in the service?
I was a postman from April until August while I was waiting to go in the service. But I worked at all kinds of jobs, and we got going again in the business in 1921. 1921. Went to Chicago, and this is when we formed a little concert company that we had for about 3 years after that, before radio came along to us.
You and Marion?
Yes.
What was your first radio job? Can you recall that?
Yes. Well, in those days, you didn't speak of it as a radio job because radio didn't pay anybody any money. All you did was go in and perform. And all you could walk in off the street into any radio station, they were glad to have you. If you had a ukulele under your arm, you could go to work for nothing. You know. So that's what we did. The price was right. That's what we did. But we finally landed we got a little job on a station called WIBO on the north side of Chicago, up on Broadway near Vaughn, and we got paid there. We did a show for golly, I can't think what it was now. Once a week on Friday night, for which we were paid $10.
And did you?
That was our first pay.
Did you write the show yourself, or was it an ad lib thing, or what was the nature of it?
We didn't hardly talk. Nobody talked except the announcer. We sang. We sang.
You were a tenor.
Well, we sang together. We did the duets. And that's what we did in vaudeville too.
I have a note that says something about the O. Henry twins.
Well, yes, that might have been the O. Henry Candy Company that paid us that $10. I wouldn't be sure about that. I guess it was. I guess it was them. Yet it seems it wasn't. But anyway,
when did the Smith family come about?
Well, after we fooled around with WIBO for quite a while, and other stations, we also worked for a song publisher. We got $35 a week from a publisher for going around to all the stations in town plugging their songs, and but the whole thing added up to about $75 a week less than what we needed to live. So by the end of a year of this, we had to go back in vaudeville again. So we went back in vaudeville in 1926, I guess it was, long in there, and we worked for about a year, and we were playing a theater in Danville, Illinois, in Halloween time in 1927, and we were on the bill with Tim and Irene Ryan, and Tim said if we would go to New York, he would get us the low time, which would be a good year's work in vaudeville for those days. It'd keep you going for about a year, which was a great thing if we could do it. So we made a deal to meet him in New York on a certain date. So then when we got back to Chicago, we went to dinner one night at a restaurant called Brentano's, I think it was. I may not be saying that name correctly. It was on South Wabash Avenue near Jackson. And there we met, we ran into a fellow, Howard Newmiller, who was a pianist. And he was from Peoria, and he'd been with the Oriole Terrace Orchestra, Fiorito and Danny Russo. And he had gone to work at a radio station called WENR, and he said, if you'll come over there, I think I can get you a job there. So we went over the next day and got a job, and that's where we stayed in radio. And that was in October of 1927, and from that day until Marion's illness in 1960, we were on the radio constantly, always.
Now that was that first job there, or that job at WENR was the...
That was our first real professional radio job, you might say.
Now that... Excuse me.
We worked, and we made a deal with Western Vaudeville. They were going to use us 3 days a week at the radio station.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a deal with Western Vaudeville where they would use us 1 day or 2 or 3 around Chicago on the other 4 days, which we could bill ourselves as radio stars, you see, which increased your value a lot even then. So that's what we did. That's how we started.
Well, what was the Smith family?
Well, the Smith family was organized. They had a kind of a stock company group working at this radio station. Everybody sort of doubled and the station organized this family radio show, just a talk show, which was, we were beginning to talk a little bit by that time, very little. So we did this show, and it was formed out of all the people working on the station. There were about 7 or 8 of us, I think, in it, and that's where the Smith family started. I think it started in about 1928. I'm not sure about the date. Might have been a little earlier than that.
And then you were there for a while before you got involved with...
The Smith family became a very hot item. You know, it was a very popular show because it was one of the first talk shows as such of that type. Amos and Andy had been on before that, Sam and Henry, but there wasn't much talking of that type being done on radio in those days.
Was the Smith family a situation kind of a thing?
Oh, sure.
There were writers
It's a very
providing...
funny situation. It was a family of... it was a contractor and his wife, the name Smith. And it was an Irish type family, kind of, and he had become influential. He made some money. And he had 2 daughters. He had a wife and 2 daughters, and one daughter went with a Jewish violinist, and the other one went with an Irish prize fighter. I was the Irish prize fighter, and Marion was the Irish mother who was the wife of Smith. Her name was Nora Smith, and that was the deal. That was it. And it made for a lot of nice comedy, you know, real good. It was real good. And we did that until, well, in 1931, WENR was sold to NBC. I think it was 31. I know it was. And then we didn't want to go to NBC because we were playing theaters. And by this time, we were making $600, $700, $800 a week, because we could go play theaters on the weekend, or one night would pay you well, you know, and for what the Smith family had done for us, principally, and what we were doing for ourselves. We kept doing other shows at the same time. You know, then we did a little show called Luke and Mirandy, and Luke was... he was Fibber McGee, really.
He was?
Well, Fibber McGee was Luke. And that's Luke. It's the same Luke that was later in Smack Out, same guy. And Luke eventually became McGee.
Mirandy was Molly?
Yes. Yes.
Now, you mentioned Smack Outs.
Yes.
Now, that was... I want to jump back. Smith family was just a couple times a week on the air?
Oh, once.
Once a week?
Oh, yeah.
And it was
half-hour show.
Half an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the Smack Outs was more...
That was a daily.
A daily program. And in it, if I'm checking back correctly, you were the proprietor of a grocery store.
Yeah. That little crossroads where there was nothing there except the store. And this old guy ran this store, and Marion and Jim Jordan were his friends, and he had a lot of other friends. We had about 10 people in the cast, which we did all of them.
You did all of the characters?
Oh yeah, nobody in it. We did everything. I produced it, and directed it, and performed in it, and the whole works. And nobody in the studio, but an announcer. How
about a
saying
sound
this
man?
very badly on here.
No.
You'll have a chance to go back and clip some of the blurbs out of it.
I wouldn't clip one of your blurbs for the world.
Well, I'm staggering.
Oh no! Now, what was the significance of the name, the Smackouts?
We had been working on WNR, among other things that we were doing there. We worked on a farm program with a man named Farmer Rusk, who did farm advisory work via radio, and they put us on there to entertain a little bit through this, just sing some songs. And he had been at the University of Missouri, and a few miles out of Columbia, Missouri, there was a little crossroads, and this old guy had a store, and anybody that went in there, somehow or other, the students from the university went into this place, and they'd say, well, I'm looking for a hoe handle or something. And he'd say, well, I'm sorry, I'm just smack out of hoe handles. I'll have one here for you tomorrow. And so he did this so much that the kids hung a sign out in front of the store called Smack Out. And that's
where you picked it up?
That's where we picked up the name Smack Out.
When did you meet Don Quinn?
While we were at WENR in 1930, I guess, 29 or 30. In the Smith family, there was a girl named Thora Martins. She was the daughter who was in love with the prizefighter, who was me. And Thora Martins had been in the student prince with Howard Newmiller. And, she wasn't in the student prince with Howard Newmiller, what I'm talking about. Now, that you can cut out, can't you?
Okay, sure.
She was in the student prince, and her girlfriend was dated Don Quinn. And so she met Don Quinn, and she brought him over to the station and introduced him to us, and introduced us to each other. And this was along about 1930 or 31.
Mm-hmm. Had he been doing some writing for the Smith family?
No. He hadn't written anything in radio. He hadn't written anything. Mm-hmm. He was a commercial artist.
Oh, he was?
He had been, yes. And he was... it was 1930 when, after the crash, and he went kaplop with the commercial, with the agency that he had. He was doing, and he was a very clever artist. Uh-huh. And he wanted to write, and so he started writing stuff for us, and we just evolved from there.
From the Smackouts? Did he write things for you for Smackouts, or why did he write things for you? Where did you use the things he wrote?
We didn't use them.
Oh, you didn't use them?
No. He wrote, and we didn't have the opportunity to use them.
Oh, I see.
Because we were doing this Luke and Mirandy at WENR, and in 1931, WENR was sold to NBC. Mm-hmm. And we didn't want to go to NBC because of the money we were making in the theater, and they would not allow us to announce the date. They wouldn't allow us to come on the radio at 5 o'clock in the evening and 6 o'clock and say that we're going to be in Barrington at the theater tonight at 8.
Oh,
NBC wouldn't allow that kind of business.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't want to go there. So we went to the Chicago Daily News, WMAQ.
Mm-hmm.
And during the switch, this is when we said we would have Don write the Smackout. And we had this name Smackout in the back of our mind to use. We never did use it at WENR.
Mm-hmm.
We used it when we went over to start it at WMAQ. And we said we'd have Don write it for us. So that's the way that was done. And that's where he started writing Smackout, was when we were at WMAQ. And Amos and Andy wrote their own material, and they were on WMAQ, Columbia Station. They were broadcasting from a Columbia station over the WMAQ in the Chicago area, and the rest of the country NBC was picking it up. Mm-hmm. That was a kind of a novel deal too. But they wrote their own material. So when we went to WMAQ, they said, we said we'd have to have a writer, and we wanted to bring Don Quinn, and they had the feeling that, you know, if you didn't write it yourself, you didn't deserve to do it. They had that feeling about this.
Of course, they were spoiled with Freeman Gosden and Charles
Well, that's
Corral.
right. They ruined the whole thing. So we let a fellow there write it for a while, and he had a lot of other jobs to do. He couldn't go on writing it. So we said, well, we'll just take it over ourselves. And we just didn't tell anybody where the material was coming from. We just provided it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were there about 6 months when WMAQ was sold to NBC. So we were stuck then. We had to go. And we went to NBC at that time, and that was in 1931. And then we did Smack Out until after we started Fibber, McGee and Molly in 1935.
You were still doing Smackouts when Fibber and Molly started.
Right.
Did you had to at that time when NBC then took over WMAQ from the Daily News? That
Yes.
was the end of your vaudeville days, right?
That's right.
Uh-huh.
We couldn't play dates because we were no good. You know, it just didn't. It was nothing. You just couldn't go out on play a date without letting the people know where
they
you
had
come.
to know what the story was.
And the tie-in was to announce it on the air and then go do it. And
What kind of which theaters? I want to talk about the vaudeville for a second or so. Which theaters were you playing in the Chicago area? Did you play in Chicago at the Palace or the Marlboro? Or
No. We played mostly in the rural areas because that's where radio had its pull.
Mm-hmm.
At that time. Prior to that, we'd been on Western Vaudeville, which we played some theaters in Chicago. I don't know what they were. Small time theaters, that's all. Western 3-a-day theaters.
Now, while you were when you first got started with Fibber and Molly, and you were still doing the Smackouts, weren't you involved a little bit with Kaltenmeyer's Kindergarten?
We were also doing Kaltenmeyer's Kindergarten at WENR. When we went over to WENR, the Smith family had, we couldn't do that anymore because it was broken up. And there was a fellow named Bruce Kamen who had this Kaltenmeyer's show, and the NBC put us in there, and we did that show, yes, while we were there. That was once a week on a Saturday. That was a good radio show, too. That was a half-hour show.
You were Mickey Donovan,
yeah,
and Marion was Gertie Glump,
yeah,
huh?
That's right.
Were those similar to Fibber, McGee, and Molly characters, or were they totally different?
No, the Mickey Donovan was the Smith family prize fighter. That tough little kid. And Giggling Gertie, that was Gertie Glump. That was a kind of a part of of Teeny, which Marion had done, and that's what that was. It was kind of, wasn't quite like it, but somewhat.
A great many people fondly remember Kindergarten,
Kaltenmeyer's Kindergarten. It was a great radio show. And that, again, was done by people who did other things on the show. Bruce Kamen was a producer and a director. He was also a musician, by the way, trumpet player. And we had a Jewish kid. I can't think of his name, except it was done by Johnny Wolfe, who was a fine trumpet player. And the Italian kid was Don Mangano, who was a clarinet player. And we two, Marion was, of course, a musician, and there were some others, a couple of others who were not musicians, but the principal people in the whole thing were people that were doing other things, were musicians.
I've never had a chance to hear that program. It seems like
I don't think it was ever recorded.
I know. I have a little 3-minute excerpt of the whole gang singing Jingle Bells, and that's about it. And that may have been from a commercial recording that they made at the time. And I would love to get a copy of it. I've heard from the daughter of Kaltenmeyer and someone else who was on the show and a few things like that. But
Well,
I really liked it. People
yes,
really
it was a
remember
great show. That show was written by the fellow who had written Luke and Mirandy for us and wrote. Well, he wrote The Smith Family too. What am I talking about? His name was Harry Lawrence, and he wrote Kaltenmeyer's Kindergarten.
We're going to bounce from Kaltenmeyer's Kindergarten and the Smith Family and the smack over to 79 Wistful Vista with our guest Jim Jordan in just a moment. Our guest today is Jim Jordan, radio's Fibber McGee, and we're reminiscing a little bit about those great days of radio and when Jim Jordan and his wife Marion were getting started. Jim, when you and Marion auditioned for a job at WGN back in the middle 20s, you found some stiff competition there.
Yes, that's right. Prior to this time, as I explained before, we went around to all the radio stations singing songs and publishing. We got paid a little something from the publishers. And there was this other team were doing the same thing. And when we tried out for this job at WGN, they needed somebody that could they wanted some team that could be on the air maybe for an hour or something like this every afternoon. And these fellows tried out, and we tried out, and it wasn't very long till we got the word from them that these other guys got the job. Because, not that they were any better than we were, they just knew somebody there, I think.
And they were?
They had an in, you know. Somebody was their uncle. And their name was Charlie Carell and Freeman Gosden. And they hadn't started Sam and Henry at that time. They started they just went to work there. They got the job because they could fill more time than we could, really. And they started Sam and Henry shortly after that. And then Sam and Henry became Amos and Andy a year or two later.
Well, that of course bouncing from one station to the next when they went from WGN to WMAQ, which was then involved with NBC.
Yes.
And MAQ wanted them, but they couldn't. WGN said, no, you can't take those the names.
That's
Sam
right.
and Henry
They had the name copyrighted, you see. The Chicago Tribune did. And so they just changed it to Amos and Andy. I think they did that because that would get them early in the phone book, you see, with that A. But anyway, yeah, the strange thing about that was that here were 4 people that were trying out for a job. And 3 of the 4 were born and raised in the same town. Marion and Charlie Carell and myself. We all were born and raised in Peoria. In fact, Charlie was a little bit older than we were. And his younger brother, Bryant, also was a performer around Peoria, and he and I did things together, and we're good friends. I didn't know Charlie at the time, but we got acquainted with him there in Chicago.
When were the names Fibber McGee and Molly first used?
Well, when we did the Smith Family, and Molly was Nora Smith, she did the same voice that later became Molly. All you had on radio was the voice, you see. And we said, well, we would not use that voice ever again until the right thing came along. Now, we did Smack Out, we did Kaltenmeyer's, and we did all these things, but we never used that voice. We kept it away, because we said when the right opportunity comes, we'll use it. And we also had the name, Molly. We said we will call her Molly when we do it. And the opportunity came in 1935 when we had the opportunity to do an audition for the Johnson Company, and they had never heard Molly McGee, but they hadn't heard McGee either, but they had heard Nora Smith, and they had heard Luke Gray.
Is that how that audition came about? Because they had heard Luke and Nora?
Yes. They had heard us, not Nora. They hadn't heard Nora. They heard Smack Out.
Smack Out.
And that was on every day, and Henrietta Johnson, who was Mrs. Jack Lewis, and she was the daughter of the, what do I want to say? She was the Johnson. Her name was Johnson, Johnson. And she had been listening to us at home all this time for months. And she finally got her husband to listen, who had the agency and who had the Johnson account.
Oh, I see.
And that's how that came about.
And they obviously liked the audition.
Yes, they did. And they wanted us. They knew they wanted us.
Mm-hmm.
And they had other shows on NBC. But they didn't want the NBC to know that they wanted us. Now, we didn't know this either till a long time later. They told us this story. That they just wanted to have NBC present some things to them. It's because if they went to NBC and said they wanted us, that would have been one deal. But if NBC could have sold it to them, that would be another type of deal.
Mm.
You understand what I mean?
Dollars and cents
Sure.
involved, right?
Sure. So they went to NBC and they said we wanted to listen to some shows, and they listened to shows, and they listened to about 20 shows, but they never heard us. They never presented us because NBC didn't picture us as doing a half-hour evening show.
Uh-huh.
We were daytime radio, 15-minute show, and they didn't realize that we were doing a half-hour show on, in fact, 2 of them on NBC at that time. Not that we were doing all of it, but we were not only on Kaltenmeyer's Kindergarten, we were also on a show called Saturday Night Jamboree. Is that?
I
that's
have
not
a
the right
note
name.
on. I think some kind of a jamboree. I think Saturday something.
Well, it
on
was
Saturday.
a Saturday night
Yeah.
show. We worked on that too. So they never did hear us. So we heard about this, and so we put an audition together, and we went over to the McClurg building. Didn't say anything to NBC about it at all. Neither did Johnson Company. And we went over and did the audition, and they just virtually bought it right there, right then. And it wasn't Fibber McGee. It was Marion and Jim Jordan, which they knew about Marion and Jim Jordan. And so after they agreed that we would get together and make some kind of a deal, then we went back and told NBC.
And NBC says, "Well, why didn't we know about it?" Huh?
Yeah, well, they had their chance, but they didn't think of us in that light. You see.
Yeah. Well, then, what happened after that? They put a Marion and Jim Jordan show together.
Yes.
Did you
then we sold it. They bought it. This was in the fall of 1934, and in the process of getting the thing all together and taking our time, was going to go on in April. I guess it was around Christmas time that this happened in 34. I don't remember exactly. But we had meetings with the Johnson Company, how we will do this and what we will do, and all down the line. And one time, in one of these meetings, of course, Don was writing our stuff then for that, and in one of these meetings, they said, Jack Lewis said, who was the Needham, Lewis and Brorby agency, that was Henrietta Johnson's husband, as I said before. He said, "It's too bad this Luke Gray, who had Smackout, he was an awful liar. That's what he was. He just told tall tales. And he was in every war that was ever fought and all this kind of business. And he told these stories to this little girl that came in the grocery store. But this we kind of followed through into this new show with that. And one day at one of the meetings, Jack Lewis said, it would be kind of nice if we had a name. We had debated whether to use our name or put a new name handle on these people that were going to do this show. And he said it'd be nice if we had a name that was kind of significant of a liar, which he was. And so nobody said anything. And the next meeting we had was the next day or the day after, I don't know. We all walked into the agency office, sat down at the desk, and Don Quinn walked in. He had a little slip of paper about 6 inches long, about an inch wide, and he had been an artist, so he had just printed on there, Fibber McGee, like that. And he just passed it around, and that was it.
Everybody bought that right off the bat.
Sure.
Huh?
Then we tacked on the name Molly,
And
which
Molly.
we had in our mind all this time.
And that's how it was born.
That's how it was born.
This at this time, then Don Quinn had been brought out from behind the scenes, so to speak. When you were,
yes,
he was working for you up to that point. Now,
just about that point, we admitted that we had somebody writing this stuff, and he went along with this. And he was also writing for Olson and Johnson now too.
He was.
Yes, and he was writing for them in the theater and on the radio show. Yeah. But you see, we could juggle it around because we did singing and talking on Smackout.
Mm-hmm.
So if Don was busy, why, he could write 2 lines, on a sheet of paper and say that's today, and so we'd fill in the rest with singing. You see, or if we had something going that was funny and so on, he'd write the whole 15 minutes. We wouldn't sing anything maybe. So we had that leeway.
Nice flexibility there.
Yeah, that's right. And we worked together great.
Then that became the name of the show, Fibber McGee and Molly.
That's right.
Rather than, even more than just being the names of the characters. I should say just being the names of the characters, how significant that was. But
yes.
It was the name of the show then, Fibber McGee and Molly.
That's right.
And
that's the way it went on the air.
In April of 35?
That's right. April 16th, I think it was.
April 16th, 35.
That's right.
Now, did Molly had a rather thick Irish brogue in those early programs, didn't she? Seemed a very heavy. As I listened to some of the early Fibber McGee and Molly programs, as compared with the ones in the middle 40s,
it might have changed.
There
a
was
little bit.
A softening of the Irish.
I think maybe so. Yeah. Because in the Smith family, she started out doing Molly McGee, much like she had done Nora Smith, which wasn't. Well, I don't know. She could, even in the end, when she would really get, she'd get mad. She'd go back into this real broad Irish.
Was that the way she was? Was she
herself?
Herself?
No, I don't think so. No.
She was always. The character of Molly on the radio program, Fibber McGee and Molly, was one who loved and respected Fibber, but she kind of knew Fibber's shortcomings.
That's right.
And had to tap him on the wrist once in a while.
That's right. That's right. She was much more, well, you might say, lovable than Nora Smith had been. Nora Smith had been the Irish mother.
Well, Fibber was a little harsh in the beginning, wasn't he? Was he kind of as you say, he was a fibber, a liar.
Yeah, well, we found that doing Fibber McGee and Molly, he could tell a lie on Smackout that would take 15 minutes. The whole thing would be one lie. I have them all back there. You should read some of them. They're precious. This material is just wonderful, even now. But we didn't have time to do that in Fibber McGee and Molly. Had to move faster, you see, so that's why we changed that a little bit. And the idea of Fibber McGee, when we were doing 10 or 12 voices, you had nothing but the voice to go on. You did a great deal of making your character by the pitch of the voice. Fibber McGee was way up here in those days. Because I had to make room down here for other people.
In the original Fibber McGee and Molly programs for Johnson's Wax, you did a great many voices, the two of you, didn't you?
Yes, I didn't do any. Marion did more. And the only one I did, I think, was...
Didn't you play Uncle Dennis at one time?
No, there never was any Uncle Dennis.
Never came in.
That was the greatest. More Toops I did.
More Toops.
More Toops.
That was Willie Toops' father.
Yeah, that's right. And Willie Toops was never on either. Right. But Uncle Dennis was an offstage character that was never heard. And he's just somebody that we talked about. And it was great as long as we did that. And many years later, we decided to bring him on and do him. And that ended it. The appeal from him was gone. Then we dropped it.
That would be like introducing Sweetie Face, huh?
Wallace
Wimple's
you spoil
wife.
it if you introduce it. If you have her on. Actually, you wouldn't think of having her on. And that's what Uncle Dennis was.
Yeah.
But we just would only be 2 or 3 lines mention of him, and it was always very funny because everybody knew that he was a drunk and a bum, and so it made it easy. And we'd be doing the show, and all of a sudden there'd be the terrible rumble of footsteps, and you could hear him going up the steps, and falling back. So we'd just wait until it was all done, and there'd be a door slam, and we'd say, "Uncle Dennis is home early tonight."
We're going to talk more about the great characters that visited 79 Wistful Vista and the Sound Effects Man and Fibber McGee and Molly with Jim Jordan in just a moment. We'll be right back. We're talking with Jim Jordan, the famous Fibber McGee from the Fibber McGee and Molly days of the good old days of radio, and we're right about at 79 Wistful Vista now in our trip through the main street of yesterday on radio. Jim Jordan, was 79 Wistful Vista the address of Fibber McGee and Molly right from the beginning in 1935?
No, not the beginning. We didn't have an address, and we didn't have a house in the beginning. In the beginning, we started selling a wax product called Carnu for the Johnson Company. Mm-hmm. And we traveled around in a car for about a year.
Really?
Yes. So when we...
What kind of a car was it?
Oh, a broken down jalopy, and we'd drive into filling stations, and we'd get into that would lead into the Carnu commercial, you see. And so when they decided to go on with it after the 26 weeks, see, we made a deal. In the beginning, we said we didn't care what money we got in the beginning. We didn't care. We only cared for one thing. They leave us on for 26 weeks. Don't stop us after 13. Mm-hmm. Let us on 26 weeks, which they did. And they told us afterwards if they hadn't have done that, they probably would have dropped us after the 13 weeks because it was summertime to begin with. So we didn't bother them very much those first 13 weeks. And so when we wanted to settle down, they wanted to put us into a house, have a home. Mm-hmm. And make that the crux of the whole thing. And so how will we get this house? So somebody conceived the idea of, they didn't have any money, he didn't have any money, how are they going to get a house? So we entered into a raffle on a real estate subdivision, and we won it. We won the house in a raffle, that's where we got it. And the name of this town that was having this place was called Wistful Vista. And that's... wistful is sad, and vista is view, so Wistful Vista was the place that had a sad view. That's what it was. So that's where Wistful Vista came from. And then we named our house the same as the town, 79 Wistful Vista. And that's the way it was carried on from there.
And that's where so many of the people of Wistful Vista came to visit you each Tuesday night. Were you on Tuesday in the very beginning, Tuesday night?
No, we were on Monday in the very beginning. And we later switched to Tuesday.
Well, you stayed on Tuesday night for virtually the whole span of the half-hour shows.
That's right. Well, we started on... I don't know, we moved anyway in the beginning. Mm-hmm. I think we started on Tuesday night and moved to Monday. We moved to... I just forget. We moved to get away from Burns and Allen because we were opposite them, and we didn't figure that was good for us. And we moved to Monday night, and then Lux came in there.
Oh, yeah.
So we moved back to Tuesday.
So Burns and Allen was easier competition than Lux Radio Theater.
Well, they weren't there at that time then.
Oh,
we weren't opposite them then. We followed each other, I think.
You were part of a pretty strong lineup on
Tuesday
nights.
Tuesday night was
comedy night, wasn't it?
That's right. That's right.
Bob Hope, and then it was Bob Hope and Fibber McGee, and
Bob
then
Hope came in a little later. Yeah.
Red Skelton
was in there, and then later Ozzie and Harriet, and Amos and Andy too. That's right.
That was great.
And Baby Snooks. What's her name?
Fanny Bryce.
Fanny Bryce.
In the beginning, you didn't have a doorbell at your house at 79 Wistful Vista. You used to have people just knocking on the door.
Yes, we later changed it. We got a doorbell put in.
There's a program in the series, in the Fibber McGee and Molly series, where you got the chimes from the Johnson Company for Christmas.
Oh, is that so?
And that, I knew you would remember that.
No, I didn't remember.
But that's how the chimes came about. And on the you had some great people. Most of them were played by a fellow by the name of Bill Thompson.
That's right.
And how did Bill Thompson get involved with your program? Was he an actor in Chicago, or was
yes, he was just starting. He was just starting, and he had done a few things on NBC, and we heard about him, and we, auditioned, we listened to him, and so on, put him on the show. All these people that later became on the show as running characters started on the show just doing one thing one night. They were just radio actors that were. We didn't just make a deal with somebody to hire them for a year or something. We'd hire them to do a character, and then if it went well, we'd have them do it another week, and then later make them a permanent fixture if they had the time to do it.
Bill Thompson did, of course, Wallace Wimple and
yes.
Horatio K. Boomer, which was kind of a W.C. Fields character, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Why did he stop doing that after a while? Was there any special reason, or was it that the character was not received by the audience? Because he kept some of these other characters down the line, but he didn't do... he was Nick DePopoulos, too. And,
yes, that's right. Well, he dropped that, too. You see, the time came when you didn't do the Greek or the Jew or the Swede or the black or the white or as that. You had to... That all had to go.
So these people were really victims of the ethnic
well, that's right.
picture there. Huh?
That's what happened to Nick DePopoulos. That didn't apply to Boomer. I didn't realize that Boomer wasn't used. I thought he was
not into
in the later years.
Late 40s. He wasn't in there.
I don't know. The Old Timer was in there.
Yeah, the Old Timer stayed right down to the end.
I don't remember what happened to Boomer. I really don't.
Bill Thompson was not the first man, according to some notes that I've read on this thing, to play the old timer. I think Cliff Arquette was involved in that. Now, this was in Chicago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Most of these characters got...
Yeah, Cliff Arquette did the old timer. There was another guy did the old timer before Cliff Arquette.
Oh, really? You remember the name?
Yeah, Jim Jordan.
Oh, you were the first old timer.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you conjure up that voice for us for a second?
No, it's no different. I didn't do it. I didn't do the same voice that those fellas did. They didn't imitate the voice, but the character was pretty much Luke Gray. Much Luke Gray as McGee was, probably a little more. But the voice is the same.
Good character will live show after.
Well, I'd pitch him way up. He was a little bit older, and. As I say, we had to use voice levels to make these different characters. I didn't do it very much on the show. We didn't do it, and when Bill did it, boy, we made it a fixture.
Now, Harold Perry was involved...
I can't think of the things that Hal did before he did Gildersleeve. I think he did Gildersleeve pretty soon after he started doing the show. I'm not sure.
Some of those great shows from the 30s, the late 30s, 39, mostly all of the shows from Hollywood. You moved to Hollywood or to California for the broadcast in 1939, I think
right.
It was.
Well, we came in 37, and we worked here for 10 weeks, and we made a picture at Paramount, and then we went back to Chicago and came here in 39 to stay.
You did the show for 10 weeks here while you were doing that picture.
Yes, that's
and
right.
Then back to Chicago.
Yeah, that's 1937.
Harold Perry was...
I just recall that I just read in the paper about Betty Grable dying, and she was in that picture.
It was called This Way Please.
That's right.
From 1937.
That's right.
Well, you made, actually, we're talking about the movies. Let's talk about those pictures. You did, to my knowledge, at least 4.
That's right.
Movies. Heavenly Days and Look Who's Laughing.
Yes.
And Here We Go Again.
Yeah.
Heavenly Days was based on a catch saying of Molly.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we did. The others we made, Look Who's Laughing and Here We Go Again. We made those with Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy. And Heavenly Days we did alone. That was the last picture we made. The full-length picture, we did a lot of shorts and so on. But
you brought in Gail Gordon as Mayor Latrivia and Arthur Q. Bryan as Doc Gamble, I think, after Hal Perry, as the Gildersleeve character, left the scene. He left the Fibber McGee and Molly program to go on to his own show, The Great Gildersleeve. Weren't these people...
Well, I recall this very well, because this show that I'm going to tell about, to me, was the funniest damn radio show I ever heard. I don't know whether anybody else would think so or not. But Molly had an old boyfriend named Otis Cadwallader. Did you ever hear that
Oh,
name?
sure.
Well, that's Gail Gordon.
And
he came to Wistful Vista to visit. And we had him for dinner. And we had nothing. And I went to Gildersleeve, who lived next door. He was always involved with us at this time. And I asked him, we wanted to impress this guy that was coming. I didn't want him to know that I didn't have anything. So Gildersleeve and I talked, and he said, I asked him if he would be our butler for the night. And he said he would. So he put on his tuxedo, and he came over, and he acted as our butler. And when he was standing behind the dining room table, I'll never forget this. This McGee, to show you what a rat he really was, he couldn't resist telling Cadwallader what a rat he had living next door.
In front of Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve was standing there going like this. He didn't say a word. But to me, that was a very funny picture, very funny scene.
And that, of course, is from the radio show.
Oh, sure.
And you can picture it. It was
well,
an interesting word
we
that you
always,
used, picture, because that's what radio did.
You betcha. This is something that's very important. We learned that a long time ago with the Smith family. When you painted a picture the same as if you were doing it in a motion picture or doing it on a stage for people to see, you painted that picture so the people could see what they were laughing at. That was the trick. We had an expression that we used that you don't get the picture. If you don't make a picture, you're not going anywhere. This is the way we thought about it anyway. But that was a funny picture. And then I'll never forget a line in that show. I don't know why I remember this show so well, but because to me it was just, that's Fibber McGee. Did you ever hear that show? Do you remember?
I have it in our collection, and I think we're going to play it right after this interview.
No kidding. Well, anyway, I remember another line in there. I don't know who it was said it. Molly said it. Molly said, "Should we have coffee in the library?" After we got through, McGee says, "It's too late. They close at 7 o'clock." Do you remember that line?
I can't say I remember that line. I have to listen for it again.
That was a funny show. No, but there Gildersleeve and Hal Perry and
Gail
Gordon were in that show together. So he was on doing other things before Hal went on his own.
Now you had Hal went on his own for the Gildersleeve program. Another person on there who went on, Marlon Hurt as Beulah.
That's right.
Beulah was your maid in the
that's right.
in this story for a while.
Yeah, he was great too.
Was that a victim of? No, Marlon Hurt was a white man playing a black woman.
Yeah, he was in he worked in a singing trio for years called Tom, Dick, and Harry. And he was a wonderful guy, but he had the ability to do this black woman who was just very funny the way he did it. Was just
Somebody ball for Beulah.
Yeah,
she
that's
used
right.
to say.
That's right.
Molly did a number of characters on the program as Fibber McGee and Molly, known as the program as Fibber McGee and Molly. She was Teeny and Sis, wasn't she? And I never found out what the difference between
They're the
Teeny
same.
and Sis was.
It was the same little
Just
girl.
another name for the little girl,
That's right. Yeah. He always called Teeny Sis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
she was the same little girl.
We loved that because Molly would go. I could picture McGee's living room today, and Molly would go up the stairs.
Yes.
And McGee would be downstairs.
And the little girl would come
and
in.
the doorbell would ring and, "Hi, mister."
Yeah. Usually that way. Sometimes they'd be on together, but that was more work and didn't mean that much. But we would often have them on together.
Teeny used to talk about Willie Toops and the bicycle that he had and all that.
Yeah.
Molly or Marion played Mrs. Wearybottom.
Yeah, that.
And
now that was Mirandy.
That was the Mirandy character.
Yes. And of course, all the characters that we ever did, I think most performers, the characters they did were people that they took them from live people that they knew, and that's where Mirandy came from.
There was a character in Chicago who I guess didn't make the trip to Los Angeles and Hollywood with you. It was played by Hugh Studebaker.
Yeah.
It was
Silly Watson.
Silly Watson.
Yes.
What kind of a character was Silly Watson? I don't.
Well, he was
a
butler for McGee. He never got any money, and McGee never paid him anything. But it was a little bit incongruous. There's a lot of fantasy about Kurt McGee and Molly all the way down the line. But he was wonderful. You've heard some of his records. He was great.
It's interesting. McGee never really had a visible means of support.
No, nothing.
Yet he had a butler and a maid.
That's right.
And I said the butler was never paid.
That's right.
And the maid didn't last.
No.
And he always had some get-rich-quick schemes.
That's right. And anything that ever happened outside of 79 Wistful Vista, there was only one thing downtown to Wistful Vista, and that was 14th and Oak. Everything happened on the corner of 14th and Oak. The railroad station was there, the post office was there, the great big high-rise building was there, and anything that we wanted, the park, it was always right on the corner of 14th and Oak. That was a pretty crowded place. Well, that's fantasy, you see, then everything happened on the corner of 14th and Oak.
Didn't realize this at the time when you're listening to one Fibber McGee and Molly program a week on Tuesday nights, but there was a thread of a story.
Always.
And everything happened around just a little light theme.
Yes.
And I think the genius behind that, of course, was Don Quinn.
That's
He'd
right.
come up with this line, and then the characters almost couldn't help but reacting in those different ways.
All the storylines came out of a meeting. Not that Don didn't bring them in, but we would hash them over, and sometimes other people would bring in something that would become a storyline. But we always had those, a couple of them ahead, more or less. But he would develop them. But he had the ability to. He's becoming more. It seems to me, people are beginning to realize what a great writer he was now. I was over at Walt Disney Studios yesterday talking to some people, and one of these fellas said to me, he said that Don Quinn, he was one of the great writers, wasn't he? And we hear that more now than we did 20 years ago, which is as it should be.
Well, he was working then. He was doing his thing then, and creating these programs and the characters.
But many times, not many times, but several times, we would give up on a show on Monday noon. We're ready. It's all on paper, ready to go, and it wasn't just coming off. I can remember him when he said, "Well, I'll start here and I'll take it home and I'll rewrite it tonight, Monday night, and we'd do it Tuesday." We had a lot of things that were pat that we could do that would take time, that we knew were surefire, like the closet and this and that and the other thing. But that's very few writers can do that.
What about that closet, as long as you brought it up?
That also came from the Smith family.
It did?
Yeah.
The full closet with all the...
No. In the Smith family, I told you that these people became affluent. They got dough, and they had a Davenport. They were lace curtain Irish people, but they had a Davenport. And this Davenport had a spring in one certain seat that would squeal when you sat on it. And if you wanted to embarrass anybody, you'd say, "Sit here," you see. And that became they called it was a horsehair sofa, which were in vogue years ago. And that became the Smith family's horsehair sofa. And when you say anybody was going to sit here, the audience would know what was coming. And it was they'd laugh, and we said we'll find something like that. When we started the McGee show, we said we'd like to find something like that. Could become, we called it a running gag, the gag that you could throw in any place. Yes. And we tried several things. I remember one was we tried a shade that flew up, and that was no good. And we tried other things, and we kind of gave up on it. In one show, to show how slovenly these people were, McGee went to the closet and opened it up, and all this stuff fell. They had so much stuff in the closet, couldn't hold it, and it fell out. And then we said, "Well, gee, let's try that again." So we tried it again, and maybe we have something here. Let's do it again. And then later on, a couple more weeks, we did it, and that's where it came from. That's where the closet came from. But the idea of that kind of a thing came way back from the Smith
sofa on the Smith family. Gee, that's really interesting. I'm glad we asked.
Probably the idea of those things that we did. Many of them came from the theater, like when we were young and doing things on radio. We would think of something that we had seen when we were kids on the vaudeville stage that we would bring in. That's the way. That's showbiz.
That's showbiz. Showbiz helped the commercials on their way for Johnson's Wax. Was it Don Quinn who got the? Was it Don Quinn's idea to get the commercial integrated into the show, or was it Johnson's
idea?
Yes,
this was Don's forte. You bet. I think we were the first ones to do that.
It was amazing, and you looked forward to it, yet the audience shared with you as fibber.
That's right.
Oh no, not again! Here you go, and always the jabs and all of that sort of thing.
That became. I think that was the thing that made the show as much as anything.
Why did? Was it the custom of the time to have two breaks in the show? You had the Billy Mills in the orchestra and the King's Men, each with a spot in there. Or I guess at one time it was Donald Novus, and you even had Ted Weems in the orchestra. In there for a while. Was it just to break the action, or
that's right,
to add variety to the thing?
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion. I know lots of people thought that we didn't need an orchestra, that we shouldn't use it, but we thought we should. It gave it a tempo, and made it important in the beginning to have the orchestra. We thought I'm sure we were right.
You know, you left Chicago for Hollywood to live permanently in 1939, I guess it was.
Yes.
I can't tell you how many people I've run into who have said to me that they are now living in the house that Jim and Marion Jordan lived in Chicago. And I wonder how many homes you had in Chicago. Did you live in the Sauganash or Edgebrook area for a while?
We lived in Sauganash. We rented a house there, lived there about a year, I think. And during the Second World's Fair, that'll be 1934, I guess. Yeah, 33 or 34, I forget which. Yes, we lived there about a year, and then we moved back to Peterson Woods, where we had lived before, and then we eventually built a house in Peterson Woods. But we lived in Peterson Woods. We lived in two apartment building, two flat. We lived in one, two. We lived in 3 different ones there in that neighborhood over the years, and then we built our house there. We built the house in 1936, and we came here in 39, so we didn't live in the house very long.
Well, there are lots of people who live around or near Fibber McGee and Molly in Chicago. You had some great shows through the years. They were really all great. I'll never forget the time that you were writing a script to invent the typewriter, and the whole thing couldn't come about because you couldn't get Gregory Peck and Marcia Hunt to star in it because you gave up because how could you do a movie script about a typewriter without Hunt and Peck?
I don't remember that.
It was great. We lost Marion in 1961, and then there were no more new Fibber and Molly performances on radio.
No, couldn't be.
The great sounds from 79 Wistful Vista, though, have continued to create pictures in our memories. And today, across the country, Jim and Marion Jordan are still bringing pleasure to millions of listeners whenever one of those great Johnson's Wax programs is rerun.
I believe I believe the fact that they were not run, and that I didn't, after Marion passed away, I didn't break my back trying to keep it alive. I wanted to do things, but I never could do what I wanted to do. And I think the fact that that went on for all these years, which is about 10 years now, and the shows hadn't been done since 1953, actually. The reason that all that has stayed away all this time is what's making it popular is the only word now. I think that's what's bringing this resurgence at this point. In other words, if I'd have kept going all the time, maybe there wouldn't be this interest in it now. I don't know. I have that feeling about it anyway.
Well, I think the quality of the broadcasts stands up.
Well, it does. Yeah.
And that's what makes it well received today by a whole new generation of people who never before imagined Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, the strange thing to me is that when all radio nostalgia, the golden age of radio, you get the feeling, I would imagine that people get the feeling, the only thing that was in the golden days of radio that was going on at that time was Fibber McGee and Molly, because it's always mentioned. And that is strange to me because, boy, we had some great radio shows.
Yeah, but you were one of the great radio
Well, yeah, we were
shows.
only one, though, but Benny and Burns and Allen and Bergen and Red Skelton, those shows were just great. And that's strange that there's something about it that makes people, I think it's that word.
Well,
Fibber McGee.
Well, it's a great word, but you see, you were unique to radio, though
Yes,
you did
we
a couple of movies. You never did television.
No.
And there was an attempt at a Fibber McGee and Molly on television. It didn't come off, in my opinion, because we had in our imaginations that living room at 79 Wistful Vista, and we knew what that closet looked like, and nobody could tell us what it was going to look like.
I don't think we could have done it either.
No, I agree.
That's right.
The voice, you did a little bit of it in the movies.
Yeah.
But even that...
we never could make it work properly. We did the closet in one movie, it seems to me. Or did we?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can't.
Well, we tried to do it visually, and we could just never do it.
Jim Jordan, I can't tell you what a thrill it's been for me, really, to have this chance to chat with you. And I'd like to say thanks to you and to Marion, too, for all of those folks out there in Radioland, for providing the best there was, the best there is on good old radio. Thank you very much.
Thanks. That's nice to hear.
Goodbye.
Bye.
The magic of radio has taken us to the beautiful Blue Max nightclub in the Hyatt Regency O'Hare for a chat with our guest today, Red Button. Welcome to Chicago, Red.
Oh, thank you. My golly, this should be a colorful interview. The Blue Max, Red Buttons, we're all set.
All set. How did the name Red Buttons come about? That was not your given name?
No, not really. My given name was Blue Zippers.
Blue Zippers.
That was the name I was born with, but I had to change it when I went into show business. I mean, how would it look on a marquee? Blue Zippers opens tonight.
Could have been Green Cumberbum or something like that.
I don't take any chances. I start with an opening laugh right away.
Well, you got one, and we're glad that you did, too. The Blue Max is a long way from a street corner in the Bronx. Took quite a
trip to get you here, and you've had a long walk, too, getting from there to here. Where did you go from that Bronx street corner?
Oh, my God. You mean to get to the Blue Max?
Well,
It's a long walk to the beach. You're leaving out an awful lot of stuff in between.
What was the first step?
Oh, I was in amateur contests and sang on street corners for pennies.
Mm-hmm.
Practically did it all. Sang in choirs, played the Catskill Mountains.
That's the Borscht Belt, right?
That's right. Went into burlesque when I was very young. I was the youngest comedian in burlesque. As a matter of fact, I billed myself as the only comedian in burlesque with his own teeth. And as it turned out, I was the last comedian in burlesque, too. I was on stage when the place was raided.
Oh, you were?
In New York City, yeah. I was doing a scene from Shakespeare's immortal drama, Who's Got Pockets? When the cops came down the aisle and pinched the place. I'll never forget the mad dash we made for the patrol wagon. Nobody likes to stand riding downtown. Well, when we got to the courtroom, I'll give you an idea of how bad this sketch was, right? We got to the courtroom, the judge... Well, let me put it this way. When the judge made us do the sketch, right? The same sketch that we did when they pinched the place. And give you an idea how dirty this sketch was. When it was over, the judge had the jury arrested for watching an obscene performance. I almost didn't get that out.
Let's back up to the Catskills. That's one of the greatest training grounds for talent from some years back. What was the scene up there? What was it like? What did you do? Did you just strictly entertain, or were you working elsewhere, and behind the scenes?
Well, I strictly entertained, but you entertained on and off stage. Mm-hmm. See, in those days, they used to call comedians tumblers. You tumbled. You made noise. You ran around. You had fun. You had dinner. You shaved with sour cream. You jumped in the pool with your clothes on. You did all kinds of crazy things. You entertained the guests 24 hours a day. That was your job. And you did 6 shows a week, 6 different shows a week.
Because you got the same people there.
That's right, that's right. And we were like a stock company. And by the time the 10 weeks were over, you had done, 60 shows and all kinds of different things, condensed versions of Broadway shows. You did dramatic things. You did farce comedy. You did burlesque sketches. You did stand-up stuff. And before you know it, you were molding a personality and a career and learning how to get it on and off a stage. But we enjoyed a marvelous sense of freedom up there, you see. And when you operate as an artist in a free climate, it's very healthy because you can make mistakes, and the mistakes won't be, heinous errors, I mean, things that... could chop a career off the way it does today in television. You get today, the exposure is in front of millions of people. There was just, a couple of hundred, didn't matter. So you were able to experiment and play and fool around and find.
Did a lot of your, for example, jumping way ahead to TV, some of the characters you created on TV, I'll bet you probably created back there.
Yes. I think the metamorphosis, went that way. I think it started, in Catskills and through the burlesque and through the other things that I did, and culminated,
From the Catskills, then, you went to burlesque, and were you strictly on the East Coast, New York area?
No, I played the road shows. I played Chicago when I was a very young kid. I played the Rialto Theater on State Street, and I got a taste of the United States of America as a young kid.
Now, how young were you when you were in burlesque?
Oh, I was 18 and a half when I went to work for Minsky. I mean, really, I was a baby. I tell you, I got hit with so many turkey bladders, I grew up hating Thanksgiving.
That was a standard thing in burlesque.
Yeah, that's right.
What about the Broadway stage? Did you hit that right out of the burlesque theater?
Yes, I did. I did my first show out of burlesque. Jose Ferrer caught me when I was working in stock for Minsky in New York at the Gaiety Theater. And unbeknownst to me, he became a fan of mine.
Mm-hmm.
And then he hired me for my first Broadway show, which was a calamity because we went out of town. We were a hit with it out of town. And we were supposed to open December 8th, 1941, at the Playhouse Theater in New York City. Well, that would have been fine, except that we closed December 6th in Baltimore, and we were on our way to New York December 7th, 1941, and the show was a farce about Pearl Harbor.
It was?
That's right. That was my first show.
Oh, my goodness.
So we never opened. It was a marvelous cast. It was Jose Ferrer and Uta Hagen, great legitimate actors, Alfred Drake, his first show.
What was the name of the show?
The Admiral Had a Wife.
And it was a farce?
A farce
Pearl Harbor.
laid at Pearl Harbor.
Talk about timing.
That's how you talk about timing.
It was as a
I swore at that time that the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor to keep me off Broadway.
Has it ever been produced since then?
No, never.
Just
never
died?
Just died.
Oh, my God.
Never opened.
People always remember what they were doing on Pearl Harbor, and what a memory that is.
Yes.
Well, all right, what happened then? Into the service then, I suppose, huh?
Well, not yet. I did two Broadway shows after that. A show called Vicky, a farce, again with Jose Ferrer, following year, and Wine, Women, and Song in the same year. And then in 43, I went into the service.
Mm-hmm. And you were in the Air Force?
I was in the Air Force.
You got a little bit of show business experience there, too,
Yes, I
didn't you?
did. I did Wing Victory for Morse Hart with some great people in the cast. Mary Alonso was in the chorus. And I went to Europe after that show broke up in the service. Joined Mickey Rooney and great bunch of people. As a matter of fact, the boy that lives in Chicago, Zelly Greenspan, was in that outfit, and he and I are still buddies all these years. And we played everything, saw everything. We were at the Potsdam Conference, first troops into Berlin, played all through France, all through Germany, saw history being made. Got out of the service and went back in the nightclubs and did two more Broadway shows. Played the Paramount Theaters, the Lowe State, the Capitals, and all those. Played with the big bands. And then into television in 52.
Was there any motion picture work before the TV thing in 52?
No. Sayonara was the first crack out of the gate.
The first thing you did, and you won an Academy Award for it. How did, well, I want to talk about television, then we'll talk about the movies, too. How did you get into television? Where did it come?
Well, I was fast. I was fast rising at that point. You know, around 50, 51, I was starting to make a lot of noise around Broadway, and people were catching me. And then, ironically, I did a segment of Joey Lewis's life. You know, the late great Joey Lewis, the comedian. The part where he was cut up. You know, he made his comeback, and I played Joey, and that was a dramatic show, and that opened up all the doors for me in the comedy field in a funny sort of a way.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
You were about the hottest thing on television while you were on.
Well, I caught a couple of very, very good years.
I can't...
And then the last year caught me.
Well, you had... what happened? Why did it end?
Well, it was a tough show to write and tough show to do, and things went out of kilter, and you can't go out of kilter. I mean, you know, one break in the chain, and you're done for. And my chain just broke in a couple of spots. I was to blame, others were to blame, but it doesn't matter anymore. You know, it's all past history.
The folks who watched it, though, enjoyed it, and while it was there, it was a good show, and we were glad for it. Of course, we could hardly wait each week for the ho-ho song and strange things are happening.
I enjoyed it myself.
I missed those two songs in your act.
Oh, I did it in the second show. You must have left.
Cut out after the first show.
Yeah,
it's there in the second show.
No, I do it. You know, I throw it in.
You decided the press didn't need it, though.
Well, well, it was a long night.
Now I have to come back because I want to see that. Well, then TV, of course, you did your Red Button show, and you were involved in some Playhouse 90 things, and really getting away from the comic stuff into some of the serious things, and some fine TV performances. Now, did that lead you to the films, Sayonara?
It's hard to answer. Sayonara was there at the right time, you know, in a performer's life. It was for me. I was off television at that time. It was a low point in my career. And Sayonara came around at that time. I had a fight for it. I tested twice. I really sweated out. Between my first test and them saying okay, about 12, 13 weeks elapsed. I don't think they really wanted to do, a picture with a ex-television comedian. I think it frightened them a little bit, but apparently I made the best test, so I got the part.
Well, how did you know of the part? I mean, did an agent say this?
Well,
is
yes,
happening?
I sat and had lunch one day with a fellow who wasn't even my agent, but somebody that I had known around. When he got out of the service hanging around Lindy's, I was kind of nice to him and used to invite him over to my table for coffee and things, and he was a young kid, and he never forgot it, and then he became a very successful agent. So he had lunch with me one day, and he said, "Did you read James Mitchell's book, Sayonara?" I said, "No." He said, "Well, pick it up and read it. There's a great part in there." He said, "And if you think you can do it, let me know. I'll go to Josh Logan." That's the way it started. His name was Marty Baum, who today is a producer. He produced Cabaret, They Shoot Horses, Don't They? Lovers and Other Strangers. And he just finished Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia for Sam Peckinpah. And right now he's in Africa, and he's going to do a marvelous picture, a great script called The Wilby Conspiracy. He's going to do that with Michael Caine and Sidney Poitier.
Well, now he used you in They Shoot Horses.
That's right, and that was his first picture for ABC when he became the head of ABC when he stopped being an agent.
You did a fine job in that film.
Thank you. I was very proud of it.
Excellent film. And to say nothing at all of Sayonara, which was, of course, outstanding, and everyone agrees with that. Glad to talk with you about these things.
Thank you.
That's good. All right, now then from Sayonara, you opened up rather a whole new field in movie
Yes, I
making,
did.
didn't you?
I did, yeah. I've done about 18 to 20 pictures since then.
Poseidon Adventure?
Yes, that was the last one.
You have a new one coming out?
Well, we're going to do a sequel to the Poseidon Adventure.
Gee, it sank, didn't it? What can
well, I think they're going to follow the people now. Take the 6
uh-huh.
people who survived. And they're writing a story around that. I understand a very, very interesting one, too.
And now, do they have they an option to use you in that, or is
well, of course, they won't be able to do it unless they round all the people up, get a definite date.
Does that help, the fact that they would like to do a sequel, does that help your position from a bargaining point of view as an actor, earning a living?
Well, you don't go in to kill anybody, You're dealing with friends anyway. Irwin Allen, who produced the Poseidon Adventure, that was the 3rd movie I had done for him. I did The Big Circus for him with Victor Mature, and then I did 5 Weeks in a Balloon for him with Sir Cedric Hardwick and Peter Lorre. And so Poseidon was my 3rd picture, and we're good friends. Oh. But I am going to go in and kill him.
Take him for everything. Oh, good. You deserve it. I think you do. You recorded a children's album.
True.
Moving in the area of recordings, too.
Well, I've recorded before that, Ho Ho and Strange Things, or big recordings. Yes, I did. I'm very proud of that.
Well, tell me the name.
Well, it's an album. It's called Love Daddy, Poems for My Daughter and Other Little People. It's on Golden Records. And it came about in the strangest way. My wife bought my daughter Amy a blackboard, which she put up on the kitchen wall when Amy was about a year old. And I started just jotting down little notes and little things and funny little pictures for her at first, and then they became little 1- and 2-line and 3-line poems. And over the years, I collected hundreds of them. I used to write things for her. And things that happened during the day or little questions that she'd ask me. And some people prevailed upon me to do it commercially. So the album is out, and it's doing very, very well. And there's some very, very sweet things in it. Things that I think are important today. Like, for instance, Amy came home one day and said, why is this, kid in my class, dark? How come I have light skin? And so, I wrote her a little poem about that. I have 2 poodles in my house, and one is black and one is white. So I made the analogy for her, things that she could understand. And I wrote Charlie and Lucy are black and white. White is morning, black is night. You can't have one without the other. I'm your sister. You're my brother. What I really mean is that they're as skinny, they're as fat, they're as short, and they're as tall, and darling daughter, that's not all. Look around and you will see that no one looks like you or me. Many things are different, dear. Live with love and not with fear. Love, Daddy.
That's really nice.
Thank you.
Yet another dimension to the many talents of Red Buttons. What happens from here, from the Blue Max? You're going to be here till the 3rd or 2nd of March.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go from here?
I think this is about it. I'm quitting the business. I think I'll open up a candy store in the Bronx. Get back to the Bronx.
On a street corner?
That's right. I think I've done it all now. There's nothing, I think, that's worthwhile after the Blue Max, so I may as well pack the whole thing in.
Okay.
I'll give all my pictures away while I'm here, and that's the end of it.
This is the finish.
That's it.
Okay. Well, we'll look for you at the Blue Max again. Thank you very much, Red Button.
Okay, Chuck. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
We've taken our microphones backstage at the Pheasant Run Playhouse for a chat with a gal who is well known to televiewers, theater goers, nightclubbers, and radio listeners too. She's Rose Marie, and she's currently appearing in the comedy Everybody's Girl at the popular Dinner Theater in St. Charles. Welcome, Rose Marie, to
Thank
Those
you.
Were the Days.
Thank you.
I'd like to talk with you about your retirement.
My retirement.
About your
You
retirement.
mean the one I'm going to make or the one I never made?
Your first retirement. Not that you're never going to retire.
I don't know about that.
But the first retirement. My spies, my nostalgic spies, tell me that you retired from show business at the age of 12.
Well, yes, actually, because I was sort of in that awkward age which the children don't go through today, but 12 or 13, getting into your teens in those days was really a very awkward age. You were, I don't know, too fat and too ugly and not anything of anything, really.
Well, I don't imagine you were either.
Oh, I was, believe me. Take my word for it, I know.
Well, of course, we're referring to the phase of your career in show business where you were known all over the United States as Baby Rose Marie.
That's right.
And you started on network radio at the age of...
6.
6?
Yes. Well, I started actually in show business when I was 3.
Uh-huh.
I'd won an amateur contest, and then I'd gone to Atlantic City, and some people had heard me singing on the beach, and station WPG in Atlantic City offered me a thing to go on the air and sing, and I never sounded like a child. I've always had this deep, husky voice. It's a little sore right now, but it's usually about the same. And so I went on the radio program, and I was on there for, I don't know, a few months or so, and then NBC had heard about it in New York, and then I went into New York, and then I had my own show, Coast to Coast, Sunday mornings at 12:15, and I was about 5 or 6 years old.
What was the name of that show?
It was just called Baby Rose Marie, and it was with a piano player and an announcer, and the sponsor was Julius Grossman Shoes. Bad feet deserve him, and good feet need him. That was the commercial.
Well, you were discovered on the from the amateur show then, and it
Well, my
its way into this, right?
parents, my friends of my parents actually had entered me into the contest. My mother didn't know. I mean, I used to sing and do all that at home, but she didn't know whether I would do it in front of anybody, and so they had entered me in this contest, and I sang, "What Can I Say, Dear, After I Say I'm Sorry?" And at 4 years old or 3 years old, I mean, how can you beat that, good or bad,
An American institution.
Yeah,
almost.
but... and then having my own radio show later on, and it just kept building up, and I had gotten so many letters saying that, well, that's not a child. No child sings like that, because radio, of course, they couldn't see, and they said, that has to be a 45-year-old midget. I never sounded, when I sang, like a child. So I made a tour of theaters throughout the United States to prove that I was a child, and played in each city, and each city that I was there on a Sunday, I would do the radio show from there.
So you were actually doing almost remote broadcasts from across the country.
Well, yeah, in a way, because it was almost vaudeville, working at the theater and then doing the program, because it was a coast-to-coast program.
Did you do anything besides singing?
No.
Did you dance or anything like that?
No, I can't dance even today.
Can't?
No.
Oh, I must have seen you dance on the Dick Van Dyke Show.
But that kind I don't consider dancing. But no, it was just the unusual voice and the being able to sound like a grown-up person instead of a child. And then as I grew older, I don't know, I got to develop, I guess, a sense of humor. I don't know. And it just started going from there on in. And I went into nightclubs when I was 16, doing comedy and singing and a nightclub act.
Mm-hmm. You were known before the nightclub days as the little girl with the big voice.
No. That was Mary Small.
Mary Small.
Mary Small. That wasn't me.
Now, what was Mary Small, a child star
Mary
at the
Small,
same time?
Sort of, yes. She was on another program. I think it was a children's program or something. And child stars were very fashionable in those days, you know. And but I don't know. There was something unusual about. See, that was it. There were a lot of children that sang and danced and were very talented, I'm sure. But nobody sounded as I did. You know, it wasn't believable with me because it didn't sound like a child.
Well, once you got involved in this, did your mother encourage you on this, or did she just
I don't know. My father actually was my manager and had handled all of it. My mother really didn't, know too much about it. It all just sort of happened. And then my father just kind of took care of things. And it just started to go. It just started from vaudeville and then radio and then all of that. And then I had my own show for Tasty East after that, which was the same format.
Tasty Yeast?
Tasty East. It was a candy bar that you're supposed to give to children to make them eat, give them an appetite,
Did it work?
Oh, it worked on me. I was as big as a balloon. I was a walking advertisement for it. But it was the same thing on Sunday mornings. It was 12:15. For 15 minutes, just a piano, an announcer, and I believe the announcer's name was Clyde Cattell. And my piano player and myself.
Were you made appearances then on other
yes,
broadcasts?
Very big, like the. Well, I don't really think that a lot of people will remember them. There was the Valspar program, and there was Leo Reisman and Vincent Lopez. They all had big radio shows at that time. The RKO Theater of the Air was another show, and everything that was really in connection with NBC because I was signed to that network. And at that time at NBC they had signed under their wing Graham McNamee, who was a very big announcer, Leo Reisman, Vincent Lopez, Amos and Andy, Rudy Vallee, and myself. That was the list.
Biggest stars in radio.
That was the list.
Those days. Now, who went with you when you toured the country? Your dad? What about school?
First of all, when I started school, I went to professional children's school in New York, which also is a correspondence thing when you're on the road with a teacher. And then when I got to that awkward age, as we said, 12, 13, I went to parochial school in Jersey because my family moved to Jersey.
I see. Now, what about the movies? Did you do anything in the films?
Yes, I made a couple of movies when I was about, I guess 10, 11, 9, somewhere around there. I think one was International House, which is played on television.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's with Burns and Allen are in that, and W.C.
Fields, Peggy Hopkins Joyce.
Lionel Barrymore?
No, Bela Lugosi, because the whole premise of that picture, believe it or not, is television.
Right.
Which is a very weird thing.
Yeah.
And I did a couple of big broadcasts, but they were what we call today cameo roles. They were just spots, in a picture. No, I never made a picture as a child star in that sense as an acting role. I did that later on,
Now, you did a lot of recordings, though.
Oh, yes, quite a few recordings. Brunswick recordings. Take a Picture of the Moon was one of them. Say That You Were Teasing Me was quite a few of those. And then on to, what was it? Brunswick, I remember. And then I think it was Decker. I'm not sure.
I have been searching for some of your early recordings, and I've been unable to come up with anything except Come Out, Wherever You Are.
That's a good one. That was a big hit because the other side is My Bluebird Singing the Blues, which is from the picture, International House. That I sang in the picture.
Those were the days. Huh?
Those were the days. I don't know, these aren't too bad.
These are good days, too, right. But we always enjoy remembering the good things.
I think that's the nicest thing in the world is to remember nice things.
What about your own impressions as a child when you were in a child star in show business?
I really don't remember too much of it. Really, I don't. I remember little incidences, little things here and there, but I really don't remember too much of it. I guess it was just a way of life and something that I knew, and just that was the way it was supposed to be.
Well, you didn't then feel that you were special or unusual?
No,
it was just your way of life,
no,
right?
my mother and dad made sure that I never felt that way.
Well, now your first, what happened then between the age of 12 and I guess your first Broadway show was Top Banana?
No, first Broadway show I did was Spring in Brazil with Milton Berle, but it didn't last too long. And then I started playing nightclubs and hotels like the Palmer House and things like that, and the Shapery in Chicago and things like that. And then I think that was 1950 or 51 that I did Top Banana, and that was on for about a year and a half. And then I continued doing nightclubs and some television appearances. I did the Old Texaco Hour with Milton Berle. I must have done about 25 of those at least, you know.
Did you play a character on
that? No, I just did a number. I was a variety performer type of thing. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go traveling anymore and I wasn't going to play clubs and I was going to stay home and I was going to concentrate on television. And I wanted to stay home in California with my husband and my daughter. So I did Gunsmoke and Mod Squad, I was going to say. M Squad. And
the Virginians?
See. Oh, I did 2 of those, yes. And then I did Heinz Playhouse, and I did... and then those were all dramatic things, which were so far removed from anything I'd ever done
And you
before.
played serious
very
roles.
much so, very much so.
What kind of roles did you play?
Well, in Gunsmoke, I played a 60-year-old woman who was the wife of some farmer or something, sawing wood, which was pretty natty. And then in Heinz Playhouse, I played a demented Southern woman who had like 8 children and was mentally very unbalanced and really, really a very wild part. And in M Squad, I played owner of a saloon or not a nightclub, but a gambling place. It was like a madam in a nightclub. And every part that I played that first year on television was something different that I had ever done before. And then I did a Bob Cummings show. And then they called me again for a Bob Cummings show. And then they called me again for a Bob Cummings show. And I wound up doing 3 years of Bob Cummings.
Now,
I didn't have time to do anything else.
What character did you play on that?
I played one of the secretaries that was a friend of Schulze's.
Yeah. That was a good show.
A very good show. I learned an awful lot from that man. He was just wonderful to me.
From the Bob Cummings show, you know, I had a note that said you were in a television program called My Sister Eileen.
Yes, I did that after the Cummings show.
Was that a series?
Yes.
How long did that last?
About a year.
Who was that? Who else was
Elaine
in that?
Stritch.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's right, yeah. Oh, yeah, how could we forget that? That's good.
Very easily. It was very bad. It was very bad.
That never went into syndication.
No, it didn't. No. One year does not make for syndication. You need at least 3 under your belt for that.
Yeah. Because they want to run it 5 days a week.
If they can, so you need some, to be able to use.
Speaking of 5 days a week, the great Dick Van Dyke Show, of which you were a very, very important part, is running 5 days a week in the Chicago area.
I know that they're running all over the country 5 days a week, really.
How did you get involved in that? Tell us how you got the role?
Well, I had known Danny Thomas and Sheldon Leonard for years and years and years. In fact, I think Danny Thomas' show was the only show that I'd never done. And I kept saying he would call me up to do a benefit, and say, we want to do a show over here, you got to come. And I said, why do you call me? And he said, oh, you're a great performer and you're this. And I said, how come you don't use me on your show? And he said, oh, don't worry. And then Sheldon Leonard, who I think is one of the most brilliant men in the world. I just adore him and respect him the highest that I can never say anything about anybody. And Sheldon used to tease me and say, don't worry, your time will come. Don't worry, your time will come. And he used to come to Vegas to see me because I used to play Vegas 2 or 3 times a year. And every time he came, he'd always see a good show, which was very fortunate for me because sometimes you have your ups and your downs, And he'd say, and I'd come out, and I'd beam because I knew I did a good show. And he'd say, very nice, very nice. I say, is that all you're going to say? I was really great, but I wanted him to say that, And I said, and he'd say, your time will come, your time will come. So one day, out of the clear blue sky, the casting office called me and said, they want you over at the Desilu Studios. And I said, what is it for? And they said, it's for a new series. And I went over there. In the meantime, Bob Cummings had gone to Europe, or Japan rather, to make a picture with Shirley MacLaine called Geisha Girl. before he left, he'd called me. He says, I'm doing a new series. He says, and I want to do it with you. And he says, we're going to do a series this fall. And I said, fine, great. So he was in Japan, and they called me for this thing, and I met Carl Reiner, and I was the first one cast after Dick. And I had never heard of Dick. You know, the saying in those days was, what's a Dick Van Dyke? You know? And they said, I read the thing, and I said, well, fine, who plays the other writer? And they said, well, we haven't picked him yet. And I said, well, what kind of a character is he? And he said, well, he's an older man, experienced man. And I said, well, what about Maury Amsterdam? And they said, gee, that's wonderful, never thought of that, you know. I said, he's used to be a writer, and he'd be just great. And Maury and I have been friends for God knows how many years. And we used to call one another up periodically. He was living in Yonkers at the time, and I was living in California. And he always wrote nightclub material for me for my act. So I said, well, I think you ought to get Maury for the other writer. I think it'd be a beautiful balance. So he said, well, that's a great idea. So I ran home and I called Maury on the phone. I said, they're going to call you about a series, and this is it, and so forth and so on. And he says, are you going to do it? And I said, gee, I don't know. I said, I promised Bob Cummings I would do his. And, of course, my daughter says, don't go with, what's a Dick Van Dyke? She says, go with Bob Cummings. You know what's there, you know. And I said, I don't know. There's something about this that's awfully good. And I admired and respected Carl, too, because this is another genius.
Carl Reiner.
Oh, yes. So I said, I'll take this. And then Bob came back, and I was already had made the pilot for the Dick Van Dyke Show. And the pilot was sold the night we did it.
It was?
It was sold the night we did it. The sponsors were in the audience, and we did it. We used to work in front of a live audience with that show. We had about
Very
300 or
unusual.
400 people.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't unusual because
For Desi
Lucy
Lou.
did it.
Yeah.
No, Lucy did it, then Danny Thomas did it, then Joey Bishop did it, then most of the shows that came out of Desi Lou were done with a live audience, because actually it's the best sense of comedy you can get timing as far as that's concerned. The only hold-ups that we'd have would be a wardrobe change or a camera reload, you know. So it was really like doing a play every week. And so we did the first show, and Sheldon came back and he said, well, we've sold it. He says, we go on the air in the fall. And so we started to make the shows, and we were canceled the first year. And Sheldon went back to New York and said, I believe in the show. I think the show is going to make it. And he begged on his knees to the sponsors to continue the show through the summer. And they went with him because of having faith in Sheldon, not having faith in the show. We knew it was good, but you know what goes on with television. I mean, good shows are taken off and bad ones are put on, and vice versa. And so the show went on, stayed on during the summer because of Sheldon, and it became a hit.
It was a great hit. It lasted for
5 years.
5 years, and it went off simply because
Dick wanted it. He thought that 5 years was enough, that we were maybe running stale, and he didn't want anything less than the caliber that we had established.
Do you feel that way too?
No, I think he was wrong.
Could have gone on.
I think it could have gone at least 2 or 3 more years, very easily.
They're hilarious. We watch
They're
those
brilliant.
shows today. They
They're
knock me
brilliant
out.
shows. They hold up, and they don't insult your intelligence.
Not at all.
And they're well written, and they're well done. They really are classic.
The dialogue is terrific.
Well, we rehearsed for 4 days or 3 days, and so many changes were made that we never learned a script because we would change it as we would go. And the only thing we had to keep telling the cameraman was where to move with us, because working with 3 cameras, they have to move with you. So, but it was, everybody was working on that show. Everybody's mind was working, and everybody helped one another, which comes through on that show. Everybody liked each other. And as I said, the common objective was the show. Make that a good show, and then everybody comes off well.
I've never seen a bad one.
We had a couple of dandies that going in we were scared, and then we worked so hard on it that even Sheldon used to come in and say, I don't think we're going to raise this one at all. And by golly, we did. It was unbelievable, the closeness and the relationships that went on in that show.
Did you improvise much?
Not on the show itself. During rehearsal, yes, quite a bit. And then whatever was good stayed in,
Did Maury Amsterdam contribute a lot to it?
Very,
I would
very
imagine.
much. Every time we needed a joke on the spur of the moment, Maury was right there, because Maury can make a joke about anything at a moment's notice,
It was great. It was great. Well, of course, now you're, since Alas and Alack, the Dick Van Dyke Show is off the air. Rose Marie has found great employment on Hollywood Squares during the daytime on television and on the
Doris Day
Show. Mm-hmm. Now, that's been on for 2 years.
No, this is going into the 4th year.
To the 4th year?
Mm-hmm. See, I wasn't with the show the first year.
Oh, you've been on it 2 years, though.
I've been on it 2 years. This will be my 3rd year, yeah.
You do a good job.
Oh, I think so.
You always do a
Thank
good
you.
job. On Broadway, you appeared in a number of musical comedies.
No, I did Top Banana. I did Spring in Brazil. I did Top Banana. And then I've done a lot of musicals, like at home in the Valley Music and in Dallas and things. I did Bye Bye Birdie.
Across the country.
And I did Call Me Madam, and I did a few other things like that.
Well, you were out here at Pheasant Run a couple of years ago.
2 years ago.
Was that in Everybody Loves Opal?
Opal, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're starring out here in Everybody's Girl. I have to ask about your great impersonations. How many times have I seen you do the Jimmy Durante impersonation?
Well, that was about the only one that I really did because I loved Jimmy so, and I don't know, it kind of seemed natural for me to do it.
Well,
and it was unusual for a girl to do a good Durante impression.
There's your husky voice coming into play. How many times did you do that on the Van Dyke Show? Every once in a while
we did it on the pilot.
Yeah.
We did it on the pilot, which was the party. Mm-hmm. And I don't think I did it after that.
I must have seen you on the late talk shows or something.
Probably, yeah. I've done it a couple of times on the Carson Show and on when Joey Bishop had his show and things like that.
Well, we've taken you from Baby Rosemarie all the way through the Doris Day Show, and it's been a terrific career, and you have contributed a lot to the entertainment of this country. We think so very much. What's ahead for Rosemarie?
I don't know. I play it as it comes. I don't plan on anything. I don't. If it happens, it happens. My brother surprised me at one time when he said to me, he said, "You just keep going from one thing to the next and the next," and I never realized it, but I do. And Maury has an idea for a new series that he wants me to do with him, which I might do. I don't know. Our starting date on the Doris Day Show is in June. I don't know what goes from there. You know, I don't know whether we'll go on for another year, maybe half a year, maybe we won't go on at all. I don't know. But whatever happens will happen, and I'll make my decision and go.
Whatever happens will be good for you.
I hope so.
And it'll be good for all of us who enjoy and love Rosemarie. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chuck. That was very, very sweet of you.
Those were the days.
Thank you.
We're backstage at the Drury Lane North in Marriott's Lincolnshire Resort, where we've just come from a performance of Ricardo Montalban, starring in Accent on Youth, and we are chatting with the youthful Mr. Montalban right now. Welcome to Chicago.
Thank you. You have all made me feel very welcome indeed. I always like to play. I've had two experiences before in the city of Chicago itself, and a play that I did of George Bernard Shaw, Don Juan in Hell. And I must say we were received very warmly, as indeed we are being received now. You were very, very warm audiences and very, very hospitable people, and I thank you.
Well, you're welcome. You deserve the warmth of the city, though. You do a good job.
Thank you.
When was that, when you were here in Don Juan in Hell?
It was about 6 years ago. It was a drama quartet. I did it with Agnes Moorehead, Edward Mulhare, and Paul Henreid. And we were for a month in... I guess it's the Schubert Theater, isn't it? Yes, yes. And that was very exciting. That's a marvelous play, you know.
You were on Broadway with that for a while.
Yes, then we went to Broadway it was a limited engagement. We played only a month in each place, yes. But then about 3 years ago, I did it again, this time with Myrna Loy. Agnes Moorehead had passed away. Myrna Loy, Edward Mulhare, and Kirk Hasner. And we did an incredible tour. 138 cities in 6 months, in one-night stands, traveling all day by bus, the whole day. Get up about 8 in the morning, get in a bus, stop at with the truck drivers. That's where we had our lunch. Rather greasy food, you know, they didn't agree too well with us. clean, nice, but a little greasy, you know, and then get back on the bus and just barely arrive in time in some places for the performance. Get in a tuxedo, do the performance. Could never find a place open after the theater to eat. Very difficult in places for an actor to eat, because you don't like to eat before the performance, because then you feel heavy. And you're always afraid that something that you eat might upset your stomach or something when you're on stage. So your whole day is dedicated only for the show that evening. It's a very disciplined existence. And so this was very difficult, you know, to, in some places, even here where I am, the restaurants are closed right after the theater. I can't find a place to eat, you know. It's kind of difficult. So I have a refrigerator, and I have some salami and things, and I go to my room,
salami
my
afterwards.
lonely room, and then eat away, yes.
Well, I would think that with the Mexican background, your stomach would be ready for anything.
No, you see, that is a misconception. Americans do get sick to their stomach when they go to Mexico, and once they get over it, they're all right. But the Mexicans, when we come from Mexico originally to this country, we get just as sick. Because what happens is that it's a different altitude. There are different bacteria in the water that you are not accustomed to. If you take water from this country and you put it under the microscope, you're going to find bacteria there that now we who live here are used to it. But you bring a fellow from Mexico and he gets just as sick as an American going to Mexico, you know. Yeah, well, the Mexican food is my favorite food anyway. It's delicious. It's very varied, the cuisine of Mexico, you know. In this country, of course, we only know pretty much the food from the north of Mexico. But there was a book written where the great connoisseur claims that Mexican food is as varied as Chinese or Indian. Tremendous variety of dishes. It's delicious cuisine. It's one of the best cuisines in the world, really, the Mexican cuisine.
How did you get from Mexico to Hollywood, California?
My oldest brother, Carlos is his name, and he had moved to California from Mexico. He was importing beer, Mexican beer in this country, and he's a man of many talents. And he, being the oldest in the family, sort of took over the role of second father to the youngest brother. I was the youngest brother, I am. And he brought me to Los Angeles for me to study English and try to go to college and so forth. And I took public speaking so that I could accelerate my command of the language. And the teacher was also the drama coach of the school, and she gave me a small part in the school play, which I didn't want to do. I was scared to death. But once I did it, she liked what I did, and the next semester she gave me the lead in the school play, and that time I really enjoyed doing it. And that was the bug that got in me. That's it. And once you get that bug in, you can't get it out. There's no penicillin that can cure it.
That was at Fairfax High School?
Fairfax High School in Los Angeles. Then my brother moved to New York, and I followed him to New York, and he wanted me to go to college in New York. But during my vacation, very luckily, I landed a few jobs in summer stock around New York City. I played with Anita Louise, Buster Keaton, Francis Lederer, Tallulah Bankhead, Elsa Maxwell, and a talent scout from MGM offered me a screen test, but my mother became ill in Mexico, and I left. And while in Mexico, my mother recuperated, thank God, and the industry in Mexico was really flourishing in those days, so I decided to stay, and very quickly I became a star in films in Mexico. MGM saw my work again in Mexico, and then they offered me a long-term contract, and that's when I came permanent to this country.
That was about
1945.
45. But you were a major star in Mexico at
Before
that time.
that, yes.
Now,
well, as a young, you know, I was a young leading man, very young then. But yes, I would say that there were some great stars at that time. The number one still is Cantinflas, you know. Then they had the cowboy type of actor was Jorge Negrete, and Pedro Armendáriz, who made a big name for himself in this country as well. And then Arturo de Córdoba as the leading man. And then there was a drop, and then I came as the young leading man, you see. And I occupied a good position in the industry in Mexico. I owe everything to Mexico, really. Yes.
Well, when you went to when you came to MGM, then the roles you had at that time at the beginning were they comparable to the roles that you had in the
No, of course not,
film?
because you know in Mexico the best roles are written for Mexicans naturally. So I had very, very good parts. in America, the best North America, the best the United States of America, the best roles are written for Americans. And since I have an accent, those roles are just not available to me, and American writers don't write for people like me. So it's been a struggle for me. The proof is that there are very few of us from Mexico who have been able to make a name for ourselves in this country, because the barriers are enormous, you know. Just the parts are just not available. But it's very early in my life I realized in this country that there is a saying, if you don't like it, why don't you get out? Well, I do like it, and I enjoy the challenge, so I accept it. But I also admit that it has not been easy. It's been so therefore you have to accept very often roles that are not very good in order to just function.
Well, you were always cast in the beginning, obviously, as the Latin lover.
That's right, yes.
And you tried hard to get away from that.
Yeah, because it was a caricature, really, you know. The Latin lover is as much a caricature as the bandido, you know, the bandit and the guy sleeping under the cactus and all that. They're all stereotypes. They have really very little to do with the truth, if any, at all, you know. Of course there are bandits, but there are bandits, and bandit is a human being who circumstances turned him in the wrong way, but he has dignity. He's a man. He's not a caricature, you know, as portrayed in Hollywood. So, you know, as I say, the roles they don't come too readily. The writers don't seem to write for Latin Americans.
Well, when you were first under contract to MGM, was that like a 7 or an 8 year contract?
Yeah, 7-year contract. I came for 7 years, and then they extended me for one more. I was there for 8 years, yes.
Did you have any say-so whatsoever in the roles?
No, when you were under contract to a studio, and you said, I don't want to do that part, they couldn't force you. But then they put you on suspension, which meant that you didn't draw any salary until they found another role for you. Might take a year. And I was married, 4 children. So I did anything they told me. Other than anything that would be demeaning to Mexico, I wouldn't do that. Or anything that would be against my moral principles, you know.
Did they ask you to do
No, never did, fortunately. Fortunately, they didn't. Not while I was under contract, no.
What was it like to work for MGM as a student?
It was very glamorous. No, the working conditions were extraordinary. They were marvelous. They were very glamorous. I mean, just to go to the commissary and see the array of stars that MGM had in those days was the most exciting period of my life. Those were truly stars. Gable, and Turner, and Hepburn, and Spencer Tracy. I mean, it was that studio was really studded with the greatest stars in the Hollywood firmament. But what's happened today with the advent of television is that television has created many instant stars who disappeared instantly. They don't have any lasting power. And in those days it was a star system, and the stars were protected, and they wrote roles specifically for them. The publicity was geared to give them a certain image. It was like selling a product, and it was very, very exciting. There were many drawbacks, of course, but it was a very exciting period.
Well, they gave them the background too. They developed the stars. They gave them the training ground,
right?
Didn't they? Which is what happened to you too, as you started here and there, and pretty soon you were co-starring with Esther Williams and some of those things.
Right.
And actually, when you finally left MGM, which was about 53. You started getting some meteor roles as far as you were concerned.
Yes, because then what happened, the advent of live television happened, and that really separated the men from the boys. There were many actors, good motion picture actors, who just refused to do live television because it was very hectic. There were no retakes. You were in front of 40 million people seeing you. God forbid that you made a mistake. It was very nerve-wracking. And in my case, out of necessity, I braved it, and I did it, and I was offered a couple of very good parts, which I did, that probably the better roles I've ever had, other than Don Juan in Hell. Those days of live television did afford me some very good roles.
Well, you were also, at that time, making pictures like Sayonara.
That was later.
Was that after the live TV?
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, Sayonara was very good. The only problem there was that I had a very, very, very good part, and that they were talking at the studio at the time when they saw the first cut that I would be a candidate for an Academy Award, a supporting role. And then they saw the picture and they previewed it, and the cards were all very complimentary to me, and they were really going to get behind me to be nominated. But there, for some strange reason, they felt that the picture was too long, and they started cutting, and they cut me out practically, and I was left with very little. So then they said, no, the part's too small now. We're going to get behind Red Buttons, and Red Buttons won the award that year, yes. My part was just decimated by the necessity of, going to cut out Marlon Brando, so they cut me out, see. It was a very heartbreaking thing for me, yes.
It was, it seems, though, that the television really, especially since the television as we have today in the last 10, 15 years, has really become the place to expose the talents of Ricardo Montalban. We see you regularly in excellent roles, and you're really,
some
really
of
working.
Some of them are excellent, others are not too excellent, but I feel that an actor has to act. I'm an actor, and that's my business. I'm not an actor when I'm home waiting for the phone to ring, you see. I am a very insecure man. Actors are insecure when they're not working. So I decided that I was never going to turn down any role other than if it were, I repeat, demeaning to Mexico or practically to any country, too. I mean, I respect all nationalities. Or something that goes against my principles. I have turned down roles on those bases. But ordinarily I'll do any role that comes my way because, as I say, I'm an actor only when I'm acting. And I have to practice my craft. And it's very difficult to practice my craft in my living room. You have to do it in front of an audience or in front of a camera.
Is that why you decided to go on that grueling Don Juan and Helen tour?
Right. Because it was an experience that I wanted to live through, and I almost didn't. It was very, very grueling. But it was an experience that I think I benefited from it. It required an enormous amount of discipline, concentration, in a massive, massive role, probably the longest role ever written for an actor. It's longer than Hamlet or King Lear, Of course, all committed to memory. And you have to be really very concentrated. When you don't feel well sometimes, you're on stage not feeling too well, and you have to go on. It's marvelous discipline for the actor,
You've just been seen more or less as a regular guest star in the Executive Suite series, which is over now, I guess.
I suppose that's what I hear. Yeah, they killed me because they didn't know that I had committed myself to this engagement here at the Drury Lane North. So when I told them I have to leave, they wanted me to stay on, because they liked the character. So this commitment was previous to my commitment to, the commitment here at the Drury Lane was previous to my commitment to Executive Suite. So they didn't know how to dispose of me, and they summarily did it by shooting me. They killed me.
What's next for you?
Well, ABC is holding me now. I just heard yesterday. They are paying me a certain amount of money for me not to accept any commitments. Series commitments. I can work in anything else, but not in a series until December, because we did a picture called Fantasy Island at ABC that evidently got very, very good rating. Particularly after the first half hour, it really grew. Got spectacular ratings, actually. Not like Roots by any means, but for a show of its kind, very, very good ratings. So ABC is considering perhaps the possibility of using me in a series now. Perhaps even that, Fantasy Islands, a series, I don't know. But in any event, I'm being held until December for them to decide. So that's kind of encouraging.
Would you like to do a series?
Very much so, yes. I've never done one, and that's one experience I like to have, too. See, I like to try everything in life. As an actor, I like to experience all kinds of things, and I've never done a series, so I would like the challenge of that.
What else haven't you done that you'd like to do?
Well, I've never had a great role in a film. A great role is what an actor dreams about. But as far as medium is concerned, no, I've done them all, radio, everything. The only thing I haven't done is nightclub, and I don't know that I'm qualified, because I don't have that good a voice, to sustain a show.
You did sing and dance with Esther Williams. And
yeah, but that's all right in a number, but not in a nightclub. To be out there an hour and a half or whatever it is, an hour, it's very demanding, and you should have a much better singing instrument than I have. I am working on something, or rather a writer is working on perhaps the idea of me doing a one-man show. I would like to try that. And there is a possibility that I might put it together. We'll see.
You mentioned radio. What did you do in radio?
Oh, the Lux Radio.
Mhm.
Lux Radio, you know, the dramatizations of
As a guest star
of
on
films.
some of those
Yes,
shows.
yes, right.
We think that anyone who gets out here to Drury Lane North will be rewarded with your talents by a fine performance.
Well, thank you. It's Accent on Youth is for the casual observer who sits down and enjoys the play, because we have reason to believe that audiences are really enjoying it very much. The comments are marvelous afterwards, and the reaction, as you saw, of laughter and enjoyment, it's quite extraordinary. It's a very good play, very well written. It was a man who wrote with tenderness and with a smile rather than the constant belly laugh. I mean, he could write with a smile, which actually a smile is closer to the heart than a belly laugh. So, but however, it might seem simple from the distance to do, but believe me that this is as difficult to do for me as Don Juan in Hell. Just as demanding, if not more so. Because in order to bring about and to create the proper moment for a joke to pay off, or the humor of it, you have to have almost exquisite timing, and you have to have tremendous energy to put this over. And I mean, the people sitting on the audience, they say, well, a comedy, that's simple. No, it's, to me, much more difficult than a tragedy, than drama. Very, very difficult. I'm really exhausted when I finish this play. But very rewarded.
You give it your all, and you are really in command every moment you're on stage. You really know what you.
If you're not, you're really in trouble. Wouldn't you be in trouble? Yes. No, it's a very demanding role, but I'm enjoying it very much at the same
You'll be here through March 27th.
March 27th, right? Yes.
I wish you the best of luck with
Thank
this.
you very
and,
much.
Thank you for all the entertaining things that you've done for all of us.
Well, you're very kind. I
Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Ricardo Montalban.
Our guest is Tex Beneke, a name to reckon with from the music days, the great big band era days, and even these days. Tex is in town to talk about an appearance coming up at Ravinia Park on Wednesday, August the 10th, which is billed, I believe, as the nostalgic sounds of the summer of '42.
That is right.
Is that what it is, Tex?
Yes, it certainly is, and we're going to have, of course, the beautiful Helen O'Connell with us, and Bob Eberly, who sang, the both of them sang with the Jimmy Dorsey Band at the time I was with the Miller Band. And this package that we have put together now, this is our second year, and it's just going great, because I like it better, really, than a lot of shows we have done with Paula Kelly and the Modernaires and Ray Eberly, Bob's brother. Because with them, we can only do strictly the Miller things. Now this way we can split it up and give them half Miller and and half Dorsey things, like their Green Eyes and Amapola and all of those beautiful things that they made so big. So I'm enjoying working with them very much.
It's amazing how well that music holds up. People who never heard it before, a generation of people who were not there at the time it was really the only kind of music.
And we are finding around the country more and more young kids who are beginning to really dig the sounds of the big bands. I think they've finally found out there are more than 3 chords, and and also I'm finding a lot of them dancing together. I think they
that's new stuff again.
Yeah,
Brand
sure.
new
They finally found out what they've been missing all these years. You know?
I went to a clothing store the other day, and I said, "How are you selling with these vested suits?" And he says, "Oh, they're going great guns." He says, "The kids today are buying suits. They never wore vests before.
Yeah.
Something new. The old stuff is new again."
It's cycling, you know, Chuck. It's cycling back around again, and of course, to the young people, the big bands are a brand new sound for them, because their parents heard them in the earlier days, you know, and then they, I guess, were rummaging around in the garage someplace and found a bunch of these old dusty 78s and started to listen to them and began to like them.
Let's rummage around in your garage for a little while. Where did it start for you musically, Tex?
Well, in Fort Worth, actually, Chuck. When I was growing up down there, I started taking sax lessons when I was just 9 years old, and then I played all through high school, flunking all of my subjects and everything because I was busy playing most of the nights and sleeping through classes. But then I worked with a lot of bands, with always with older fellas around the Texas, Oklahoma, Southwest area, and finally had this opportunity to for our band, which had played at the Billy Rose Texas Centennial in Fort Worth in '36. And we finally had the opportunity to get back east, up around Detroit, Cleveland. And I thought, well, hey, this is great. Maybe I'll get a chance to make New York, one of these days. And one night, Gene Krupa came into our place where we were playing. And he had just left the Goodman Band and was looking for new talent for his new group that he was going to form. And very close friends, Gene recommended me to Glenn back at one of Gene's rehearsals there in New York. Krupa didn't take me. He already had his saxophone section filled up, but he did take a couple of trumpet men and a trombone player, and I was very disappointed, needless to say, because everybody knew who the great Krupa was, Then it wasn't but just a short while thereafter that I got a call from a guy named Glenn Miller, and I didn't know who he was. No one did, really, except the studio men around New York City. And they knew him, of course, as a trombonist and as an arranger. But he wanted to start a band. He told me the whole thing, that he had gotten it all from Krupa, that I was supposed to be a tenor man that Krupa thought that Glenn would like. And I said, well, Glenn, what does the job pay? He said, well, I'm paying everybody in the band $50 straight, right? $50 each man per week. And I don't know why I said what I did, but I thought for a moment, and I said, well, I'll come with the band, Glenn, for $52.50 a week. I wanted to make 2.5 more than anybody else did. Well, of course, he called me a couple of dirty names and said, well, I'll give it to you. So that's how I went with the band, and this was back in April '38. And then he disbanded because of the draft around the middle of October '42. And but that was, I think, one of the most rewarding periods that I have ever had.
You did an awful lot in that short period of time.
He was always featuring me, as a soloist, as a saxophonist, and also as a vocalist. And he had me working with the Modernaires and on many, many recordings.
He put you in the movies, made a big movie star.
Well, I had one line, I think.
Well, wasn't Jackie Gleason in one of your bands
Gleason
in the movies?
This was his second movie in '42 called Orchestra Wives. And, of course, all the music was pre-recorded, but Gleason was supposed to be the bass player, and Cesar Romero the piano player, and neither one of them could play, but it looked good to see them up there laughing and having fun. And I think George Montgomery was in on trumpet, and well, it was just
you did your own
fun.
Singing in that, though, and
right.
Sax playing. Right?
That is right. Yeah.
Carl Pearson is a super Tex Beneke fan and Glenn Miller authority. I know he's waiting to ask you a couple of questions about this. Carl, here's a golden opportunity for you.
Well, one of the questions that I know, but I'm sure a lot of people would like to know, is how did the name Tex, how are you christened with the name Tex?
Well, Carol, I was, as I mentioned, born in Texas, and it seems that almost everyone who leaves Texas acquires that name, And Glenn actually was the first one who tacked it on to me when I dropped into the studio for my first rehearsal. He said, well, hello there, Texas, and it stuck from that time on. So I had been driving for 24 hours through a blinding snowstorm from Detroit, and I had to climb 3 or 4 flights of stairs where he was rehearsing, and all I could see was snow still falling in my face, and I asked Glenn if I could please be excused for now that I had to get some sleep. I was dead. He said, get out your horn, and let's hear you play. and he was the kind of a guy that when he told you to do something, you did it, But as we were going through the book, he had a band about a year or so before, '38, that didn't make it. And his tenor man at that time was, his second tenor man was a boy named Jerry Jerome, who was a studio man still, I think, in New York. And So we started out with that same library that he had to begin with. And as we would go through the tunes, he told me, he says, well, your solos sound pretty good. And then all of a sudden we hit one of the vocals. And he says, let's see what you can do with the song. Well, all I had ever sung before was a few choruses of the blues that were a little on the shady side, you know. And so I tried, and it was a tune called Ida, Sweet as Apple Cider, and that's been one of my big ones ever since. So he said, well, fine. He says, I'm going to write up some more things for you. So that's how that came about.
And there you got started. You were asked by Glenn Miller to join his Air Force band when he was drafted. Weren't you?
Yes, in a way. The draft did hit him awfully hard, and he had tried. He knew he couldn't keep it going. He had tried to enlist the whole group as a unit, and there wasn't any branch of the service that would take an organized band at that time. So he thought, well, I'll go ahead and disband the thing, and he told all of us to try to keep from being drafted or don't enlist for a while or whatever until I can get something going. And it wasn't long until Uncle was breathing hard down my back, and I was working with Marion Hutton and the Modernaires, and we formed an act, and we were playing theater engagements all around the country. And all of us, of course, hoping that we'd get the call from Glenn to come in with him. But it took too long, and I enlisted in the Navy to get a CPO rating, and that worked out pretty well for me. I had charge of 2 bands and gained a lot of experience before I actually formed or took over the remains of the Miller group when they came back from Europe in '46. So that worked out very well that way.
But he did ultimately find a lot of his former musicians.
He did, yes.
In his own band, then, right?
He did finally get back a few of his originals, but I was already in the Navy and couldn't switch over at that time.
Before that, you were involved in many of the broadcasts that they did, the Chesterfield shows.
Oh, I did all of those.
Every one of them. Right?
All of those, all of his recordings and his Chesterfields and
giving away
dance engagements.
Radio phonographs on Saturday afternoons.
USO shows. Yeah.
There was a period, I think, wasn't it, during early 1940, and the band was just grabbing hold, and there was something like 6 nights a week between sustaining remotes and Chesterfield shows. The band was on the air.
Well, we were on the air on the Chesterfields every Tuesdays and Thursdays, I believe it was. And, of course, we had to do 2 different broadcasts because there was no way of taping in those days. And we'd have to do one for the East Coast and one for the West Coast, you know. But getting back to the other thing, only about a month after Glenn disbanded, Clyde McCoy was able to go in to the service, into the Navy, with his whole group intact. And it was too late then for Glenn to get his group back together. But that was Miller's Air Force's band, I think, was one of the finest groups that ever existed. I was sorry I couldn't have been with it.
It was a loss that you weren't with it, but you were doing a pretty good job of yourself in the Navy.
Well, I felt it was wasted time because of all places to be in the Navy, I was right in the middle of Oklahoma, and people thought, what's the Navy doing in Oklahoma, you know? And we had a little creek about 12 feet wide with some rowboats on it, and that's the only water I ever saw. But it was a technical training base where they trained the cadets to train the flyers and trained them in motor mechanics and signal corps things, and all that sort of thing, or that they would need when they did finally go to sea or become island-based someplace.
Carl?
There's one question. A lot of musicians, they always had an idol when they started out. You know, when a certain trumpet player would start, his idol was Bunny Berg. And I was just wondering who your idol was, maybe on the tenor sax.
Oh, I don't know. I had so many of them, Carol. Primarily, I would say Coleman Hawkins.
It's surprising, too, because for 2 years during the early 40s, you were picked for the Metronome All-Star band.
Yes, and I think I managed to hit pretty high up on the downbeat poles there for a while.
And, well, anyways, you were in this, Coleman Hawkins, I believe, was in at least one of the bands, so you were playing aside.
Sitting right beside him.
Right.
I forget who all else was in the band. I know Harry James was in the band, and I think Krupa. And I thought those all-star things turned out very well.
There's an interesting story about one of those all-star, I guess it was a recording session that you were included in, but you were playing with the Miller Band someplace.
It was at the Café Rouge, I think.
You were at the Café Rouge.
We were at the Café Rouge, yeah. We were there 3 months every summer.
Mm-hmm. And you wanted to get off the bandstand early to get over to the recording session.
Well, what we tried to do was to wait for the recording session until as many of the big bands were in town as possible, so they could get all the guys together. Well, they always had to wait also until about 2 in the morning, before beginning the session, so the guys could finish their engagements. But Glenn and I always got along so great together, and all the rest of the guys in the band knew that we were very close friends. So this one night, he and I cooked up a little bit, and we were getting on the platform for the last session of the evening, and Glenn started to call out 6 or 8 numbers that he thought would be appropriate for the last closing, that night. And knowing all the time that I had to get off and I couldn't make that last thing, so as he would call the different numbers, I started to grumble and gripe about the tunes he was calling, and the little Mexican baritonist, Ernie Caceres, was sitting right next to me, and he kept nudging me in the ribs, said, hey, cool it, the old man hears you. The old man can hear you. And I said, I don't care whether he hears me or not. And he called a few more, and finally he came over and says, what did you say, Texas? I said, Glenn, I think the last set, the tunes you're calling stink. People here don't want to hear those. They don't want to hear those for a closing set. He said, well, then why don't you just pack your horns and get out? You're finished. So I got my tenor, and I was playing flute and clarinet at the time. I started up across the dance floor, and Ernie, believe it or not, picked up his baritone, his alto, and his clarinet. He says, that goes for me, too. So he started to follow me, and then Johnny Best was going to do the same thing. So this burned Glenn up. It burned him up to find out that those guys would go with me rather than stay with him, So we had to bear the whole plot right there, and I don't think he spoke to any of those guys for months after that.
Well, you and Glenn had cooked this up.
Yeah,
so
right.
That you could get
so
away
that I could
early.
get away early for the All-Star session. That was kind of funny in a way,
Did you do much on the road? Were you on the road in buses? Were you traveling like that a lot?
Well, we traveled by train a lot. Glenn had 2 railroad cars called the GM1 and GM2, and we would rehearse a lot of times in the baggage car and time all the tunes that we were going to have to play on the Chesterfield shows as soon as we got into the town, And when we weren't traveling by train, we were in a bus quite a number of times, but primarily we traveled in cars.
Oh, I see.
We did a lot of driving, and the booking offices, of course, had our tours lined up, our dates lined up, so that they were easily makeable. Of course, sometimes we wouldn't get to bed until about 6, 7, or 8, or even 9 in the morning after traveling all night after the job. But Glenn and Hal McIntyre and Chummy McGregor, Chummy the piano player, and McIntyre, his lead alto, they would always go out and play golf, no matter how tired they were, whatever. Then come in and sleep the afternoon, and then work that night.
You always would travel after the
well, it all depended.
performance?
It all depended, Chuck. If sometimes we would get what we called a twofer. All the guys always wanted to get a twofer if they could. This amounts to 2 sleeps for 1 pay in the different hotels. And the road manager would try to work it so that we would get in on the day sheet, and we could sleep that day, play the job that night, and go back to bed. So we're getting 2 sleeps for 1 pay. And but it was kind of funny because the boys couldn't sleep too well in a bed because it wasn't moving. And it wasn't jiggling, they got better sleep on the bus and in the cars than they did on in a regular hotel. Oh, a lot of funny things happened.
Did you often rehearse on the bus?
No, that was impossible because there just wasn't room, you see, because we needed music stands and all those things to be set up.
All the illusions are gone now. See, all the
we didn't rehearse on the bus because where are you going to put your music in the first place?
Right.
You know, if they're brand new arrangements and you haven't seen them before, and it just wouldn't have worked that way. But our road manager always seemed to work it out so that we would get in plenty of time, you know, to do our rehearsals and get everything done before the air shows or whatever.
You broadcast from various parts of the country.
Various parts of the country, yeah, all over. And we took a producer with us, and he clocked and timed everything and set all the mics and everything. He knew exactly the sound that Glenn wanted, and he knew on each stage exactly where to put everything. And we had quite a little gang traveling around, you know.
The radio broadcast really
was everything.
Did it all for you, didn't it?
That was everything, because there hadn't been too many traveling bands at that time, too many so-called named traveling bands. And the broadcasts, the people that would hear them, naturally they had to see their favorite group, you know, so they would drive hundreds of miles sometimes. Like out in West Texas, you'd set up in some farmer's barn out there and think, my God, where are they going to come from tonight, you know? But it would be packed. It would be packed. They just had to hear their favorite bands. And this is all coming back. It really is. They're ganging up around the bandstand, and just like they used to do at the old Hollywood Palladium and the old Hotel Sherman, the Panther Room, and Edgewater Beach. And
these are places where you've played, too.
Yeah, right, yeah.
The Palladium was a sensational
showcase
spot for you when you had... After the war, when it was Tex Beneke and the orchestra, did you break all records over there one?
Yes, we did.
Time?
I think we had over 6,000 there one night, which still holds the record, I believe. Of course, I don't know. I think Welk probably puts quite a few in there now. But,
that's right. That's where he does his regular TV shows and all of that.
That's right. Yeah.
Carl?
Well, when was the first time? Since we're talking about the band that broke the records at the Palladium. When did you find out, or when were you contacted about leading a post-war orchestra, a Glenn Miller orchestra?
Well, Glenn had wanted me, Carl, he had wanted to back me with my own band before he broke up his other band, since he had backed Hal McIntyre, Charlie Spivak, and Claude Thornhill. And when he approached me on this subject, I told him, I said, Glenn, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm ready to become a leader yet and all the responsibilities. And Mrs. Miller knew of these plans. So when Glenn disappeared and didn't come back, she said, I think Tex is the logical one to take it over because this is what Glenn was going to give him a band anyway after a few months' time, you know. So I was scared to death, but I took it over, and it seemed to work out all right for us. One of our first engagements was the Capitol Theater for 8 weeks in New York, and one of the acts... Our names were up there in huge headlines, and way down at the bottom was Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, added attraction. And so every time I see them now, we have a few laughs about some of those things, you know.
How long did you lead I guess there's an official Glenn Miller orchestra.
There is another band now that is owned by Glenn's attorney. And he, I understand, is trying to buy out the Miller children so that it will become strictly, still be the new Glenn Miller Orchestra, but McVey himself wants to own the thing. And I don't know what's going on between him and Glenn's two children, but that's the way it is set up as of now. They're the only ones allowed legally to call it the new Glenn Miller Orchestra. And Jimmy Henderson, a trombonist, fine trombonist, is in charge. And it's had numerous leaders: Ray McKinley, Peanuts Hucko, Buddy DeFranco. Golly, I can't tell you how many more. But Henderson is really doing great things with the band, and it is a good band.
Well, it was that band, excuse me, the official Glenn Miller Orchestra that you took over You were the leader
Well,
of
when I
at the-
took it
right
over
at the beginning,
in
right?
'46, everyone in
Mhm.
the band was direct from his Air Forces group.
I see.
And then gradually they wanted to do other things, so it kept getting a little thinner and thinner on the original Miller personnel. So finally, about 1950, I dropped the violin section. There were 12 strings there, and business just wasn't quite what it should be, and I had a tremendous payroll, so I naturally had to drop the strings first. Still maintaining, however, 4 trumpets, 4 trombones, French horn, 5 saxes, 4 rhythm, and a vocal quartet, plus a girl and boy singer, so we still had a big group. But then I finally had to make a few more cuts because rock had come in, you know, and the big band sound just wasn't being accepted as well as it had been in the past. But now I'm starting to add men back again and having the arrangers rewrite some things, you know, so that they'll sound good. I worked for a long time with just 5 brass and 5 saxes and 3 rhythm and myself. But it's all coming back, which I'm very happy to see a new era, you know, see it happen again.
We get a chance to look at and hear what's happening today with this great style and type of music at Ravinia on the 10th of August.
I think people are going to love it, Chuck. I really do.
What can we look forward to seeing and hearing there? What kind of
Well, naturally, I have to dig out the old chestnuts,
All
you
right.
know. Naturally, I've got to do Moonlight Serenade and String of Pearls and Ida and Chattanooga and Kalamazoo and Little Brown Jug, American Patrol, St. Louis Blues March. There are many others that don't come to mind right at the moment. Normally, I do the first half of the show in the Miller vein and bring Bob Eberly out during the middle of my segment, and he does a medley of some of Ray's tunes, his brother's things. And then after that section is over, we take a breather, and then the whole last half of the show is the Jimmy Dorsey things with Helen O'Connell and Bob. And then we usually wrap up the show, all 3 of us out front singing Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree.
Oh, gee. The nostalgic sounds of the summer of 42.
Right.
They really have lasted, though.
Oh, yeah.
They really have.
They're just as big now as they were.
What would you consider a real highlight of your career?
Well, I think the biggest thing that ever happened to me was getting the opportunity to go with Miller.
Has to be.
That has to be. Yeah. Because he taught me so much about, not just about becoming a leader, but how to phrase, how to blow, how to breathe properly, even though he didn't play saxophone. And there wasn't a boy in that band that didn't come out of there much smarter than he went in, I'll tell you.
He was a tough taskmaster, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. He was quite strict, but he never would chew anybody out, you know. I mean, on the bandstand, he'd wait until they could get you back in the dressing room. But we all knew that when he said, I want this, that he meant that, and you did it to the best of your ability. If you made a mistake, he'd tell you later, he would say, look, I know that nobody's perfect, but if you're going to make a mistake, make a good one, because I want to hear you blowing. I want to hear you up there at all times. Says, make it good and loud so everybody can hear it, but don't make it again in the same spot. Make a mistake someplace else.
Well, it paid off. His authoritarian attitude towards this, being a tough bandmaster, because how many other bands from that era are still, can you still listen to these the records and hear the sounds from today?
Well, there's still a few, There's Woody still around, and poor Kenton, if he ever gets out of that hospital. And there's several more, but offhand, I can't remember just who they are.
Carl, I know, is itching with another question.
What is it, Carl?
Well, I was just looking back at my notes, and I know that the bands that you've led, you've had various number of musicians that have too have gone on to greater things. You've had arrangers like Jerry Gray and Norm Layden. You had Henry Mancini, who also ended up playing piano for a while.
Right, and Billy May, of course, does a lot of writing for me, even now. And we were working in the Steel Pier at Atlantic City one night, and my girl vocalist was leaving the band in a week or two, and little girl showed up backstage with an autograph book and said, "Mr. Beneke, I'd like very much to get the autographs of all the boys." I said, "Sure." She said, "My name is Edie Gourmet, and I do a little singing with a little New Jersey band." I said, "Would you like to audition?" And it scared her to death. We had to push her out on the stage. But she went out there and broke it up. We just got something going there with the rhythm section, you know. And she did a great job. Came with me for almost 3 years, I think. And until she might still have been with me, I don't know, if Steve Lawrence hadn't shown up on the scene. And of course they fell in love and got married. And I've lost so many girl vocalists to musicians in the band. They say, "Oh, we're not going to leave. We're going to stay with you." But then a couple of months later, "Hey, we're going to pull out, you know, and do something on our own."
Mm-hmm. Was there a good spirit amongst the members of the band as they travel? And, you know, working in such close quarters constantly. You say you're traveling in a bus or a train or even a couple of cars, and every night doing a lot together.
Chuck, I don't remember any guys ever getting mad at anybody else in that band. It was great. Now, a lot of the boys would rather have gone with Goodman or Charlie Barnett or Woody, or because some of those bands, Tommy Dorsey, were actually greater swing bands than Miller had. Miller's was like a huge pipe organ. It was just beautiful, you know. And a lot of them were offered more money at times to go with the other bands, but they say, "No, I think we'll stick with Glenn," and because they liked him. They liked the band, and everything worked out fine. But leaders were very bold in those days. I guess maybe they still are, because sometimes Goodman had been in the Cafe Rouge and propositioning our boys off in the corner. And Glenn found out about it and kicked him out one night.
Well, he wanted the best.
That's right.
He wanted the best.
Yeah.
And you are the best. You've done some great work, and we're glad that you're coming back to town to share some of the best.
Well, I do get around to Chicago quite often, but primarily they are private affairs, you know, like country clubs where just the members of the club know that you're even in town, you know. I've had so many people say, "Where have you been all these years?" I said, "Well, I've been right here in your town a dozen times," and they can't understand why they all can't be wide open dates, you know, for the public to be able to attend.
Your home base now is in St. Louis.
Well, I have my home there and my wife, and of course I'm just physically not up to 7 nights a week on the road anymore. And I like to get home because I have to answer mail, and it's stacked up on me when I get back, and I like to, I don't even mind cutting my grass once in a while, and so I work as much as I want to work, Chuck, let's put it that way.
That's great. That's good.
I have to turn down a lot of lucrative dates, but they just come too soon after others, or all sandwiched in together, and pretty soon I find out I'm back out doing nothing but one-nighters again. You know? So I like to get home every now and then.
Well, we're glad you come this way once in a while, too.
Oh, I'll get up here at least 15, 20 times a year.
Good. Well, we're all going to be out at Ravinia on the 10th. That's on Wednesday, the 10th of August. Right, Carol?
Right. I'm sure we can promise everybody a very, very nostalgic evening.
It'll be a wonderful evening. Thank you very much, Tex Beneke.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Carl.
Almost anyone who's been in Chicago more than 30 seconds knows about Irv Kupcinet, and most people from out of Chicago know of Irv Kupcinet, the author of Kup's Column, nationally syndicated columnist, a man who's been feeling the pulse of our town for a great many years. I wonder, though, Irv, how many people know about the old, or remember about the old Harvest Moon festivals of the Chicago Sun-Times?
I'm afraid not too many, Chuck. It's another era. times have changed, you know, and this one great glamorous event has gone by the boards. It just ran its course.
When did it was the Times at first, wasn't it?
Chicago Times started this, yes, way back in 1945 or 46. It ran about 20 years. And the paper just decided that we had devoted so much time and energy and space to it, and the feeling was that it had just outlived itself.
What was the Harvest Moon Festival?
The Harvest Moon Festival was primarily a dance contest in which we had all the prevalent dancers of the, dancers of the day, competition in each event. The jitterbug was a big thing in those days, went all the way from the jitterbug to the waltz and foxtrot and all the other dances in between. We had 7 or 8 dance contests. We had preliminaries throughout the whole city, and then the finals were held in the Chicago Stadium with many stars from Hollywood coming in to brighten up the evening, and we had the top names. One year we had a couple of young singers named Perry Como, Frank Sinatra, and one other great singer of the day whose name escapes me at the moment, but the 3 top singers of the day, including Perry Como and Frank Sinatra, headlined the bill.
All on one
yes,
program?
Yes, sir. Frank Sinatra, Perry Como, and my memory slips, and I can't remember the third name. But Frank played it twice. Bob Hope played it 2 or 3 times. We had so many great names there to join the festivities and to give the crowd of 20,000 or so more people a real thrill.
It really packed the stadium, and it was a major event for Chicago.
It was.
It
was.
November of every year, wasn't it?
It was in November, in time for the Harvest Moon Festival song. And then we took the winners as a reward. The winners would go into one of the Loop movie houses, which had stage shows in those days, and we'd alternate between the Oriental Theater and the Chicago Theater and play a week on the stage.
Did they go on? Any of the contestants of the winners of the Harvest Moon Festival go on to anything greater than the stage of the Chicago Oriental?
Some as performers have continued. None achieved great stardom, but a number have continued dance studios. We have a couple of the Harvest Moon Festival winners who have dance studios in the Chicago area and doing very well.
You also had vocalists involved in this, too.
Yes, we had singers, too, and they were all very, very good. A couple of them got some Broadway shows, but as I said before, none achieved the great stardom.
It was a tremendous promotional event for the Times, and then finally the Sun-Times.
That it was, and we filled the stadium, as you said, every year with more than 20,000 people, and it was just a wonderful evening. I'm very, very saddened that it just pooped out.
You were associated with it from the beginning,
From
weren't
the very
you?
beginning, yes.
Was it a Cups column idea?
No, it was a promotion department idea, actually. We started about the same time that the New York Daily News started. They called theirs the Harvest Moon Ball. We called ours the Harvest Moon Festival. And both were based on about the same idea, big-name stars brightening up a dance contest and a dance and singing contest, really.
It really had a tremendous impact on the town. I remember as a youngster going to any number of those in the middle 40s.
I remember as a youngster going too.
You too. And I remember seeing Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis there.
Oh, yes.
And, it was more than a single night, though, and more than just the promotional effect in the newspaper. It was, as I said, a major event for the city.
It was a major event because it ran over a period of time. We had all these preliminary contests to determine the finalists who then competed before a board of judges on the final night in the Chicago Stadium where we picked the winners. And the dancing was just superb. I mean, the young kids of that day were excellent dancers, and they danced together in those days. Would you believe that? They held each other in their arms.
Those were the days.
Except for the jitterbuggers.
Yeah.
They were different.
But they were the wild ones. They
Yeah.
really brought down the house,
Yeah.
the jitterbugs. Now, the vocalists, the finalists or semi-finalists were often heard on radio, too, because
yes.
some of the, I believe it was WMAQ carried a series of preliminary broadcasts. And then finally, on the night of the Harvest Moon Festival itself, there was a broadcast of a large segment of the show.
That's right.
And you were there as MC, and it was really, really a big event.
Yeah.
You've had a lot of involvement with Chicago, representing Chicago nationally and internationally over the years. When was the first Cups column? When was your
That
first
started
column?
January 18th, 1943. I happen to have that date enshrined in my memory. January 18th, 1943, and this is 77, so that makes it almost 34 years old.
Long time to have
Yes.
a good beat like Chicago. You've gotten involved in many radio and television things over the years, too. Wasn't there a Cups column of the air, a radio series?
There was, on radio and also on television, before we started the At Random show, which eventually became Cups show, which is today plays on Channel 11 every Saturday night at 10:30.
The radio broadcasts were also syndicated. Weren't they heard around the country?
Yes, around the Middle West.
And weren't you part of a group of well-known columnists from major cities on a forerunner of the Tonight Show?
Yes. We had a very interesting concept in those days, which was beautiful in its theory, but it didn't work out so well in execution. It was called America After Dark. And we had 3 columnists, one in New York, one in Chicago, and one in L.A., and then we added a 4th in San Francisco. And each night the show would originate from one of those cities, or it would originate in 2 or 3 of those cities each night. And it was a very, very beautifully thought-out program, but the execution didn't develop too well, and so consequently the show finally died. But can you imagine each night starting a show in New York, then going to Chicago for its nightlife or some special stunt, then going to L.A. or San Francisco? And as I said, the execution was bad, but the idea was beautiful.
It was based somewhat on the old Stork Club show, wasn't it? That in Sherman Billingsley had a show on television, or that followed that?
That was strictly an interview show in the Stork Club.
Strictly interview.
Yeah. No, this was different. This was picking up the outstanding event in the town that night. It could be part of show business. It could be something in the way of news, but it was something originating in that town live that night.
Was it on 5 nights a week?
5 nights a week, yes.
That kept you pretty busy at that point.
Yes, that was very busy. Of course, it didn't always come to Chicago. 3 or 4 nights a week it came to Chicago. We might skip a night if there's nothing special going on. But the idea was very exciting. Even today, I think it would be an exciting idea if we could put it together.
That was absolutely live, too,
yes,
wasn't it?
Absolutely. Live in different cities every night, coming from those 3 major cities and adding San Francisco on occasion.
No chance for any retakes or
no, I don't think so.
run-throughs?
I think the expenses today of originating a show like that would be prohibitive.
Yeah. You mentioned the appearance of, to get back to the Harvest Moon Festival for a moment, the appearance of Perry Como and Frank Sinatra on the same bill at one of those unbelievable occasions. Can you recall any other particularly dynamic Harvest Moon Festival in those 20-some years that it was on?
I thought every year was a exceptionally exciting one. We had all the glamour girls of that period. Zsa Zsa Gabor, Ann Miller with her great dancing skill came on and performed for us one year. I can't think of all the stars offhand. We had the Milton Berles and the Joey Bishops and the Buddy Hackett's and all the great comedians performed for us. You name the stars, and we had them in that course of that 20-year period.
Before the Harvest Moon Festival ended, that was about the only place that you could go outside of, let's say, the Chez Paris in Chicago, I think, possibly the Empire Room, to see a major show business personality. They weren't known as superstars in those days, but they were indeed superstars. And that was really the only place where you could see where the mass
where the masses
general
could go,
public could go to see something.
We did have the Chez Paris in existence, of course, in those days, where it featured big names, and the Empire Room and some of the other great rooms of those days. But for the mass public, at a very reasonable price, this was the only place.
What was the ticket cost, then? Can you recall?
I don't recall the cost, but it was very nominal. We were not in it to make money.
If I went, it couldn't have been much.
We were not in this to make money. We're just there as a public service, more or less.
Yeah, it was really, really a show. Of course, then when after it went away, then things like the Mill Run turned up, and we had all of those.
This was the forerunner for places like that, which are now called concert halls, where they have big stars playing in music halls.
Right. We're in Cup's office, and he's a busy man, and we want to take a moment to say thank you very much for not only your participation in the Harvest Moon Festival, but for Cup's column and for a few minutes today.
Fine. My pleasure, Chuck, to be conversing with you.
Thank you. We're at Paramount Pictures in Hollywood, California, for a visit with Milt Josefsberg, who was one of the top comedy writers ever, and he's the author of the Jack Benny Show, published by Arlington House. Milt, you first started working for Jack Benny after a relatively successful, I shouldn't even say relatively, after a successful career as a scriptwriter for Bob Hope. Is that correct?
Yes, I never found out what happened to him since then, but I'll run into him someday.
What was your very first writing job?
Well, when I was a kid in New York, I used to send jokes to the various columnists on newspapers, Walter Winchell, Mark Hellinger. They're all gone now, so are most of the newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
And they began to be printed, and I eventually got a job working for a press agent, became a press agent myself, and I tried to get Bob Hope's publicity account as a press agent, and I had a young man working for me named Melville Shavelson, who had just started with me, and we wrote a humorous letter on a topical subject for Mr. Hope and submitted it to his manager, a man named Jimmy Safia, who read it over and called me back and said, this is funnier than most of the monologues that I received from Mr. Hope, and we wound up working for Bob. And incidentally, Milt Shavelson, in case you don't recognize the name, is the president of the Writers Guild right now.
Oh, uh-huh.
And he has written, produced, and directed many successful pictures for Hope, including The Seven Little Foys, and also for Lucy, he did Yours, Mine, and Ours, and he is the president of the Guild.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, we came out here where we were paid the munificent salary of $100 a week each. And, of course, that was slightly over 40 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was not a bad salary.
No, in those days, well, $100 each was the equivalent of maybe $1,000 a week in buying power today. And I was with Bob for 5 years, and then I went with Mr. Hope for a dozen years. And if you want the rest of my major credits, then I went with Lucy for 12 years, and I went with All in the Family for 5 years, and now I'm in my second year as a special consultant, executive consultant on the Mork and Mindy Show and the Laverne and Shirley Show.
Well, your career has really bridged both the best years of radio and the best years of television as well.
Oh, yes. And in fact, I frequently get asked about that, the days of radio as compared to television, the differences that come in, and the best example I can give is that on the Jack Benny Show, once we had a joke, and this was radio, where Don Wilson came into the house to see Jack Benny about doing a commercial, and Jack was taking a bath at the time. And Don walked in, and we did the usual joke about Jack being in the bathtub with floating rubber ducks or things like that. And Don said, I wanted to talk about the commercial, Jack, and Jack said, okay, sit down. Well, this started about a 3-day battle with the senses that you cannot say sit down when a man is taking a bath because the only place to sit is on the commode, the toilet, and so forth. We said, can he say sit down on the side of the tub? And the censor said no, because that calls attention that he shouldn't sit on the toilet. And finally, jokingly, we said, can we say put the seat down and sit down? And said no, we couldn't do that. Now, All in the Family, one of the constant running jokes was the flushing of the toilet.
Yes.
And not only that, as a matter of fact, I feel very proud of, I don't know why I should feel so proud of it, but a very clever joke where Archie was up in the toilet and he yelled down, Edith, I need a fresh roll of toilet paper up here. And Jean Stapleton thought for a moment, and she said, well, you'll find a fresh roll of paper in the cabinet to your left if you're standing, to your right if you're sitting. Now, you can't get more graphic than that. Going one step further with Lucille Ball, I once gave her a joke which she used about the changes in television during the period when she was having Little Desi. I wasn't with her at the time, but on all in the, get the shows mixed up, on I Love Lucy, when she was pregnant, they were not permitted to say pregnant on the air. These days, they not only can use the word pregnant, but they practically show you how to get that
That's
way.
right.
Yeah. Bob Hope, on an Academy Award, said they are now doing things on the screen that I wouldn't do in bed, even if I could.
You didn't write that line
No,
for him,
no,
did
no, no. I think Mort Lockman wrote it.
Well, as a writer on the Benny Show, did you often have trouble with the censors?
Frequently. And it was very, very minor things. One of the classic examples, and I mentioned this in my book, The Jack Benny Show, Life and Times of America's Best Loved Entertainer. May as well plug it.
It's an excellent book. It deserves the plug.
Well, thank you. We were doing a takeoff on King Solomon's Mines. And this was a picture with Deborah Carr based on a famous story, and it was a big MGM production. And Jack was supposed to be searching for King Solomon's Mines, and Deborah Carr was the lady with him, and they run into a tribe of cannibals led by Mel Blanc. And Jack says, wait a minute, these are cannibals, I can handle them. I will tell them a limerick. He says that always pleases them. And then he goes into gibberish. Magula nagala mamawa, mamama magula matata, magala masay, magala mate, halula mamala hawala. And they all laugh and they leave. And Deborah Carr says, what does that mean? And Jack, very embarrassed, says, oh, I couldn't say that to you. And I have paraphrased it now. And the censor came down and said, we cannot do that because all limericks are dirty. Now, we showed him that all limericks are not dirty, that the original limericks were clean. Now, incidentally, a follow-up on that was while it was on All in the Family, I don't know how, but Rob Reiner and Sally Struthers, Gloria and Mike, got into an argument over Gloria's father, Archie Bunker's taste. And Mike says, I cannot believe that any man who has taste, whose favorite poem starts off, there was an old lady from Nantucket. Now, this is admittedly the start of one of the best-known dirty limericks. But the censor came down and started screaming, and Sally Struthers says, wait a minute, and she recited a perfectly clean limerick. There was an old lady from Nantucket who saved her money in the bucket, and that's all I remember, and I won't go into it, and I don't know whether we can say this on the air, but it is perfectly clean. But in 1948 or 49, when we were saying a gibberish limerick in words that we invented, the censor didn't want to let us do it. Oh, one further thing. When Jack said to the censor, but it's gibberish, he says, it's still dirty. And Deborah Carr said, oh, come now. And the fellow just looked at her and gave in.
She saved the day.
Yeah, but we always had trouble with censors. I wrote a show for Lucy, and it was based on Jack Benny. I wrote it with a fellow named Ray Singer, and it was based on that Jack Benny wanted to dictate his biography, and it's strange that I should wind up writing one, but it was mainly his adventures with women, and we did 5 little vignettes where he said the first gal that I ever really cared for, she was a waitress, I was in the World War I. Oh, it started off actually with his mother, but each little vignette that we did, Lucy imagined herself playing the part of the lady. So first she was his mother, then she was the waitress he was in love with in World War I, then she played the part of his vaudeville partner, and we did little sketches, and the thing is that he keeps dictating, and suddenly he starts another one and says, oh my goodness, he says, I didn't realize it was so late at 7 o'clock. And she says, oh, I'm not hungry. He says, I know, he says, but I have a date tonight. And at that point, the doorbell rings. And Jack goes to the door, and it's George Burns. And this is the very end of the show. And the audience, applauds. And Lucy is amazed, George Burns. And George says, Jack, I'm sorry that I figured you'd be late, so I took the liberty of driving over here with the two girls. And Jack says, well, tell them to come in. And George yells out, oh, Trixie, Ginger, come on in. And in came two of the cutest 75-year-old gals that you can imagine. Now, they weren't garishly made up. They were made up like very nice 75-year-old girls. And one of them says to Jack, I'm sorry that we're late, Jack, but we stopped off at the drugstore to pick up the pill, which is a tremendous scream. And Lucy says the pill, and George Burns says, yes, the one that keeps us awake. Well, the censor came down and started to scream. He said that we're corrupting people, and we tried to explain to him that there were 4 people whose aggregate age may have been well over 300 years. The woman was 75, George and Jack were in their late 70s, and people would know they didn't need the pill and everything. And well, the censor said something like, we're corrupting them, and Lucy said, how can you corrupt someone if they know what the pill is for, they know that they don't need it. If they don't know what the pill is for, then the thing, picking the one that keeps us awake, would save it. Mm-hmm. I won that argument. It's not difficult to win an argument with a censor when you have a George Burns, a Jack Benny, and a Lucille Ball, mm-hmm. and where we point out it's the only joke that George had in the script. So, but that's a difference in censorship.
Well, it's over the years, and especially with the Jack Benny show, and I'm sure it's with so many other programs, at least the Lucy show that you worked on, and even with, to some degree, with Bob Hope, there was not any intention to come up with blue humor or blue comedy. It was all clean and really in good fun, but then the censors would kind of jump in on that.
That's
stuff,
right. Now, incidentally, there is a legend going around, and I was in at the start of this, as were all the writers on the Hope show. Mr. Hope was once cut off the air. The legend has gone around. I can't repeat the jokes that he supposedly told on the air. But I have been interviewed many times where people says, I know, I have a friend who heard it. And I said, I will give $10,000 to any charity if you can produce anyone who heard Mr. Hope do this on the air. They said, well, this friend heard. I said, but I thought he was cut off for telling that joke. How could he have heard it? They said, they may have been in a studio audience. I said, it was never done. And what had happened, the reason he had been cut off the air was this. We used to do previews, and we do the show on Sunday night. We do an hour-long show. Mm-hmm. And then we would condense that to the half hour. Well, when we would do the monologue, we would pick 3 or 4 different subjects and discard the one that didn't play. Well, this week we had picked 3 of them, and one of them was on golf. And it played very well. But it was the least topical, and we said, let's save this till we really need it. Now, one of the jokes in the monologue was Bob says, I won't say I cheat much, but around my club I'm known as the genie with the light brown pencil. And it was a pretty good joke. Now what happened, we put that aside to use it. What happened then, there was a strike, ASCAP, which you know of, it controls all the music, got into a strike against the networks, and the networks were not allowed to play any ASCAP songs. The only songs that were allowed to play were BMI. The only good songs that BMI had were Stephen Foster's songs. So all over the air you heard I Dream of Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair and Camptown Races and whatever else Stephen Foster heard. Well, the comics began making jokes, and after 1 week the networks became sensitive and said no more jokes about I Dream of Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair. Now we come a week later and we start to do the monologue because they're playing a big golf tournament here, and they refused to let us do that joke. And Bob got indignant and said, we did that joke, you have it on your records. We did it long before the ASCAP strike. They said, if you do it, we will cut you off the air. So there was like 20 seconds of silence, and now every time I am interviewed by anyone who remembers the incident, they said, isn't it true? After we're off the air, I will tell you the jokes if you... And you know that no sensible man would do jokes like this on the air, even today. My God, I heard Johnny Carson, I listen to him and admire him, and some of those monologues he does are very funny, but he did one joke, the hookers are going on strike, they want to be paid undertime, and I don't know whether you'll cut that out or not, and then they had, I think it was either Phyllis Diller or Joan Rivers were talking about how unattractive she was, and she said the other night she was getting ready for bed with her husband, and she said, I want you to know I have a headache. So he ran into the bathroom and hid the aspirin, and you know what I mean. And they're doing, and some of them I won't attempt to do what they've done on the air. What they do today is really unbelievable.
Was Hope cut off often, or was that
to my knowledge? That was the only time it was ever cut off. But the legend has spread, and people keep several years ago, a teenager asked me, said he heard it from his father and mother. Boy, may have been 18, 19. And no, Mr. Hope, they do a joke that is slightly, I'll give you an example of one joke we got by the censor. There was a very, very big song, I don't want to set the world on fire, I just want to start a blaze in your heart. I don't know, but it was I don't want to set the world on fire. We did a joke that an ostrich got frightened and stuck its head in the sand, and its tail got sunburned, and then it began singing, I don't want to sit the world's on fire. That was a dirty joke. To get away from the censor, we put the actual wording of the song, I don't want to set the world on fire, and he looked at it, there's nothing dirty on that. Incidentally, in my book, I tell about they can't see it, but I don't know if you know who Jack Douglas is. He's married to Reiko.
Sure.
He was one of the writers on the show. We're quite friendly.
On the Hope Show.
Yes, he did the best getting around a censor that I have ever heard of. And this was on the Gary Moore, Jimmy Durante radio show. Jimmy Durante came in and said, last night I had a date with Jane Russell. Now, Jane Russell was a Dolly Parton of her day. She was overly endowed. See. But anyway, Jimmy said, last night I had a date with Jane Russell. And then there was the thing, music cue, timpani. And Gary Moore said, the Jane Russell, music cue, timpani. And Durante said, yes, the Jane Russell, timpani. There's nothing wrong with that, but when it went on the air, it came out, I had a date with Jane Russell. Boom, boom. And every time the name Jane Russell was heard, you heard those timpanis going boom, boom, and it was hysterical there. But he got away from the censor on the thing.
We do want to talk a lot about the Jack Benny show and your involvement in it, but let's talk about Hope for a little bit. You mentioned that Hope would do an hour show, a rehearsal,
yes,
on Sunday prior to his show was mostly on a Tuesday night.
It was on Tuesday nights.
And this was overwritten, I suppose.
Sunday night we had a slightly overwritten show, and sometimes things went that would never have been permitted on the air. A person would fluff a line and say something, and Hope would make a blue joke out of it. But on the air, never, to my knowledge.
Well, what was his reason for doing, now he did this with an audience,
yes,
full audience, for doing a full hour show, to test the material?
To test basically the material, that's all. We would pick the strongest material, and many a times we'd have very strong jokes that would have to be saved for a subsequent broadcast. The writers would hand them in again, and again and again.
There were a lot of writers on the Hope show when you were involved with it, which was what, from about
1938 to 1943, and then subsequently I wrote a little television from in the late 50s. But actually, there weren't that many writers, excepting during the first 13 weeks. What happened, he had like about 7 or 8 writers, and like about 5 or 6 were going to be let go, and 5 or 6 more were going to be taken on. But somehow their contracts overlapped, so for a period of 2 weeks, we had 13 writers. Incidentally, Mel Shavelson, who was my collaborator on the show, I collaborated with. I was his collaborator. Don't want to sound too conceited. But he once came up with a wonderful joke about that, where Judy Garland, who was a guest star, or at that time she was on for the season, she began saying something about him having a lot of writers. And Bob says, "Oh, I don't have that many writers." And she says, "Oh, no." She says, "I attended the football game Saturday, and when you and your writers walked in, it looked like Notre Dame coming out for the second half." And it's always been one of my favorite jokes. As a matter of fact, I can't see it on television. Up there's a picture of Bob and his writers right under that star.
Oh, yeah.
And the writers on that picture include me, Mel Shavelson, who, as I said, is the president of the Guild, Al Schwartz, who was with him for many, many, many years and did many shows, his younger brother, Sherwood Schwartz, who created 2 of the most successful shows in history of television, Gilligan's Island and the Brady Bunch. Seated there is a fellow named Jack Rose, who became he and Mel Shavelson wrote and directed and produced many screen pictures, and Jack Rose's last had a very big hit with a fellow named Mel Frank. He wrote A Touch of Class, which Mel Frank produced and directed. Mel Frank was on the show the year earlier with Norman Panama, and they wrote and produced many great pictures. But at that time, there were only, and also Norman Sullivan, who was with Bob for like 34 years. But through the years, Bob did attract many famous writers who started with him. Larry Gelbart got his start there. A fellow named Larry Marks. I'm going to leave out some of them who are going to kill me. Jack Douglas. And Bob once talked, the writers who I mentioned, and that staff there, at that time their aggregate salary was $635 a week. And Bob was on a TV show and said, "I don't think I could get that group now for $635,000 a week."
Probably
which
so.
he could. He could get us for that. But for
that he could do.
Yeah, that he could. I mean, I think so. But they have all gone on to enormous success. And it was just a question of a group being there. Now, there are many others who fell by the wayside, who lasted a season or not even a season.
Yes.
And there were numerous writers like that.
Did Bob Hope himself get very much involved in the writing or the editing of the material?
Bob got involved in the editing to some extent, but not as great as Jack Benny did. Bob would just go over the material and mark off the jokes that he liked them. The writers, Shavelson and I, would assemble one spot, and Schwartz and Sullivan would assemble another spot, and taking the jokes that Bob had marked off, and frequently there'd be 2 or 3 jokes that would be, you couldn't do them. They'd all be like duplicates in different ways, and Bob would have to select them. However, with Jack Benny, there was Balzer and Perrin were a team, and the late John Tackerberry and I were a team, and we'd split the show in half, and they would write half, I would write half with Tack, and then we would meet with Jack and put in anywhere, usually a full day, assembling the material, see that there were no conflicts, and blending it and taking out what Jack didn't like. I remember one time, and this is another incident that I mentioned in the book, The Jack Benny Show. I believe I do. There was one time we tried to be topical. Remember this, that you could do a joke on radio about a subject that happened the day before. You cannot do anything really topical in television except for Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson's monologue, and I listen to it all the time because it is the only topical humor left today.
Well, even, excuse me for a second, even Bob Hope, who will insert a monologue on his TV show at the last minute, but it's a couple of days old.
It's 2 days old. But what happened is we were doing our show, and we had a scene in it where Rochester was talking to a friend of his about Jack Benny, which we did frequently. And what happened that week is England devaluated the pound. The pound had been worth, in my figures, maybe off like $4.88 in American money. It was devalued to $2.75. And please don't anybody write in and say the figures are such and such. But anyway, the value of the pound was nearly cut in half. Well, John Tackerberry and I were writing a spot where this friend of Rochester's was talking to him, and he says, does Mr. Benny, do you completely understand Mr. Benny, something like that? He says, no. He says, sometimes he puzzles me. Like this week he started paying me in English pounds, which was a funny joke. Now, George and Sam, Perrin and Balzer, they wrote a spot, and they wrote, in their half of the show, they wrote a whole spot, 3 pages, with Don Wilson, where Don Wilson claimed that he no longer weighed 260 pounds, he only weighed 140 pounds. And it was very funny. But Jack read the show over, the completed show, and he said, I would rather do the one joke where Roger says, this week, for some reason, he started paying me in English pounds. Now, there is a rivalry among writers, particularly in those days, but when it comes to sacrificing one line, as against sitting for 2 hours and writing a whole spot for Don Wilson, we immediately began to take Balzer and Perrin's side, saying that's great, it should be, and Jack was adamant. He says, no, it goes this way, and we had to write a whole new spot for Don Wilson. And in retrospect, Jack was right, because the other was just another fat joke. Although we argued, Jack said it's just another fat joke, and we said, well, this is another cheap joke. He says, yes, but it is so clever.
Yeah.
He says that we won't get another clever one like that. So he did take part in the shows, in the writing of the shows, to that extent. He always said that he couldn't write, but he was the best editor in the business.
I want to talk more about Jack Benny, and I want to talk about some of the things that developed while you were writing for him on radio for so many years after we take a short break. We're talking with Milt Josefsberg, author of The Jack Benny Show, published by Arlington House. It was a good book when it came out a couple of years ago, and it's a terrific book yet. Our guest is Milt Josefsberg, the author of The Jack Benny Show, published by Arlington House, a man who spent a good many years in radio and in television, one of the top comedy writers of all time, written for Bob Hope and for Jack Benny and Lucille Ball, Milton Berle, Danny Thomas, Phil Harris and Alice Faye, and so many others.
You're forgetting All in the Family?
I'm talking about the comedians from radio. All in the Family, of course.
Laverne and Shirley and Mork and Mindy?
Mork and Mindy. The whole
you left
business.
out one or two. I'm glad you did.
Okay. I'll dub those in.
No, you don't know.
Milt, when you were working with Jack Benny, the writers would there were basically 4 writers on the show, and you all 4 of you just about joined Jack at about the same time,
we all
about
joined
1943, wasn't
1943. We joined in 1943. Sam Perrin, George Balls, John Tackerberry, and I joined, and I probably was the worst of them, because I only lasted 12 years. No, Tackerberry and I left after 12 years. I went on to NBC and television and a couple of other things, and Lucy. I was with Lucy only 8 years. I created, incidentally, to most people who are not familiar with the business, anything that lasts over 3 years in television is a long career.
I would say so.
And any job that lasts over 3 years Someone once said that writing on a TV show is like going to junior high school. It's for 3 years, but it's usually a lot of fun.
Well, in the years that you were with Jack, you were responsible with the other writers for creating some of the elements of his character.
Oh, yes.
That lasted for years, and some gags. Now, you talk about certain gags that Bob Hope had or did and so forth, but I believe you were really involved very deeply with the gag where the crook is holding up Jack Benny and says, "Your money or your life."
Yes. Do you have a tape of that?
Yes.
You do? All right, because somewhere I could get you a tape of it. It was in March of 1948. We were doing a thing where Jack borrowed Ronald Colman's Oscar and to show it to Rochester. And the idea of we had a running thing for like 6 weeks where Jack would be robbed of the Oscar, and then to give Ronald Colman his Oscar, he would borrow Bing Crosby's Oscar. Then he would be short an Oscar and would borrow Paul Lucas, who won an Oscar for, I don't remember.
Watch on the Rhine?
One of those pictures. But he would always be one Oscar behind, and this way we would always have the guest star, a full guest star, and then the following week when Jack returned the Oscar, he would have that person on for a couple of seconds, a vignette, cameo appearance. I don't remember what happened with that, and nobody remembers what happened. But John Tackerberry and I had to write the thing where he came home and was robbed of the Oscar. And incidentally, this joke became, in Jack's obituary in Time magazine, they ran "Your Money or Your Life," long pause, burglar, "Your Money or Your Life," Jack Benny, "I'm thinking it over." Jean Kerr wrote an article. She's the authoress, playwright, I think for the Saturday Evening Post, in which she said that only 3 great jokes can she remember from radio, and this was one of them. And it has been called the most famous joke in the history of broadcasting, and it came about accidentally. Because Tackerberry and I had to write this, and now we had the thing with the burglar, the crook, who was played by a man named Eddie Marr. And he was supposed to hold Jack up. And now we're writing, and writers are very different people. I would be a pacer at times. John Tackerberry used to relax and half doze off on the couch, you know what I mean, until we had something and he'd snap to. And I said, we can't just say, okay, stick 'em up. I said, we got to get something real exciting. And suddenly I said, hey, I've got a line that I know is going to be funny, and it's the most obvious line. It's a cliche line. It's a classic line of all time. We just have the crook say, "Your money or your life," and have Jack stare at the audience, and we know there's going to be a laugh. And he says, yeah. I said, but we cannot give it. It must have the greatest answer in the world. And Tackerberry is relaxing. He says, yeah. And now I'm pacing. I'm throwing a lot of lines. And I keep saying, "Your money or your life," and I'll throw the punchline. "Your money or your life." And I had one of them that wasn't bad. "Your money or your life." And Jack says, "You mean I have a choice?" Which, but I said, it's got to be better than that. And now I begin to get mad at Tackerberry, who I think is half asleep. And I said, "Come on, Tack, your money or your life, your money or your life. Come on, will you? There must be something in that, your money or your life." And very angrily he says, "I'm thinking it over." And I fell down and he jumped up and we said, "That's it." And that is how the joke came into being. It was accidental.
Were there many occasions like that you just stumbled on the thing?
Oh, yes. Incidentally, let me say something about that joke. That joke had a 15-year build-up to it. That joke, from the first day Jack started on radio, when I was a kid in high school, I believe, They were building up this character, this cheap character. And you have to build a joke properly. But then the writers who went before, and Jack always had great writers. He had a man named Harry Kahn at first, and he had Bill Morrow and Ed Boulogne, and they were great. But they kept harping on this character, and we were with him for 5 years before the joke came up. So the joke really had the greatest build-up. One other incident I remember, it was an incident where we were trying to get a joke. And we used to do a running thing that when they went to New York, which was quite frequently in the days of radio, or Chicago, but in New York, Jack stayed at a place called the Acme Plaza Hotel. Now, we built this up as the crumb joint of all times, lower than Skid Row. One joke that we had where Jack said, they said, "Why do you stay at that hotel?" And he says, "Well, it is so convenient. What other hotel has the 14th Street subway station as its lobby?" Now, in New York, this means a lot because that's one of the busiest, dirtiest stations in the world. But this time, we had everybody jumping on Jack for staying at the hotel, and Mary finally got mad at him and said, "Why do you stay at that hotel?" And we needed a punchline. Now, what happened with me is I said, "I think I've got something." I started to tell a joke, and as I told it, the words came out differently. Not what I had planned, a completely different thought, which when I started, I had no intention of doing or no knowledge of, and I don't know how the heck I thought of it. And it was where Mary said, "Jack, why do you stay at that hotel, that cheap, crummy hotel?" And the joke that I came up with was, "All right, Mary, I'll tell you why. Because when I was in vaudeville and I was laying off and I didn't have what to eat," he says, "the manager of that hotel never done me for the rent that was due. And if he knew that I was hungry, he would, in the morning, put out a tray by my door with orange juice, coffee, and a donut. So that's why I stay at that hotel." And now Mary very contritely says, "Jack, I didn't know that, but I'll tell you, if he was so nice, I'm going to stay at that hotel too." And Jack says, "Okay, but Mary, if you run into the manager, don't let him know I'm working now." Now, I've had several examples. I had a time where I woke up out of a deep sleep and wrote a joke down that was a big joke. I don't remember it now. I also had one thing happen where my wife nearly divorced me because at a moment of great intimacy I began laughing because I thought of a joke. These are things that happen. I must also say that one thing that I felt ashamed of, and I talked to a psychiatrist. I never went to a psychiatrist. I'm one of the few writers who hasn't gone, but I met a psychiatrist and it bothered me, and I said, "Look, why was I able to write a very funny routine and think of funny things when I was flying in a plane to my father's funeral?" And I adored my father. He said, "If you were a lawyer," he said, "you wouldn't worry over the fact that you thought of a case and was able to do it there." But I mean, but sometimes jokes come to you at odd times, at funerals and things like that.
Well, it is an escapism too, I think, sometimes.
I don't know.
And if it's your business...
I don't know. It's one business. Of those things.
In your book, you refer to one of the most expensive radio gags of all time.
Yes.
What was it?
Well, what it was, also in my book, I mentioned, because I was showed somebody the spot, the place on the stage that I had the most expensive television joke, and it was also with Jack Benny, but that was Jack as a guest on Lucy's show. But in radio, we had a thing where Jack and Mary were supposedly taking a walk, and it began to rain. So Mary says, "Oh, look, here's an auction. There's an auction. Let's go and we'll sit down and we'll talk, and maybe we'll have something worthwhile." So they sit in, and now the auctioneer says, "Now we come to a very beautiful piece for collectors. It is an elephant. It is an umbrella stand made out of the leg of an elephant shot by the Maharaja of Kuch Bahar." So Jack says, "Ooh, big deal." Somebody says, "I'll start the bidding with $50. Jack says, "I wouldn't give 10 cents for a thing like that." She says, "Jack, keep quiet." And somebody says, $60. See, and Jack says, "They're all idiots." She says, "Jack, will you stop?" Now, we had the late B. Benederet, who was the mother on Petticoat Junction, I believe. Mm-hmm. She was one of the people bidding. We had Mel Blanc in there bidding. We had a fellow named Ed Kearns. I think we may have had Sheldon Leonard. But we had 6 expensive radio actors who Jack used frequently. Mm-hmm. And they were bidding, and the auctioneer was going, and we typed it up. They read from scripts. The people who were bidding on one side and Jack and Mary on the other. Now, the people kept bidding 60, 70, 75, 80, and Jack kept saying idiots. And she says, "Jack, will you stop talking about that? Let's talk about next week's show." Now, as they're talking about next week's show, this bidding keeps going up. Mm-hmm. And Jack says, for next week's show, and these are going on simultaneously, for next week's show, we've got a funny script where we're going to have Bob Hope as a guest star. She says, "That's wonderful." And she says, "By the way, have you set Bob Hope?" And the bidding is now 110, 120, you know. And he says, "No." He says, she says, "He's very expensive." He says, "Mary, I don't mind that. I mean, if I have to pay him, I'll pay him $500, $600. She says, "Jack, for a guest appearance, Bob Hope gets $10,000, and Jack screams, $10,000 sold to the blue-eyed gentleman for $10,000. That was the joke. And now, what happened with that was the only one, I believe, that would have the courage to do that would be Jack Benny, because this took almost 2.5 to 3 minutes. And with the average radio comic in those days, if you didn't hear a laugh in 20 seconds, every 20 seconds, you'd get frightened. And but Jack did that, and the scream was worth it.
He was a very confident man, wasn't he?
Yes. As a matter of fact, while we're on that, another show that we did, we started a radio season with a most unique show. And only a Jack Benny would do a thing like this. Because when you came back after being off for the summer, all of the comedians told their writers, "Get me on as quick as possible, get me as funny as possible, get me those jokes as quickly as possible." Now, Bob Hope had it solved because he started with his monologue, and right away, in 3 to 4 minutes, he did 15 to 20 big jokes. But all the other comedians wanted to start off their new season so the audience would know they're back and know they're funny. But we had an idea once where we started the show where Don Wilson said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's not well known, but the Beverly Hills Chamber of Commerce runs a free sightseeing tour bus through Beverly Hills, and now we take you aboard that bus." Now we had several high-priced performers on that bus, and the bus driver would do jokes like, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now passing the home of so-and-so," and these will all sound dated now, and maybe some of the audience won't get them, but that beautiful house to the left of us with the swimming pool in the front belongs to W.C. Fields. And the lady on the bus says, "What are those green marbles at the bottom of the swimming pool?" And the driver said, "Those are olives." Now, for the benefit of those who don't remember, he did the Dean Martin jokes, the drinking jokes of the day was W.C. Fields. Then he said, "We are now passing the home of Phil and Alice Faye," and we would fade into that home, and we had like 3 minutes of Phil and Alice Faye talking about Phil going back on the show and starting the new season. Then back on the bus, and the driver said, "We are now passing the home, behind that stand of palm trees is the home of Orson Welles. Orson designed the house, landscape design, painted, did this and everything to the house. The trees were planted by God." Next, we come to the home of Don Wilson. We fade in, and Don Wilson did the commercial with his wife. See? Then the sound of the bus came up again, and the bus driver would have another joke and says, "We are now passing the home of Dennis Day." And we'd fade in, we did a routine with Dennis and his mother, and Dennis sang his song. We kept doing this, and not one word about Jack Benny. Until finally, we had the bus driver say, "And now, on the corner, we are passing the house of Jack Benny," and you hear Jack's voice for the first time say, "Stop the bus, I get off here." And we were 25 minutes into the show. He got off the bus, did a routine with Rochester about how Rochester missed him during the summer vacation and everything. And that was the end of the show. Now, we got much acclaim that only Jack Benny would have the chutzpah, which I don't have to define for you, as a Yiddish word meaning nerve. The chutzpah to do a show where on his opening show he would not appear for that much time. And the following week, one reviewer mentioned that Jack Benny did not appear on his opening show until the final 4 minutes, but then he showed who was the star of the show. Now, we had Don Wilson read that excerpt from the review. He says, "And now we present our 4-minute star, Jack Benny." And we started off the show that way. But Jack would do many unusual things. We brought, many things were handed to us. The Maxwell was handed to us. But we brought the train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. We brought the famous Jack Benny vault. We brought in the part that Sheldon Leonard, the tout, where if Jack went to buy an apple, Sheldon Leonard would tout him off onto a banana. And whatever it was, but he was a racetrack tout that was never at the racetrack, although we once did a show where he was at the racetrack. But we had... incidentally, at the racetrack, he touted Jack off to sitting into a different box than the one he was sitting at. Never touted him on a horse. But we brought many of these things. But as I said, we had a wonderful path laid out for us by the previous writers.
Well, you had a lot of leeway, obviously, from Jack, who just was there and whose character was being created.
Oh, yes.
And you just went through all of that.
His character was so well established that other comedians began doing weekly jokes about his violin playing. Oh, we brought the French violin teacher, who was played by Mel Blanc. But other comedians used to do jokes about him wearing a toupee, which incidentally he didn't, and playing the piano lousy and being very cheap. And Jack once came in with an edict. He didn't want to do any more cheap jokes or lousy violin playing jokes or wearing toupee jokes. And we said, "Jack, that's not going to stop the other comedians, and people will still think you're doing it. The only thing that we can do is we must do them a little more cleverly." And we did. And we had one thing where Jack came home once, and he said, "Rochester, were there any calls for me?" He says, "Yes, sir, boss." He says, "Your barber and your dentist called." He says, "What did they say?" He says, "You can pick them both up tomorrow." Now, we never said toupee, and Jack didn't wear false teeth, but we had that. We did a thing once where they were out riding in the car, and with the Maxwell with the top down, and Dennis Day was sitting in the back seat. He says, "Ooh, a squirrel fell out of a tree and fell into my lap." And Jack says, "Put that back on my head." Now, we would do the jokes, and we had to use great cleverness. Incidentally, on this thing, I joined the All in the Family show. It had been on for 4 or 5 years. And by then, all the racial jokes had been done. And whenever we did a racial joke or anything, we had 2 rules. It must be the cleverest thing that could be done, and he must be slapped down by whoever he did the joke to. So that was a change in there, because you get tired of the same thing, and yet if you lose that, you can lose the character.
It was a perfect way that you kept that rolling for Jack.
Oh, yes. Oh, one thing I must tell you. I once had an idea, and we thought this would run for 6 or 7 weeks. And the idea was that Jack was taking inventory of the stuff in the house, and a 5-gallon or tremendous can of pineapple juice or tomato juice would fall on Jack's head and knock him out. When Rochester brought him to, what would happen was that he was perfectly healthy, excepting for one thing. Instead of being a spendthrift, instead of being a miser, he was a spendthrift, and he was going to go on a spending spree. And we thought we would run this for several weeks. We had great difficulty in writing it. Jack had great difficulty in doing it because every joke that we did went against the character. And all we were able to do was the following week we did it and had him snap out of it and come right back to where he was, because that character was so strongly established.
Milt, did you? I know in your book you talk about the occasional gift that would be bestowed upon the writers for mentioning a commercial product on the show.
Yes.
Did that last a long time? And you had a lot of fun with it, didn't you?
Yes, we did. It lasted a while, and I'll tell you what stopped it was the big scandal on the quiz shows and everything. And there were comedians who, incidentally, Jack never got anything excepting on one occasion. He mentioned that he wanted he was going to give someone a television set for a gift, and we said we think we can get one free, and we did a joke that got one.
What was the joke? How did you get it?
Oh, we did a show where Jack and Mary's actual daughter, Joan, they did a show where Jack dreamed that he was married to Mary, and they had a daughter named Joan. And Mary was his wife in the thing, and Joan had a boyfriend, and they were looking at the television set, and his picture was on the television set, and that's a picture, she said, that's a picture of my father in the Navy. And the boyfriend said, gosh, an admiral. She says, no, that's the television set. And we got an admiral television set. But we had one rule. The joke had to be funnier than any other joke that was in the show. Jack said, fellas, I don't mind you doing this. It was a little graft or something. And I don't mind you doing this, but I want to make sure that every joke that we did was that much funnier. Now, at that time, there was a thing called Hadacall on the market. Hadacall was owned or promoted by Colonel Parker, who was Elvis Presley's, later became Elvis Presley's manager. And Hadacall made you feel good, and I never took it, but I understand it should make you feel good because it was loaded with alcohol. But it was a cure-all for everything, the advertiser for everything. And we had two jokes that I remember, and that was a plug. And when you did a plug, they would send you a case of whiskey or something like that. And we did a thing where Dennis Day came in late to a show once, and Jack said, how come you were late? He says, well, yesterday my uncle was run over by a truck and he was crushed, and it was a terrible thing. And Jack said, wait a minute, Dennis, I saw your uncle this morning. He looked perfectly healthy. Dennis says, oh yeah. He says, the truck was loaded with Hadacall, which was a big laugh. And the other thing was where Jack and Phil Harris got into a discussion about playing golf, and Phil challenged Jack to a game of golf for $1 a hole, and Jack backed out. And Dennis says, Phil, I'll play you for $100 a hole. Well, that line was funny because Dennis was supposedly getting $35 a week. And Phil said, it's a match. And Jack says to Dennis, Dennis, I didn't know you played golf. He says, I don't. He says, have you been taking lessons? He says, no. He says, how do you expect to beat Phil Harris? He's one of the best amateur players in the world. Dennis says, I've been taking Hadacall. So these jokes were funny, and one occasion, plugs were so well known that we did a thing where Jack was going to bed one night, and Rochester says, boss, you know it's kind of cold. Excuse me. Last thing I said was Rochester was cold. Said it, boss, the house is cold. Mm-hmm. Should I turn on the furnace? And Jack says, no, just plug in my General Electric blanket. And Rochester says, "Boss, you don't have a General Electric blanket." He says, "I have now." Then later in the show, we had that wonderful character, Frank Nelson, ring the doorbell, and Jack said to him, "What is it?" He says, "I'm from General Electric. Where should I plug it in?" Now, General Electric was not a plug. But what General Electric did, they were so thrilled with this thing that they sent General Electric blankets to everybody connected with the show, including the writers. But that was not a plug there. But the public was aware of it. I remember Bob Hope did a joke where he kidded plugs. And he said, he says, if you mention a product, a commercial product on the air, he says, they usually send you samples. He said, and 3 weeks ago, I mentioned Gillette razors, and they sent me a bunch of Gillette razors. And then 2 weeks ago, I mentioned Martha Washington candy, and they sent me pounds of candy. And last week, I decided to really press my luck, and I mentioned Cadillac on the air, and sure enough, on the way home, I got hit by one. But plugs were a part of the business.
You've been a part of the business for many years, and you've been a successful working comedy writer for all of these years. If you had a chance to write a radio show for Jack Benny again, would you do it now?
I would jump immediately. I would give anything to do that. But I guess it's, going back, everything seemed better in those days. But I would say that my associations were very, very happy. They had to be, or you don't stay that long. There were several shows that I was with I do not mention because I was not happy on them. I served brief terms with them. But all of those that you mentioned, Danny Thomas and Milton Berle, of course, Lucy and Jack and Bob, and I will tell you a funny story about Bob in a second, but All in the Family, I stayed many years with them. Funny thing, about a year ago, I was leaving a studio just at dusk, and I must point out that due to a childhood accident, I don't see very well on my right side. And as I was leaving the studio, coming in the studio, were 4 gentlemen dressed in ties. We call them people who wear suits. They are usually executives, and we don't hobnob with them, or they won't hobnob with us. But anyway, Jack. Anyway, I'm leaving the studio, and I pass these 4 people, and they're passing me on my right, and one of them says, "Hi, Milt," and I say hi, and I keep walking, and this man reaches out and grabs me, turns me around, I come face to face with Bob Hope. And he says, "That's all I get." And I said, "God, Bob, I'm sorry, but I don't see so good, and it's I didn't recognize you." And he smiled at me. He says, "You got it wrong, kid. You're supposed to recognize me. I'm not supposed to recognize you," which I thought was very funny. And driving home, I began to laugh at the thing.
I know you have many memories, and we're pleased that you took some time with us today to share them with us. And so many more memories of Jack Benny are in your book, The Jack Benny Show, and it's published by Arlington House. And if there is anybody listening who does not have a copy of it yet, I recommend it. I've read it many times. I've enjoyed it. And I know that they'll enjoy the man, Jack Benny, and they'll enjoy your humor and your memories as well.
And it's 4 years that it's been published. I don't need the money, but read the book, go to the library and ask for it. They usually have it. You won't find it in the stores, but many libraries have it, and it's worth reading, particularly to anyone who's over 50.
To anyone of any age, because you can enjoy Jack Benny's humor and your telling of his
Yes, I get a lot of
stories.
fan mail from kids, high school, not high school, college students who have read the book, and they were very interested in it. That they never heard Jack. Some have never heard of Fred Allen either.
Well, it's their loss then, too,
Yes,
huh?
yes.
Yeah, it's been our gain to be with you today. Thanks very much, Milt Josefsberg.
Thank you very, very much.
One of the busiest and one of the best actresses from the days of radio and into television and beyond is Virginia Gregg, and we're so happy to be out in Southern California to visit with her today. Virginia, welcome to our Those Were the Days get-together.
Thank you.
Now, where did you first start in radio? Where was it? Was it out here, or was
yes,
it...
it was out here, and it was peculiar. I've always been going to be an actress.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in Pasadena, so I worked at the Pasadena Playhouse while I was going to school and did little theater work and so forth. But I also was a musician. I played double bass viol.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And I played 4 years with the Pasadena Symphony. And then I got into a group called the Singing Strings. There was 3 violins, cello, bass, and piano, girls, all girls. We went on staff at CBS for a year. We went on staff at the Mutual Network for a year and a half. But I still had that little bit of a discontent. I didn't want really to make music my life.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to be an actress. So they started having me do things with the group, like Diary of a Young Woman, and if they needed somebody around the studio, I did the Rise and Shine show, and just it started with Maury Amsterdam and Mabel Todd, and suddenly I said, I don't want to be a musician anymore, and I sold my bass that day, so I wouldn't go back to it. Yeah, and then it was quite difficult to make the break because people knew me as a musician, and everybody knows you can't do 2 things.
Yes.
But I did have enough friends that I started in Calling All Cars and some of the really good shows, Lux Radio Theater.
Yes, and you worked many, many times on the Lux Radio Theater, didn't you?
Yeah.
And you worked with some of the major stars that would come out. And mostly you were in a supporting role. Did any of the stars ever not show up, and Virginia Gregg got a big...
No, not on Lux.
Not on, They always had somebody.
Well, that was a repeat. Once a star didn't show up for the second show, it was a live repeat. First one to the east, second one to the east coast. And somebody had to rush in and do him, but it's the only time I ever remember.
See, what happened to him?
He forgot the second show.
Oh.
He just forgot. In New York, they always have the 2. They go to New York and one to this coast.
You did a lot of that, didn't you? The 2 shows. You
had
to do the before, I guess, the late 1940s. And when
that
came
we did.
One of the things that you did best on radio, I think, was being the girlfriend of the Private Eye.
Oh, I did a lot of
the
those.
Secretary.
Yeah.
I mean, you were Nikki Ellery Queen's assistant.
Yeah, with Larry Dobkin.
Larry Dobkin was Ellery
when he first
at that time.
came out here. Larry is now a writer, director. I've done a lot of pictures with Larry.
And you worked with Dick Powell and Richard Diamond.
Yeah.
At the end of those shows, it was always a lot of fun because he would always kind of come back to, I think you were Helen Asher, I think was
Asher,
the name of the
think
role.
So.
He always come back to your place, and then they'd sing a little song, and there'd be a little cute little repartee between the 2 of you. And
on most of those shows, I doubled other parts, too. Maybe if an old charwoman came in or something, I'd do those.
Did you often use an alternate voice then on these shows? Can you give us a charwoman's voice?
Now?
Sure.
Well, you'd have to hand me a script and say, here, do her.
Take this bucket.
Yeah. And what do you want her in? Japanese, Swedish,
you do
German,
the dialects,
Jewish?
Dialects and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Did you freelance most of the time through this period?
Well, in radio days, yeah, that's what you did. I was doing as high as 5 shows a day. But I did Brooksy with Bob Bailey.
On Let George Do It.
Yeah, and I also did...
you worked with him on Johnny Dollar, too, I think,
didn't
you?
I did. One Man's Family I did for 9 years. I did Betty on that.
That was Jack's wife. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So you were...
And I also did another character when she came in.
So you really had a varied career with...
but then that didn't you weren't strictly under contract to those shows.
You just got the job, and then
you had to
you
be
were
available
lucky,
for when they were there.
If you were lucky, you stayed with it then.
Yeah. I worked at who we were just talking about, our conductor. Who were we just talking about? That I said remembered all the dates and places.
Oh, Rudy Vallee.
Rudy, yeah, Rudy.
Vallee.
I did Vallee. I don't know how long that lasted. I guess it wasn't terribly long, but I did a running part on that.
Did you work with
Jack Webb? I was in that stock company.
In his Dragnet series and all that, yeah. Did you work with Lionel Barrymore and Lou Ayres?
Yes, I did Nosy Parker on that.
Oh, Nurse Parker on the story of Dr. Kildare.
Yeah,
And that ran for quite a while.
A long time.
Yeah. What you say you were doing 5 shows a day sometimes. What kind of a day did you have? What did
busy.
You have to
Yeah. Very busy. Well, at the height, I didn't always do 5 shows a day, but you see, the studios were all very close. CBS and NBC and Mutual were all within walking distance practically. So if I was doing working with Lionel or working with any CBS show, no, Lionel was on NBC. If I was working a CBS show, I would have somebody rehearsing for me at NBC.
Someone would rehearse for you? So you would go in then without rehearsal?
Well, maybe you'd get a run-through or something. Yeah, usually.
How soon in advance would you get a script for
You never got a script in advance.
Didn't get one. When they rehearsed it?
In the early days, you went in and you had a conference, a story conference, and a read-through, and you'd say, well, I don't think she would say this, or wouldn't it be better if... And you could talk a show over and have a first read-through. When radio kind of faded out toward the end there, particularly with Jack. Now, Jack Webb really did have a stock company. He used the same people, and so did Jack Johnstone pretty much. They would say such things as, now next week you're doing an Irish, and I'd say I don't do Irish, and they'd say, sure you do. And I would get it, and you do Irish or Chinese or whatever they tell you to do. And we would go in, they'd hand us the script, Jack wouldn't be there, we'd start to mark the script, maybe you wouldn't even get it all the way marked. And he'd say, okay, let's cut, let's tape it.
And there you go.
You hear yourself say the first few sentences and you think, oh, that's my character. And if he didn't like it, of course, he could always cut it and say, no, you're off there. I want her more this or that, or try Brooklyn or something else. And then you'd start again. But you didn't get a rehearsal, not even a read-through at the end.
An actress, then, such as yourself, really had to be very, very versatile.
Yes,
and
radio
quick
people
to
did.
pick up on all of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It was a lot different from television or the movies because you didn't have to worry about makeup or costumes and all that sort of thing.
Totally different.
And when you talk about taping the Dragnet shows and that sort of thing, you were fortunate to be involved in that a good chunk of radio, as it was so-called by transcription. They said were pre-recorded now.
Yeah.
Because you did have the opportunity to package it at a realistic hour, if nothing else.
Well, that's true.
And
One Man's Family, we would do shows for the week in one day. They were 15-minute shows. So
you were on an awful lot of CBS shows during, I would say, perhaps the last decade of radio, as it really was radio. The 50s, most of the 50s. You were on the Escape and Frontier Gentlemen and Have Gun Will Travel, and I wonder. I know you did so many shows. A note that I have says that you before you played the girlfriend or the secretary of all these private eyes on Have Gun Will Travel, you were the girlfriend of Hey Boy.
Oh, yeah, that was Ben Wright. He's marvelous. I hope you get an interview with Ben Wright.
I'd like to.
He would be a good interview. He's so bright and so talented, and I'm sure remembers a lot more than I do.
What was the best of those days for you? The best of the radio days?
What do you mean by what was?
What did you enjoy doing the most of that? Did you just enjoy working?
I
in
enjoyed
general,
the
or
whole
did you-
thing. I enjoyed the people in it, too. There was a lot of loyalty, camaraderie. See, we were together so much. In the beginning, somebody else said that once. In the beginning, there were, I think 1,500 members of AFRA, then AFRA. They figured about 450 did practically all of the work. Of course, that wasn't very many. And we spent a great deal of time together, and that was before the days of tape. Or even on tape, lots of times you spent many hours together. But we would have a break. You didn't have long enough to go anywhere. We got to know each other very, very well. And our problems, they were like family. And we'd hear about somebody who was having kind of a rough time. We'd go to one of the other producers and say, gee, Dick's having a hard time paying his rent. Do you think there's anything for him next week? And they'd get behind him and he'd be working.
So you'd all act as perhaps an agent for someone else, if you
for
could.
everybody else.
It really is a nice family kind of relationship.
It was very. We were very close, and very loving, very caring.
Did you have any disasters? Did you ever blow a show
good
or
heavens.
something like that? Or
I never blew a show, but I've sure blown enough lines.
Well, that's one of the great things about the tape, though.
Yeah.
But when you didn't have the tape, you really had
yes,
to just
I did them without tape. Like, Doctor, here is your hypodemic nurdle and such. I did that one. In the book it says Kathy Lewis did it, but she didn't. I'd be glad to give it to her.
Anybody else can have that.
Yeah, they can have that.
Now, did you start doing a little work in television after the radio scene was kind of...
I've done a lot of work in television.
What have you done?
Here we go. I did about, I would say 65% of the Dragnets on television. Gunsmoke, all the westerns, Gunsmoke, Bonanza, Jack Benny Show. I don't know, almost everything.
You were then just as busy in television as you were in radio. Let's talk a little bit about the Dragnet thing again, working with Jack Webb.
Yeah.
You were a part of his company,
yes,
so to speak. It was an informal company, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, sure.
I mean, he didn't.
It's just that he relied on these people. He formed a, not meaning to, I'm sure. He didn't set out to form a group, but it was very hard to break into that little company of his. It was Vic Perrin and,
He looked, I think, for a naturalness on the part of his actors.
Oh, yes, he did.
And he wanted the audience, whether on radio or television, to identify with these people, or at least to listen to them and say, that is really how this person would sound on that.
Yeah, but that being so, strangely, I have done some of the broadest characters I've ever done for Jack. I mean, really broad, far-out characters. Except he felt that they were real. What he didn't want you to do was act.
I see.
As long as you could be real in whatever you were doing, that was fine.
What kind of direction did he give you then, with that end in mind?
Not any more than he had to. Not character direction. He'd hand you the part and say she's A, or it was written out that way. If you got too far off, he'd bring you back.
And you knew what was expected of you, and he
sure
knew
did.
that you could do what he was looking for.
That's
so
right.
it was just
Yeah.
How long did it take to do a Dragnet radio show, for example? Would it be a one-day thing?
Oh, yeah.
A whole day? Half a day?
No, not a whole day.
Not even a whole day. By that time, Dragnet came in the late 40s, I think, is when it started.
Probably Jack came down from San Francisco.
Yeah, he had done a number of different kinds of things.
I worked with Jack as an actor when he first came down, before he had his own show.
On the stage, you mean?
No,
or
in radio. When he was an actor here in town.
Now, when that moved to TV, and you moved along with him to TV.
And also into features with him, too. With it.
Were you in the Dragnet feature?
I played the one-legged drunk.
Oh.
Did you ever see it?
I'm sure I didn't. I must say I can't remember the
the one-legged drunk.
Yeah, she was the wife of the... if you saw the feature, the Dragnet feature, not the DI, but or any of the others, but that, you know, the opening where he's mowed down, walking down a hill?
Oh, yes, yeah.
I was his wife. When they go to investigate, and here she is out on the Davenport with the drink, just boiled to the eyeballs. And then when she gets up, they find she only has one leg.
And you were out of it before the opening credits almost, huh?
Yeah.
Right after.
Yeah, it was a marvelous part.
It tells me something about the loyalty that Jack Webb had for the people that he worked for and that worked with, I should say.
And he was wonderful to work for.
Now, you were on the Jack Benny TV show. What kind of things did you do for Jack?
Oh, I only did one of those. I did. I didn't like to do live television. I did. What did they call that early morning show that was live? It was strange, and all kinds of things went wrong on it. And I said, I don't want to do any more live. But they made a very attractive offer on this, and I only did the one, and I really didn't like it. I loved Jack; he's sweet to work with, and the company was marvelous. But I'm just not cut out to do live television.
Other features that you might have been in?
Well, my very first feature was Body and Soul with John Garfield. Love is a many splendid thing. I'll Cry Tomorrow. My last one was SOB, Operation Petticoat. I've done a lot of them.
So you're still very, very active in the business today?
Spencer's Mountain.
Doing a lot of things?
I'm not as active as I once was.
Are you as active as you want to be?
Yes.
Well, that's good. That's all that counts. What was, would you say, the best role you
I ever had?
Whether it be in movies or radio or television?
Oh.
The one that was perhaps the most challenge to you?
You know, I don't really think there was one. I did a bag lady on a Lou Grant show that I liked an awful lot. That was just a couple of years ago on Skid Row. I enjoyed her. She was just a little batty, but that was a good, well-written. Anything that's well-written is fun to do, no matter what it is.
Well, you know, day in and day out, you really are the backbone of this entertainment industry.
Yeah.
A person like yourself who has a tremendous ability and can adapt well to any situation, whether it be radio or television or the movies, and you're always there and always adding that extra dimension of substance.
Oh yes,
I
think that the character people, the supporting people, are most important.
And I don't suppose that you then have the pressures that the top leading people have.
No.
Everything has to be perfect for them and all of that business.
Well, further than that, I never wanted to be a star or that kind of... I'm not geared for that. I don't want to go into a restaurant and be surrounded. I have just enough of that. That really makes me feel very good that people recognize me and are flattering often. But I would hate that fishbowl existence. I'm not for that.
So
I don't think any of them really enjoy it forever.
What's on the agenda now for you?
Nothing that coming up now, right now. I do the one remaining radio show quite often, and that's that Salvation Army show, Heartbeat Theater.
Yeah.
I love doing that. I like doing any voice work.
Well, you have a very fine voice, and I know you are so versatile with it, and we have heard so many examples of your work, listening to many of the radio shows from those good days of. Those were easy days, and yet they were always, for you, I think it was.
Oh, they were busy, but they were wonderful.
You always.
I knew it at the time too. I knew how wonderful they were. I was very happy in radio. I was very happy in early television too, but the industry has changed an awful lot. It's big business now, where it used to be an art form. Of course, SOB, Blake Edwards' picture was. I worked with Blake. The very first thing he ever directed, he wrote for Dick Powell. and directed one of those shows. So I've known him since he was a kid and done a lot of things with him. But he runs it like the old days without the pressure. And
you say the decisions then are made more on a business-like basis.
I would think
than on
so.
The final product could be better because we would do it this way.
I can't speak for a picture like, say, Yentl or some of the big budget pictures. No, I haven't done one in a long time, and I'm sure that's different too. But just the run-of-the-mill picture, good picture. I don't know whether it's that I'm older or, well, I'm sure that's part of it. But I don't find the quality person in the actors today. I'm not awful to say,
would you say
but
that
I don't.
is because they don't have the background and the training? They come in and jump in, and they're all of a sudden a star.
I guess, and then all of a sudden they're stars, and they believe what they read. That isn't true with all of them. Of course, it isn't. There are a lot of wonderful people in it, young people.
As an observer of the motion picture industry, a fan as I am. I look at the movies today, and I think of the movies from the 30s and the 40s and early 50s, and you realize the star system,
yes.
and the studio system, where they had the contract players, and they put you under contract for 7 years, and they really taught you the craft, and you moved up through there, and the studio would buy the property and direct you to do that, and I think the stars came out better, and even the supporting players, everybody came out better and stronger for it. But today you get someone who makes some kind of an impact somewhere, and they put him in a star, and it's a great hit, and then the next picture is a flop or something, whatever it is.
TV.
Yeah, we don't have that the way it used to be. We're glad we have you, though, to continue to do all of the fine things that you're doing, and want to thank you for all the things that you've done in the past. You've entertained a lot of people with your talents.
It's been my great pleasure, too. I have enjoyed it thoroughly.
Thank you, Virginia Gregg. Glad to have you with us.
Thank you. It's nice to have been with you.
We're in the San Fernando Valley, where Tyler McVey calls home. This is Van Nuys, California. Is that right?
That's right.
Tyler, we're glad to have an opportunity to chat with you about your career over the years.
Well, thank you, Chuck. It's nice to be recognized as an old-style radio actor.
When did you first start in radio?
I started back in my hometown, which was Bay City, Michigan, and I did some announcing there on the local radio station, WBCM, and announced, did some remotes. They used to have bands come in and whatnot, and that's how I started. And then in '37, I got married for the first time, came to California, and I've been here ever since. I've been in California so long, I lie just like a native.
Well, did you move from Michigan to California with a radio job waiting for you?
Well, no, I came to California because I wanted to get out of the snow and ice. And
we knew somebody back there had some sense.
In the back of my mind, I had the idea I wanted to get into radio or into the theater or one thing or another. Of course, in Bay City, I had done a number of plays as in high school and college and whatnot. So I had the feeling that I wanted to be an actor. So the best place to go would be L.A. or New York, and I'd had enough snow and ice, so I came to California. And in those days, in '37 and '38, there weren't that many people working in radio out here, and radio was gradually moving from San Francisco down, because that's where the west coast of radio started, was up in San Francisco. And it gradually moved down here. I think it was when they brought Lux Radio Theater out here from the east. Yeah. And they decided they wanted to use movie stars. And then they built NBC and CBS on Sunset Boulevard, and that's where when radio really started to burgeon here in Los Angeles. And there weren't too many people working in it. And I think even at the height there were more than maybe 150, 200 people that worked in radio, made a living at it. You know. So I just started going around to advertising agencies, and I get a job here and a job there, and after about 3 years, I was making a living at it.
Did you feel that, what were you doing? You made a living after 3 years. You were doing radio plus
well, fortunately,
what else?
I had a small income at that time from my grandmother. It was about $150 a month, and that bought you quite a bit in 1937. So my wife and I were able to live. You know, we had a very small apartment, and you could eat out. The two of us could eat out for $1.50 or $2 in those days.
At a really nice restaurant.
That's right. That's right. Once in a while, you could even go to the Brown Derby. You know? So, but I think my first really good break came in '44 when I got a job with Cliff Arquette on a show called Glamour Manor, and I was on that with him for a couple of years.
And Kenny Baker was...
No, Kenny Baker followed us.
Oh, later.
He followed us, yeah. Cliff and I did it for 2 years, and for some reason or other, Cliff didn't want to do it anymore. He quit. And the agency wanted to renew for another year, but for some reason or other, Cliff didn't want to, so he left. And that's when they got Kenny Baker and Don Wilson. And that lasted 1 year, and it was Glamour Manor was off the air.
Now, you worked for Carlton E. Morse for a while, didn't you?
Yeah, I worked on One Man's Family for... It was a very short run because I was a character called Elwood Giddings, and I married one of the granddaughters, and it was a kind of a goofy character, and old man Barber liked the character, liked me very much, but nobody else in the family liked me, and it wound up in a divorce. And I think that was the first and only divorce in the Barber family.
But Elwood Giddings was a dentist, and he was very straight and dependable, and all that sort of
He lived in San Rafael, as I recall. The reason they used that character, because it was somewhat the same kind of a character that I had done on Glamour Manor, which was a kind of a, I don't know, on Glamour Manor it was kind of a nitwit character. And Elwood Giddings, I used the same kind of a voice in it, you know, and he was the kind of a guy that old man Barber would like, but nobody else liked him. You know?
Including
and I don't think my wife either. That was played by, I saw her. She was at the last convention. I can't remember her name now. I'll think of it before we get through talking.
How did you find it to work with Carlton E. Morse?
At the time I did it, he wasn't even here. He was living up north by that time. And Mike Raffetto was directing the shows at that time. So, except for just meeting Carlton Morse, I never really worked with him. He did his writing up there, as I recall, and sent the scripts down, and Mike was directing the shows, and of course working in them, too. I think he played Paul.
The shows
I think Mike is still living in San Francisco, I believe. And I read just the other day that one of the other sons who lived up in Ventura passed away, Page Gilman.
Yes, he was on the show.
Yeah, I think he passed away just recently, this year. I had met him, of course I'd worked with him on the show, but then in later years I lived in Ventura for a while, and he was on the newspaper up there. And I met him and renewed acquaintance with him up there.
Did you work with Gene Autry on the radio?
Yeah, a lot. I did a lot of Autry shows. As a matter of fact, in I think it was in 43, 42, 43 or something like that, Autry was in the service. And I've forgotten what his rank was, but he flew around the country doing PR for the Air Force. And his weekly radio show was done from various Air Force stations throughout the country. You know? And they couldn't fly actors from one place to another because at that time you had to have a priority to fly. So there were 3 actors that they hired, Herb Litton, Dick Nelson, and myself, and we rode the train to the next location. We did the show on Sunday, and then we took the train to the next location, and we just sat around until next Sunday, for which we were fairly well paid. In those days, it was a couple of $100 a week in all expenses, but that was a lot of money in 43,
yeah,
you know.
And all the chewing gum you could
yes, right.
Wrigley's.
But Autry would, as soon as the show was over, why, he had a plane, and he'd take off. He'd be gone all week long, and then he'd show up the next week wherever we were doing the show. As a matter of fact, we spent 4 weeks in Chicago, staying at the Palmer House, and went from there on Sunday to the different. There was not Luke Field, down at Champaign-Urbana. There's a field down there. There was one over in Jackson, Michigan, and we also went from Chicago down to Birmingham, Alabama, and did a show down there. Then came back to Chicago,
based at the Palmer House.
Yeah, right. We were there for a month.
Were you able to do any in a fairly long run like that? Were you able to do any other radio work in Chicago at that time?
I don't remember whether I did or not. I don't think so. I don't think so, because we weren't there long enough to establish yourself. You know, I know some of the Chicago actors worked the show when we were there, and I can't remember their names right now because that was a while ago.
Wasn't Charlie Lyons the
Charlie was there.
That,
oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Of course, he's here now. You know. Yeah. Did you see him yesterday?
Not yesterday, but I've talked with him. We've had a chance to chat about his radio career too.
Oh yeah. He comes to all the Pioneer broadcast luncheons. And Herb Butterfield was in Chicago at that time, and who later came out here. And see who else, because they had several Chicago actors working on the show.
Well, a lot of the Chicago people in the up to the middle 40s then eventually moved out here.
That's right.
Some went to the East Coast, but most of them said, as you did, forget this weather.
Yeah.
And the weather in Chicago is nice for about 9 months of the year, but the other 3 months can kill you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So it's nice to come out here.
Sure.
Well, what other things have you done in radio?
Well, the main thing was the Glamour Manor show, but I also did a lot of radio commercials, and I worked on a lot of Western shows. For some reason or other, I got typed as a Western actor, and I played a lot of old men, and I played sheriffs and on shows like Red Ryder and the Cisco Kid. There was another show called Straight Arrow that I worked quite often. Do you ever remember Straight Arrow?
Oh, sure, Straight Arrow.
Did you see Howard Culver yesterday?
No, I didn't miss him.
Yeah. Well, he was there yesterday, and he played Straight Arrow,
Nabisco. Shredded.
Was that the sponsor? I didn't remember that.
Nabisco. Don't remember?
I do now, now that you mention it. Yeah, sure, I remember it. And then they had the mystery shows, I Love a Mystery, and the Whistler, which I believe was a West Coast show. Did that ever go to
the East? There was a West Coast Whistler and then a Midwest Whistler, actually. Yeah. Here it was sponsored, I think, by Signal Oil for many years, and then they took the same script and they redid it in the Midwest.
Oh, I see.
Out here, I think Marvin Miller.
He played
the Whistler out here. He was first the narrator on the show, and then he became the Whistler.
Bill Foreman, I think was the original Whistler, and Marvin was the announcer.
Yes.
And then, for some reason or other, Bill left the show, and then Marvin became the Whistler. A show that I used to listen to when I was a kid came from Detroit, I think, called The Hermit's Cave. And years later, when I came out here, I worked the Hermit's Cave, and it was at KMPC when it was a little tiny station in Beverly Hills. And the guy that played the Hermit was John Daner,
who later became
a movie
actor. And he was Paladin on Have Gun Will Travel on Radio.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And I lived in the Valley at that time, and I used to drive over the hill to Beverly Hills to make $10. And it was a lot of fun. Virginia Gregg worked the show, and Lou Merrill and Frank Nelson and all those people used to work that show for $10. You know.
That was before Afra.
Oh yeah. Well, no, not before, but it was at the time when Afra first started. We had a rule like Screen Guild's Rule 1, pretty much, that you just can't work for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get something, you know. And,
so they gave you the basic
I remember
something.
I was doing a show called Rancho Grande here with Roy Rogers, and it was at KHJ and the Sons of the Pioneers, and I played the sheriff on it. And after passed that rule that you had to get paid for doing a show, and it went off the air because nobody was getting paid. It was a sustainer, you know. They had no commercials. And it's the only show that I know of that really went off the air when they passed that rule. Because a lot of people were working for nothing, you know, just to get on the air.
For the exposure.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Just to have the director hear you and say, well, now maybe if I get a commercial show, I'll hire this guy. You know? So
I'm wondering that they wouldn't pay them something just to keep the show on the air. Probably wasn't that important to them.
Too many people were anxious. I was one of them. Yeah. I wanted to be heard and get to know these people because I was new out here. And at that time, Virginia Gregg was a musician, and she was with a group called the Singing Harriet Wilson and the Singing Strings, and Virginia Gregg played the bass fiddle. And she used to carry this bass fiddle around with her. And, of course, later she decided to become an actress and very successful. Have you seen her? Did you talk to her?
We're going to be talking with her this week, yes.
Oh, good,
yeah.
Because
we
see her...
the bass fiddle.
We see... Yeah, tell her I said it.
Okay.
We see her every Tuesday because Esther and I do some recording for the blind.
Oh.
And Virginia is in the session just ahead of us. She's been at it about 13 years, I guess, and we've been doing it about 7, I guess, something like that.
Oh, that's really fun.
It's recording textbooks for blind students is what it is. It's different from the Braille. I think Braille record novels and history books and things like that, but we record these textbooks.
Have you done any work on the silver screen?
Oh yeah, I've done a number of movies. I've never became a really well-known person in pictures. But I did work in 7 Days in May, and I tell you what I did more of was live television and film television. I did the first Playhouse 90 with John Frankenheimer, and let's see, who else? They had a whole bunch of stars on that. There was Charlie Bickford, and there was Chuck Heston, and Jackie Coogan. Who else? They must have had 7 or 8 stars on there.
Now, was that out here, or was that in the East? Because a lot of the early TV stuff came from the East Coast, I know.
Well, no, this Playhouse 90 started here.
It did.
It started here, yeah. And it was live, and it was an hour and a half, as I recall. And we'd rehearse 10 days, 2 weeks on it. And it was at that CBS down there, Beverly and Fairfax. And we did the first show, and the second show was a Requiem for a Heavyweight, and that got all the honors, you know, and they forgot this first show. I thought it was a pretty good premise because it was a story about the Russians infiltrating the States, and they brought people in here, and their object was to be here when the Russians... they were going to attack us Christmas Eve because they figured nobody was paying any attention Christmas Eve. So that was the story. And it was never heard from again.
Did you ever
I did quite a few Playhouse 90s.
Did you? Did you do some of the other anthology series like that?
There was one Chrysler had. Art Gilmore was the announcer on it, and I've forgotten who the host was.
It wasn't Bob Hope, was it?
No.
Hope, I think, did a Chrysler series on TV for a while.
No, this was an anthology series, and it had a one-word title. I can't remember it now. I can't remember what that was. And then there was the comedy shows, My Friend Irma, and Life with Luigi. They're all live, all live shows in the early days. And that was a scary time.
Did you have? Can you remember any really terrifying experiences because of it being live?
Not that I had, but I know of some things that happened, and one of them was on this Chrysler show, the name of which escapes me. And the actor was Tris Coffin, and he had been shot. And he was a dead body, And for some reason or other, somebody gave him the cue that the camera was off of him before the camera was off of him, and the dead body got up on camera. And Tris was very upset about that because his name was Coffin, and of course the thing got in the newspapers, and it made him look silly but it was the fault of the person that gave him the cue. There were a lot of things that happen on live television, like people walking through the back of the set, a workman walking through the back of a Shakespearean set, and things like that.
Totally out of
character. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Yeah.
Did you ever do anything on the stage?
Oh, yeah. I started back home doing stage shows, and then I've forgotten how I got into it here, but an agent talked me into doing a play. And I did it down in Tustin, which is in Orange County. And I ran into one of the fellows yesterday that was in the show with me, and it was called Affairs of State with Joan Caulfield. We did a little tiny theater down there. That was the first play that I did out here. And then I got into some dinner theater. I did Plaza Suite with Gail Storm. We played that in Lubbock, Texas. And then I did another play with her called, I can't remember the name of that. There is the first dinner theater I did was called What Did We Do Wrong? And we did that in Lubbock, Texas with my wife, Esther and I. Esther and I did that down there. That's where we kind of met, and later we got married. And I wish I could think of the name of this other play that I did with Gail. It was in Columbus, Ohio. And then I did these dinner theaters run about 6 weeks. You probably know. And the one in Columbus, Esther would remember it. She got a much better memory than I have.
You're active in an organization out here known as the Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters. You're a vice president of the organization.
I'm the vice president now, yeah.
What is the basic thrust of that organization?
Well, the main thing is to just have a good time, really. You're supposed to have had 20 years experience in radio and television, or either one, to become a member. And we have 5 luncheons per year, and we always have an honored guest or two. And I think you attended the one yesterday where we had honored the old-time people from early television in Los Angeles, local television. And we've had Bob Hope as an honored guest, and we've had Bing Crosby and Danny Thomas and Sid Caesar, and, it goes on and on. It's been in existence since 62. So we're, 12 years old? No, 20.
22.
22 years old, right.
It's a great organization to belong to, I'm sure, because you get a chance to meet a lot of friends who are scattered, really. Los Angeles area is so big that you don't always run into everybody, and it gets them together. There was an awful lot. The luncheon starts at 12:30, and people were piling in already at 11 o'clock, just a chance to talk,
just
and then slow leaving afterwards. Nice program. It was good.
We've had shows that are better than the one we had yesterday. I think yesterday was kind of a nostalgic type thing more than entertaining. We've had some that are just hilariously funny. I've got tapes of some of them here that are just knock you out. Liberace was on one time. He told a story that went on for about at least 20 minutes, and he had everybody on the floor telling about this thing that happened to him. The other thing that PPB does is to collect memorabilia. And NBC used to be at the corner of Sunset and Vine, and there's now a home savings office there, and in the basement of that we have a club room that is donated to us by the Amundsen family. And not only the club room, but we have big storage areas in there, recordings and scripts and, oh, you name it. We have tons of things down there. And we hope someday to be able to find a place to put them so they can be on display.
Yeah.
Like old radio shows where you could have a thing, somebody can select a show and press a button and listen to a radio show, you know.
It's real important, I think, that there is an organization working to gather this material and to preserve it and then to share it. That's
there are a lot of others doing it too. There's, I think, the University of Wyoming is collecting a lot of radio memorabilia.
Well, there's a museum, a collection in New York, Broadcast Museum, and there's one being formed in Chicago as well.
There must be, because that was the hub of the soap operas in the
and the kid shows too.
Oh yeah, sure. Little Orphan Annie, I remember that. A lot of shows.
You never worked in Chicago, though, did you?
Only that time
Just
when
with
I
the
was
Gene
there
Autry.
with the Autry show. That's the only time I worked in Chicago.
Well, we were richer for it that you were there.
Thank you. And the only time I worked in New York was when the Glamour Manor went there for 6 months. We lived in New York for 6 months and did Glamour Manor there. But otherwise, everything I've done has been out here.
But this is a nice place to be.
Oh, yeah, I like it.
And it's nice for us to have been here with you, too. So,
Well,
Tyler
appreciate
McVey,
you coming
thank you
over.
very much for sharing some memories today.
My pleasure.
Thank you. We've traveled to sunny California to visit with a former Chicagoan. Willard Waterman has asked us to come in, and we've asked him to talk a little bit about some of the good old radio days and his career. Hello.
Well, hello there, Chuck. It's a great pleasure to talk to you and sort of incidentally to some of your Chicago participants.
Well, thanks very much. You came to Chicago, well, I guess it was in the middle 30s, wasn't
1935.
35.
Came from the University of Wisconsin. They asked me to leave because I didn't have time to attend classes. I was too busy in the theater and the radio station, WHA, which was it's the first educational radio station in the country, actually. And it's a very powerful one now, I understand.
Well, you then were just out of school as you started in
That's right.
radio in Chicago in 35. Was your first job professionally in Chicago?
Well,
was it radio?
Oh, yes, in radio. In Chicago, I had done some professional work in Madison. I guess you would call it insulting professional work. I made about 2.5 a program or something like that. But, no, I'd done a lot. I worked with a trio in Madison. We had a morning devotional service on WIBA when I was in high school, actually. And I'd do that from 7 to 7:30 in the morning and then go over to Central High and my high school classes.
So you were, as they say, bitten by the show business bug pretty early.
Fairly early, yes. As a matter of fact, I all through high school, and I prepped for an engineering course, architectural engineering, and planned to be in the engineering school at the University of Wisconsin. And the summer between graduating from high school and matriculating, I guess the word is, to the University of Wisconsin, I got interested in a company playing in Madison. We played the Drunkard for about 6 months in the hotel, and I got involved with other local dramatics, and finally decided by the time I went to university to change to the speech major, and speech and drama major. And I guess I've never looked back much. The engineering went down the drain, sort of.
Well, I think your contribution to the entertainment world is perhaps more than it might have been if you had contributed to the engineering world.
I hope so. I've tried to build a few bridges in the entertainment world, which I might have done as an architect. I don't know.
Well, that's a good way to put it. Now, what was your first radio job in Chicago?
My first radio job was in a show called Shandu the Magician on radio. And I auditioned. The show was just beginning to go on the air. And I auditioned for about 3 weeks for Schaden. And it got down to between myself and Howard Hoffman. And finally they cast, like a cast around me and one around him. And we televised. I guess I'm bitten by the bug. We wired to New York to the sponsors. Each did the show, and they chose his cast with him. So I was, of course, crushed. It was my first big opportunity. At least I thought so, anyway. And I thought my life had ended, of course. But before the first show went on, there was a call from Blair Walliser, who was producing the show, to do a part on the first program. And I got to the studio and looked at the script, and here it's this lawyer, and it's every line throughout the whole script. I thought, oh boy, it's good. I'm going to have a part on this show. I turned to the last page, and the lawyer died at the hand of the Red Ghost of Rangoon. So that was that started a series. I think the first 3 or 4, I guess I was noted for dying. The first 3 or 4 shows I got in Chicago were dying performances. An aviator who crashed, and there were 4 or 5 on Helen Trent, and I don't remember exactly the others, but I began to be known as being able to do a fine swan song.
That must have been pretty exciting, though, to be up for the lead in a series right out of the box, more or less.
It was terribly exciting. As I say, I was, when it didn't work, I was crushed. I have learned over the years that you don't let adversity bother you much, because if that one doesn't work, another one will.
You win some and you lose some.
You win some, you lose some. You play the law of averages in our business.
What role did you have in the beginning as a continuing role then, where you were an established character on a series, if that would be the case?
I did a lot of them on soap operas. In fact, on Guiding Light, I did the. I was going to tell you his name. The lead, Betty Flu Gerson, and I did the 2 leads for a long spell on Guiding Light, and then actually after they moved Guiding Light to the coast here, we both happened to be out here, and they brought the characters back into the show. So we did Guiding Light for 2-3 years out here before it went off. Before it went to, I guess, went back to New York.
Now you played, I know, a role on the Tom Mix radio series out of Chicago.
I played a couple of roles. Longbow Billy was one, and I played Diamonds, who was the heavy. It's an interesting thing. Hal Perry played a heavy on Mix called Hog Barrett, and I played this one called Diamonds. I was a 350-pound character, and I ate chocolates, loved chocolate. So I Tom, pass me the chocolates up there. Tom, there ain't room in this town for both you and me. One of us has got to go. And then I also play Longbow Billy, which is an old friend of Tom. That was one of the things in radio, which doesn't apply to television. You could play anything you could sound.
Anything you could sound like.
We all did many different characters on the same show a lot of times.
That was your value to the producer or the director, that you could double and triple sometimes,
more hireable because they knew we could do a couple of different characters.
What other kinds of voice characterizations did you do?
I played a doctor on Road of Life who talk like this all the time, a very aspirate voice. I'm doing it very badly now, but I haven't done it in a long time. So you learn to do tricks with your voice.
Did you feel that by doing 2 or 3 voices in a show that you were thinning down the pay that you were getting? Would they hire you to do 3 or 4 voices?
Well, in the beginning, that was true. And then when AFTRA, the forerunner of AFTRA, came in, why there was a provision on doubling. You could do 1 voice. And if you did more than that, you got another fee. Mm-hmm. And that, of course, in later years changed so that you got a fee for whatever you did. So.
Everybody that I've spoken with about the radio days in Chicago has told me about the dash from the Merchandise Mart to the Tribune Tower to the Wrigley Building.
That's right.
We part of that.
We all did that.
Bridges Up group.
Yeah, I once did the Bridges Up. I belonged to that group out here when it was formed. We had lunch every Wednesday noon, quite often anyway. I had at one time I was on 3 networks within 45 minutes. I did a show on CBS called Bachelor Children, and it happened inadvertently. Somebody didn't see the name in the script, and so I wasn't called. In the last minute, they called me and said, "Hey, you're in today." So there was that was on, I don't remember the time, 10:45 or something like that. And then the program on WGN Mutual was on from 10:30 to 10:45 to 11 to 11:15, and then the one on NBC called Thunder in the Air was on from 11:15 to 11:30. So all of a sudden I turned up in all 3 of them the same day, and I did the show on CBS, Bachelor Children, ran across the street to the Tribune Tower, and up in the elevator, which I had greased the man, and then I had a cab waiting for me down on the lower level, under the Tribune Tower, and I dashed down when the commercial came on, into the cab across Kinsey Street, which doesn't take the bridge into consideration. You don't have to worry about that. And in the one on Thunder in the Air, I was supposed to be in the first 3 or 4 minutes. And then another scene, so they reversed the 2 scenes.
Oh.
And I had about 3 minutes plus the commercials, and the commercials on the other end to make the show. And I had an elevator waiting for me and ran me up, and I went to the studio and picked up the script. And so I don't know how many other times that was done, but I was on 3 networks in 45 minutes.
You were probably, cabs were speeding in the other direction from
doing the same
Marvin
thing.
Miller coming the other direction, or somebody like that.
Yeah, we all did that working in the soaps, because there were a lot of conflicts.
Now, you were freelancing at all of this time, is that right?
Well, I was under contract on Guiding Light, and most of it was freelance, though.
Most of the actors for radio at that period of time were they could get whatever jobs they wanted. They were not on the NBC staff, for example.
Well, I was in the beginning, not the very beginning, but soon after I got to Chicago, I was signed to an NBC contract, which actually didn't mean much. All it meant was that you were freelancing at NBC, because you had to be called by the NBC producers for whatever show they were doing, and you couldn't work across town. And so I won't go into it, but I finally got into a little contretemps with NBC, and I walked out on my contract, not without notice. so I could freelance all over town. But actually, we were doing the same thing, and the people who were signed to NBC were freelancing, but only at NBC. That's all. The contract had no salary involved. No, just whatever you did.
There were other stations in Chicago doing original drama or
WGN was, but that was on Mutual Network.
Mutual,
and there was WCFL was the Blue Network of NBC, and WMAQ was the Red Network, and of course WBBM was the CBS station, and we used to do some drama down on WIND. They had studios up in the top of the Palmer House. Actually, there were religious dramas of some kind. We did them every Sunday morning.
So you could easily work 7 days a week with all of this, wouldn't you?
I used to average 40 shows a week.
40 shows a week? 40. In other words, if you were on Guiding Light, that would be 5.
That would be 5.
5 shows.
And another 35. I worked mostly, erratically, of course, but from 7 o'clock in the morning until 10, 11 o'clock at night with First Nighter at Grand Hotel, Fifth Row Center, a lot of the evening shows.
You did a lot for First Nighter, didn't you?
Did a lot of First Nighter.
You were not the main lead.
No, I was
Les Tremaine or Olin Soleil.
In the resident company, you'd call it. Les Tremaine and Olin
and Barbara.
And Barbara, of course. And but I did First Nighter before any of them with Don Amici and Joan Meredith before that series. But later, when Joe Amy was producing and directing, I was sort of in the resident company. I was in it every week. For instance, they had the Christmas show was a show that we did every Christmas, and I played every part in it over the years except Mary.
And if she had been sick one year, you might have been called.
I might have tried that. I don't know. But it was a great company. Marvin, of course, was around then and playing in the company, and Harry Elders and there was Herb Butterfield, and we were almost together every week. Very unusual that there wasn't some kind of a part in it for all of us.
And you had to you really put on a show for the studio audience as much as for the listening audience.
Well, that was in those days in Chicago. If there was a studio audience, it was a dress show. We all kept dinner jackets. I used to have a room, 4 or 5 of us actually, over at the Croydon Hotel, and when we get down to any show after 6 o'clock, you always had to dash and get into your dinner jacket. And they had very appreciative audiences all the time in the studio at CBS, WBBM, in the Wrigley Building. And then, of course, the Merchandise Mart had all of the dramatic studios had an audience provision.
The major show, I think, on the major network show on WGN and Mutual was the prestigious Chicago Theater of the Air.
Theater of the Air, yes.
And you must have worked that.
Oh yes,
a lot.
There again, it was sort of a stock company. Brett Morrison and Bobby Ellison and Fran Carlin and Muriel Bremner, and there were a great many of us that worked that every week. It did the dramatic roles, and of course Marion Clare and
Henry Weber in the orchestra.
Henry Weber in the orchestra, and Marion Clare was the soprano, and all of the great tenors from the Met came in. One of them, a different one every week. to do the male singing lead.
We're talking about this doing shows in front of a studio audience. Now, did the performers on the radio shows were they apt to sign autographs and things like that for the members of the studio audience?
Yes,
the audience would be following.
After the show, they'd catch us on the way out and sign some autographs.
Mm-hmm. It was very nice to be able to see a radio show because all the listener ever had was his imagination.
That's true. In radio, you built your own sets and created your own characters. And I guess sometimes it was maybe a little bit disappointing for an audience to see what the voice that they had been hearing looked like. Other times they were pleased with what they saw. But the one thing that was the main attraction in every audience show was the sound effect man.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just loved to see what he was doing. Then clop, clop of the coconut shells for the horse's hooves and opening a door and all that sort of thing. All the sound effect equipment was then done live. In these days, of course, in later days, it was done on record, on tape.
When you hear, often on listening to some of the old radio shows, in a romantic scene, maybe especially in a light comedy, there would be the leading players would embrace and kiss. He would kiss her. And often there would be a little ripple of laughter from the audience because somebody was, kissing the back of their hand? I point out that you're kissing the back of your hand and not me here.
That's right. Or your lovely wife.
Yeah, those were nice days to doing all of that. Now, you had 40 shows a week, running like mad from 7 in the morning maybe till 10 o'clock at night. Did you ever say, this is ridiculous, doing all this stuff?
Well,
is it worth it?
You got a little bit jaded sometimes, yes. We used to take what we called a 12-hour vacation. You'd pick a day when you were through fairly early, and evening when you're through fairly early, and didn't have a show until perhaps noon the next day, and you'd imbibe a little heavily. And the next morning you were usually a little hungover, but boy, were you relaxed.
It did the trick.
It did the trick.
12-hour getaway.
12-hour getaway, yeah.
Now, from, I think it was probably in the middle 40s, still in Chicago. You were still in Chicago.
Yeah, I left Chicago in 46.
Yeah, you had the lead in a series called Those Websters.
That's right. That's what I came to California with, Those Websters. We did it for 2 years out here after we came out in 46. I played Father Webster, and I'd done that for, I think, 3 years in New York. I did in Chicago before I get confused between New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago because I've been in all three of them.
Well, you moved from Chicago to Los Angeles,
LA,
and then later, quite a few
20
years
later,
you went
I
to
went
New
to
York.
New York.
Now, Those Websters was a program that replaced another show called That Brewster Boy.
That's right.
Now, I had heard, but I don't know this whole story behind it. I had heard there was some problem with either with the sponsor or with the producers or something on the Brewster Boy, and they just kind of switched the whole thing around and made it Those Websters.
Yeah, well, it was, I don't really know all of the details involved, but it became Those Websters after there was some sort of a uproar in either the writing or production department. I don't know the exact details of that.
But it had a healthy run for about 5 years, didn't it?
About 5
and
years.
You stayed with it the entire time?
Well, it was like coming out here with a piece of cake under my arm. Because I came out here and with the show. We did the show one Sunday in Chicago and the next Sunday out here in Los Angeles. And I didn't have to go around and knock on doors here. I could meet people socially in the business. And they say, "What do you do?" And I say, "Well, I play Dad Webster on those Websters. Well, how would you like to do my show? And I said, I'll be happy to. And so it was a real great entree out here.
Well, what were some of the things that you did out here then? Once.
Well, the first one I did was Screen Guild Theater.
Oh.
And then later I did a lot of Lux theaters. And then I say the Guiding Light, I picked that up out here again after some cessation. And I think I did a lot of Amos and Andy shows. And with Carell and Gosden. And I did Joan Davis's boss on her show, radio show, for a number of years. And I just sort of went from one, did Lux Radio Theater quite often.
And the Lux was probably the premier hour-long show on radio as far as the great public was concerned. And that took longer to rehearse than most of the routine half-hour shows, and certainly more than a soap opera.
Oh, yes, soap opera was an hour rehearsal and 15-minute show. No, Lux was practically a whole week's production. I don't know that it was necessary. It certainly wasn't necessary for the radio people, the people that worked in radio all the time, because we walked from one show to the other, and with no problem. But some of the picture people were very uncomfortable, and they had to be sort of lulled into a sense of security. And so they had plenty of rehearsal. They didn't stint on rehearsal at all. And over a period of 3 or 4 days is a general rule.
You kind of set the pace for appearing in the Great Gildersleeve with your role in those Websters, didn't you? I mean, you became you got the acknowledgement of your position on the show. You handled the lead, and it was a light comedy. It wasn't it?
Yes, that's true. Well, I hadn't even thought of it that way, but I guess it could be somewhat true. Actually, the strange thing that happened was that Hal Perry, who was playing Gildersleeve, started it on Fibber and had played it from 1949 till 1950. That was the time that CBS was rating all of the NBC talent. And so Hal's agent had signed him to CBS. And then Kraft decided they did not want to change networks, and so it had to recast Gildy. And Hal and I had a voice similarity, and it finally came down to the fact that I felt, and Frank Pittman, who was the producer, felt that I could do it without having to do an imitation, and it worked out very nicely.
It would have been dangerous for someone to imitate Hal Perry. I think you couldn't carry that off.
It was a difficult decision because they weren't the producers weren't quite sure whether they wanted to try to keep the voice somewhat the same or whether they wanted a completely different voice. And I wasn't sure whether I wanted to do it because I took a career chance, I guess, because if I had failed with it, I'd have been out of my ear, probably. And so we finally did a reading with the writers, and the show was written so well, the character was so well written, that I found that I could play it. As I say, our voice similarity, my voice is a little bit deeper than Hal's, but the quality was there, voice quality was there. And I didn't have to make any conscious effort to do any imitation or anything like that. One rather strange thing that a lot of people don't understand, don't know, is that the laugh, the Gildersleeve laugh, the hee-hee-hee laugh, was really Hal's. and he used it as Gildersleeve. When I came into the picture, I decided I didn't want to use it because he used to use that. Used to do a character on called Professor Rollo on a show we did in Chicago called Thank You Stooge with Bernadine Flynn, and so I never did the laugh. I mean, I laughed, but not that laugh. And I used to do what they called the Gildersleeve social chuckle. But
that's right.
But I didn't do the laugh, and still to this day, if somebody I'm introduced to somebody and they say, "Oh, you were Gildersleeve," let me hear you laugh, because it was so well ingrained in the character.
Did you find it difficult to follow Hal Perry in that role?
No, I didn't, because, as I say, the writing was so beautifully done. John Elliott and Andy White and Paul West, who were writing the show, wrote it so wonderfully that I just played the character. And Hal and I had been friends and still continue to be friends. I've seen him through the years a lot, and we get along very well. And I think Hal may have been a little resentful at the time, but I don't think on the long range he was.
We're talking with Willard Waterman, who was, among other characters, during the great days of radio, the Great Gildersleeve. And we'll be back in just a minute. We're talking with Willard Waterman, who was the Great Gildersleeve. He was the Webster in those Websters. He was, I think, Sheriff Mike Shaw. Did you double as Mike Shaw?
That is one of the fallacies in the book that our friend Golden Days of Radio or something.
John Dunning?
Yeah. That was never corrected. It was in there. I never did play Mike Shaw, the Sheriff Shaw. It was played by Leo Curley. And never by anybody else to my knowledge. But for some reason or other, it got in the book wrong.
I think Hal Perry said that. I think Hal played Shaw once or twice.
He may have. I don't know. As I say, the only character that I know for sure that he played was Hog Barrett.
You used to pick up for him occasionally in Chicago, didn't you? When one or the other of you was not able to make a role and it was a continuing thing or something like that?
No, we never replaced each other in a role like that. We played on the same show many times. And when we went in for rehearsal, he and I would get together and say, "You want to go high and I'll go low," or "You do a dialect and I won't," or something, so that we got away from the similarity.
Did the general public realize that there was a change of lead actors in the Great Gildersleeve back in that time?
I think many of them did not know. It was one of the things that the billing was different, but in those days people didn't pay all that much attention to billing. And the voice was had enough similarity that a lot of people for a long time anyway didn't know there was a change. I guess some people still don't know. The name Gildersleeve is bigger than the name Perry or Waterman, and neither one of us have that personal identification.
Oh, you have the personal identification with the role of the Great Gildersleeve.
Well, a lot of people
do. Yes.
A lot of people still say, "Oh, that was Hal Perry." And as I say, we both did it for 9 years. So
it's amazing that show ran that long. I can't imagine that Hal Perry would have thought in 1949, 1950 when you took it over in 50, didn't you, at the beginning of that? Did you think that it was going to last for that many more years?
I had no idea at the time how long it would last. I think it was really a shame. I think that Hal maybe got a little short shrift from his agent, because they thought they could deliver the show to CBS, and they signed him to the contract. So now he was under contract at CBS, and they had to produce a show for him. So they started a show called Honest Harold. And I think it was unfortunate. What they tried to do was pattern the show after the Gildersleeve show. And of course, Gildersleeve was still on NBC, so it didn't work. And it was too bad because Hal was a very, very versatile actor. He could do many, many, many voices, many, many things. And it would have been far better for him, I believe, had he developed another character and a new show around it. And then that would have been, as the pattern was, gone on to television, and it would have been another new good show, radio, television show. But with the sort of a copy of the of Gildersleeve, it just didn't work.
You did the radio Gildersleeve right to the very end of radio. Near the end, I think
we were the last
15-minute shows then, weren't you?
No, we for 2 years before the end of Era, we did it as a 5-week, 15-minute show, and it was very, very popular at that time. And then we went back after Kraft dropped it. We went back to a half-hour format, and we were, I think, the last audience show in Hollywood.
By that time, you were only doing one show then.
Yes.
You weren't doing two shows, one for the East Coast and one for the West Coast, were you?
No, by that time it was on tape. I mean, we did the East Coast show, and the second was on tape. But that took a long time to happen because Kraft had a very adverse feeling about tape. They didn't like tape. And actually, the way we got to taping, under Kraft's supervision anyway, was I had to have an appendectomy. And so I recorded at that time the first scene and the last scene for what was to be the next show. And I did the show one Wednesday, went in Thursday morning to the hospital and had my operation. And in actuality, I could have done the show the next week, but they did this to protect themselves. And then later, when they found out that it didn't change the show any, why we were able to go to tape.
So the other actors did the show live, but they inserted your records.
The records opening and the record close.
So you were kind of written out of the body of the show.
I stayed home and listened to the show. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
You took the great Gildersleeve then from radio into television, didn't you?
Yes, I did the television series, which only was one season. We did 39 films, which was one season. Unfortunately, it didn't. It was not on the network. It was in syndication, and due to some circumstances, it just didn't go beyond the one season. And it probably isn't known, but Hal and I both did an audition for it. And then they decided I guess looked more Gildersleeve, I don't know. But when they were trying to decide about going to television, we did I think 3 pilots before it went on the air. But we both had a crack at it anyway.
And he didn't seem to be the type who
I don't know.
created the role.
He created it. But there again, it's one of those things where in radio you could play anything you could sound.
That's right. Well, Leroy, Walter Tetley, couldn't take the role to television.
No, and that's the greatest misfortune in the world. Matter of fact, I think that may have been one of the factors that mitigated against the television series, because that relationship between Gildy and Leroy just wasn't there.
Yeah. You had a young actor, a kid, a child actor playing.
And that was the point. He was an actor.
Yeah.
He seemed to be an actor. Yeah. And Walter, you never had any indication he was an actor at all.
How old was Walter Tetley at that time? He had, of course, was a grown man.
Well, he started in Gildersleeve in the very beginning, and before that he had been on the NBC Children's Hour
Well, he worked with Fred Allen in the old town hall tonight in the 30s.
He was his voice never changed, and he I guess he would have been what you want to call one of the little people. However, his family gave him growth shots when he was younger, and he grew to I guess he was about 5'6" or 5'7", something like that. Not that tall, 5'4", 5", something like that. But his voice never changed, and he never had any beard. So.
But he was so bright. I mean,
nobody read lines like Walter.
Yeah.
He was just, and he was just all boy, and Leroy was really the boy down the block. He was great. But unfortunately, he couldn't be used in the television series.
When you were doing Gildersleeve on radio, now you were the lead in a major network series. Were you also doing other roles on radio?
In the very beginning, I was under contract to Kraft for Gildersleeve exclusively, and I didn't do anything else. But then in later years, after Kraft dropped the show, I did other things too. But I did a lot of the other things before I did Gildersleeve, between 46 and 50.
When you went into television with Gildersleeve, then Willard Waterman went into television as well. You started doing a number of things.
Yes, well, I had done some before that, but after the Gildersleeve series, I did other things. I'd done some picture work, motion picture work, after the time I came out here. I did film with Crosby in 1947 called Riding High. Was the first picture I did. And then I went on to a number of other films.
And then you did some work on the stage as well.
Yeah, that came later. I didn't do a lot of stage. I did a lot of stage work early. And when I was here, I would usually go down to La Jolla in the summer and do summer stock down there. And then in 1962, I auditioned for J.B. Bigley in How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying out here on the coast. And the Cy Fuhrer, the producer, was out here, and I read for him. And then I went back to New York and auditioned again and got the part, and I did that for 2 years in the national company. It was the Rudy Vallee part in How to Succeed in television, and then I mean on the stage, the national company. And then in 1966, I was back in New York doing Succeed out at Paper Mill Playhouse, and I got a chance to audition for Mame, Babcock and Mame, and I won that audition. And in 1966, I went back and we opened on Broadway with Angela Lansbury, and played it for 2 years with her. And then we came out to the coast and did the Civic Light Opera circuit, San Francisco and Los Angeles. And I went back into the Broadway company with Janice Page and then Jane Morgan, and finally wound up with Ann Miller. So I had 4 years of that on Broadway. And I had gone into New York expecting to come back here, of course. But when that ended in 1970, there wasn't all that much going on out here, so I just stayed on in New York, did a revival of Pajama Game, which was a lot of fun, and I did a lot of commercials and
which role in Pajama Game? Were you Heinze?
No. I was the boss. I got a number.
Oh, I know. Yeah, the one who wouldn't give in for the 7.5 cents.
Yeah, that's right. Well, can't say the name.
Yeah.
Well,
I can't think of it either.
Price of getting old.
You're not getting old. You're getting better.
That's what they say. We hope.
So well, now, have you had any musical training or background to be able to appear in these musicals?
Well, actually, in Mame, I did not have a number. Didn't sing, and in Pajama Game, I didn't sing.
Mm-hmm.
But in Succeed, I did. I had 2 numbers,
Mm-hmm.
and I had taken some voice back in college, actually, and had done a lot of singing in church and
Old Man Hassler.
Hassler, that's
right?
Yeah, thank
you.
I
knew it was going to come from Pajama
Game. You got the memory. Yeah, Hassler. And so I had done a lot of singing, not solo work particularly, but a lot of work, Glee Club, and so I had some semblance of a voice, enough to get by. For musical comedy, doesn't take a lot of voice. Really.
Well, to do it on Broadway takes a lot of talent, I would say, at any rate. Yeah.
You can get by with it. It's all right.
Well, radio, television, movies, the stage, you seem to have done it all. Which do you prefer? Which is, of all of these things, which...
It's strange. I really prefer stage.
Mm-hmm.
As I say, I didn't get involved in it until later, my career, I guess. But the satisfaction of walking on stage and having that live audience out there, and not only that, but the fact that you do it every night or 8 times a week to a different audience, and you get a different reaction. You get a chance to play with a character, and if something doesn't work tonight, well, you do something different so it does work tomorrow night, and you really enjoy it. I did. I enjoy being on stage. Very much.
And now, what are you involved with? What are you doing today?
Well, this past summer, I went back to do a revival of Mame with Angela.
Mm-hmm.
There were 6 of us from the original cast that did the revival with her, and unfortunately, it didn't work very well. We went into New York in the middle of the summer, without any advance and no great publicity campaign. And the people that saw the show loved it and were very happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. But I just don't know what worked, what didn't work. And I think that the producer just didn't stick with it long enough. It would have built, I think, and we'd have probably played through the holidays anyway, and maybe into the spring.
It's tough with the economics the way they are to have to stay with it. You know,
that's difficult. There's no question about that.
Always draw the conversation back to the radio days, but you know, a sponsor and a network, mostly the sponsor, because it was the guy. He was the guy paying the bills. He could afford to commit to 39 weeks of a radio show and say, all right, we're going to go with it for 39 weeks, because his expenses were mostly fixed, weren't they?
That's right. They could be predicted.
Yeah.
Now you go into production on dramatic or musical theater. You can estimate what it's going to be, perhaps, and then you find out that the expenses and increased threefold or fivefold or sevenfold, you know, and so it's hard to know what you're really talking about as far as money is concerned. So it's a lot of money. That's all you know.
Next on the agenda for you?
I don't know.
Got a clean slate and just let things fill in.
I'm available. I guess it's what you say.
You want to work? You want to do some things?
Yeah, I want to do things. I mean, I want to do things that I want to do.
Good.
If something comes along that I like, and I'd be very happy to do it.
Well, that's what counts.
That's what counts.
I want to thank you very much, not only for the chance to sit and chat with you today, but for all of your contributions to the entertainment world, from
way back in the early days of Chicago radio with the First Nighter and the Soaps and Tom Mix and into the Great Gildersleeve and all of these other things. You did a wonderful job entertaining the public, and on their behalf, I say thanks to you.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you very much. It's always a great pleasure to hear that, and it gives you a warm feeling to know that you have been able to entertain people over the years, and I'm thankful for that.
Well,
thank you.
You've made a lasting contribution, and we thank you very much.
It's very nice to know.
Thank you. Thank you, Willard Waterman. You got out of college in 29?
Yeah, I got out of Syracuse University in 1929. I'd gone there on a scholarship, on a football scholarship, to with no particular career goal in mind. And it didn't seem important to have a goal in those days. I'm talking about the late 20s. Because there was overwhelming national prosperity, and so all you had to do, it was assumed, was to get out of college, present your diploma, and begin collecting the rewards. Then along came 1929. Along came the Great Crash and the Great Depression. And everything changed, and I couldn't find a job. I had no proper equipment for it. I could do a few things. That's before the period of professional athletics, so I couldn't even turn to that.
What had you studied in college?
Whatever I could talk my way through. Sociology, Greek archaeology, stuff of that, philosophy, stuff of that kind. Things that I didn't have to do too much book work on. I avoided the hard things like calculus and trigonometry and things like that. That meant too much time chewing on the end of a pencil, so I went in another direction. And then along came the Great Crash, and I wasn't equipped for anything. I had, however, a reasonably good amateur theatrical background behind me. We'd had a very good society at Syracuse University, of which I was fortunate enough to be president for a couple of years, and we did good plays under excellent direction. And so my training as an amateur had been good. And when I couldn't land anything else, I finally followed the lead of a friend of mine who had done the same thing some years before. Began looking for work in the theater and found it. And I spent 10 years on Broadway with very good luck. I did plays that were quite successful, and I had a unusually high level of employment for a profession which is characterized by a low level of employment. I was in 3 Men and a Horse, and then Having a Wonderful Time and Kiss the Boys Goodbye, Margin for Error, Fly Away Home. All of these plays had relatively extended runs. And by the end of the 30s, Hollywood began sending out signals for me. So I came out here and did a picture. My first picture was at Metro with Bill Powell, who I sorry to see passed away a couple of weeks ago at the very respectable age of 90-something, which is ironic because when I did that first picture, the making of the picture was delayed for a matter of 2 or 3 months by the fact that he had to undergo one of the very first colostomies, cancer of the bowel.
Yes.
And he wasn't expected to live more than a few months beyond that point. But he did recover. We did make the picture, and he did live another 45 years or so beyond the point at which he was supposed to die.
The operation was a success.
Yes, except the pain the patient eventually died. I came out and made that picture. Then I went back to New York and I did another play. And then when that closed, came out again and under contract to 20th Century Fox. And from that point stayed on here. I began to convert during the days when radio became an important part of my professional activity. the show with Jack, for example, Jack Benny's show, and others which I did on a more or less regular basis, like Bob Hope and Phil Harris and Judy Canova, Parky Caucus.
You worked with Ann Southern, too, I think.
Ann Southern.
Maisie.
Yeah, Maisie. We did, so radio was very kind to me. And in that period I started writing for radio because it was easy to do. They needed material badly, and I started writing for radio. And then when television came along, I had a lot of material that I had written and had sold, but which had reverted back to me, because in those days it was customary when network bought material, they bought it for two uses, for one use in a replay, and then it reverted back to you. So I had in my possession a very considerable body of material that was easily adaptable to television.
Mm-hmm.
Television was starving for material because the pay was low, prestige was non-existent, and I, having no pride, I had no compunction about converting that material to television. The only trouble was that the general level of creative talent available to television in those days, and I'm talking about the early 50s, the general level of directorial and writing talent and acting talent available to this bastard medium was not very high, and I was very unhappy with what happened with material that I had written. It deserved better treatment, I thought. So I made a stipulation, which was that whatever they bought from me, I had to direct. And thus, willy-nilly, I became a director.
Did that hamper your sales of the material you wrote then, by having to write along with it?
No, it did shortly afterwards, but not at first, because they were quite willing to accept me as director. But then I got too busy directing to have any time for writing.
Mm-hmm.
And it had been my mistaken notion that I could keep a couple of careers going at the same time, like a juggler. It didn't work out that way because television became too demanding. And the first thing you know, besides merely writing or directing or acting for television, I was now putting packages together with personalities. And it was in a period which was in which they were very receptive to material. And again, it was my great good fortune to, excuse me, like the surfers out at Malibu waiting for a good wave to catch, to ride in onto the shore. It was my good luck to catch a lot of good waves and to ride them all the way up. I got the Danny Thomas show. I had quite a few shows going for me before that, but then I chose to stick with the Danny Thomas show and to use it as a platform from which to launch other material. And from it I launched the Andy Griffith show, and then the Dick Van Dyke show, and then the Gomer Pyle show. And then, because my then partner, Danny Thomas, was so deeply involved in his own philanthropic work, his work on behalf of St. Jude Hospital, we broke up the partnership, and I went into producing with my own company, and we made I Spy and quite a few other things thereafter, which did well.
To say the least. To say the least.
And that's it. That's the whole thing in brief. I was very lucky. I did not... And this is all an answer to your question about whether my children followed in my footsteps. And the sum and total of what I've just told you is that I discouraged it because I didn't believe that this string of luck could necessarily would in all probability repeat itself. It's like a man who goes to the craps table in Las Vegas and promptly has a a roll of 12 or 13 or 14 passes and figures that's an easy way to make a living. Goes back the next day. I didn't figure I could continue throwing 7s and 11s forever, and I didn't think they could either. So I did not discourage their participation in the entertainment business, but I did nothing whatever to encourage it. As a matter of fact, we did all we could, my wife and I, to encourage their broadening their fields. My son became first a lawyer and then an investment banker, and is now the president of the international banking activities of one of our largest investment banking companies, one of the largest in the world. As a matter of fact, he lives in London in considerable grandeur. And my daughter became a psychiatric social worker, which she continued to do for some years until quite recently. So that's the whole thing. You got it in a nutshell now.
Well, now let's crack the shell a little bit and zero in on a few things. You have been fantastically successful with all of the things that you've done. What have you done that hasn't been so successful? What has been a really big flop? I mean, after you did the Dick Van Dyke Show and Andy Griffith and I Spy and Danny Thomas and Meg Gomer Pie and all these things, there must have been some that slipped through there that didn't quite work for you.
Yes, there were indeed, for a variety of reasons. Some, like one, I did a thing based on James Thurber's material called My World and Welcome to It, which won all sorts of awards. You'll see in the other room, you'll see a couple of Emmys on the wall that it won in its brief career of 1 year. We won Sylvania Awards and Christopher Awards and so on, and were canceled after the first year. Mm-hmm. Were canceled because this was the beginning of the trend towards the juvenile audience that has taken over television. And the Thurber material, which I'm sure you're familiar with, was of too intellectual a nature for that kind of an audience. It was brilliantly satirical. And that wasn't quite what they wanted. What they wanted was Laverne and Shirley and
yes,
Mindy and Mork, or Mork and whatever.
But now that really may have not been a success on TV, but it certainly wasn't a failure if you've got a string of awards for it. And
well, I had
a valiant effort, I would say.
Had others, which for a variety of reasons. The one thing that I in everything that I did, even those things which did not enjoy a long run, like a show I did with Bill Dana, in which he played a bellhop in a hotel. That was a badly timed show because there was no receptivity at that time for a pseudo-Latin American character. And also it had a very difficult time spot, so I make no apologies for that. I make no apologies for the show I did with a young Italian by the name of Enzo Chirusco called My Friend Tony, where he and Jimmy Whitmore played a team of investigators based very loosely on the Nero Wolfe format, in which one member of the team was the intellectual partner and the other one was the physical partner. Young Enzo, who's a brilliant and colorful young Italian actor, was extremely popular with... I made that in response to the demand for things for younger people, and they promptly placed it in a time spot where it couldn't get that kind of an audience, 10 o'clock Sunday night, which is possibly the worst time in the whole week for the kind of audience for which it was designed. So I have no apologies for that. The only show about which I feel a degree of unease, guilt, what have you, is the one I attempted to do with Shirley MacLaine in England, in association with Lou Gray, a thing called Shirley's World. And I feel I I failed there because I did not maintain control of the show. I just I let the control of it slip out of my hands. Shirley is a very strong-minded person, and I was not there in London where we were making it all of the time as I would have had to be to maintain any firm control over it. I had to delegate a lot. And it was altered, and in other ways it was changed from what the concept had been, and I didn't like it.
Mm-hmm. Have you maintained strong control over all the years, over all these other shows that you've done? I mean, being more or less on the spot all the time?
One of the reasons for my present relative freedom of time, my ability to make round-the-world cruises and things, is that I have always enjoyed autonomy and still insist on it, even now when it's almost impossible to get, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
But I had total autonomy for all of those years because from the beginning I had the backing of very powerful sponsors. General Foods and Procter & Gamble were my two principal customers. Mm-hmm. And they were overpoweringly strong, you know, even if the network didn't want a show. And they didn't. The network did not want Danny Thomas. They did not want Andy Griffith. They did not want Gomer Pyle. They did not want, yes, they did want Bill Cosby. That was a different network. My sponsors were strong enough to overcome the network resistance. They didn't want Andy Griffith and Gomer Pyle because Jim Aubrey at that time said that they'd had too much of these country atmosphere, turd-kicking shows, you know.
CBS had Beverly Hillbillies and Petticoat Junction and all that sort of thing at the time.
So they had enough already, so he didn't want those. He didn't want Dick Van Dyke. He didn't want Dick Van Dyke because he said the show, there was no market for a show with show business atmosphere, about show business. If I could make him an insurance broker, that might be different. But as I say, I enjoyed autonomy due to the power and prestige of my sponsors. And I exercised that autonomy, and then when the sponsors began to back out of the picture, as they backed away from total sponsorship, and began to retreat to what they then called the magazine concept of buying a minute here and a minute there and a minute somewhere else, and thus relinquished control of the show. When they began to do that, the network people stepped into the vacuum that had been created, and I could no longer exercise the same degree of control that I had previously. And it was a little too late in life for me to begin to learn a new approach to making shows. You're following up on Jack Benny. There's a story that may be of value to you. I'll tell it for what it's worth. When I was working with Jack on his radio show first and then later making guest appearances from the television show, I was already becoming quite active in television, and Jack one day, lunch at the Brown Derby, during the rehearsal break on a Sunday, said, "Hey, Shell, I've got an idea that would make a good television show." And he told me an idea that would indeed make a good television show. And I said, "Yeah, that'd be fine, Jack. That'd be real good. Why don't you pitch it at the networks?" He said, "No, that's not my line of work." I said, "Well," he said, "it's yours. Take it. I give it to you." I said, "No, thanks. I'm not interested in it unless you come with it as at least an advisor, at least a friend of the court or whatever. And besides, if we had to submit it, I would want you to be the one who submitted it. It's your idea." So an appointment was made. And we went to the office of a network that shall be unnamed. And were ushered into the private office of the head of development for comedy material. And there was his entourage that assembled in the office. And after the amenities, the coffee and the rest, Jack said, "Go ahead, Shell, tell him the story." And I said, "No, Jack, it's yours. You tell it all." So he told him the idea, which was a good one. It was not unlike the concept that later became Laverne and Shirley, but it was more mature and had greater possibilities and greater scope. And the locale was to be one of these swinging single setups occur out here at the marina, Great possibilities inherent in it. And after about 10 minutes of eloquent Jack Benny delivery on the material, he finished, and we sat back and we watched with satisfaction. And there was the exchange of glances amongst the people in the room, and then the head of development cleared his throat and said, he, by the way, was about I estimate age 28, 29, something like that. And he said, and I remember his words almost verbatim, not almost, I remember them just as he said them. He said, "Well, Jack, I think there's some good material there. I don't think it works the way you've got it, but I can tell you how to fix it." And Jack said, "I'd love to hear you tell me how to fix it, but I've got an appointment with my dentist that I've been looking forward to for weeks, so if you'll excuse me." And he left. So that's, and then that was the signal of an environment in which I could no longer enjoy the privileges that I had enjoyed. And when you're younger and poorer and more ambitious and more aggressive, you adapt to and put up with a lot of things that you have no. I have no motivation for that degree of tolerance any longer.
Well, it's not so difficult to learn new tricks if you're an old dog, but sometimes the young dog's trying to tell you what you should be doing. It's hard to accept that sort of thing from someone who doesn't have the depth or the background or the experience that you have. They have a position, and they think they know what should be, but they don't want to learn from experience.
Precisely. In other words, if I may paraphrase what you just said, no, it is not difficult for an old dog to learn new tricks. It's not difficult at all. But what is difficult is for an old dog to forget his good old tricks, and dismiss them.
The good ones, yeah.
The good ones. Yeah. No need to. No, doesn't benefit anybody to forget what you learned from George Burns and Jack Benny and Bob Hope and Fred Allen and George F. Kaufman and all the others, the greats of the past. It's I don't particularly want to forget what they taught me.
You spent a lot of time in the 40s in radio. You worked an awful lot. You were in the movies as well at the same time. And you were mostly playing the same types of roles in the movies. You were the gangster, the crook, the heavy kind of a person, weren't you?
Yes, but not by choice. It's just the way the jobs came along.
It was the typecasting kind of a situation. Did you have a contract with one of the studios?
Yes, I was under contract 20th Century Fox.
You said Fox. Did you also do some work at Warner's and some of their...
when my contract expired at Fox, I freelanced with not only the majors, but the independents as well, at Metro, at Universal, at Paramount, at Republic, at all of the studios.
So when they said, the producers said, this calls for a Sheldon Leonard type, they got Sheldon Leonard.
Yes, and everything was all right until the point when they started saying this calls for Sheldon Leonard type. Now, who can we get? And they said, but Sheldon Leonard's available. He said, yeah, but not him. So that's when I got my typewriter out.
And you started doing that. Did you ever
started amplifying my activities.
You said you wrote some things for radio that were moved into television. What things were they?
Well, I could tell you titles. They'd be relatively meaningless to you, but radio plays that I'd written for shows like Broadway Is My Beat and First Nighter and shows of that kind in the half-hour format. I sold later to the General Electric Theater, to the Jewelers Showcase, and to other early TV series of that kind, the very early ones. The titles of them wouldn't mean anything to you.
But they were different series, anthology series for radio or for detective shows.
They were all of an anthology nature.
Did you write much comedy?
Yes, and that's when I began to become teed off at the fact that when it got to the screen it wasn't funny. Because, listen, I hope this doesn't sound immodest. I don't mean it in a self-aggrandizing way, but I had more experience and exposure than many of the people who were doing the medium at that time had the opportunity to get, and therefore they missed a lot of points. They failed to recognize where the comedy was or how to bring it out in many cases. And because of, I know this sounds smug, I don't mean it to, but because of my much greater exposure to it, I was able to say, how did you expect it to be funny? You cut out the feed line, the build-up to it. Well, how did you expect it to be funny? You had him saying the punchline with his back to the audience, or what have you, whatever it might have been. And so I was eventually challenged to do it myself. If I didn't like the way they did it, go ahead, do it yourself. And there were not too many directors doing comedy at that time. There were only a handful of us. There was Billy Asher and Mark Daniels and a few others and I. And so the demand for our services was constant and very great. And that's it. I had no more time for acting, no more time for writing. And the way I was working at that time, I was in effect doing most of the work that's allocated to a producer. This was because on the Danny Thomas Show in particular, I was working with not only the star, but the owner of the show. Danny owned the show. And so when I wanted to make a change, I didn't have to go and ask anybody for the permission to do so, or I didn't have to send memos or seek authorization or anything like that. My authority was right there on the stage with me, and so we did whatever we had to do, and that way I was in effect producing the show as well as writing it. So it became relatively easy to make the transition to producing.
I'd like to talk about your role as an actor on radio, but we have to change the tape. We're talking with Sheldon Leonard, who made a career, I think, of saying, "Hey, bud," on the Jack Benny radio show. You were the racetrack tout on the Benny show for, how long was that?
May I correct that? I was the tout, yes, but not the racetrack tout, because I never operated at the racetrack.
But you never were at the racetrack?
No.
You're always outside of the track.
I was touting him at something else. I'd meet him in a department store and tout him off of one elevator and onto another elevator. I'd meet him at a candy dispensing machine and tout him away from chewing gum to chocolate drops or what have you, completely absurd things. But it was never from one horse to another horse. One show, I believe, I did meet him at the racetrack, but what I touted him on one table instead of another table, because the legs on this table were stronger than the legs on the other table. A lot of nonsense. But Jack loved it, and he would break up whenever we did the spot. He had great difficulty keeping a straight face, and he was probably the most supportive straight man that ever worked in the business. His great desire was not to score himself, but to see you score, to help you get the most out of your material. He was a precious man.
When did you start working for him?
I don't remember years. They all blended together. I would say that it was probably in the sometime in the late 40s.
In the late 40s?
Yes. That's when I started to really get deeply involved in radio.
Were you always the tout on his show? Did you ever do anything else with him?
On Jack's show? No, I never did anything else but the tout on Jack's show. On other shows, I did a variety of other characters on a sustaining basis, but with Jack, he kept me in that particular niche, as he did with several people. Sure. With Frank Nelson, for example, the one who was yes. You know? Frank always did that unctuous salesperson or what have you. Mel Blanc. Well, Mel did a variety of characters. His basic value to Jack was in that Latin American character, Si, Soul, Si. And Phil Harris was always Phil Harris. You know. Jack did not scramble his characters around very much. Dennis Day.
You had probably a half a page of dialogue in a half-hour show. Would that be about it? The tout scene in there?
It would be a 2 or 3 page scene, as a rule.
It always worked so well, and people always remember you for that. I'm sure they do, don't they?
Oh yes, people still say "Hey Bud" for me, or something like that. You know,
say
it. I forget.
You worked with Bob Hope.
Yes. I played a character. I forget what we called him. I think we called him Soapy, but I don't remember. And this character was always getting Hope into trouble. He was creating fist fights for him and all sorts of unlikely situations. And I did a similar character with Phil Harris in the Phil Harris show, which we tend to forget was a very successful radio show.
Was that marvelous radio show?
A good radio show, yeah. And I played the same kind of a character there. Then with Parky Carcass, I don't know if you wouldn't remember.
Was that Harry? Harry Einstein?
Harry Einstein, yeah. I played a character called Orville Sharp, who preceded Norm Crosby, in that he, I believe, was one of the early characters, perhaps not the first. I've never researched it. But certainly one of the early characters to introduce the malaprop as a comedy device. For example, the Mojave Desert would be referred to as Mo Harvey's Desert. You know, and things of the vegetable broccoli would be broccoli.
No.
Things of that kind. It was what Norm Crosby's doing now. Then on the Maisie show, of course, I did her taxi driving suitor, and practically the same kind of character with Judy Canova, and so on.
Your voice seems to lend itself well to the Damon Runyon type character, or the lovable crook type.
Well, I did a good many Runyon-esque things because that was the era of Runyon. And I came from New York, and I could emphasize my New York intonation as needed. So that, plus the fact that the character I developed was compatible with Runyon. You see, there was a trick to Runyon, a trick which, when it was not recognized, resulted in a disaster, and when it was recognized, as in Guys and Dolls, as in Slight Case of Murder, as in a few other pieces of Runyon material, then these things went on to great success. But the trick was to play these underworld type characters as harmless, slightly offbeat, basically rough diamond type of guys, you know, who had no harm in them. Nobody ever got killed in the Runyon show, you know. They talked about it, but nothing ever happened. I remember in Slight Case of Murder, the discussion about what to do with the body of No-Nose Cohen, which they had been keeping in the refrigerator, and it was spoiling the chef's chopped liver. See? So they said, well, let's leave it on. They had a discussion about whether they might leave it on the lawn of the doctor who had done a bad job on one of them, or maybe the judge who had sent so-and-so up for 30 days. But you never saw. There was no bloodshed in Runyon. There was no violence in Runyon either. So the trick in playing a Runyon character was to be credible as a gangster, a hoodlum, and still not have implicit in that credibility the possibility of violence. Mm-hmm. It was a trick. It was a trick that some people handled well. Alan Jenkins was very good at it. There were Frank McHugh was very good at it. George Tobias, others, names don't occur to me at the spur of the moment, but there were many who were good at it, and many for whom it didn't work. For instance, I made the picture Guys and Dolls. I did not make the stage show. In most respects, the stage show worked better than the picture did because the casting was closer to the Runyon concept than it was in the picture, in which they had to use star names in order to get it past the box office.
Yeah. They used Marlon Brando and Frank Sinatra and some of the others. In the stage, it was Robert Alda.
You said that, I didn't.
Yeah, I said it. That's right. Yeah. You've had an amazing career, and you've contributed an awful lot to the entertainment of this country and of the world. And now you're relaxing a little bit by traveling really around the world. Are there any new Sheldon Leonard projects on the agenda?
I don't encourage it. There may be. Granted certain circumstances, there may be.
If they give you complete control?
Yes.
And the money to do it? And
stay out of my way.
Stay out of my way, okay.
But I have done a few things. For example, I could not resist when they wanted me to make a 2-hour picture with Bill Cosby. I couldn't resist that because I enjoy Bill, and we have a high level of mutual regard, and the prospect of going to southern Italy with him and staying there a couple of months working on a picture. Combination of Cosby's company and the good Italian food was too much for me to resist. And I have done, you know, other things have gotten into various stages of the development. Some fairly advanced stages, some rather primitive state. But since I don't encourage it, it does not. It doesn't demand too much of my time. For instance, I'm going in a week after this. I'm going down to Mexico for a couple of weeks of marlin fishing. which I couldn't do if I had my nose to the grindstone. Then sometime later in the spring, my wife and I will start out by visiting my son in London and wind up visiting all the other places we love, which we do periodically. We have kind of alternated our travel program so that on alternate years we do a cruise. A cruise is a very self-indulgent and luxurious experience, extremely luxurious. You're weighted on hand and foot, and you put on 20 pounds by the time you come home. But it is not as a travel experience goes. It does not compare with getting in a plane or a car or a train and going into the interior of the country, because on a cruise you hit the perimeter, you hit the port cities, Hong Kong, Bombay, and Singapore. Whereas when you get into the plane or get away from the coastline, then you really get into the heart of the country, into Delhi and Benares and what do they call Peking now? Beijing and so on, Kunming. So we, on alternate years, we make a land trip, and then alternate that with a cruise.
Well, I hate to see you give up that, so don't. But if a good project comes along and you can be 100% in control, I think we would be all the better off for it, because television and radio, indeed, as well, needs people like you.
Very kind of you to say that.
Thank you very much for sharing this time with us, Sheldon Leonard.
Thank you for asking me.
Yeah.